Chapter 1. A gentle breeze caressed the air, carrying the briny scent of the ocean into the palace of Mary Geos, evoking visions of the deep blue sea with every breath drawn. Within the opulent palace, Yang Qing propped his head on one hand, gazing dreamily at the blooming flowers outside the window. After a moment, he lowered his gaze to the golden quill pen in his grasp, dipped it into the ink, and began to write in his journal. Year 1497 of the Sea Circle calendar, September 8th, clear skies. Today was as dull as yesterday, but perhaps noteworthy is that a man named Roger has completed the Grand Line today, earning the title of Pirate King. To me, this is indeed a sorrowful tale. What a damned world this is. I have truly traversed into another realm. For 3 years, I've been uncertain about the world I've entered, and now I have confirmation I have been transported into an anime called One Piece. But why do I feel no excitement or thrill typical of others who have crossed over? For 3 years, I have lived a life of utmost ease, akin to that of royalty. Oh, right, I suppose I am royalty. They say I am a celestial dragon, a noble of the world. Celestial dragon. What a ridiculous name. It sounds utterly unappealing. And today, I continue to live as I have for the past 3 years, like a mere shell of my former self. This is a brief diary entry. After Yang Qing finished writing, he closed the journal, revealing a countenance of distress that belied his tender age. He had arrived in the world of One Piece 3 years ago, yet he was only 3 years old now. However, the age concealed beneath his exterior was that of an adult. He had just been promoted to general manager, received a salary increase, and was on the verge of marrying a beautiful heiress. Thinking about it filled him with a hint of excitement, only to be struck by calamity as a flower pot fell from the sky, ending his blissful life. Upon awakening, he found himself reborn as a newborn infant. He was thoroughly dissatisfied with this transmigration, exceedingly so. Though he had transformed from a hard-working general manager into a pampered celestial dragon, his heart remained restless. "Lucifer, Your Highness, it is time for breakfast." Yang Qing, lost in thought at the table, was interrupted by a timid voice that pulled him from his reverie. Frowning, he turned to see a petite figure clad in a maid's outfit, holding a tray and standing with her head bowed, unable to meet his gaze. The tray bore a steaming breakfast, exquisitely prepared and visually appealing. "Am I truly so fearsome?" Yang Qing's youthful voice reached the maid's ears, making her even more anxious. "No, Your Highness." The maid's voice trembled, on the verge of tears. She was terrified. The cruelty and capriciousness of the celestial dragons were notorious, and though he appeared merely as a 3-year-old child, she was still afraid. "What is your name?" Yang Qing inquired calmly, standing up. Alice," she stammered. "It seems you are quite afraid of me." Yang Qing extended his hand, stood on tiptoe to accept the tray, and then picked up the fork and spoon, ready to eat, but then he frowned again. "Do you have chopsticks?" "Chopsticks?" Alice was taken aback, completely bewildered by Yang Qing's request. He shook his head, then proceeded to awkwardly tackle the breakfast with the fork and spoon. Throughout this process, Alice stood rigidly behind him, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her heart racing. Today was her first day serving a celestial dragon, and she was uncertain what fate awaited her. She had heard tales of her friends who had served celestial dragons. The mildest punishment could be a beating, while the severest might lead to never seeing the sun again. The thought sent shivers down her spine. "Are you truly afraid of me?" Yang Qing queried, and then answered himself, "Indeed, you fear me because I am a celestial dragon, born to stand above you all, am I not?" Alice's fear escalated, tears welling in her eyes. What would the cruel celestial dragon do to her, even if he was just a child? "This world is sick." After pondering for a moment, Yang Qing spoke gravely. Then he stood and walked out the door. Alice, her head lowered, did not see him leave until she felt the silence beside her and cautiously looked up, realizing he had already distanced himself, prompting her to hurriedly follow. "The servants who attend to me each day are never the same. I must ask their names repeatedly. How tiresome." Yang Qing lamented in the garden. "Since you fear me so, then you shall attend to me every day from now on." Alice's body jolted, stunned into silence. A mischievous grin spread across Yang Qing's youthful face as he added, Remember, if I find the least bit of dissatisfaction, I shall have you executed." Alice burst into tears, frightened beyond measure. Yang Qing's parents were quintessential celestial dragons, adorned with grandiose bubbles atop their heads, exuding an air of superiority as they strode through the world, arrogant to the extreme. After finishing breakfast and greeting his parents, Yang Qing departed. He held little regard for them, preferring instead his younger brother. His brother, a handsome lad with the same black hair and bright eyes, was only 2 years old and still innocent, always grinning foolishly when he saw Yang Qing. "Ha, Jess, you look so foolish," Yang Qing teased, pinching his brother's cheek, filled with mirth. "Oh, whoa, whoa." 2-year-old Jess could hardly speak, merely giggling in delight at the sight of Yang Qing. "See? I told you that Bubblehead was dim-witted. Don't you feel much better now that it's gone?" Yang Qing continued to amuse Jess, his face beaming with joy. "Ah, yeah. Jess waved his tiny hands and nodded eagerly, fully agreeing with his older brother's words. Alice stood behind Yang Qing, her curiosity piqued. Was this how celestial dragons behaved? They didn't seem all that terrifying after all. The morning swiftly passed, and after enjoying the lunch brought by Alice, Yang Qing waved her away, choosing to remain alone in his room. As Alice exited the celestial dragon palace, she remained in a daze. She had walked out unscathed, without a beating or reprimand, and was now tasked with caring for the 3-year-old child. She returned home in a state of bewilderment, remaining dazed throughout the day. Innate Qigong. Yang Qing closed his eyes, delving deep within. This was a supreme internal cultivation technique from Taoism, ideally suited for foundational training. His transmigration had indeed brought him a Buna game system known as Swordmaster. This was a game filled with martial arts, brimming with various martial arts techniques that excited Yang Qing at a mere glance. Although compared to the world he inhabited, where beings could effortlessly annihilate entire realms, the martial arts within the game seemed somewhat lacking. Yet, as the saying goes, every Chinese person harbors a dream of martial arts. Lightness skills, martial arts, internal power each is what I desire. Everyone wishes to be powerful, it merely depends on whether fate grants you the opportunity. Innate Qigong was an internal cultivation technique provided at the start of the game to lay a solid foundation. And aside from that, the game system shop contained a vast array of martial arts manuals. For 3 years, Yang Qing had diligently practiced this technique since birth while he had achieved some progress. Martial arts cultivation inherently relied on the accumulation of time. He was still in the early stages, having only just begun. Today, however, he felt a surge of excitement. 3 years of accumulation, 3 whole years. I have not spent a single copper coin or a tael of silver, all for this moment. Yang Qing accessed the system shop interface, where countless sword techniques shimmered with brilliance, and figures illustrated the profound and mysterious nature of the sword arts, leaving him dazzled. Yet, he did not linger, instead flipping through the options. Finally, he came to a halt. There, a slender tome lay quietly, its cover adorned with 4 ancient characters that glimmered with an ethereal light, emanating a sharp and profound aura. Xiao Li Fei Dao. Indeed, this was the martial arts manual Yang Qing had long awaited for 3 years, having spent 12 taels of silver, accumulating countless nights of fatigue while grinding through tasks, all for this moment. Xiao Li Fei Dao never misses its mark a single strike, never leaving a living witness the most potent sword technique. Yang Qing trembled as he opened the manual of the most formidable blade technique. Ding! Congratulations on mastering the unparalleled martial art, Xiao Li Fei Dao. This was a moment of pure joy, one where he felt like leaping with excitement. Yet he ultimately restrained himself. His identity had changed with a world noble, and could not afford to appear so unrefined. Finally, he left the room and found his 2-year-old brother, playfully pinching little Jess' cheeks for the entire afternoon. When he departed, Yang Qing wore a broad smile, while little Jess cried inconsolably, his wails echoing mournfully. Little Li's flying knife, as long as I persist in my practice, I shall inevitably reach the pinnacle of mastery. I have merely scratched the surface, achieving a modicum of success. The 5 realms of martial arts, profound skill, transcendent mastery, and ultimate perfection are still far beyond my grasp. As night fell, Yangqing sat in the courtyard, gazing up at the star-studded sky that formed a resplendent ribbon of light, contemplating his future. Arriving in this world, devoid of friends, prospects, or purpose, he felt utterly bewildered. The only source of intrigue was the game system that had been bestowed upon him. In this place, I have everything at my disposal. I need not worry about sustenance or shelter, living a life akin to that of an emperor, wielding immense power. Yet why does it feel so empty? It lacks any semblance of meaning? Abruptly shifting his position, he reclined on the lawn, staring at the twinkling stars, recalling the discussions among adults in the newspapers during the day about a certain individual. Gold. Roger, the Pirate King. He seems quite fascinating. He reminisced about his previous life. In those youthful days when he was fervently enamored with the Pirate King, captivated by the themes of friendship and dreams woven throughout the narrative. He had shed tears and felt deeply moved. However, as he transitioned into society, he became a mere shell of his former self, consumed by the relentless grind of existence, drowning in the harshness of reality and forgetting his dreams. Dreams feel so distant. He extended his hand, reaching toward the vast expanse of stars. What indeed is my dream? I seem to have forgotten. P.S. Please show your support with collections, flowers, and rewards. Human beings are inherently free, and their dreams embody that freedom. Dreams and fervor are the very essence of this world for the sake of their dreams. Individuals are willing to sacrifice everything, boldly confronting the perils of the unknown. Living in his former life, Yangqing's soul had been eroded by the numbness of existence, causing him to forget his aspirations. Yet, beneath this boundless sky, akin to an ocean of freedom, a certain impulse deep within him began to surge uncontrollably, growing ever stronger. After experiencing her initial trepidation on the first day, Alice, who now tended to Yangqing, found her fear dissipating, replaced instead by curiosity. When curiosity arises, one seeks understanding. As she delved deeper, she gradually discerned the distinctiveness of this celestial being. Firstly, he possessed remarkable intelligence despite his mere 3-year-old form. His understanding surpassed her own. Secondly, he differed significantly from other celestial beings. He bore no peculiar bubble atop his head, nor did he exhibit the innate arrogance characteristic of his kind. Finally, through her observations, it became evident that this celestial being was, indeed, a good person. Yes, a good person. While the term may seem commonplace for common folk, its application to a celestial being is astonishing. Celestial beings, who inherently stand atop the world hierarchy, possess power beyond compare. They seem to have everything, making it inconceivable to fathom what further aspirations they might hold. Thus, they often behave with arrogance and engage in villainy without restraint. Alice, do you have dreams? 2 months had passed since Alice entered the palace of the celestial beings, and her initial fear had waned, transforming into a fondness for her role. It was on this day that Yangqing posed the question. Dreams? Alice hesitated, then blushed slightly. My dream is simply to find a suitable husband and marry. Oh, Yangqing regarded Alice thoughtfully. You are 18 now. In a couple of years, you will reach the age for marriage. Shaking his head, Yangqing retreated indoors. Each day, he observed the newspapers, which consistently reported on the world government's and Navy's scrutiny of pirate activities. For instance, the whereabouts of Pirate King Roger and his actions, as well as those of Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, were frequently highlighted. Through the vivid accounts depicted in the newspapers, he envisioned a magnificent ocean, teeming with ships bravely navigating the tumultuous waters, the joyous laughter of crew members, and the sounds of celebratory toasts echoing across the waves. Is not yet time. Undoubtedly, Yangqing felt a burgeoning curiosity about the outside world, yet he was still too young, and his identity was inherently sensitive. Celestial beings are the pinnacle of power, yet they possess no strength, no means to protect themselves. Over the past 3 years, Yangqing had observed clearly that they were merely caged canaries. Lacking power and the ability to defend themselves, they could only remain here, at least for the time being. I must venture out and see for myself. Although he was uncertain of his purpose in this world, the desire to explore had taken root within him. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had elapsed. The once infant Jace had matured into a young child, with bright eyes and flowing black hair, appearing both refreshing and astute. Brother, take me out to play. I'm so bored all alone." Dressed in a colorful denim outfit, young Jace dashed over, his voice ringing out, accompanied by a cadre of black-suited guards wearing hats trailing behind him. Oh. At this moment, young Qing reclined on a chair, engrossed in a book, while the enchanting Alice stood behind him. Unlike Jace, young Qing was unaccompanied by guards, save for Alice. However, both brothers shared the peculiar absence of that odd bubble atop their heads. "Where do you wish to go? What do you desire to play?" Young Qing inquired with genuine interest. It had been quite some time since his younger brother sought him out, and today he appeared with an unusual eagerness. "I want to go outside." Jace suddenly dashed over, his voice a mere whisper as he leaned close to young Qing's ear. "Outside?" Young Qing furrowed his brow. "What do you intend to do out there?" Brother, please take me. I want to see." Jace tugged at young Qing's hand, beginning to indulge in a playful pout. With a sigh of resignation, young Qing nodded, handing his book to Alice before stepping forward. "Stay close to your brother, and keep it a secret. Don't tell father or mother." "Understood, brother," Jace exclaimed joyfully. Thus, the small group quietly exited the palace of the Tianlong people. Since young Qing arrived in this world, although not entirely isolated, he had little interaction with the outside realm. He seldom ventured onto the streets, as his every need was attended to by others. His brother, Charles, mentioned that new slaves would arrive today. As they exited the palace, Jess excitedly whispered to young Qing. "Oh, slaves?" Young Qing's eyes narrowed, an oppressive aura emanating from his being. 2 years of cultivation had significantly strengthened both his spirit and vitality. He distinctly felt Alice behind him tremble, her expression shifting. Who was Charles? The smile on young Qing's face vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. "See, Charles is a friend I recently made." "What is it, brother?" Jess stammered, fear evident in his tone, as he held great respect and obedience towards his brother. "Did he inform you about the slaves?" Young Qing inquired. "Yes. He said the Tianlong people are the world's aristocrats and can purchase obedient slaves for our amusement," Jess replied, gauging young Qing's expression. Young Qing let out a cold laugh, fixing his gaze on Jess's face. "Remember this, Jess. You are never to buy slaves or engage in actions that cause harm to others." Jess nodded solemnly. "Take me to Charles. I am curious to see these so-called slaves." Young Qing strode forward, with Jess anxiously following close behind. It was evident to him that his brother was enraged. All individuals are equal. No one is inherently superior to another. Jess, keep this lesson in mind. Along the way, young Qing gently reiterated this sentiment, causing the nearby servants to exchange glances, their expression shifting as they regarded the Tianlong youth with newfound respect. The Tianlong people were deemed naturally superior, descendants of the 20 kings who created the world, inheritors of the Creator, destined to wield control over all. Yet, from the lips of this relatively young master came a message that diverged from the norm. All individuals are equal. Such an astonishing declaration from a Tianlong individual left the guards and servants in shock, their gazes towards young Qing infused with wonder, admiration, and disbelief. They sensed an undeniable difference in him, characterized by a noble aura, a quality of benevolence. A thought suddenly arose within them. This Tianlong individual might one day alter the course of the world, simply because he voiced a perspective that defied the prevailing norms of his era. As they proceeded, young Qing and his companions were swiftly recognized, causing the common folk to pale and hastily kneel, trembling in fear, not daring to raise their heads. "Brother, why are they kneeling?" the naive Jess asked young Qing. A flicker crossed young Qing's countenance, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Remember this, they are not obligated to kneel. You must never demand such subservience from others." "Yes, I understand, elder brother," Jace affirmed. Spotting a commoner by the roadside, he tilted his head in contemplation, then broke into a radiant smile. He dashed towards the commoners, and amidst their startled gazes, he assisted an elderly man to his feet. "Grandfather, rise quickly. My brother says you need not kneel." "Ah, no." The elder, however, recoiled in terror, collapsing to the ground, leaving Jace utterly bewildered. "Jace, come here," young Qing beckoned. "Pay it no mind. Your brother will take you to enjoy yourself." Yes. Jace nodded gleefully, the previous scene instantly forgotten. Soon, the entourage departed, heading towards the slave trading post. "Elder brother, I noticed the old man was very afraid of me," Jace remarked with a hint of melancholy. "I am aware," young Qing responded with a gentle smile. As expected of elder brother, knowing all, Jace gazed at young Qing with adoration, his elder brother being the most formidable figure in his eyes. "Haha," young Qing chuckled, patting his younger brother, who was shorter than him. "They fear you. Simply reassure them that they need not be afraid. Remember, befriend those who treat you kindly." "Yes, I understand, elder brother," Jace exclaimed loudly. By this juncture, the guards flanking young Qing regarded the two brothers with a touch of warmth, a stark contrast to their usual icy, lifeless demeanor. These were two celestial dragons of a different ilk. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the slave trading market. Just then, a group of men clad in black approached from the opposite direction, led by a celestial dragon, none other than Charlos Saint, who was engrossed in blowing bubbles from his mucus. Elder brother, that is Charlos, Jace announced loudly. Oh, young Qing narrowed his eyes, a sense of revulsion washing over him as he observed the chubby figure engrossed in his nasal secretions. So, you are the one intending to take my brother to purchase slaves. Ah, are you Jace Saint's brother? Slaves are quite amusing. Look, wouldn't you like one as well? Charlos deliberately brandished the rope in his hand, at the end of which a collared slave crawled along, trembling. He looked so pitiful, Jace remarked with sympathy. For reasons unknown. Your presence irritates me. Endangering yourself is one thing, but corrupting my brother is another, Yang Qing retorted coldly. He strode forward, positioning himself before Charlos, towering over the ladder. He gazed down upon him. You truly deserve a beating. Smack. A resounding slap echoed, instantly causing Charlos's chubby face to swell. Charlos, initially stunned by the blow, then overwhelmed by the searing pain in his cheek, burst into tears of fear and fled towards his home. Jace, standing behind, watched Yang Qing with fervent admiration, his eyes gleaming with adoration. Was his bubble rather silly? Yang Qing asked with a smile, noticing Jace's expression. Yes, Jace exclaimed loudly. Haha. Subsequently, Yang Qing and his entourage entered the slave trading post. As they entered, a clamor erupted around them. A celestial dragon has been struck. This is a grave matter. The Navy will soon arrive. We must flee. That dark-haired child has stirred up trouble. He is doomed. Some witnessed Navy personnel rushing to report the incident, certain that a large contingent of the Navy would soon arrive and encircle the area. The slave trading market was vast, with an astonishing number of chairs densely packed together. A strict hierarchy prevailed, with the front rows sparsely occupied, while the rear seats were densely filled. The atmosphere was noisy and lively. How lively! There are so many people. Jace exclaimed with excitement, seeing so many people for the first time. With a gentle smile and nod, Yang Qing signaled for the group of guards to escort the two brothers to the vanguard. Yang Qing approached the front row, casting a glance around and noticing that many eyes were upon her. She then observed that several individuals in the front row were adorned with bubbles. Realizing that this was what one referred to as privilege, only the celestial beings could occupy such seats. Sit. Yang Qing, Alice, and Jess settled down. Due to Jess's tender age, Alice cradled him as she sat beside Yang Qing. Jess felt no discomfort. Rather, his entourage gasped audibly, their eyes hidden behind dark glasses shifting with intensity. The esteemed young Master Jess was being held. How astonishing that a commoner could occupy a seat designated for the nobility of the world. Behind Yang Qing and the others, a throng of curious gazes converged upon the pair. Who were these children daring to occupy the seat of the celestial beings? Could it be that they too belonged to the celestial lineage? Which family were they from, and why were they not accompanied by their usual attendants? A few celestial individuals nearby cast a fleeting glance at the siblings before averting their eyes, closing them in silence, clearly having recognized them. Shortly thereafter, the auction commenced. The host, clad in a jester's attire with a comically oversized red nose and a top hat, presented a ludicrous sight, prompting Jess to burst into hearty laughter. Yang Qing's countenance mirrored her brother's joy, a gentle smile gracing her face, a testament to the unadulterated mirth of childhood. The MC, his gaze drawn to the two children in the front row, momentarily faltered, but his impeccable composure swiftly returned as he commenced the introduction of the auction items. Greetings, esteemed guests. As with our previous assembly, we present a diverse array of slaves for your consideration. However, unlike the last occasion, we have in our possession a particularly valuable individual, a pirate, still in his youth, yet astonishingly, bearing a bounty of no less than 50 million. Upon hearing these words, Yang Qing exhibited little reaction, yet he astutely observed the nobles behind him, their eyes suddenly alight with excitement. Furthermore, the Paisida or assistance of this auction was a devil fruit. It is said to be the most powerful of its kind. Consuming it grants one the strength of a deity. Below, amidst the crowd, another wave of eager gazes illuminated the room. The devil fruit, a hidden treasure of the sea, bestows immense power upon its consumer. For humanity, the pursuit of strength is an eternal aspiration. Everyone yearns for extraordinary abilities. The devil fruit undeniably represents a shortcut to such power. Yang Qing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He was genuinely eager to delve into the mysteries of the devil fruits and to discern the kind of power they could bestow. Among the three categories, natural, Zoan, and Paramecia, the natural type was deemed the most formidable. Anyone who consumed a natural-type devil fruit would almost instantaneously gain immense strength. The auction commenced soon after, with slaves being paraded and subsequently acquired by the aristocrats below. Yang Qing remained indifferent, while Jess, upon realizing that these so-called slaves were merely unfortunate souls, grew disheartened and fell into a sullen mood. Next, the auction reached its zenith. The youngest bounty pirate in history, the Phantom Dilance, with a staggering bounty of 50 million, was introduced. He was a wielder of a devil fruit power and held the record for the highest bounty for a pirate at his age. Remarkably, he was merely 10 years old. The host exclaimed with fervor as he made the announcement. A boy shackled in chains and wearing a collar was brought forth. His cheeks were grimy, his hair unkempt, and his clothes tattered, presenting a woeful sight. Yet, Yang Qing noticed the boy's eyes. They shone brightly with tenacity and hope. Fascinating. Yang Qing mused, feeling an unexpected interest in the boy. However, it was evident that disappointment flickered in the eyes of those present. They had anticipated a powerful slave but were confronted with a mere child. Their intent in the pristine voice of Yang Qing resonated, momentarily quieting the entire assembly. Unexpectedly, a celestial dragon was making a bid. Even the composed young man displayed a hint of surprise. No further offers were made, as no one dared to compete with a celestial dragon, given the dire consequences. Well then, this slave belongs to this esteemed lord, the host announced, wiping perspiration from his brow. Unable to offend a celestial dragon, he swiftly brought down the gavel, sealing Dylan's fate. Some nobles in the audience displayed resentment, but relented after glancing at Yang Qing. Celestial dragons were not to be trifled with. Dylan's was promptly escorted away, succeeded by a succession of slaves put up for auction. The atmosphere grew increasingly fervent, as if the nobles were releasing their pent-up inhibitions, vying for the slaves with flushed faces, driving the event to a fever pitch. A band of imbeciles, Yang Qing sneered, closing his eyes in anticipation of the final, show-stopping item. He eagerly awaited the devil fruit, the fabled treasure that promised enhanced strength upon consumption. Who wouldn't desire such a thing? Soon, the auction neared its conclusion. When a scarlet brocade box was presented in the host's hands, a hush fell over the crowd. A devil fruit. The ocean's treasure, it truly exists. I wonder what type it is. Could it be a Logia? Excited murmurs filled the air, eyes gleaming with anticipation. The atmosphere transformed as those who had been feigning disinterest now opened their eyes, their gazes filled with fervor. The ocean's treasure. The devil fruit. The source of power. Yes. As you've all been anticipating, we now present the piece de resistance of this auction. The host proclaimed, his voice filled with fervor, visibly trembling with excitement. The devil fruit, granting you godlike power, dominion over the Grand Line, and the path to becoming a formidable warrior. With a flourish, he opened the box, revealing the fruit to the audience. The venue was plunged into darkness, with a single spotlight illuminating the devil fruit. It was a wondrous fruit, capable of captivating the minds and stirring the passions of all who beheld it. Its golden exterior shimmered with radiant light, both dazzling and alluring. A golden devil fruit. Its shape indicates it's a paramecia, a pity, not a logia. As expected, logia fruits are typically held by the most powerful individuals, unlikely to appear at an auction. Only a paramecia, alas. All eyes were fixated on the mystical fruit. Some scrutinized it, attempting to identify it, only to be disappointed upon discovering its absence in the devil fruit compendium. An unidentified fruit, of little value. Since their emergence, devil fruits have been extensively documented. Potent and valuable fruits have been collected and cataloged in the devil fruit compendium for easy identification. Only those deemed useless or insignificant are excluded. It was apparent that the vibrant devil fruit before them likely possessed abilities that were less impressive than its appearance suggested. Such a beautiful fruit, brother, just exclaimed, gazing at the golden devil fruit with delight. Indeed, it is beautiful. Your brother will acquire it for you, Yang Qing replied with a smile. Most attendees dismissed the devil fruit as worthless, their interest waning. However, a select few narrowed their eyes, their minds racing with shock. It is indeed the one. Resurfacing once again, legend speaks of a fruit that grants godlike power upon consumption. I must obtain it, regardless of the cost. Meanwhile, the celestial dragon seated near Yang Qing chuckled upon seeing the devil fruit. A devil fruit, it would make a fine reward for my servants. This is a potent devil fruit, a remarkable devil fruit. The seller claimed that consuming it would grant the user godlike power. Starting bid, 300 million. Let the auction commence. The host announced, his voice hoarse, yet filled with trepidation. A typical devil fruit would fetch around 100 million, but this one had a starting bid of 300 million. Who were they trying to deceive? As expected, his words were met with jeers. Selling an unlisted piece of junk for 300 million? Who do you think you're fooling? Who do you take me for? I am royalty, a noble. No, thank you, a worthless item. Yang Qing's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement as he observed the lively scene unfolding around him. He couldn't help but reflect on the advantages of being a celestial dragon. At least when it came to wealth, he had no cause for concern. 310 million. The first bid had emerged, made by a celestial dragon, a venerable elder seated beside Yang Qing. A hush fell over the crowd, with astonishment rippling through the audience. Typically, celestial dragons showed little interest in such matters. Their mere words could summon powerful figures, granting them the mightiest authority in the world, rendering personal strength unnecessary. What could this mean? Moreover, with a celestial dragon bidding, who would dare to counter? Who would risk incurring the wrath of one of their kind? A collective sigh echoed in the hearts of the onlookers. It seemed the fate of this devil fruit was all but sealed in favor of the celestial dragon. Yet, just as everyone resigned themselves to this conclusion, a voice rang out, calm and composed. 350 million. What? The crowd gasped in disbelief, unable to suppress their curiosity as they searched for the source of the voice. Yang Qing was equally taken aback, glancing inquisitively towards the back. In that moment, Even the celestial dragons seated in the front row turned their heads. An oppressive, strange atmosphere began to permeate the venue. Yang Qing could distinctly perceive the elderly Tianlong individual seated beside him, whose visage, shrouded in a bubble, rapidly transformed to a pallid hue as fury surged within him. How audacious it was for someone to defy a Tianlong, to oppose a decree issued by such an exalted being. This was an affront to the utmost authority in the world, a blatant disdain for the aristocracy. Such behavior was utterly intolerable. A stifling atmosphere enveloped the gathering. As every gaze fixated upon the shadowy figure that had uttered the challenge, cloaked in a dark robe. In that moment, he commanded attention. Eliminate him. A frigid glint flickered in the elderly Tianlong's eyes as he forcefully struck the golden cane he wielded, exuding an oppressive aura cultivated from years of residing in a position of power. Instantly, a contingent of individuals clad in black materialized with remarkable swiftness. As they advanced, they drew their firearms, directing the icy barrels toward the enigmatic figure cloaked in darkness. An eerie silence descended upon the assembly, the tension tightening around each heart. At last, the squad of black-clad agents closed in on the robed figure. Bang! Without hesitation, they squeezed the triggers, the cold barrels unleashing bullets imbued with lethal intent. Some, gripped by fear, shut their eyes, while a woman emitted a brief, terrified shriek. Only the Tianlong in the front row revealed a cruel smile. Relishing the prospect of retribution against one who dared to covet what belonged to the Tianlong, an act tantamount to courting death. Yet, the ensuing events surpassed the expectations of all present. The figure in the black robe remained unscathed. Not a single mark marred his body. He had deftly evaded the bullets. Yang Qing's pupils constricted sharply. It was astonishing that someone could move faster than a bullet. In a previous life, such a formidable individual would be utterly unimaginable. Immediately, under the gaze of the entire assembly, his black robe stirred, and he began to move. A streak of black light burst forth, resembling a demon from the depths of hell, brandishing its cruel claws to commence the harvest of lives. He approached a group of men clad in black, his robe fluttering, hands dancing wildly. Vivid crimson blood gushed forth, and the air was filled with the cacophony of anguished screams. The black-clad individuals were utterly powerless against the onslaught of the robed figure. Indeed, even after the first gunshot echoed, they scarcely had the time to pull the trigger before succumbing to his blade. Yang Qing observed with clarity, beneath the black robe, two icy glimmers emerged, revealing two long blades. As the figure in black moved, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth like an army charging into battle, engulfing his adversaries and instilling a paralyzing fear that made them tremble. After dispatching a squad of cloaked assailants, the figure sheathed his blades and proceeded with deliberate steps. With each measured stride, an eerie tranquility enveloped the surroundings, leaving all eyes fixated on his retreating silhouette. The expression of the elderly figure, known as Long, had turned ashes, for he keenly sensed that the black-robed man's target was none other than himself, advancing directly towards him. As the black-robed figure stood before Long, his palpable aura of hostility froze the atmosphere, rendering the auction house eerily silent, making even the act of breathing feel arduous. Witnessing the robed figure pass before him, Yang Qing perceived a miasma akin to a sanguinary sea. An intangible pressure threatened to overwhelm him, hindering his concentration. This was an apex predator, possessed of indomitable will. His blade, sated with the lifeblood of countless souls. A strange agitation stirred within Yang Qing's usually placid heart. Invigorated by the formidable martial prowess and steely resolve of this cloaked warrior, I stand before you, and in the ensuing moment, your head shall be severed. Do you believe it? From beneath the cowl, a voice, both steady and serene, resonated with palpable malice, bearing down upon all who stood before him. The onlookers were incredulous. Did this individual truly dare to slay a celestial dragon? To lay hands upon one of such exalted status? Even Yang Qing felt his muscles tense, while Jess, at his side, bit his lip, tears welling in his eyes, utterly subdued by the assassin's murderous intent. Could this person truly commit such a deed? Yang Qing was astonished, staring intently at the figure in the black robe. You, how dare you? The celestial being's eyes flickered with panic and fear. However, I am not here for you today, so rest assured, the figure in black continued, prompting a sigh of relief from the celestial being. Fair bidding shall prevail. The highest bidder shall prevail. Those who disrupt the rules must perish. The black-robed individual stated matter-of-factly. He had established the rules, and none in the audience dared to contest them. The celestial being, possessing the highest authority in the world, was now utterly subdued by the overwhelming power, silenced in fear. A profound light flashed in Yang Qing's eyes, as if he had come to a realization. Yet, who bestowed upon this feeble flock the audacity to act so arrogantly? Do they truly believe they possess everything? Amidst the astonished and fearful gazes of the crowd, the figure in black nonchalantly seated himself beside the celestial being and Yang Qing. An invisible pressure seemed to freeze the very space around Yang Qing. You are but caged birds, powerless and intangible, a pitiful bunch. After uttering these words, the black-robed figure fell silent. His tone was calm, yet Yang Qing discerned a hint of disdain. How could the celestial being be so utterly disdained? Had it ever been so? Yang Qing clenched his fists tightly, and in that moment, a myriad of realizations flashed through his mind. The Tianlong people are the descendants of the 20 kings. They have inherited the supreme rights of the 20 kings, yet with the passage of time, they have failed to inherit their unparalleled power. Perhaps this was a deliberate maneuver by the government, allowing them to wield authority without the ability to control strength. The disunity of power and strength has fragmented their overall capability. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the Tianlong people at this moment are utterly defenseless. Yet they have developed an arrogant disposition, believing themselves to be omnipotent. This is a rather dire predicament, for their annihilation would be exceedingly simple. The auction continued. The deep voice of the cloaked figure resonated through the dark fabric, and the host was drenched in sweat. Now, please continue to place your bids. The room fell into silence. A look of embarrassment and anger flickered across the faces of the Tianlong people. Yet they were genuinely terrified of being killed and dared not utter a word. 360 million. To everyone's astonishment, a voice rang out from the last row of the auction hall. It belonged to a composed gentleman wearing golden-rimmed glasses, accompanied by a warm smile that resembled a gentle spring breeze. Beside him sat 7 or 8 individuals, all exhibiting languid expressions. They were the glittering sea pirates. And the man with the golden glasses was none other than Captain Glittering Alex, with a bounty of 150 million. To their surprise, they had arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. Some recognized these individuals and gasped in astonishment. Yang Qing observed that the man in the black robe remained remarkably calm, showing no surprise at the escalating bids. 380 million. A new bidder, a plump man drenched in sweat, appeared visibly anxious as he wiped beads of perspiration from his brow. Yet, no one truly believed his nervousness indicated fear. The mere act of bidding in such circumstances demonstrated his audacity. 400 million. The black-robed figure intoned calmly, causing disappointment to flicker across the fat man's face as he shook his head. 430 million. The refined gentleman made his bid once more, initiating a serene yet exhilarating contest for the coveted devil fruit. Unexpectedly, a high-pitched, youthful voice pierced the silence, declaring, "I bid 600 million. This devil fruit is mine." The room fell into a hush as eyes darted around, ultimately settling on the front row of the auction house. As the gazes converged, an air of astonishment washed over the crowd. A child? The bid had come from a mere 5-year-old, an unfathomable notion. What could a child possibly comprehend about the significance of the devil fruit? Their incredulity mingled with a strange fascination, for the bidder was, after all, a celestial dragon. The elderly celestial dragon, who had been seething with indignation, froze in disbelief. However, amidst the scrutiny of those present, Yang Qing remained expressionless. Only his younger brother sensed the tremor in his grip, his palm slick with perspiration. He was undeniably tense. How could he not be? The moment Yang Qing uttered his bid, he felt the weight of 7 or 8 formidable wills locking onto him, nearly overwhelming him with their intensity, almost rendering him unconscious. Fortunately, the cultivation of his vital energy over the years provided him some relief. Yet, he could not forget the presence of the man beside him. As soon as Yang Qing spoke, the black-robed figure unleashed a palpable aura of deadly intent that bore down upon him, nearly incapacitating him. He could acutely sense the unmasked malevolence emanating from the black-robed man. Would he be killed? The prospect of vying for survival amidst such predatory figures was terrifying. An intriguing celestial dragon. The golden-haired Alik raised his hand to adjust his glasses before turning to leave, heading toward the exit of the auction. "Captain, why are you leaving? Don't you want the devil fruit?" The enigmatic fruit with unknown powers was insignificant compared to the urgency of their departure. The navy was approaching. Alik waved dismissively and strode away. 7 or 8 individuals seated in the back exchanged glances, hastening to follow him. "Oh, Alik and the others are leaving. What just happened?" The plump man, still wiping sweat from his brow, wore a puzzled expression. However, he quickly lapsed into silence, and soon the entire room seemed to forget his presence. "Do you desire this fruit?" A voice laced with malice emerged from beneath the black robe, directed at Yang Qing. In a daze, Yang Qing seemed to hear the metallic clash of blades, pushing him to the brink of despair. "Fair bidding, as you stated." Yang Qing gritted his teeth and replied fiercely. "Ah, I dictate the rules I have established. I hold the power. If I were to slay you now, the fruit would still belong to me." The black-robed figure retorted with contempt. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, a profound sense of impending danger enveloping him. With a subtle movement of his concealed right hand, an ancient and diminutive flying dagger materialized, glimmering with a dim, eerie light. "Let us see what unfolds," he thought. As the dagger graced his palm, Yang Qing underwent a remarkable transformation. His spirit, energy, and essence converged with unparalleled focus, coalescing into a resplendent blade intent that radiated a vivid brilliance, exuding both sanguine and luminous energy in a wild display. "Oh, this is intriguing," the cloaked figure mused, his earlier disdain dissipating into a faint smile. Though a hint of astonishment flickered within him, he sensed an unexpected threat emanating from this seemingly insignificant youth. How is this possible? Does he possess some formidable power? "Fair bidding is to be honored, as I have declared," the figure finally retorted with a cold snort. 650 million. This fruit shall be mine." The black-robed man spoke with an air of indifference. Competing with the Tianlong clan in financial strength? How amusing. Yang Qing chuckled, feeling the oppressive weight that had shrouded him lift. With a tremor of his right hand, the small dagger vanished from sight. 700 million. The black-robed man's expression darkened slightly. Yet he pressed on with his bid. 730 million. At that moment, the atmosphere within the auction hall shifted dramatically. What an absurdity. The price of a single fruit had soared to such staggering heights, it was utterly beyond belief. 750 million. Yang Qing continued to smile. For the celestial beings, wealth merely represented a series of numbers. Although his pocket money was limited, he remained utterly unconcerned about financial insufficiency. 800 million. The figure was nearly a howl from the cloaked figure, whose financial resources were dwindling. Yang Qing squinted his eyes. Although he no longer had Bailey, he remained unperturbed. His lips moved as he transmitted a message to the elder of the Tianlong clan next door. The technique of transmitting one's vital energy was rather rudimentary. Though not entirely adept, he had managed to grasp it with some difficulty. Hey, old man, lend me some money so that I may secure this devil fruit. You must understand, this is no ordinary bidding. It pertains to the dignity of our Tianlong clan. If word gets out that today, the Tianlong clan was subdued by an unknown figure in a black robe, it would undoubtedly lead to a great mockery. If you agree, simply nod. If not, remain still. After sending the message, Yang Qing patiently awaited the elder's response, confident that he would acquiesce. However, he was taken aback to see the elder hesitating. Damn it. I underestimated this old man's fears. He has indeed been intimidated by the black-robed figure. What a troublesome situation. Fortunately, after a tumultuous internal struggle, the elder of the Tianlong clan finally nodded, his face flushed with determination. Young man, channel my wrath into battle and crush this scoundrel. All my riches are yours. After reaching a decision, the elder roared within his heart. 1 billion. You may leave now. This devil fruit shall be mine. Yang Qing spoke softly, bringing an eerie silence over the crowd, akin to a gentle whirlwind that gradually intensified, sweeping through the assembly and rendering every individual as immovable as stone sculptures. Mouths agape in disbelief. 1 billion. Such a sum is no mere trifling matter. It is a fortune of unparalleled magnitude. The cloaked figure's lips quivered, an overwhelming fury surging within him, for he found himself outmatched in wealth by a mere child of 5, utterly powerless. What a ludicrous situation. A murderous intent. A savage desire to kill enveloped Yang Qing, causing his countenance to shift dramatically. I shall end your life. Beneath the dark robe, 2 chilling glimmers of cold light flickered ominously. The long blade slowly began to emerge from its sheath. The invisible pressure and the ferocity of the impending threat bore down upon Yang Qing. Under the weight of this mingled aura of malevolence and tension, he felt as though he were but a fragile boat adrift in a tempest, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Such power. It is astonishingly formidable. Yang Qing was utterly astonished, profoundly shaken by the formidable strength of the figure clad in black robes. Throughout his life, spent within the palatial confines of the Tianlong people, he had never conceived, nor witnessed, a force of such magnitude and willpower. In that moment, he was abruptly reminded of the majestic figures he had seen in anime during his previous life, their bodies imbued with unimaginable power. The very earth trembled and the heavens seemed to rend asunder. Could humanity's strength truly reach such heights? At this juncture, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed, accompanied by shouts from outside. Hurry, surround the auction house, and protect the esteemed Tianlong dignitaries. To think someone would dare to harm a Tianlong, such an offense is unforgivable. Such fiends must be met with capital punishment. The black-robed figure's cloak fluttered as he sheathed 2 long blades. Yang Qing could sense 2 icy, penetrating gazes beneath the black fabric, their murderous intent unmistakably evident. Just then, the host, in a state of panic, pressed a button, and a curtain swiftly descended, obscuring the vision of all present. Curse be this. The voice of the black-robed figure resonated, laced with bitterness. Almost immediately, he vanished from sight, disappearing from Yang Qing's view in the blink of an eye. Phew. Yang Qing felt weakened, almost overwhelmed. The pressure was unimaginable. Suddenly, the doors of the auction house swung open, flooding the dim interior with light. The crowd turned to see a line of naval officers, standing rigidly with their rifles, their expressions serious and their military bearing impeccable. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the venue as a distinct crunch echoed. A commanding voice emerged at the entrance, and behind him, a white cloak billowed in the air, inscribed with the stark word justice, dazzling the onlookers. The formidable presence of this individual rendered the crowd motionless, exuding the aura of a true powerhouse. With a decisive crunch, he bit down on his food and strode forward, his white cloak flowing like the waves of the ocean. Navy, quickly, seize the pirates and eliminate them. The celestial dragon, now fully enraged, slammed his cane down onto the ground with force. Yang Qing cast a fleeting glance at him, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet he uttered not a word. The approaching navy, oblivious to the demands of the celestial dragon, continued to munch on their food, advancing step by step with unwavering focus, their gaze fixed ahead without a blink. As they drew nearer, Yang Qing scrutinized the individual before him. He was a robust navy officer, standing tall like a towering tree, his face marked by a serious expression and a square jaw adorned with unkempt stubble. At that moment, he was chewing on a donut, the crisp sound resonating in the atmosphere. Oh, 356 donuts. I've surpassed my record from yesterday, haha. Admiral, Hurry and capture those pirates threatening me. They're about to escape. The celestial dragon exclaimed furiously, stepping forward to address the Navy officer. Pirates, you say? The Admiral seemed to awaken to the situation. Realizing the presence of pirates, he scanned the auction hall, a look of distress crossing his face. I can't find them. What should I do? I have a plan, he muttered to himself, then gazed around the room before gently closing his eyes. In the next instant, to the astonishment of Yang Qing and the onlookers, he abruptly opened his eyes. A hum resonated as if an ancient beast had awakened from a long slumber, unleashing a torrent of rage and exhilaration. An overwhelming aura surged through the venue like a tempest, a boundless willpower akin to the sun's flames. So intense it was almost unbearable. This was an air of unparalleled dominance. Those with fragile wills fell unconscious under its pressure, while even the stout-hearted staggered, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Conqueror's Haki, the supreme will. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Yang Qing realized, astonished, and at that moment, he recognized the familiar figure before him. Hero Admiral, Garp. At that instant, Garp appeared remarkably youthful, his hair dark and his physique robust, exuding a steadiness akin to Mount Tai, every movement radiating formidable tension. Observing the fallen individuals around him, including the sprawled celestial dragons, Garp scratched his head in exasperation. Oh no, I didn't T-gauge the force properly. Well, let us identify the pirates and take them to prison. With a wave of his hand, a team of Navy officers rushed in, commencing a thorough search of the area. Witnessing the scene in the auction hall, the newly arrived Navy personnel were astonished. Their gazes toward Garp filled with admiration and reverence. The legendary Garp was indeed extraordinarily powerful. They had merely cast a glance and already discovered numerous pirates within the auction hall, each with a bounty not less than 30 million. When Yang Qing awoke once more, he found himself back in his bedroom. His safety was assured, his status as a celestial dragon granting him an extraordinary privilege. Following this incident, his life seemed to return to its usual tranquility, yet only Yang Qing knew that within him, tumultuous waves surged, refusing to subside. The figure in the black cloak, the golden glinting acrylic, and the hero Admiral, Garp, lying on the soft grass, gazing up at the starry sky, the brilliance in Yang Qing's eyes flickered with countless thoughts. The actions of these individuals replayed in his mind, each detail vivid. The murderous intent of the cloaked figure wielding dual blades, the decisive clarity of the acrylic. And most strikingly, Garp. In that fleeting moment of opening and closing his eyes, he resembled a sovereign capable of tearing the heavens asunder, with a mere glance. He silenced the entire assembly through sheer mental prowess and will. What a terrifying individual, nearly godlike in strength. Can a person truly possess such power? Yang Qing felt an unrest within his heart. In his previous life, he had not encountered such perverse humanity. His knowledge had been gleaned from animated films or novels. Yet witnessing it in the flesh was an entirely different sensation. It was a profoundly shocking visual experience, especially after having lived through it himself, stirring tumultuous emotions within him. Dreams. Power. Yang Qing extended his palm, enveloping the vast expanse of the starry sky. His eyes shimmered with brilliance, a tempest of fervor surging within him. As the blood coursed through his veins like the mighty Yangtze and Yellow rivers, his ardor boiled, and dreams seemed to take root and flourish within his very being. On the following day, 2 items he had acquired at the auction were delivered to his courtyard. The first was a ragged child, his eyes sparkling like the stars. It was said that he had consumed the devil fruit, bestowing upon him formidable powers, with a bounty of a staggering 50 million. Even more astonishing was the fact that he was merely 10 years old. A prodigious talent, indeed, yet somehow he had fallen into captivity. How astonishing it is that the people of this world remain oblivious to the essence of true talent. Such strength at such a tender age clearly marks him as an extraordinary genius. Yang Qing's eyes sparkled with admiration. The courtyard was vast, spanning 500 to 600 square meters, yet it felt quite desolate. Aside from the trees and flowers, it was merely Yang Qing's room and himself inhabiting the space. At this moment, however, another presence graced the surroundings. The ethereal Dylan, a legendary youth of enigmatic origins, eluded all attempts to uncover his true identity. Much like his elusive trace, he appeared and vanished like a wraith, shrouded in obscurity, traversing the shadows both day and night, remaining undetected by the untrained eye. A formidable force, he rarely unleashed his power, yet his hands were stained with blood. He transcended the dichotomy of good and evil, indifferent to morality, for he would slay both the virtuous and the wicked alike. In his gaze, there lingered an innocence reminiscent of childhood. To him, those who treated him kindly were virtuous, while those who did not were deemed malevolent. Yang Qing was not privy to all the information about the child before him. Although he appeared younger in Yang Qing's eyes, he was merely a child. After a period of silent contemplation, Yang Qing broke the silence. His inquiry was both ordinary and peculiar. Do you have a dream? If so, what is it? A flicker of light danced in Dylan's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Yang Qing, yet he remained silent. Which do you desire more? Survival or freedom? Yang Qing pressed on, but the boy still chose not to respond. What do you think of the dream of becoming the strongest in the world? A soft chuckle escaped Dylan's lips, accompanied by a hint of disdain in his eyes. As the narrative unfolds, I find myself yearning to express something different. What is it? Is it dreams? Freedom? Passion? No, what I truly wish to convey is the bond of brotherhood. Anticipate the forthcoming chapters, my brothers. And do not forget to cast your votes and save this tale. In this world, who lacks a dream? The first question was answered, followed by the second. Freedom is more important than mere survival. What is the meaning of life if I am to exist within a cage? Finally, the third inquiry was posed. The strongest in the world? Are you jesting? Do you think you are the pirate king? Dylan succinctly answered Yang Qing's questions. Devoid of the fear and trepidation that one might typically exhibit in the presence of a celestial dragon, his eyes brimmed with audacity. He had initially assumed that this celestial dragon, even younger than himself, was merely indulging in idle banter. Little did he know that Yang Qing's words would provoke deep reflection, leaving Dylan astonished. Who exactly is this child? A celestial dragon? He certainly does not possess that foolish bubble atop his head. After a brief moment, Yang Qing lifted his gaze. Indeed, what is a person without dreams, if not akin to a salted fish? To live is to be unrestrained. What significance exists when one is ensnared in cages and bubbles? As for being the strongest in the world, if one must dream, why not aspire to the grandest and most formidable of ambitions? He suddenly fixed his gaze intently on Dylan and, amidst the latter's astonished expression, threw him a set of keys. I am a celestial dragon, yet I aspire to claim the throne of the world's strongest. Will you assist me? His tone was casual, yet the confidence and grandeur within it reverberated deeply within Dylan's soul, rendering him momentarily stunned. He did not even realize that the key in his hand was the key to his own freedom. Your dream is to be the strongest in the world? Dylan finally managed to utter, still in disbelief. Yes, to be the strongest and hold dominion over the world, Yang Qing declared, extending his palm before clenching it tightly. Should I call you captain? Dylan inquired, his gaze filled with complexity. A seed of doubt sprouted within him. How could a sane individual harbor such an unattainable dream? To be the strongest? To control the entire world? Is that even feasible? Even a deity would not dare to claim such dominion. Yet, why did his heart race so fervently at the declaration of this child's dream? Why did his blood surge with excitement as he quietly unfastened the handcuffs on his wrists? Dylan was astonished to realize that he had been captivated by this child, younger than himself. Yet he felt no resentment, rather. He willingly handed over the keys to his former captor, untroubled by the prospect of betrayal. With such ambitious and audacious aspirations, it was even more remarkable that he was a celestial dragon. Is he a madman or genuinely confident? Such resolve is indeed formidable. He found his curiosity and impulsiveness surging uncontrollably, making it difficult to suppress the exhilaration and tremors deep within himself. What shall we name our pirate crew? Dylan asked nonchalantly. Yang Qing paused for a moment before a smile graced his face. Let us call it Death God. Death God? What a name brimming with murderous intent. It suits me as a specter. Dylan nodded, a smile spreading across his face. In their first encounter, Yang Qing established his pirate crew and successfully gained his first member and companion. His dreams began to set sail, and the long quiet rhythm of his heart now pulsed with the promise of a grand, resounding battle anthem. Subsequently, under Dylan's astonished gaze, he retrieved his second acquisition from the auction. A devil fruit worth $1 billion? Dylan inquired curiously. This fruit was indeed unlike the ordinary paramecia. It shimmered with a golden hue, as if it had absorbed a significant amount of energy from the sun, making it visually appealing. Have you consumed it? Yang Qing asked, scrutinizing the fruit before him. I have. It's a space-type fruit. The taste? Dylan nodded, a playful smile crossing his face. It's quite good. Space-type? Yang Qing exclaimed in surprise. This was an exceedingly rare and powerful fruit. It was no wonder Dylan had become so formidable at such a tender age. Is it powerful? Yang Qing inquired. You will witness its might in due time, Dylan replied with a smile, then gestured towards the golden fruit in Yang Qing's hand. Aren't you going to eat it? It's worth $1 billion. Ah, there is a saying I wholeheartedly agree with. It is the person, not the fruit, that holds true power. Yang Qing chuckled. Nonetheless, it is still worth $1 billion, so I shall partake. With that, under Dylan's watchful eyes, Yang Qing took a decisive bite. The sound of crunching filled the air as he devoured the massive, golden fruit with great enthusiasm. What does it feel like? What abilities do you possess? Dylan inquired with keen interest. Yang Qing's expression was somewhat grim. Indeed, the fruit's ability was in stark contrast to its appearance. As soon as he took a bite, the fruit's capabilities manifested in his mind, almost instinctively. The control fruit allowed him to effectively govern everything within his vicinity. The introduction was succinct, suggesting an impressive mastery over all things. However, Yang Qing was disheartened to discover that this so-called mastery merely enabled him to thoroughly comprehend everything within his reach. With a resigned shake of his head, Yang Qing snapped his fingers. A ripple emanated from him, instantly enveloping a 3-meter radius around himself, which coincidentally included Dylan's. A domain-type fruit. Dylan's exclaimed, impressed by the ability. No, Yang Qing replied, shaking his head in disappointment. Within this circle, I can only perceive your every movement. Yet I lack any offensive capability. What do you mean? Dylan's looked puzzled. It means that the moment you move, your every action will materialize in my mind. But within this domain, I cannot use my fruit's ability to attack you, Yang Qing explained helplessly. In simpler terms, this fruit's ability resembled that of a support type, capable of aiding its master in perfectly controlling everything around him, yet it lacked any offensive function. Dylan's was at a loss for words, but he soon reassured Yang Qing. Do not be disheartened. Fruit abilities require development. Who knows what new capabilities may emerge? You have only just consumed it, and you have yet to unlock even a fraction of its potential. Yang Qing could only nod in agreement. The control fruit certainly sounded formidable. He hoped it would reveal its true powers in the future. However, for the moment, it felt akin to a useless trinket, serving merely as a supportive tool. Yet, as Yang Qing had previously stated, the strength of a fruit's ability depended on the one wielding it. If he continuously developed this control fruit, a day of great power would inevitably come. Moreover, was the auxiliary capability displayed by this rare domain fruit truly so inadequate? Without engaging in battle, who could ascertain its worth? P.S. The fruit is a domain type, with potential to become extraordinary in the future. I have a fondness for Law's surgical fruit. After all, isn't invincibility reserved for non-elemental types? A life without goals is akin to a headless fly, aimlessly drifting. However, with a dream, one possesses boundless strength, dedicating a lifetime to its pursuit. In Yang Qing's gaze, the previous indifference and confusion have vanished, replaced by a radiant brilliance akin to a splendid starry sky, brimming with vigor and hope. The once languid celestial, who would rise late into the morning and lazily recline in a chair with a book, has been supplanted by a relentless individual, fervently honing both his physical stamina and mental fortitude. Indeed, Yang Qing appears almost frenzied, inflicting relentless trials upon his own body. By his side stands another specter, Dylan's. This youth, whose bounty amounts to a staggering 50 million, possesses a frail physique yet is imbued with immense latent power. Night and day, he remains unwavering in his pursuit of self-improvement. The potency of your devil fruit abilities hinges on the owner's mental strength and physical prowess. Thus, it is imperative to enhance both aspects through comprehensive training. In due time, you may uncover its true potential, Dylan's remarked after meticulously observing Yang Qing's capabilities. Mental fortitude and physical strength, these are the two indispensable elements for wielding the power of the devil fruit, akin to a car requiring fuel. Without gasoline, it cannot ignite. Consequently, Yang Qing embarked on an ardent regimen of training in these two domains. Each day, he felt as though his energy was being thoroughly expended, yet correspondingly, his strength, agility, and mental acuity surged at an astonishing pace. Under Dylan's guidance, he swiftly grew in prowess. Even more delightfully, as his training progressed, his true energy also developed at an accelerated rate. He could distinctly sense his burgeoning strength. The technique of the little flying dagger was another focus of his relentless practice, which he swiftly elevated to a nascent level of mastery. In the depths of each dark night, as Dylan sat quietly in meditation, he would often perceive an astonishing aura fleetingly passing, followed by a glimmer of ethereal light that vanished in an instant. He was utterly astounded. In that fleeting moment, the seemingly unremarkable Yang Qing emanated a terrifying intent of the blade, as if capable of rending the very fabric of existence powerful and unfathomable. Within him lay a formidable secret, a mysterious force. In Yang Qing's eyes, an aura of mystique instantly enveloped him. He was no ordinary celestial dragon. Unlike typical celestial dragons, who luxuriate in their privileges and are blinded by power, Yang Qing possesses an understanding of dreams and exerts relentless effort towards their realization. This young man seems almost possessed, training his physical prowess and mental fortitude by day, while honing his formidable techniques by night. Dylan harbored a secret admiration for him. Though he too was a man of fervor, he could not match Yang Qing's relentless dedication to training. Alice, having reached the age of marriage, had been escorted away from the celestial dragon palace by Yang Qing and had not returned for a week, leaving the vast courtyard occupied solely by the two of them. With nothing else to occupy their time, they immersed themselves in fervent training. It was indeed peculiar for a celestial dragon to forego enjoyment and the privileges of their status. Moreover, the location where Yang Qing trained was not particularly secure, leading to the swift dissemination of this unusual circumstance among the celestial dragons. Today, as Yang Qing and Dylan rose early to commence their intense training, Yang Qing sensed that he was on the brink of transcending from a martial apprentice to the realm of a third-tier expert. He could almost feel the threshold of his limits. He was about to enter a new phase of strength. However, just as they began to sweat profusely in their training, Yang Qing was astonished to see a group of cloaked figures stride purposefully toward them, followed closely by his parents. Father, mother. Yang Qing halted his training and bowed respectfully to his parents, with Dylan following suit in a gesture of deference. Yet, to his astonishment, his father, Alpha Saint, responded with an icy huff of anger, exclaiming, "What on earth are you doing? You are bringing disgrace upon the celestial dragons. Cease this foolishness at once." Alpha Saint's wife, Yang Qing's mother, stood beside him, her expression laden with concern. "What?" Yang Qing questioned, perplexed. "What foolish behavior?" Alpha Saint continued, "As a noble celestial dragon, a member of the world's elite, the ruling clan of humanity, how can you lower yourself to toil like a mere mortal in strenuous training? Is that not the very definition of foolishness? Stop this immediately." Yang Qing realized that, in his father's eyes, The pursuit of strength through cultivation was a shameful and foolish endeavor. A fiery determination ignited within him, yet his gaze remained as tranquil as a still lake. Becoming stronger is my dream, and I shall not relinquish it. What? A dream? You dare speak of dreams like those crude, monkey-like pirates? You are utterly foolish. You tarnish the dignity of your celestial lineage. Alpha Saint thundered in rage. Child, abandon your cultivation. Live a stable life. Alpha urged with concern, confronted with his father's fury. Yangqing fell into silence for a moment, but then a smile unexpectedly graced his face. Is the pursuit of strength truly a disgrace to the celestial lineage? Yangqing fixed his gaze upon the man before him, who appeared utterly mundane and bubble-like. This man was his father. Should one not possess dreams simply because they are of celestial descent? If that is your belief, then I can only conclude that the foolish one is you. Yangqing's expression was filled with derision and disdain. Such audacity. Alpha roared, swinging his hand in a fierce slap. Dead space. A sharp sound echoed, and an invisible ripple swiftly spread out. To Alpha's astonishment, a pale blue barrier enveloped everyone present. With placid eyes, Yangqing effortlessly evaded his father's strike, then spoke softly. The celestial dragons confined here are mere caged birds, devoid of dreams or purpose. You drift through life in a state of perpetual anxiety, like walking corpses. Afraid to entertain your own thoughts or pursue your own actions. You merely indulge in the fleeting pleasure derived from a group of defenseless slaves. You delude yourselves into believing in your own might and invincibility. Alas, these are but illusions. In truth, beyond the mirage of power, you possess nothing. A pitiable lot, indeed. Within Yangqing's domain, Alpha's every move was meticulously observed. The shifting expressions on his face, from initial astonishment to a complex contemplation, and finally to a serene contentment, suggested to Yangqing a deeper understanding. Verily, the depths of the celestial dragons run profound. Yangqing appeared to have gained some insight. He continued to gaze at Alpha, who, after a moment of dazed contemplation, swung his hand once more. Foolishness. You are a noble celestial dragon. You need not concern yourself with dreams. Remain here obediently, without any signs of defiance. Alpha bellowed. Otherwise, I shall expel you at once. Alpha. Alpha cried out, her voice laced with concern. Yangqing's gaze flickered momentarily before he spoke calmly. I will break free. A cage cannot confine a mighty eagle. Those who possess dreams are eternally free. I hold no regard for the identity of a celestial dragon. Alpha was taken aback. Then, consumed by rage, he turned abruptly, flinging his sleeve in disdain as he bellowed, utterly foolish. Incomprehensible. Absolutely absurd. With that, he departed like the wind, accompanied by his entourage. As he watched his parents leave, Yangqing's eyes shimmered. Your father exhibits peculiar behavior. His prohibition against your cultivation is meant to safeguard you. Is that the essence of it? Dylan's, as an outsider, observed with clarity. Yangqing nodded, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. The ocean embodies freedom, dreams signify freedom, and I am free as well. The pursuits I wish to undertake must be realized, and it is imperative that they are. His voice resonated with conviction, as firm as iron. While an intensely sharp aura of blade essence surged skyward, representing the radiance of humanity, the elevation of all spiritual will, an indomitable strike. The essence of the blade had reached its zenith. Dylan's felt this profound sentiment, his heart racing with excitement. Indeed, it was this, the source of trepidation every night. Fearsome yet invigorating, yet alas, this surge of blade essence remained unexpressed and gradually dissipated. The formidable Yangqing reverted to that ordinary, frail child. Dylan's felt a pang of disappointment but concealed it well. The days of our departure are not far off. Gazing at the sky, Yangqing sighed softly. There. Countless bubbles ascended, only to burst, reminiscent of pirates relentlessly chasing their grand aspirations. P.S. Given that the theme of piracy revolves around friendship, fervor, freedom, and dreams, I cannot delve into darkness, can I? As for the notion of equality in the review section, it is universally acknowledged that equality in this world is relative. The author is well aware of this. However, I cannot simply pen narratives overflowing with negativity. I still hope that my work not only brings joy to my comrades but also imparts some uplifting elements. Friendship, kindness, freedom, and dreams, reality is already harsh enough. And I wish to preserve a fragment of innocence within our utopian world of imagination. When this book concludes, I hope you will say, the work of Qing Yi possesses commendable values and positive energy, rather than, aside from its thrill of violence, it is utterly devoid of merit. Since the day Yangqing's father, Alpha Xing, last visited, he had not returned. Yet, an unsettling sensation lingered within him, as if his distinct behavior, divergent from that of his kin, had irked some individuals, stirring unseen currents of discontent. For instance, a cadre of enigmatic figures clad in black had encircled his courtyard, surveilling his every move. Regardless of his actions, he felt the oppressive weight of countless watchful eyes fixed upon him, a most discomforting sensation indeed. A look of disdain crossed his face. The loss of freedom incited a profound anger within him, yet he found himself utterly powerless. Cultivation, he realized, was the only path to seize control of his destiny. For an entire year, Yangqing and Diluanxi devoted themselves to relentless training. Night and day, black-clad sentinels patrolled the perimeter of his courtyard, Yang Qing maintained an impassive exterior, but internally, he simmered with frustration. Freedom. At long last, on a particular night, beneath a sparse moonlit sky, amidst the fragrant blooms of the Lucy courtyard, an astonishing aura emerged, fleeting yet formidable, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning. The surrounding guardians were taken aback. This overwhelming blade and tint starkly revealed the immense power of its master within. Such strength was beyond their capacity to withstand. A celestial dragon, possessing such might, was an alarming revelation, particularly as he was merely a 6-year-old child. Some stealthily departed to relay this occurrence to their superiors. You have grown even stronger. Diluan marveled at the bright-eyed Yang Qing. That single strike resembled a magnificent firework, encapsulating the essence of life and the brilliance of a splendid existence. Indeed, I have made progress. After a year of fervent training, Yang Qing had finally ascended to the realm of a third-rate master, witnessing significant advancements in his physical prowess, spirit, and willpower. Though his form still bore the traits of a child, he exuded the vigor of a ferocious young tiger, brimming with astonishing vitality. Days passed in this tranquil manner as Yang Qing solidified his newfound strength, fully mastering the surge of his enhanced qi. At this moment, when he planted a foot upon the hard granite floor, he could leave an impression a full inch deep. How marvelous! With such overwhelming power, one would expect to shatter the floor beneath, yet you merely leave a footprint. Your control over your strength is nothing short of extraordinary, Diluan exclaimed in awe. Yang Qing merely smiled, a mystical calmness enveloping him. He could not fully disclose everything to Diluan. Just then, a figure hurriedly burst in, only to be obstructed by a man in black at the entrance, leading to a heated argument. Yang Qing furrowed his brow and stepped outside, with Diluan closely trailing behind. Let me in. I have urgent matters to discuss with His Highness Lucifer. The newcomer shouted, a boy of merely 15 or 16, his face etched with anxiety. No one is permitted to approach this place. Leave at once, the man in black replied coldly, extending his hand as a barrier. Let me in. It's urgent. The boy desperately attempted to push through but was unceremoniously shoved back, landing abruptly on the ground. What is happening? At that moment, Yang Qing emerged with an expression of calm. The man in black's countenance shifted dramatically, and he promptly knelt, his forehead pressed deeply to the ground. The boy stood there, momentarily stunned, as if frozen in place. Impertinent fool, why are you not kneeling and paying your respects? Do you wish to court death? A man in black bellowed in fury. Yang Qing waved his hand, gazing coldly at the figure in black kneeling on the ground. Despite having remained within the confines of his courtyard for a year, he was acutely aware of the activities of these shadowy figures. They scrutinized his every move, meticulously documenting even the most trivial details of his life, including the moments he excused himself to the restroom and relaying their observations to higher authorities. For an entire year, he had been stripped of privacy and freedom, trapped within a metaphorical cage. Who are you? What brings you here? Yang Qing inquired, his tone devoid of warmth as he regarded the youth before him. The inherent authority of the dragon clan was palpable, intimidating the boy to the point of speechlessness. After a moment of hesitation, he finally managed to stammer, I am Alice's brother. Something has happened to my sister. Tears welled in his eyes as he implored, please, sir, save my sister. She is in grave danger. The boy knelt down, his gesture starkly contrasting with that of the black-clad figures. They bowed to power, while he knelt out of love for his kin. Something has happened to Alice. Yang Qing's expression hardened, his gaze turning even colder. At that moment, Diluan felt an unmistakable chill, akin to the depths of winter. My sister has been taken by the dragon clan. The boy cried, his sobs echoing with desperation. The dragon clan? Yang Qing narrowed his eyes, saying nothing further. Please, I beg you, save my sister. She said only you can help her. The boy continued to weep and plead. Get up and lead the way, Yang Qing commanded calmly, a glint of icy determination flashing in his eyes. He was resolved to confront anyone who dared to harm Alice. Their bond ran deep, having cared for him during a significant period of his life, a connection that transcended even that of his biological parents, who had scarcely been present. Okay, thank you, the boy exclaimed, rising swiftly and rushing ahead to guide him. Witnessing this scene, the figures in black exchanged alarmed glances, quickly positioning themselves to block Yang Qing's path. I'm sorry, Prince Lucifer, but you cannot leave freely, one of the black-clad figures stammered. The courage required to utter such words to a dragon clan member was immense and came at great cost. Oh, do you possess the authority to imprison my freedom? Yang Qing retorted with a derisive smile, his disdain evident. Who gave you the audacity to speak such words? Do you comprehend the consequences that follow? Kill him, Diluan. The speaker's countenance shifted, fear and regret flashing in his eyes as he prepared to plead for mercy. However, in an instant, a shadowy figure flashed before him, and his eyes widened in disbelief before he collapsed lifelessly, dead. The remaining figures in black were paralyzed with terror. Having witnessed the boy behind the mighty dragon lord manifest a cruel smile before the latter's words had even concluded, the boy's Yang Qing walked slowly out of the courtyard, and no one among the surrounding figures in black dared to make a move. They all trembled in fear. This was the invincible aura brought forth by immense power and authority, which intimidated everyone present. The weather was clear, with a faint scent of the ocean in the air, inducing a sense of tranquility. However, the atmosphere at this moment made every heart tense, as the innate strength of the celestial dragon made everyone feel suffocated. A celestial dragon with both power and charisma emanated an aura that evoked even greater fear. Yang Qing stepped forward, followed closely by Dilu and Si. His expression remained tranquil. Yet his gaze was laden with a brooding darkness, enveloped in an aura so chilling it sent shivers through all who beheld him. Soon, he departed from the scene. It was only then that the figures clad in black exchanged glances, realizing that their backs were already drenched with sweat, the oppressive atmosphere rendering their breaths labored. Fearsome. None among the celestial dragons possessed such a terrifying presence. He was undeniably extraordinary. Where is Alice? Yang Qing pressed on, the youth ahead of him running swiftly to lead the way. Hurry. My sister is not far off. They intend to take her to the palace of the celestial dragons. The boy, lacking Yang Qing's strength, panted heavily as he ran. I will rescue your sister, Yang Qing assured him with a firm nod. Not far from Yang Qing, the streets were suffused with a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. On either side, ordinary citizens knelt with heads bowed low, their faces marred by anger, fear, and helplessness. Please, spare me. I do not wish to go to the palace of the celestial dragons, a woman wept in desperate plea. It is a privilege beyond your wildest dreams to be the 37th wife of this lord. How dare you resist? An angry voice thundered. You must return with me, obediently. The voice dripped with arrogance and disdain, as if no one in the world could rival his might. In the center of the street stood a squad of black-clad men, alongside a flamboyantly dressed celestial dragon, and a woman being dragged forward by the black-clad figures, leaving a long trail in her wake. The celestial dragon strode ahead, while the woman was pulled along, marking the ground beneath her. Spare Alice, I beg you. We are to be wed next month, a man rushed forth, collapsing at the celestial dragon's feet, pleading fervently. Oh, you say he is to marry you? The celestial dragon halted, his expression darkening instantly. He then extended his hand, palm open toward the guards behind him. My lord, your gun. A black-clad man, smiling obsequiously, presented a black revolver. I want you dead. The celestial dragon pivoted the gun's muzzle to the man's forehead. The man froze, his pleas abruptly silenced. Alice erupted into tears, crying out in anguish. The kneeling citizens clenched their fists tightly, their faces filled with rage, biting their lips in torment. Do not kill him. I will marry you, please. Do not. I have arrived. This gentle utterance caused the tormented Alice to tremble all over. In her anguish, she tightly embraced Yang Qing, then suddenly burst into loud sobs. He has slain Eric, wailing. He has slain Eric. Help me, save me. Alice cried out in her torment, her voice filled with helplessness and despair. Yang Qing's entire body trembled, and then he gently extended his hands to embrace the unfortunate woman tightly. In his eyes, a tempest of murderous intent swirled. The cold wind rose, and the killing aura manifested. I will indeed kill him. The words were uttered with an unsettling nonchalance. Yet they caused the countenance of everyone present to shift dramatically. A hint of astonishment flickered across Dylan's face, while the dragon man narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. However, the dark-clad figure behind him wore a mask of fury. You insolent brat, how dare you speak so boldly in this place? I shall slay you first. The dragon man quietly pressed his hand against the wound on his right hand. Surprisingly, he exhibited no hysterical madness, nor did he display any particular rage. He merely trembled slightly, silencing the clamor of his guard behind him. You are the young scion of the Alpha family. Indeed, he was a formidable dragon man. Yang Qing narrowed his eyes, a cold glimmer flashing within them, remaining silent. In his gaze, the person before him had already perished, destined never to see another tomorrow. The words spoken by the celestial dragon astonished everyone present. This child, merely 6 or 7 years old yet exuding such imposing presence, was indeed a celestial dragon. Yet, where were his bubbles? The black-clad figures exchanged fearful glances, their expressions shifting as they refrained from speaking recklessly. Alas, those endowed with power often meet swift ends, particularly among our kind. My name is Morio, a mere sacrifice. This declaration prompted a flicker in Yang Qing's eyes as an understanding dawned upon him. A decade ago, I too possessed formidable strength and fervent dreams, much like you do now. Regrettably, we are fated to remain powerless. Such is life. For every gain, a loss accompanies it. Morio spoke with a touch of self-deprecation, then leveled his firearm at Yang Qing. Young man, your ostentation invites death. The celestial dragons have no need for someone like you. Morio's tone shifted, laced with palpable murderous intent. Click, the gun was cocked, a chilling aura of death locking onto Yang Qing. He narrowed his eyes further, a sardonic and disdainful smile curling at his lips. Foolish, he uttered coolly in response to Morio's weapon, his right hand trembling slightly as an ancient, dark-hued throwing knife materialized. Dylan's gaze sharpened, fixated. Yang Qing brought Alice and Azu to his estate and settled them in. Trouble loomed. Dylan watched as Yang Qing exited the room, touching his nose as he approached. Oh, what trouble? Yang Qing inquired, puzzled. I can't believe you are unaware, Dylan replied, his emotions heightened. The celestial dragons wield the highest authority in the world, and some individuals will not allow you to possess such formidable power. You have already attracted the attention of certain parties, which in itself is troublesome enough. What is more daunting is that you have now killed a celestial dragon, your own kin. You will not be tolerated by the celestial dragons. Oh, isn't that just perfect? Then I could become a pirate. Yangqing chuckled, seemingly unconcerned. I recall you previously mentioned advancing this plan slowly, yet this time, it hardly appears to be gradual. Dylan's whispered with frustration. Are you frightened? Yangqing smiled, fixing his gaze on Dylan's. Dylan's clenched his fists, exclaiming, You are utterly reckless. Ultimately, he sighed in resignation, spreading his hands in defeat. Fine, you are the captain. It is your decision. But remember, with only these 2 little soldiers, if we perish, the crew will be doomed. Hiki. Yangqing chuckled lightly. You still laugh. Dylan's was incensed, questioning the very attitude of this man. Hee. Yangqing continued to smile. Incomprehensible. Dylan's waved his sleeve in frustration, choosing to ignore Yangqing. After Dylan's departed, the smile faded from Yangqing's face, replaced by a grave and serious expression. Cultivating to enhance one's strength is not inherently problematic. One merely needs to prevent others from advancing. The celestial dragons, along with that mysterious figure, can tolerate this. After all, it is still manageable. However, attaining supreme power and strength is no simple feat. Moreover, Yangqing is a celestial dragon who has lived in comfort, wielding the most formidable authority in the world. What more could he desire? Yet, killing one's own kin is an entirely different matter. In any family, the act of murdering a relative is unforgivable. The consequences can range from expulsion from the clan to the death penalty. Yangqing's comprehension was utterly lucid, hence the gravity of his mood. Yet, this undertaking was not devoid of deliberation. His mind was preternaturally clear, especially after consuming the Kong fruit. He could perceive a significant augmentation in his logical faculties, enabling him to contemplate matters with a perspicacity far surpassing his previous capacity. It seemed as though he could subtly orchestrate the unfolding of events. This allowed him to maintain his composure, remaining steadfastly seated rather than succumbing to apprehension. Morio's actions were a probe, an attempt to gauge my strength, mettle, and audacity. As Morio himself professed, he was a mere pawn, a sacrificial lamb. To eliminate him would be the optimal course of action, albeit one fraught with a modicum of peril. Yangqing gazed at the sky, his eyes shimmering with brilliance, extending his hand as if to grasp the entirety of the heavens. You wish to test me? Then I shall ride the currents and seize the freedom I desire. Kill me? That is utterly impossible. He exuded confidence, assured that the unfolding of events would remain within his grasp, having already formulated a clear plan for the future. Indeed, it wasn't long before Alpha, accompanied by a contingent of grim-faced men in black, returned to his courtyard. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Alpha growled. I do, replied Yangqing nonchalantly. Should you eliminate Moriarty, neither I nor your mother will be able to protect you. Alpha's tone was heavy with anger and concern. You must cease your foolishness, and we will advocate on your behalf. Yangqing's eyes flickered, yet she remained silent. Alpha soon departed from this place. He was not a foolish celestial dragon, but rather an astute individual of considerable intelligence. Yangqing Shang, being part of this clan, is acutely aware that they are not as proud and arrogant, devoid of strength, as depicted in animations. As a descendant of the 20 kings, the celestial dragons possess unique talents. Although, due to certain reasons, the majority of their kin may have limited abilities, their intellect remains unchallenged. He has an unsettling sense that this clan harbors monumental secrets. Shortly thereafter, Yangqing Shang perceived an additional group of guards outside his courtyard. These individuals were peculiar in nature and few in number. Yet their cold gazes and immense power set them apart. They were entirely incomparable to the black-clad figures. This was a true assembly of formidable warriors. CP0. Dylan spoke gravely, having just reappeared after his earlier disappearance, having discerned the identities of these individuals. Yangqing squinted his eyes, recalling the CP9 from that world. Surely, these individuals must belong to the same organization. Has the world government already intervened? A sense of heaviness settled in Yangqing's heart. They're exerting pressure on me. Yet, this group remained silent, their expressions cold as they stood vigil outside the door. In recent days, Yangqing had not ventured beyond his courtyard, diligently honing his skills while everything around him appeared to be remarkably tranquil. Dylan's came and went each day, a phantom-like figure of the spatial lineage, elusive and beyond capture. Each time he returned, Yangqing noticed that his expression grew a fraction heavier. At last, one fateful day, a contingent of cloaked figures accompanied a middle-aged celestial dragon adorned with bubbles into his courtyard, flanked by Yangqing's parents. Is it true that you have slain Morio? The middle-aged celestial dragon's gaze was icy, a flicker of anguish and sorrow lurking in his eyes as he coldly inquired. Indeed, Yangqing replied with unwavering resolve. Alpha's eyes flickered momentarily toward Yangqing, yet he remained silent. The atmosphere grew heavy and oppressive, with all present falling into a somber silence. As celestial dragons, they refrained from exerting their influence overtly. Their disputes would require resolution through alternative channels. I shall not let you escape unscathed. You will come to regret your choice. declared the middle-aged celestial dragon, his murderous intent unabashed. Turning to Alpha, he added, "Your son truly inspires envy. Alas, his time is regrettably short." Alpha's expression was impassive, a derisive smile gracing his lips. "You needn't concern yourself." With this brief encounter concluded, Yangqing's life returned to a semblance of tranquility. Yet, all understood that this was merely the calm before the storm, a tempest that would soon descend. To have slain a fellow celestial dragon at such a tender age of 6, and to possess such remarkable strength, indeed, a prodigious celestial dragon, mused an elder within the courtyard. A group of celestial dragons, both elderly and middle-aged, standing quietly behind him. "Pray tell, what punishment should befall one who has slain his own kin?" A shadowy figure spoke with malice. It was none other than Morio's father. "Ah, Monet," the elder chuckled softly, then turned his gaze to Alpha. "What say you regarding this matter? After all, he is your son. Let the elders decide," Alpha replied with a stoic demeanor. The elder chuckled once more, surveying all present before closing his eyes and finally proclaiming, "Then let him be cast out from our clan." Alpha's eyes flickered, and a glint of murderous intent appeared in Monet's gaze. The elder then adjourned the meeting, and one by one, the attendees began to depart. Monet and Alpha lingered at the rear, exchanging a glance devoid of emotion and words, before turning away. The atmosphere palpably tense. Ah, to be a celestial dragon with dreams, how enviable indeed. If you wish to struggle, why not grant you a path? The elder mused, gazing at 2 photographs in his hands, hope and expectation shimmering in his eyes. Following this clandestine assembly, Yangqing sensed a shift in the atmosphere. No longer did the shadows of cloaked figures linger around his courtyard. Even the CP0 had vanished from sight. Yet this change did little to improve Yangqing's demeanor. And Dylan's wore a grave countenance. The calm had dissipated. The storm was on the horizon. Indeed, that very afternoon, Alpha arrived with a contingent of black-clad figures. His expression was intricate, a blend of reluctance, shame, and a hint of concern. Yangqing finally realized that his seemingly foolish father was, in fact, far from simple-minded. On the contrary, he possessed great wisdom. Accompanying him was his brother, Jess, whose eyes brimmed with tears as he looked at Yangqing, on the verge of weeping. It seemed the internal resolution among the celestial dragons had been reached. Yangqing maintained a calm demeanor, having already deduced the outcome. "Tomorrow, you shall depart from this place." Alpha spoke softly. There were no further words exchanged between father and son. After speaking, Alpha took his leave, departing with his entourage, leaving behind Jess, whose face was stained with tears, alongside their mother. As anticipated, Yangqing felt a sense of relief wash over him. The tension that had gripped his body began to dissipate. Dylan's also exhaled with relief. For the two of them were still too fragile to confront the celestial dragons at this moment. The stance of the celestial dragons did not surprise Yangqing. They would not execute him. He firmly believed that even the celestial dragons, confined within their metaphorical cage, still harbored a yearning for freedom. They longed for immense power, aspired not merely to possess ephemeral authority, but to restore the era of the 20 kings. Yangqing was acutely aware of this. He had discerned the underlying truths from various subtle clues. Thus, he was not apprehensive about the threat of death, for they dared not act on such impulses. Just as there were those who yearned to escape from their cage, there existed hope that a caged bird could lead others to freedom. Yangqing was the one designated by them to attempt the escape from this confinement. Suddenly, the once clear sky erupted with a deafening roar, as large raindrops, resembling pearls, cascaded from above, splattering upon the ground and creating enormous splashes. Yangqing gazed out at the rain-soaked landscape, his expression enigmatic. Today marked his departure from this place. The heavens unleashed a torrential downpour, rendering the weather far from favorable. With a decisive snap, he unfurled his umbrella, stepping into the puddles, while Dylan's trailed closely behind, his demeanor unperturbed. The two moved forward at a leisurely pace, each step sending ripples through the rain that pooled beneath them. "From this day forth, we are brothers. Let us drink to our bond aboard the ship shortly," Yangqing uttered softly, having just exited the courtyard where he had spent the past 5 years. He cast a final glance back, then turned away, devoid of any lingering attachments. "Excellent." Dylan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and Yangqing could keenly sense the excitement emanating from his companion. "Indeed, let us depart from here. Freedom beckons us, and our dreams await ahead." Yangqing set off, navigating through the deluge with his umbrella held aloft. The atmosphere between them was hushed, both advancing in silence. No one came to bid them farewell, nor to serve as their guardians. It seemed that Yangqing had been forsaken by the world of the elite. The streets were sparsely populated, lending an air of tranquility. Yet, Yangqing paid it little mind, focused solely on his forward momentum. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward a dimly lit corner of the street, where an elderly celestial dragon, adorned with bubbles, stood quietly, flanked by indifferent figures in black. Upon noticing Yangqing's attention, the elder offered a warm smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Yangqing smiled faintly, recognizing the celestial dragon who had nearly met his demise at the auction that day. He seemed to owe him a substantial amount of berries, but alas, it appeared that he could not repay that debt. Their eyes met, and without hesitation, Yangqing quickened his pace, swiftly departing the area. Before long, he had exited the domain of the celestial dragons and arrived at a bustling area filled with ordinary people. The crowd had noticeably increased, exuding an air of excitement, as even the torrential rain could not dampen their spirits. With smiles adorning their faces, they went about their daily business. Curiosity piqued, Yangqing slowed his steps, taking in the sights around him. Dylan also decelerated, his expression indifferent, his gaze alert as he surveyed their surroundings. In a courtyard within the celestial dragon's territory, a voice laced with malice emerged from the shadows. It was on Blue Card Street in Sabaody Archipelago. A cloaked figure reported in hushed tones. Good. A sinister grin spread across the face of the man, revealing a frenzied expression. It was Monet. Take action. Eliminate him. Understood. The cloaked figures promptly retreated, retrieving their transponder snails to notify all parties to mobilize. With a single command, an unpredictable conspiracy was set in motion. At that very moment, Dylan's expression shifted dramatically, a chilling intensity radiating from his eyes. He pulled Yangqing sharply, exclaiming, "Run." What? Yangqing was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly followed Dylan's lead, hastening away, just as they had covered a distance of about 100 meters. Dylan's previously icy demeanor transformed in an instant. He forcefully shoved Yangqing aside while shouting, "Get down." Bang! The muffled sound of gunfire erupted, and for a fleeting moment, Yangqing's mind went blank. He was stunned as a spray of blood splattered across his face, warm and wet. Dylan. He sensed no pain or injury, but in the next second, a heart-wrenching realization struck him. He frantically searched for Dylan but could not locate him. Dylan had vanished. Stop shouting and run. Just then, Dylan's voice reached him. Yangqing spotted Dylan 10 meters ahead to his left, a wave of relief washing over him. Suddenly, a chilling sensation crept across his forehead, and his expression shifted. He was being targeted by a gun, a sniper rifle. The sound of dead space reverberated, sending a wave of blue ripples that enveloped. A glimmer flickered in Yangqing's eyes as she contemplated the formidable pirate with a bounty of 50 million. What might his true strength be? Since their acquaintance, Dylan's had always been an enigma. This brilliant youth, who wielded the powers of the space fruit. What kind of prowess did he truly possess? Give me 10 seconds. His voice, confident and frigid, sent a shiver through the air. Dylan's turned and came to a halt. His gaze ignited with a cruel light. The feast of carnage was about to commence, and the specters were poised to dance. The torrential rain poured down, accompanied by the relentless roar of thunder. The umbrella in hand had long since been lost, and their garments were completely soaked, clinging tightly to their forms. Yangqing halted his steps, his gaze fixated on the figure of Dylan's behind him. Dylan's was intensely focused on the adversary ahead, his eyes exhibiting an unprecedented seriousness and an extraordinary indifference, as if he had forsaken all human emotions. A glint of a short dagger manifested in his hand, rain cascading down its blade, splitting into droplets. Then, Dylan's moved. His motion was unlike that of others, leaving no trace. His body merely quivered slightly. And in the blink of an eye, Yangqing found himself devoid of Dylan's presence. A gunshot echoed, and Yangqing instinctively flinched, a spark of illumination igniting in his eyes. He spotted Dylan's, and the mere sight filled him with incredulity. A spectral dance commenced, choreographed by Dylan's himself. The countdown began. 10. Dylan's appeared before the figure clad in black, and in the latter's astonished gaze, he coldly brandished his dagger. Yet, before the blade could descend completely, he vanished once more. Though his hand continued to move with remarkable swiftness, blood gushed forth mercilessly as the black-clad figures fell one by one, their expressions a mixture of terror and defiance. Dylan's was akin to a phantom, elusive and without a destination, constantly disappearing and reappearing. 9. Fear enveloped all the figures in black. In a mere second, 5 had perished. It seemed as though Dylan's hand could detach from his body, capable of killing from afar. 8. The barrels of guns swung. Yangqing nodded, his heart in turmoil, utterly astonished. This was the power of the space fruit, the might of Dylan's. He seemed almost divine, his presence elusive and unfathomable. Through the fabric of space, he could strike down foes, and even more terrifying was the latter's tenacious will and icy intent to kill, a born butcher, cold and unfeeling. The two began to sprint, braving the tempestuous winds and torrential rain. At that moment, their spirits soared, liberated from the earlier burdens and oppression. They could already glimpse the ship, the embodiment of dreams, the essence of freedom, drawing ever closer. Break free from this place, escape the confines. Yangqing felt a surge of excitement, his steps quickening. A toast, brother. Once aboard, they would be bound as brothers. Dylan's followed closely behind. His heart stirred as he gazed at the silhouette ahead. This exhilarating feeling was beyond words. They were nearing the vessel prepared for them by Alpha. With a cry of elation, Yangqing surged forth, piercing the torrential downpour. Dylan's, his eyes ablaze with fervor, trembled with anticipation before abruptly vanishing, having resorted to his abilities in a desperate bid to board the vessel. Yet, in the ensuing instant, to Yangqing's astonishment, Dylan's plummeted from the ship's prow, crashing into the sodden earth like a projectile. Gasping for air, Dylan's coughed violently, expectorating crimson ichor. Enemies abound. he croaked. A palpable shift in Yang Qing's countenance occurred as his gaze fixated upon the ship's prow. There, a robust figure materialized, clad in obsidian raiment. His potent musculature straining the seams of his dark suit, shaded eyes concealed behind tinted lenses, an umbrella held aloft, his gaze a frigid and indifferent stare. Lord Lucifer. The man intoned, his voice a placid murmur. Who are you? Yang Qing queried, his eyes narrowing perceptively. Dylan, with considerable effort, regained his footing. Another gout of crimson expelled from his lips, his gaze directed at the man on the bow, a seething animosity smoldering within. My designation is Rab, the figure announced. Divesting himself of his jacket, revealing a physique sculpted with explosive power, his gaze fixed upon Yang Qing. I am affiliated with CP0, and I have come for the express purpose of terminating you. Yang Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, his right hand trembling ever so slightly as an ancient flying dagger materialized. I have heard that you are a formidable celestial dragon. I am eager to witness firsthand whether my 16 years of arduous training surpasses your lethargic existence. The disdain in Labu's gaze was unmistakable. Perish. At that moment, Dylan's had regained some composure, his form becoming indistinct, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Labu. A flicker of surprise crossed Labu's eyes, yet he remained unfazed by Dylan's sudden manifestation. In an instant, Labu vanished, and Dylan's dagger sliced through the air, severing countless raindrops. Labu reappeared 10 meters away, his eyes filled with contempt and mockery. He then spread his legs, lifted them high, and struck down with force. Gale kick. A powerful arc of slashing energy surged forth, sending a shower of raindroplets spiraling towards Dylan's. Dylan's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly vanished. The strike pierced through the curtain of rain and crashed onto the ground, cleaving it open with tremendous force, a width of 3 zhang. A myriad of emotions flickered across Yang Qing's face as he swiftly recognized the technique employed by the arriving man, the formidable Rokushiki of the Marines. Dylan's reappeared before Labone, closer and more abruptly than before. Dylan's perceived a fleeting moment of disorientation in the man's eyes. Now is the time. Perish. Kiss of the Grim Reaper. A gentle, intimate, yet brutally named attack. With incredible speed, Dylan slashed with his dagger, but at that moment, Laboon's lips curled into what seemed like a smile. Below, Yang Qing's expression shifted drastically. No. Tekai. Bang. A dull thud echoed as Dylan's dagger struck Laboon's neck, producing a sound akin to metal clashing against metal, filling him with disbelief. How is this possible? Sure gone. Laboon's finger effortlessly pierced Dylan's right chest. Then, before Yang Qing's stunned gaze, Dylan's body plummeted to the ground with a heavy thud. Yang Qing's eyes turned bloodshot, his entire being ignited with fury. I will kill you. A bestial roar, a savage cry filled with murderous intent, reverberated outwards. Crimson blood flowed from beneath Dylan's, staining the rainwater on the ground a dark red. Carrying a faint metallic scent, Yang Qing could sense Dylan's life force fading rapidly, the ground quickly becoming a pool of blood. Yang Qing gasped for breath. His once clear eyes instantaneously transformed into a hue of crimson, revealing a hint of madness within. He lifted his gaze, and his eyes, fixated on Labu, brimmed with a murderous intent. A sharp sound echoed, and a circle of pale blue ripples emerged, enveloping a radius of 10 meters in an instant, capturing Labu within its grasp. Subsequently, a flying dagger materialized in Yang Qing's right hand. An invisible pressure surged forth, causing Labu's expression to shift dramatically. He realized he was locked onto. What bound him was an extraordinarily sharp blade intent, as if it could rend the very fabric of space, indomitable and insurmountable. Yang Qing's blood-red eyes narrowed as he fixated intently on the man at the bow of the ship. He was searching for a flaw, a weakness in Labu's defenses. The little flying dagger never missed its mark. He could not afford to be thwarted, for it was this invincible method of exploiting vulnerabilities that defined the encounter. As long as there were techniques, there would be flaws. Any adversary opposing the dagger who revealed even the slightest weakness would be met with death. Labu was a master. His defenses nearly flawless, standing there with an ease that rendered Yang Qing hesitant to strike. The domain of the control fruit allowed him to grasp the entirety of his surroundings, enabling him to discern every potential weakness of his foes. This utility had initially escaped Yang Qing's mind, but upon realization, he felt a surge of delight. It was, after all, not a fruit without merit. Labu, now firmly targeted, stood motionless, his gaze heavy with gravity, acutely aware that any slight movement could lead to his demise. The torrential rain fell relentlessly, the two men, one above and one below, locked in a fierce gaze, the atmosphere thick with tension. The aura emanating from Yang Qing grew increasingly formidable, his fury transforming into a soaring intent to kill. This intense energy coalesced and fused with his spirit, manifesting as a powerful sword intent that surged forth from his eyes, imposing considerable mental pressure upon Labu. Beads of sweat involuntarily trickled down Labu's forehead as a sense of indignation began to well up within him. How could he, a mere boy, intimidate him to the point of immobility? Labu discerned the slender iron dagger clutched in the boy's hand. Was this the source of his fear? What was he truly afraid of? After enduring 16 arduous years of training, he refused to believe that a child could pose a threat. Kill. In a fleeting moment. He could snap the boy's neck and fulfill this mission. Labu's heart seethed with rage, his gaze sharpening with determination. In Yangqing's domain, he distinctly sensed the stirrings of his adversary. His blood-red eyes gleamed with an intensified brilliance, and the murderous intent within could freeze rivers. Thunder roared as the storm intensified. At that moment, Rab moved. It was now. Yangqing's scarlet gaze abruptly constricted, and his right hand trembled instantaneously. A fierce wind surged, causing the descending raindrops to be swept askew, creating a radiant streak that shot across the sky like a meteor, leaving a trail of brilliant light in its wake. Illuminated by the flashes of lightning, this dazzling luminescence was breathtaking. It cleaved through the curtain of rain, and with reckless abandon, he lunged forward, roaring and seething with fervor and rage, plunging into the enemy's neck. A rumbling thunderclap echoed once more, and disbelief flickered in Rab's eyes, mingled with fear and shock. He slowly raised his right hand, gingerly touching his neck, where a distinct bulge was evident bent low. Yangqing gasped laboriously, his entire being drenched in perspiration. This single strike had been imbued with the totality of his spirit and energy, and upon its unleashing, he was left feeling utterly drained, devoid of any strength. A poignant sorrow clouded his gaze as Yangqing, his body weary, approached Dylan's. He turned the corpse over, hoisted it onto his back, and began the arduous trek toward the vessel. He cast a glance back at the land, where a large contingent of black-clad figures, their faces impassive, were rapidly advancing in pursuit. Yangqing moved with an expressionless demeanor, gathering the ship's anchor and steering the vessel. The wooden ship began to gradually depart from the harbor, braving the torrential rain and fierce winds. Cough. A faint cough echoed, causing Yangqing's countenance to shift as he glanced towards the deck, where blood seeped from the corner of Dylan's mouth, his entire body trembling, yet he was undeniably still alive. Dylan's. Yangqing cast aside the helm and rushed to Dylan's side. Captain. Dylan's exerted every ounce of strength to utter these words before succumbing to a violent fit of coughing, each spasm releasing copious amounts of blood. Do not speak, rest. Please. Rest well. Yangqing implored sorrowfully. I will find a doctor. You will be all right. Dylan's lay there feebly, forcing out a reply, only to be met with another bout of bloody coughing. The wound had punctured Dylan's lung, rendering even the act of breathing a challenge, and each word he spoke stirred the blood, prompting relentless coughs that expelled more crimson fluid. His injuries were grievous, mere steps away from death itself. Yangqing tore the fabric from his own body and, upon locating the gauze aboard the ship, hastily administered a rudimentary bandage to Dylan's, staunching the flow of blood from his wound. With an expression devoid of emotion, he approached the helm, navigating through the tempestuous storm. He was determined to escape this place swiftly, to find a doctor for Dylan's, and to ensure his recovery. The thunder roared with unrestrained fury, waves surged incessantly, and the wooden vessel rocked tumultuously upon the ocean surface. Steering the ship in such treacherous weather demanded immense exertion. Yangqing remained silent, steadfastly positioned at the helm. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, followed by the ominous sound of cannon fire. Sink that wooden ship. Now. Load the cannon. Reload. Fire. Move swiftly. Hurry up. Did you not have enough to eat? A cacophony of shouts erupted as Yangqing turned to see 5 warships in hot pursuit. Shadows and dark attires scurried about the decks, loading ammunition and cannonballs. Boom. A cannonball struck the left side of Yangqing's vessel, the tremendous impact altering its course and rendering its navigation perilous. Yangqing squinted his eyes, his expression devoid of emotion, and a chilling intensity emanated from his gaze. Undeterred, he pressed onward, the wooden vessel swaying amidst the barrage of cannonballs, resembling a steadfast weeble. Suddenly, the boat jolted violently as a shell struck its mast. Damn it. Aim and fire, you bunch of useless fools. The curses echoed clearly from behind, growing ever nearer, bearing an unreadable countenance. Yangqing remained stoic as 3 cannonballs struck the wooden vessel. Fortunately, they only impacted the masts and other superficial parts, causing minimal disruption to the ship's navigation. Nevertheless, a sense of despair washed over Yangqing as the pursuers multiplied, increasing from 5 to 8 ships. They truly hold me in high regard, Yangqing quipped, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Without turning back, he continued to gaze ahead, toward the vast and magnificent ocean, the birthplace of dreams. Bang! A cannonball landed behind Yangqing, sending splinters flying. The powerful impact tore his clothes and inflicted abrasions across his body, causing blood to flow freely. In mere moments, Yangqing was covered in crimson. Yet, his expression remained unchanged, his serene facade masking immense pain. Boom! Another cannonball struck in front of Yangqing. The pursuing warships relentlessly closed in, now a mere 20 meters away, well within striking distance. Is this the end? A hint of resignation flickered in Yangqing's eyes. Below lay the boundless sea, and behind him, a swarm of pursuers, leaving him with no escape. However, at that moment, a series of agonizing screams echoed from behind, prompting him to turn back in astonishment. Boom, 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 boom. A barrage of continuous cannon fire erupted, striking the warships chasing Yangqing one after another, causing them to slowly sink into the depths. In Yangqing's bewildered gaze, a line of naval warships emerged from the distance, 15 medium and small vessels in total. At the helm of the central ship stood a robust middle-aged man with a square face, chiseled muscles, black hair, and a black beard. His justice cloak billowed in the tempestuous wind. Garp. Yangqing whispered the name under his breath. In an inconspicuous corner, he spotted another figure, causing his eyes to waver and his heart to stir with complex emotions. Alpha, mother. His father and mother stood there, facing the storm at the harbor, watching him, bidding him farewell. Alpha, usually stern and expressionless, now wore a look of deep reluctance and anticipation. Go forth, pursue your dreams, soar, and chase after them. Yangqing seemed to hear Alpha's silent plea, his heart stirred, and he nodded solemnly at the man before him, then waved goodbye to his tearful mother. He was still so young. Alpha broke down in tears, clutching Alpha tightly. Our son is destined for greatness. Do not be his stumbling block. Let him go. Allow him to soar. Alpha gently patted Alpha's shoulder. Amidst the thunderous cannon fire, the pursuing 8 warships continued to sink, cries of despair echoing around. Yet no one paid heed. The imminent danger gradually receded. Casting a final glance at his parents, he etched their expressions deeply into his memory. With a sudden resolve, he turned sharply, gripping the helm with determination. The wooden vessel set sail slowly, amidst the howling winds and rumbling thunder, vanishing from the sight of all behind. On this day, a mere 6-year-old celestial dragon departed from the comforts of the heavenly dragon palace, steering his wooden ship towards distant dreams, embarking on a formidable journey. As the weather cleared, the sea transformed, and after 3 hours of sailing, Yangqing, concerned for Dylan's injuries, made haste to dock upon discovering the next island. Swiftly carrying Dylan's off the vessel, he hurried towards a village, bearing the unconscious youth, drawing astonished gazes from the locals who beheld a wounded child dragging another in a state of unconsciousness. Help! Please save him. Yangqing's bewildered eyes searched the crowd for a doctor. Where's the physician? I need a doctor. An elderly voice rang out, quickly, fetch Letus. These 2 children are gravely injured. The village erupted in commotion, and soon, a weary Yangqing spotted a woman approaching leisurely with a medical kit. She was unkempt, her lips holding a cigarette that exhaled thick smoke, yet her beauty was undeniable, her figure alluring, skin smooth as polished jade, with slender legs clad in black stockings, captivating in her presence, and delicate feet adorned in black open-toe heels. To Yangqing's dismay, she wore a white nurse's uniform, an alluring contradiction. Ignoring everything else, he rushed towards her. Please, save him. He is dying. He cried out desperately. The woman halted, her enchanting visage turning towards Yangqing, a slight smile gracing her lips. Why should I care if he dies? I don't know him. Please, I beg you. Yangqing, momentarily stunned, swallowed his fury, pleading earnestly. I can save him. But do you have any berries? She asked, perched casually on a nearby step, crossing her legs, her heels slipping off to reveal her enticing ankles. Gazing at Yangqing with curiosity. I have a ship. That ship is yours. Yangqing, in a moment of desperation, pointed towards the dilapidated vessel at the shore, drawing the attention of everyone around. The battered wooden ship was riddled with holes, bearing the scars of countless cannon strikes. Why would I want your worthless ship? I cannot afford medical fees. I'm sorry, but I cannot help, she scoffed, preparing to leave. The surrounding crowd wore sympathetic expressions, yet knew well of Lita's peculiar nature. They remained silent, unsure of what to do. In a moment of shock, the seemingly 6-year-old child performed the unimaginable. He knelt down on the ground behind the departing Letus. Please, save him. His voice was heavy, imbued with profound yearning and sorrow. Letus halted, turning to regard the kneeling boy, her expression uncharacteristically serious. Men kneel to heaven, to the earth, to their parents. Others need not kneel to you. Now tell me, what is your relation to this injured youth? At that moment, Dylan suddenly convulsed violently. Get up. You are a celestial dragon, a noble of the world, the highest race. How can you lower your proud head for my sake? Why? Why must it be this way? He cried out, filled with rage and emotion. He is my brother. Please, I implore you, save him. Yangqing pleaded. The gazes of those around shifted, looking at the frail boy kneeling in desperation. Their hearts stirred deeply, filled with admiration. The injured Dylan clenched his fists tightly, then released them, tears blurring his vision, yet they flowed unabated. Fine, I will treat him. Letus paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. For the sake of brotherhood. Even a celestial dragon can bow his head. The author asserts that he is indeed whimsical and foolish. To all the brethren who appreciate this tale, you are all my comrades. Join the book group and let us exchange thoughts together. The small boy kneeling on the ground, in that moment, astonished and moved everyone present. In this world, there exist bonds worth defending that surpass mere interest, bonds of friendship, fervor, and a beating heart. Hearing the doctor's reluctant agreement, Yangqing felt a wave of relief wash over him, only to be enveloped in darkness as he fainted and collapsed to the ground. A chorus of startled gasps echoed around him, and Letus's expression shifted dramatically. Quick, quick, quick. Take these 2 children to my clinic. Letus's crisp voice rang out urgently. Her demeanor was peculiar. She was indifferent to rescue unless she chose to intervene, in which case her compassion would be unexpectedly profound. The townsfolk immediately sprang into action, hastily lifting Yangqing and Dylan's When Yang Qing finally opened his eyes once more, he was greeted by a ceiling adorned with white flowers. As he sat up, he noticed his body swathed in layers of bandages, resembling a mummy. A gentle sea breeze wafted in, causing the floral curtains at the nearby window to flutter gracefully. He sat in silence, reflecting on the events that had transpired, enveloped in a heavy stillness. Ultimately, he realized he had underestimated the situation. He had not anticipated the swift and fierce retaliation from the Tianlong people. The CP0 agents had nearly led them to annihilation. The subsequent 8 warships had brought them perilously close to death. Dillon's was not by his side, and his whereabouts remained unknown, though he hoped he had found safety. Yang Qing mostly sustained superficial injuries and did not suffer any damage to his bones. Therefore, despite the terrifying appearance of his wounds, there was no serious harm. He donned his neatly folded clothes and stepped outside. "You are awake." Just as he exited the room, a girl of similar age approached him, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses and long golden hair that shimmered under the sunlight. This girl bore a striking resemblance to Lita's, both possessing the same exquisite beauty. As if she were a younger version of her. She held a book in her hands and sat quietly at the doorway. Upon seeing Yang Qing, she gently spoke. "Where is Dylans? Is he your companion?" She continued, adjusting her glasses, her melodious voice pleasant to the ear. "I wish to see him." With that, Yang Qing departed from the area. The room count was limited, allowing him to quickly locate Dylan's room. He lay there quietly, bare from the waist up. While Lita's busily attended to him, a faint metallic scent of blood wafted through the air, causing Yang Qing's eyes to sting. All of this was because of him. Dylan's had suffered such severe injuries, with a punctured lung that made breathing excruciatingly difficult. It was easy to imagine the torment Dylan's was currently enduring. "You're here? Come help me fetch the tools," Lita's commanded quietly, her mask obscuring her flawless visage. The surgery proceeded silently, her movements deliberate yet steady. In the face of blood, she remained. Lucifer Dillons was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he beheld Yang Qing slumbering peacefully at his bedside. After a period of silence, Yang Qing approached and clasped Dillons' frigid hand, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, doctor." Haritas chuckled softly as he departed from the chamber. Dillons had sustained grievous injuries, his lung having been completely perforated, and a considerable portion thereof shattered by the force of the assault, necessitating an extensive period of recuperation. It was a month before Haritas finally opened his eyes. Yang Qing was roused by the commotion and quickly regained consciousness. Upon seeing that Dillons had finally awakened, he was overwhelmed with excitement. "You have finally come to. The doctor assured me that you will recover swiftly, hasten your recuperation. Once you are well again, we shall partake in a toast of brotherhood. After that, we shall be bound as lifelong brothers." With all his strength, Dillons extended his right hand and firmly grasped Yang Qing's hand. "Brother." Yang Qing was momentarily taken aback. Then he broke into a joyful smile. "Brother." Dillon's mood had calmed, yet he retained the memories of all that had transpired. Yang Qing was a companion worth dedicating a lifetime to, a brother in every sense of the word. A year swiftly passed, and Dillon's injuries had yet to fully heal. Thus, the two remained on the small island, with Yang Qing ceaselessly honing his skills, his internal energy growing ever more formidable. Moreover, his techniques had evolved beyond merely the flying daggers of Shaoli. After an arduous journey of relentless effort and accumulation of wealth, he finally gathered 15 pieces of silver, which he exchanged for a second martial arts manual in the swordsman's marketplace. This was no ordinary text. It was a true swordsmanship manual. A peerless technique known as the 9 Swords of Dugu, passed down from the legendary Dugu Chiobai, capable of dismantling all forms of combat. This formidable sword technique, along the path of exploiting weaknesses, had reached its zenith, akin to the flying daggers of Shaoli, coupled with Yang Qing's devil fruit powers. It enabled him to command his surroundings, achieving the ultimate mastery over all forms of combat. The 9 Swords of Dugu. A brilliant light sparkled in Yang Qing's eyes. He understood the immense power of this technique. Its terror stemmed from 2 facets. First, an astonishing speed that rendered the sword strikes almost invisible to the enemy, who would only hear the sound of the blade before realizing their doom. Second, its ability to expose every flaw, leaving nothing concealed beneath its strikes. The synergy of these elements rendered this swordsmanship invincible, a force unmatched in the world. Yang Qing commenced his cultivation. For the Dugu sword technique demands an extraordinary level of comprehension, necessitating a protracted period for understanding, delving into, and practicing. Therefore, he must not become complacent. Lacking a sword, Yang Qing ventured alone to the back mountain, gathering branches to practice his movements. This maneuver still lacked the requisite swiftness. The transitions in the air must be as rapid as a flash of lightning, thus requiring further practice. The distance for this strike must be slightly shorter, otherwise, the openings would be too pronounced, rendering it susceptible to counterattack. This sword strike, Yang Qing incessantly practiced, continuously identifying shortcomings and subsequently improving upon them. His swordsmanship advanced at an astonishing pace, and his strength grew ever more formidable. As time gradually slipped away, Dylan's complexion brightened, and Yang Qing's smile became increasingly radiant. "Soon, you shall recover," Yang Qing declared joyfully. "Indeed." Dylan's nodded deeply, his gaze resolute and profound. "I shall never be defeated by anyone again." "Yes." He vowed never to succumb to defeat again, even if it meant sacrificing his life to achieve victory. The price of losing was far too agonizing. All right. Yang Qing extended his right hand, and with a sharp clap, their hands met firmly in the air. Our goal is to become the strongest in the world. Let ambition consume this ailing world and summon the specter of death. Since light has been devoured, let us transform heaven and earth into darkness. The Grim Reaper approaches. The two young men locked eyes, their hands clasped tightly, their gazes ablaze with brilliance. Their ambition sent tremors through all who beheld them. A young girl outside, holding a book, observed this scene with a smile gracing her lips, then adjusted her glasses, pondering the notion of the Grim Reaper. How intriguing these two are. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Dylan's body recovered rapidly. He could stand and walk unaided, though remnants of his injuries lingered. And strenuous activity left him breathless. Meanwhile, Yang Qing's swordsmanship, through meticulous study and practice, reached a modest level of mastery. He had attained complete control. His internal energy had progressed from that of a third-rate expert to a second-rate one. At this juncture, the efficacy of his innate chi technique diminished, as its pathway could only sustain him at the second-rate level. This meant that for Yang Qing to advance further, he would need to switch his internal energy technique. In this game, all martial arts manuals could be acquired with fragments of silver, yet after 2 years, despite having chosen the internal technique he wished to study, he still lacked sufficient funds, 25 ingots. Indeed, the internal technique Yang Qing coveted required a staggering 20 ingots of silver for exchange. After 2 years, he had managed to accumulate only 10 ingots, indicating that he still required an additional 15 for the conversion. What a challenging journey this was. Yang Qing couldn't help but chuckle wryly, yet he mused, should he obtain this internal technique, his worries for life would dissipate. An internal technique costing 20 ingots of silver could be considered quite prestigious within the entire game, its potency unparalleled. The North Sea Divine Art. In the North Sea, there exists a fish known as Kuan, whose size is incalculable, soaring to heights of 90,000 miles. The might of the North Sea Divine Art is well known. It can forcibly absorb an enemy's internal energy and convert it into one's own, thereby enhancing oneself. This technique is both detrimental to others and beneficial to oneself, capable of rapidly elevating one's prowess. What thrilled Yang Qing even more was the possibility of cultivating it to the innate realm, achieving a state of unity between man and nature in martial arts. In such a state, one could walk upon the void, merging vital energy with the cosmos, possessing boundless power that inspires fear, even capable of shattering the void. He eagerly anticipated mastering this martial art. Yang Qing felt an intense longing within him. This year, he turned 8. Though still a child at a mere height of 1.30 meters, he possessed an untamed ferocity akin to a small tiger. I have already reached the second-rate expert level. In battle, I should be comparable to a pirate of 50 to 60 million, Yang Qing reflected, pleased with his progress. 2 years prior, the strength of CP0, bolstered by the terrifying 6 styles, had swiftly dispatched Dylan's in mere moments, despite Dylan's formidable 50 million pirate prowess. This suggested that the strength of CP0 was at least around 80 million, relying on the unerring precision of his little flying dagger. Combined with the domain of his control fruit, he had gathered all his energy for a single lethal strike. It could only be deemed fortunate, rather than an indication of superiority and strength. It is crucial to remember that in that moment, life and death hung by a thread. Had the dagger been delayed by even a fraction of a second, he would surely have met his demise. The little flying dagger could serve as a trump card. Yet it must not be overutilized, Yang Qing mused. After 2 years of arduous training, he had refined the little flying dagger to an exceptional level of mastery, rendering it undeniably powerful. However, alas, with its increased strength came a heavier toll on his body. Even in peak condition, he could unleash only 3 daggers, far inferior to the sustained capabilities of the Dugun 9 swords. Yang Qing shook his head, yet his eyes glimmered with determination. I am confident that with a single strike, I can annihilate any pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. He had indeed grown tremendously strong, yet it was still insufficient. The little flying dagger, while formidable, could only unleash 3 strikes. Should he encounter a similar situation as before, besieged by multiple adversaries, he would be left to await his own demise. Yang Qing relentlessly pursued his cultivation and continued to progress. A year later, upon reaching the age of 9, Dylan's body finally regained its vitality. At last, he was well. During this year, Dylan had matured into adulthood, now 18 years of age. Standing at a height of 175 centimeters, his tousled hair was tousled by the wind, and a radiant smile graced his face, reflecting a demeanor that was markedly different from when Yang Qing first encountered him. At this moment, Yang Qing stood by the shore, brandishing a branch in his hand. Immersed in the water, he closed his eyes to feel the resistance of the waves, engrossed in the practice of the Dugun 9 swords. Oblivious to the presence of Dylan's, a faint smile appeared on Dylan's face, revealing an enigmatic glimmer in his eyes. With a single step, he vanished without a trace. Though he was initially 1,000 meters away from Yang Qing, with that stride, he materialized right before him. Let me test the extent of your strength now, Dylan's exclaimed, launching a powerful punch. Yang Qing closed his eyes, channeling his internal energy at an accelerated pace. In that moment, the branch in his hand quivered violently, transforming from a sluggish sword into a swift projectile. Following this motion, the branch's speed increased exponentially, ultimately becoming a flash of lightning in the astonished gaze of Dylan's. So swift. The branch swiftly pierced Dylan's neck, prompting Yang Qing to open his eyes. Before him, Dylan's, now a mere illusion, had already retreated 10 meters away. An adept of the space fruit, mysterious and formidable, indeed astonishing. Ah, you have grown considerably stronger. It seems you possess formidable skills, Dylan's remarked with a grin. Yes, I have mastered a new sword technique, quite powerful. Yang Qing nodded in affirmation. Oh, Dylan's expression shifted. He was curious about the nature of this supposedly potent sword technique. In the next moment, from a distance of 10 meters, his hand moved suddenly. That's peace. The sound of a snapping finger resonated, and a ripple of blue waves enveloped the two. Compared to 3 years prior, Yang Qing's domain had expanded significantly, covering a radius of 20 meters. At this instant, Yang Qing's gaze transformed, perceiving Dylan's attacks as arrows in flight. Dylan stood there, his hands striking repeatedly, and bizarrely, the assaults manifested before Yang Qing. This exemplified the terror of the space fruit. Attacks could be launched from afar, rendering them nearly indefensible. Arrow break. The branch shivered, and Yang Qing's body suddenly sprang forth like a coiled spring, rising from the ground. He then twisted and turned like a serpent, fluidly assuming various perplexing postures in midair. Moving with the swiftness of a beam of light, a multitude of attacks almost morphed into phantoms, simultaneously unleashed. In Dylan's astonished gaze, all of his distant attacks were nullified by Yang Qing. Impressive. Dylan's exclaimed sincerely, you have indeed grown even stronger. Haha. Yang Qing laughed heartily, then turned his joyful gaze towards Dylan's. You too have improved. A serious injury has only amplified your strength. My fruit ability demands both mental and physical fortitude. Although this injury has relentlessly tormented me over the past 3 years, it has also served as my training, naturally making me stronger, Dylan sighed. Afterward, a silence fell between them. Gazing at the dilapidated ship resting not far away, their eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. There is wine aboard. What we promised long ago can finally come to fruition. Let us drink to our heart's content. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. With a shared hearty laughter, the two figures sprinted towards the sunlit wreck. As the sun set, on the deck of the weathered ship, the two youths sat facing each other, smiles gracing their faces. The rich aroma of wine wafted through the air as they ladled the drink with bowls, consuming it eagerly, bursts of laughter echoing as they grew increasingly inebriated. 1 cup. To celebrate your recovery. 1 cup. To toast our brotherhood. 1 cup. To honor our dreams. With 3 cups of wine downed, a rosy hue appeared on their cheeks. Dylan's eyes sparkled with excitement, his countenance radiating joy as he silently drank, immersing himself in the moment. In the end, the two linked arms, draining the wine that flowed between them, truly solidifying their bond as brothers. Those born as brothers shall remain, so even in death. Yang Qing gazed intently into Dylan's eyes before they clasped hands tightly in midair with a resounding smack. They indulged in drink after drink, their laughter turning to tears as they sang peculiar songs with abandon. Eventually, fatigue overcame them, and they drifted into a deep slumber. When dawn broke the following day, they groggily opened their bleary eyes, each nursing a throbbing head. How did you end up here? Yang Qing exclaimed in surprise upon awakening to find a golden-haired, lovely young girl seated on the deck, quietly turning the pages of a book in the morning light. Upon hearing Yang Qing's voice, the girl adjusted her glasses and replied nonchalantly, I come here every morning to read. At that moment, Dylan also stirred, rubbing his head, and upon seeing the girl, he smiled and said, it's Mariah. Mariah nodded quietly and returned to her reading, disregarding the two. Yang Qing absently touched his nose, unconcerned. He had long since understood Leah's character over the past 3 years. She was a true academic prodigy, a veritable walking encyclopedia. It was said that her dream was to read every book in the world. The two of them disembarked from the boat and strolled leisurely along the beach towards the town. Oh, is that so? What a daunting aspiration! Dylan exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. It is quite formidable, Yang Qing nodded in agreement. Those insufferable mortals. As she watched the two figures recede into the distance, Leah adjusted her glasses and continued to immerse herself in the book she held, delving deeper into her studies. In the realm of the scholarly, mere mortals truly cannot comprehend. Yang Qing and Dylan's entered the village, greeted the locals, and after enjoying a hearty breakfast at Aunt Sarah's house, they proceeded to Rita's place. Rita's was still adorned in her alluring attire, her long legs clad in black stockings, dressed in a nurse's uniform, and her golden hair cascading like a silken waterfall, exuding an enchanting allure akin to a seductress. At that moment, she sat at the table, leisurely flipping through medical tomes. As the two approached the door, they exchanged glances and bowed deeply in respect. Thank you, doctor, for all your help over the past 3 years. Throughout those years, Rita's had devoted herself wholeheartedly to caring for Dylan's, fulfilling her duties as a physician with great diligence. Initially, Dylan's held a strong bias against this woman who had once brought Yang Qing to his knees, but as time passed and he witnessed her unwavering dedication, he gradually came to acknowledge her significance in his life. She was a woman who had saved his very life. Suddenly, both of them knelt, their foreheads pressed firmly to the ground. In that moment, Yangqing was no longer a celestial being, and Dylan's was no longer a proud warrior. They were merely two patients, expressing their gratitude to the doctor who had saved them or their brother. "Oh, you were thanking me?" Rita's closed the book on the table and glanced at the two kneeling youths, a smile gracing her lips. "Now that you've recovered, you may leave. You are not welcome here." In the astonished eyes of the two, Rita's erupted in fury, hurling the book across the table. Startled, they hurriedly dodged, gazing at her in confusion. "You've consumed my resources for 3 years without a word. Get out of here. Just the sight of you two infuriates me." Items from the room began to fly one after another, causing Yangqing and Dylan's to panic and flee. Once outside, they encountered the friendly elderly villagers, who greeted them with smiles, only to be met with cold stares as the elders raised their canes to drive them away. "What on earth is happening? It seems we are being targeted." The two exchanged bewildered looks, utterly perplexed, and fled to the boat. To their astonishment, the previously dilapidated vessel had been mysteriously repaired. "Leave. You've taken from me for 3 years. Hurry and get out. Don't run. I'll make you both pay for stealing my oranges. Come back." The crowd behind them grew increasingly menacing, and terror washed over Yangqing and Dylan's. "Quick, set sail. We must leave this dreadful place." In a flurry, they stowed the anchor, raised the sails, with Yangqing at the helm. As the boat began to glide smoothly away from the throng, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. Finally, they had left the harbor, distancing themselves from the pursuing crowd. They exchanged glances, silently exhaling in relief. They were unaware of the reasons behind this sudden turn of events, but one thing was clear: staying any longer would surely lead to their demise. How frightening this was! What had they done to offend them? Yangqing and Dylan's were filled with confusion, unable to grasp the situation. At that moment, a series of shouts echoed from the riverbank. "Lucifer, if you don't make a name for yourself, I shall never forgive you. Don't even think of returning to this town of Shigugu. Dylan's, if you fail to establish your reputation, you shall never marry my daughter. Father, please don't say such things. Come on, you two rascals, strive for your dreams. You must achieve greatness." Voices filled with hope resonated from the shore, and in an instant, Yangqing and Dylan's felt a surge of emotion, tears streaming down their faces. They finally understood the peculiar behavior of the islanders today. "You rascals, if your names do not resonate across the world, my efforts to save you will be in vain." At the back of the crowd, Letus took a drag from his cigarette, gazing at the receding boats with a smile in his eyes. "We will surely strive for success." Yangqing and Dylan's shouted loudly in response to the adults on the shore. "Ha ha ha, go away, you little rascals. Stay safe. Bon voyage." As the boat gradually sailed away, the sea breeze was gentle, and soon the figures on the shore faded from view, leaving Yangqing and Dylan's with a sense of melancholy. These were kind-hearted, lovable people who had not only rescued them from the brink of despair but had also bestowed upon them hope and a chance for rebirth. They were their kin. Heading northeast, a faint voice suddenly broke the silence. "Who?" Yangqing and Dylan's exchanged glances, their voices tinged with caution. Upon turning to discover a figure in the corner of the boat, astonishment filled their faces in unison. "Mariah?" The two turned to see Mariah, with her golden hair, setting up a deck chair and sitting quietly, gazing at the expanse of the sea. The gentle breeze lifted her hair, revealing her exquisite profile. "What are you doing here?" Dylan's asked incredulously, while Yangqing wore a grave expression. It was not the presence of Mariah that was surprising. Rather, what puzzled them was that they had not noticed her before. Although they were not overwhelmingly powerful, they possessed a certain level of strength, and their perceptual abilities were commendable. Especially Yangqing, who, with the aid of the control fruit, had a keen awareness of his surroundings. Yet, they only became aware of Mariah when she spoke. It was truly beyond comprehension. Could it be that Mariah possessed formidable power as well? As they continued their northeast journey towards the next town, Mariah ignored their inquiries, simply uttering a single sentence before resuming her silent contemplation of the sea. Yangqing exchanged a glance with Dylan's, feeling somewhat astonished. She had not immersed herself in her books today. This was utterly inconceivable. Akin to the sun rising in the west, the bow of the ship changed direction, the sails billowed, and they commenced their journey against the wind. Thus, the wooden vessel drifted further away from Shigugu town, with Yangqing and Dylan's alternating at the helm, while Malia reclined in her chair, lost in thought. Her mind a mystery. "Dylan's is off to fish. I desire grilled fish," Yangqing remarked, boredom evident in her tone as she sat at the prow of the ship. Dylan's acknowledged her with a nonchalant sound, stepping onto the mast. He gazed down at the sea for a moment, and then with a swift flick of his dagger, a fish dangled from its tip. Yangqing, witnessing this scene, tapped his forehead in exasperation, pondering the lack of excitement in such a mundane fishing life. Meanwhile, Morlia remained lost in thought, resembling a lifeless puppet, easily overlooked by those around her. The wooden boat drifted across the sea, and before they realized it, 3 days had elapsed. The monotonous and tedious maritime journey had rendered them quite bored, until at last, a colossal silhouette of a ship emerged on the boundless ocean. First, the sails appeared, gradually followed by the hull, inching closer. "Pirates!" Yangqing squinted his eyes, while Dylan shuddered, approaching Yangqing with a grave expression. "Indeed. It was a pirate ship. The menacing pirate flag billowed in the wind, exuding a palpable aura of malice that thickened the atmosphere. Morlia stood at the ship's edge, gazing serenely at the leaping fish in the water, embodying tranquility and grace. The pirate vessel drew nearer, bringing with it a foul stench that caused the trio to wrinkle their noses in distaste. The raucous shouts of men followed, accompanied by crude songs and vulgar curses. As the two ships passed each other, the fierce-looking men aboard the pirate ship cast wicked grins at Yongqing and Dylans, their piercing gazes momentarily causing the two to flinch, while Morlia appeared to be completely disregarded. Soon, the vessels had drifted apart. At the moment of their separation, Yongqing and Dylans inadvertently glanced at the stern of the pirate ship, and in an instant, their expressions changed dramatically, mirrored by Morlia's serene demeanor shifting into alarm. There, bound by ropes, knelt a group of despairing captives, their faces reflecting hopelessness akin to that of livestock awaiting slaughter, while burly pirates loomed over them, brandishing long knives with malicious grins. What a bountiful harvest this expedition had yielded. This group would be sold into slavery, providing ample profit. In just 3 days, they would reach Stone Drum Town, where a plunder would yield even more captives. Ha ha ha, being a pirate is splendid. There are women to entertain, wealth to be gained. It truly is the greatest gamble of my life. The pirates laughed heartily, reveling in their spoils. On the wooden boat, now nearly 10 meters from the pirate ship, Yongqing and Dylans lowered their heads, their long, disheveled hair obscuring their faces. Yet Morlia could distinctly sense an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from the two. She was taken aback. These seemingly unassuming youths must possess extraordinary strength similar to her own. Otherwise, why would they exhibit such ferocity in the face of such ruthless pirates? They are headed to Stone Drum Town. Yongqing raised his head, his previously smiling countenance now transformed into a cold mask. Oh, I heard that. Dylans licked his lips, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Let us slay them and make them understand why we are called the Reapers, Yongqing declared. A bloodthirsty smile crept across Dylans' face as he stepped forward and then vanished. Yongqing gracefully leaped onto the stern of the ship, and with another bound, he found himself aboard the opposing pirate vessel. Curiosity flickered in Moria's eyes as she gazed at the center of the deck, where a blood-red flag lay ominously still. Upon it, a sinister skull grinned silently, its bony claw clutching a long scythe, seemingly poised to reap lives. This was the pirate flag that Yongqing and Dylans had painstakingly devised together. Their artistic skills were modest, yet they had managed to sketch out a rough outline. At this moment, the two had infiltrated the ship of this unknown pirate crew. A burly pirate stood guard at the stern, wielding a long knife, overseeing a group of slaves. It was precisely here that the two made their entrance. Following a tremor in the space, Dylans appeared, while Yongqing descended from above. Upon reaching the deck, the powerful impact shattered a considerable portion of it. Who are you? The brutish giant's expression shifted upon seeing the pair, his face contorting with rage as he charged over, weapon raised. Kill them. Not a single soul on the ship shall be spared. Their lives belong to the captain. The Death God pirate crew had issued its first command in this inaugural battle, heralding the onset of a gruesome dance steeped in blood. Dylans wore an expression of indifference. No pirate aboard could impede his advance. He strode forward with measured steps. As a pirate lunged at him with a knife, he neither flinched nor evaded. The blade struck. But to the pirate's horror, it merely passed through Dylans' form, leaving them aghast. What is this? I couldn't cut him. It went through him. What am I witnessing? The knife passed through his body. A devil fruit. He is a demon. Blood sprayed forth as a dagger effortlessly sliced through, silencing the screams abruptly. An ever-growing number of pirates began to converge, and before long, Yongqing and Dylans found themselves encircled. Unfazed, Dylans' dagger quivered slightly in his hand, with each tremor. A pirate met a gruesome end, collapsing to the ground. Panic swept through the crew aboard the pirate ship. The boy opposite them seemed inhuman, his abilities astonishing beyond their comprehension. The captain is coming! The captain is coming! A voice rang out from the crowd, filled with exhilaration. Dylans' hand trembled once more, eliciting another cry of despair. Yongqing narrowed his eyes and raised his hand. Dylans, upon feeling the shift, retracted his dagger and regarded the terrified pirates with a cold smirk. With steady footsteps, a robust man emerged from the parted throng. He bore a thick beard. A western sword hung at his right hip, and a revolver at his left, topped off with a captain's hat that lent him an imposing presence. I am Admiral, captain of the Baby-Lost pirate ship, with a bounty of 35 million. Admiral stood before Yongqing and Dylans, his voice grave as he introduced himself. Dylans glanced at Yongqing, who remained silent, his eyes narrowing. All aboard the ship recognized that the fearsome Dylans was not the one in charge. It was this seemingly insignificant boy who commanded authority. Is this some sort of jest from the heavens? When did children become such formidable beings? At last, under the scrutiny of the onlookers, Yongqing spoke, his gaze icy and a bloodthirsty smile gracing his lips, his voice sending shivers through every listener. Not one shall remain. I knew it. Dylans chuckled, stepping forth into the throng of adversaries. Admiral and Yongqing locked eyes, under Admiral's watchful gaze. Yongqing retrieved a heavy machete from the ground, brandishing it with resolve. Come, for it is either your demise or mine. Admiral narrowed his eyes and drew his sword. The air was soon filled with screams as Dylan charged into the ranks of enemies like a wolf among sheep, an unstoppable force. His ferocity and murderous intent bore down upon them, instilling a paralyzing dread. With a bounty of 50 million berries, Dylan was a titan compared to these men. Your companions are perishing, yet you show no anger, Yang Qing remarked with a grin. At the moment of setting sail, each person harbors a version of themselves that is already dead. Admiral raised his sword with one hand, aiming it at Yang Qing. Heh, Yang Qing chuckled, recognizing the captain's cold-hearted nature. I no longer care for my own life. What do I care for theirs? Admiral swung his sword, summoning a fierce wind that rushed toward Yang Qing. Yang Qing parried with alacrity, and then, to the astonishment of his adversary, transmuted the cutlass in his hand into a streak of incandescent light, which traced a crimson furrow across Abel's chest. A sanguine torrent gushed forth, and in a single exchange, Abel was already wounded. You are formidable. A warrior of your caliber cannot be an unknown, Abel declared gravely, paying scant heed to the blood effusing from his chest. He was a man of indomitable will, capable of enduring excruciating pain. Alas, I am but a cipher, Yang Qing retorted mirthfully, as he brought his blade down in an unembellished cleave. Clang. Abel parried with his slender rapier, but the sheer force of the blow compelled him to arch backward, his legs sinking into the timbered deck, while the sanguine flow from his chest intensified. Not yet concluded. Eh? At that instant, Dylan's materialized behind Yang Qing. Abel's countenance underwent a transformation as he cast a glance at Dylan's. In that fleeting moment, he was overwhelmed by disbelief. Behind Dylan's, corpses lay strewn haphazardly across the ship, the deck incarnadined with blood. A sanguinary miasma permeated the vessel. Attracted by the alluring scent, sharks were already converging. Dylan's. You are the Spectre Dylan's. How can this be? A grand pirate of the Grand Line. What brings you to our South Sea? Abel exclaimed, his visage contorted with trepidation. He was a mere pirate with a bounty of 35 million, a sum inflated more by his depredations and iniquities than by his prowess. Dylan's, on the other hand, with his 50 million bounty, was genuinely esteemed for his formidable strength. They were simply not on the same level. Captain, dispatch him. It is time we set sail. Dylan's uttered with insouciance. Heh. Yang Qing flicked the blood from his long blade, the forceful expulsion of the droplets even perforating the wooden planks of the ship. Abel's complexion shifted once more. Captain? The terrifying Dylan's has a captain? Who, in the name of all that is holy, is this youth? You. Before he could utter another syllable, a flash of steel intervened, and he hastily raised his sword in a desperate parry. However, with a soft thud, darkness enveloped his vision. The rapier sundered in twain, and Abel was cleaved asunder. The strike was too swift, too fierce, too overwhelming. It would have been prudent to resolve this sooner. Instead of squandering time, Dylan's grumbling voice echoed. Heh. Yang Qing chuckled. Ever the same attitude. Can you not find your voice? Dylan's prodded. Heh. Head to you as well. The two approached the stern, exchanged a glance, and Dylan's severed the bonds of all the slaves. Go now, he declared. The world is vast, and humanity is free. Perhaps, in this world, slavery should not exist. Yang Qing spoke, and Dylan's turned to him, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. He realized that he, too, was a slave, his slave. Yet at this very moment, he was now a member of his crew, his brother. Captain, what manner of man are you? Everyone stood up in excitement, casting a glance at the ship, utterly astonished. As they turned their gaze back to the two men, it was filled with trepidation. The overwhelming power inspired fear. Yang Qing and Dylan's were indifferent, preparing to depart. Just then, a faint voice emerged. May I accompany you? The voice was soft, tinged with fear and trepidation. Yang Qing turned around, but Dylan's did not acknowledge him. They had their own matters to attend to, and it was already commendable to rescue these individuals. They had little interest in engaging in anything further. He expected Yang Qing to smile and depart, but an unexpected occurrence transpired. May I ask your name? Yang Qing inquired, gazing at the girl of similar age with a smile. My name is Robin, Nico Robin. The girl, though somewhat intimidated, summoned her courage to reveal her true name. Countless times, she had relied on false identities, but this moment, under the boy's gaze, she uttered her authentic name. Oh, Robin, is it? Come. You shall stay with us from now on. The boy waved his hand dismissively, seemingly indifferent to the name he had just heard. Dylan's, take her to our ship. She will live with us henceforth. Dylan's, rendered speechless, was about to retort when he noticed that Yang Qing had already gracefully departed to the wooden vessel. Come. Hold me tight. We shall be on our way shortly. Robin complied, and in the blink of an eye, their surroundings transformed, and they found themselves aboard the ship. Are you human? Ah, ha ha ha. The Grim Reaper pirates, set sail, let us embark. The fearsome pirate flag began to rise slowly, replacing the previously empty mast. The sea breeze, the gulls, the waves, and the essence of the ocean enveloped Yang Qing's face, intoxicating him as he closed his eyes to relish the clear weather over the sea. He felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. This languid sensation was perfectly conducive to slumber. Molia lay quietly on the deck in a rocking chair, her legs crossed, delicate toes playfully peeking out from her pink ribbon sandals. Her slender calves glimmered with a milky sheen under the sun, and her thighs were modestly concealed by a pink skirt. Bathed in sunlight, she radiated a golden glow. In that moment, Malia resembled a tranquil little princess. Bang! Dylan swallowed hard, his gaze somewhat dazed. Why, after 3 years, had he never noticed Malia's captivating allure? She was simply stunning. Little Robin, standing nearby, observed Dylan's foolish expression. Still timid but subtly revealing a look of disdain. Malia's book turned a page quietly, her focus unwavering, entirely oblivious to Dylan's expression, or perhaps even if she were aware. She would not care. Just an ordinary mortal, she seemed to think. Yang Qing languidly closed his eyes, inhaling the scent of the sea. He allowed the wooden boat to drift towards an unknown destination, for the navigation was entrusted to Dylan's, guided by Mariah, leaving him free to indulge in leisure. Oh, the taste of freedom. Yang Qing felt a profound sense of relaxation enveloping him. At the age of 8, his physical form was still that of a child, yet his spirit bore the weight of over 20 years. The oppressive existence of his past life had been utterly liberated upon his arrival in this world. Such a sensation deeply enchanted him. Brotherhood, fervor, and emotion flourished here, free from the coldness and harshness of his previous life. He breathed in liberation. Stop staring. If you continue, the ship will drift into the doldrums, and your expression is quite repulsive, Mariah commented coolly after finishing a page, flipping to the next. Dylan's was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing crimson. Steer the helm a third towards the southeast. We shall reach the next island before nightfall. Her calm words exuded the grace of a goddess. Despite her youth, her ethereal demeanor and commanding presence immediately captivated both Dylan's and young Robin. Dylan's heart raced as he swiftly adjusted the helm towards the southeast, allowing the sails to catch the wind, instantly increasing the ship's speed. After completing this task, he released a long breath, his once tumultuous heart gradually settling. What just happened? It felt as if I had just glimpsed a deity. Dylan's murmured to himself, bewildered. How could I possibly be drawn to such a formidable overachiever? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. If Dylan's was lost in a daze. Little Robin felt a warmth emanating from Mariah and cautiously approached. Sister, what book are you reading? World History. I just reached the chapter on the downfall of O'Hara. Mariah replied. The latest edition of World History has introduced 13 new points of change, with O'Hara's chapter being the most extensive. Mariah's tone was calm. Yet Robin's expression shifted dramatically. Then, Mariah gently closed the thick tome and cast a serene glance at Robin. Nico Robin, with a bounty of 79 million. I can hardly fathom how a child of your age could attract such a high reward. After all, you appear utterly powerless. Dylan's, a mere mortal with a bounty of only 50 million, was capable of wreaking havoc on a small island. Just then, Dylan's emerged, overhearing Mariah's assessment, which darkened his expression. After a few moments of trembling silence, he abandoned any thoughts of confronting her. He lacked the courage to face such a formidable combination of intellect and divinity. I'd best keep my distance from her. Little Robin, overwhelmed by fear from her past experiences, found it hard to trust anyone, especially a woman who had instantly recognized her identity. Well, you all seem to be enjoying yourselves, Yang Qing called out cheerfully, having awoken from his slumber. He staggered onto the deck, a sweet smile gracing his face. Dylan's, I'm hungry. And Robin, don't spend too much time with the overachiever. The pressure will be immense. His abrupt interjection eased the awkwardness lingering in the air. Dylan scowled, clenching his fists in frustration. Do you take me for a babysitter? I am the Phantom Dylan's, with a bounty of 50 million. How could you possibly have 50 million? Yang Qing waved dismissively. Am I a source of pressure for you? Mariah adjusted her glasses, and Dylan's noticed a glimmer beneath them, heightening his sense of unease. He anticipated an outburst from the scholarly goddess, but she merely replied, Foolish mortal. Hurry, I must eat. Do you wish to starve the great celestial dragon, Lucifer's saint? The consequences would be dire. Yang Qing teased. Dylan's expression darkened further. In an utter resignation, he retrieved his dagger and trudged towards the sea, his voice dripping with disdain. No food, only fish. I don't cook. Meanwhile, Robin stood frozen like a statue, astonished by Yang Qing's mention of the celestial dragon. You are a celestial dragon. With her mouth agape. Yang Qing beamed at her, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. Just a joke. Don't be frightened. Mariah adjusted her glasses, a glimmer in her eyes as she returned to her reading. 3 hours later, they arrived at the island of Longambo in the South Sea. Perfect timing for resupply. Our ship has run out of everything, Yang Qing exclaimed, then sat down on the deck with Robin. The waves below were tumultuous, and Robin, forcibly pulled by Yang Qing to sit on the mast, was nearly in tears, while Yang Qing laughed heartily. How did I never notice his wicked sense of humor before? Dylan's mused, carrying a massive deep-sea fish, utterly speechless. Mariah flipped through her book, remaining silent. Fine, Dylan shrugged, carrying the fish to the kitchen. I'm just a babysitter. On the mast, the two sat closely, Robin clutching Yang Qing's shirt tightly, terrified of the height and proximity to the sea, fearing a fall. Robin? Yang Qing suddenly spoke earnestly. Robin, on the verge of tears, replied softly. It has been a long time since I've been so close to someone. Yang Qing said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Robin stiffened, gripping his shirt even tighter. I'm scared. Yang Qing did not turn to his side. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the girl beside him, where two streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks, and her lips trembled incessantly. With me around, there is nothing to fear, he exclaimed, letting out a series of peculiar sounds. Hee 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 hee. Yang Qing shouted towards the sea, echoing the strange laughter, a radiant smile adorning his face, followed by a hearty laugh. Robin's tears flowed freely as she gazed at Yang Qing, her eyes reflecting something more profound. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, recalling the words of the towering giant, the sea is boundless. One day, you will surely find the companions who will guard you. No one is destined to be alone in this world. Hee hee hee. The giant's words reverberated in his mind, and Robin's tears continued to fall unabated. A strong arm gently wrapped around her shoulders, holding her tightly. Cry. Let the pain flow forth, the comforting voice urged. Yang Qing spoke softly, and the cries grew louder. The pirate flag fluttered in the wind, the scythe on the skull glinting coldly under the sunlight. Intermittent sobs emanated from the ship, adding an eerie ambience to the vessel. What is wrong with these two? One weeps while the other laughs. Dillons emerged, carrying a plate larger than himself, inquiring curiously. The plate was filled with steaming boiled fish, its aroma wafting outward. Seated atop the ship's mast, Yang Qing immediately caught the scent, prompting Robin, tear-streaked, to rush over. I smell boiled fish. Ha ha, I'm starving, Yang Qing exclaimed. And Robin, with tears still fresh on her face, felt a flush of embarrassment upon witnessing the peculiar expressions of the two. Eat quickly, Dillons. Where's the wine? Where's the wine? Yang Qing shouted. Have you forgotten? You drank it all before we set sail, that night. And you, a mere child under 10, drinking wine? Dillons remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. Ha ha, yet I, Lucifer, am still your captain. Are you not convinced? Yang Qing laughed heartily. All right, I concede, Dillons replied, waving his hands in resignation. The four began to eat. Robin and Mariah were quiet, their manners refined, while Yang Qing and Dillons bickered incessantly, even competing in a race to see who could eat faster and more. Two mere mortals, Mariah commented, eliciting a stifled giggle from Robin. So, what shall we do next? After the four had finished devouring the sizable fish, Dillons elegantly wiped his mouth and turned to Yang Qing. What shall we do? Yang Qing rose, gazing toward the island faintly visible in the distance, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Quite simply, we shall do all that a pirate ought to do. Fight. Smash. Steal, he declared, thrusting his fist emphatically. Dillons held his forehead, while Mariah rose from her seat, leaving only little Robin, who twirled her eyes. Observing Yang Qing in silence, a smile blooming on her face. I am serious, Yang Qing insisted, meeting Robin's gaze earnestly. Hee hee hee. Robin giggled and scampered away. The pirate ship sailed steadily onward, drawing ever closer to the island. The small wooden vessel glided silently across the sea, leaving a delicate trace upon the waters. What island is it? Long Gu. Yang Qing's face lost its smile, and her tone turned somewhat frigid. Dillons stood beside her, gazing at the enormous island ahead, his eyes shimmering with a fierce light. Long Ji's Wave Island. Such an unappealing and clumsy name. Yang Qing leapt to the bow of the ship, her gaze fixed intently forward. Dillons rolled his eyes, too apathetic to engage with her. He felt that since their departure, this brother, who had once shared life and death with him, seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. A mere 1,000 meters ahead lay the harbor. The two stood at the bow, appearing relaxed, yet their bodies were already in a vigilant stance, muscles taut with tension. Long Ji's Wave Island, a notorious pirate haven in the South Sea. Molia adjusted her glasses, a glimmer of light reflecting off the lens. At Long Ji's Wave Island, a multitude of pirate ships congregated at the port. A glance revealed a dark mass, nearly engulfing a significant portion of the harbor. Upon the decks of these vessels, a motley crew of imposing pirates lingered, their faces fierce, languidly reclining on the decks, half-closed eyes resting. The sheer number of pirate ships, combined with the vast pirate throng, created a chaotic and tumultuous island, saturated with bloodshed and violence. Even before setting foot on the island, the entire crew of the Grim Reaper pirates, standing upon the ship, felt a wave of blood-soaked ferocity wash over them. It was a raw, brutal, and savage scent of piracy. The South Sea is renowned as the mightiest of the four seas. Even in this era, where the Navy relentlessly purges pirates, it steadfastly retains its strength. While the East Sea, once vibrant due to the Pirate King, has been thoroughly cleansed, leaving pirates trembling in fear and scarcely appearing. The majority of the Navy's forces are stationed there. In contrast, the South Sea, with its formidable pirates, presents a challenge even to the Navy, thus explaining the scene before them. Furthermore, among these pirates, there are indeed numerous bounties reaching 40 to 50 million. Molia stood quietly to the side, her demeanor calm, as if she possessed an all-encompassing understanding of the situation. Yang Qing and Dillons exchanged nods. Under Dillon's scrutinizing gaze, Yang Qing retrieved a black robe from the bedroom and enveloped himself entirely within it, tossing one to each of the other three. Put them on, came Yang Qing's deep voice from beneath the cloak, exuding an air of mystery and coldness. The three were momentarily startled, exchanging glances before donning the robes that cloaked their small frames. Given our relatively young ages, concealing ourselves in these robes indeed helps us evade many troubles. Morlia's voice emerged from the shadows of her robe. Today, Morlia, you seem particularly talkative, Yang Qing remarked, his tone taking on a more serious note, losing some of its playful edge. Captain, what shall we do? Young Robin's excited voice chimed in. What shall we do? Did I not already state it? Strike. Smash. Rob. Dylan's cold voice rang out, revealing that he was indeed serious beneath the robe. Precisely. The wooden ship gradually approached the island's shores and anchored at the coastline. The pirate flag fluttered in the wind, immediately drawing the attention of a throng of pirates. Hey, another pirate ship has arrived, and that flag looks unfamiliar. They seem to lack any reputation. How amusing, these rookie pirates dare to come to this island. I think it's time to show them a lesson. Near Long Ji's island, by the harbor, there was a tavern, and this conversation emanated from within. A dozen burly men sat around, guzzling rum, their beards glistening with droplets of alcohol, presenting a particularly fierce and crude appearance. Gulp. One man at the edge downed a large mug of liquor and stood abruptly. Towering at nearly 2 meters 3, he resembled a small tower, with muscles bulging prominently, exuding an aura of formidable strength, akin to that of a bear. I, Takis, shall show these newcomers a thing or two. With that, he swaggered toward the shore, inciting a raucous cheer from the surrounding pirates, the atmosphere charged with excitement. Ha! It's Takis, the one with a bounty of 5 million. These rookies are doomed. How ruthless it is for Takis to target the newly emerged ones. Some laughed heartily, while others, finding it dull, slumped over the tables, lacking even the interest to glance over. Seems we are quite popular, mused Dillons, his eyes glinting with coldness as he unsheathed his dagger, twirling it around his fingers before sheathing it again. Shall we kill? He inquired, tilting his head slightly. This frigid tone momentarily startled Robin while Morlia adjusted her gaze, revealing that the two children harbored a significant intent to kill. Then let us do so. After all, they are all villains, right? Yang Qing's voice floated out casually, unperturbed. Disembark. At the captain's command, for shadows leaped from the wooden ship, landing steadily on the harbor's planks. Facing a multitude of curious gazes, the four stood cloaked in black, their faces obscured, yet their small statures were evident. Are they all children? Takis exclaimed, bursting into laughter. With those heights, did you all come from Dwarf Kingdom? How amusing. With that, Takis strode forward, his fearsome visage presenting an intimidating sight. The four stepped forward to meet him. Robin, cloaked beneath her robe, trembled slightly, the ferocity of the scene being a rare experience for her. In contrast, Morlia appeared unfazed, closely following the two ahead, her lips curling into a faint smile as she sensed Robin's tension. Stay close to them, Nico Robin. Robin nodded firmly, drawing comfort from the figure leading the way. Takis soon stood before the four, his massive form resembling a wall, blocking their path. Their steps halted involuntarily, and Robin felt her apprehension swell as perspiration gathered in her palms. What do you want? Came Yang Qing's voice from beneath the robe, indifferent and icy. This unmistakably forbidding tone momentarily caught Takis off guard, causing his smile to fade as a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Nothing major. Just want to tear you apart. Is that acceptable? Oh, Yang Qing replied nonchalantly, remaining silent afterward. Is that so? Takis' eyes flickered, anger igniting within him. The boy's dismissive attitude truly incensed him, and in an instant, he clenched his fist, a true boulder of a punch. Kill him. Suddenly, a chilling voice emerged from beneath the black robe. Takis froze, unable to fathom that this newcomer, shrouded in mystery, would dare utter such a command. Was he not supposed to tremble in fear and plead for mercy? A breeze swept through, and Takis ignored it, his fury escalating as he swung his fist down. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the shock of those behind him, covering their mouths in disbelief. Inside the tavern, what had been a raucous crowd fell eerily silent. Even the previously disinterested pirates sat up, eyes fixated on the scene. Takis, behind you. Who is that? When did he appear? How eerie, like a ghost. No, he is a true phantom. I did not see him move at all. You know my eyesight is keen. I'm a sniper. Takis' fist descended halfway before halting midair, his eyes dimming rapidly as black blood began to trickle from his lips. In mere moments, his vitality waned swiftly. Behind him, Dylan's figure flickered, vanishing only to reappear at his original position, an eerie specter that instilled fear. He moved like a wraith, shifting through different spaces and times, eluding capture and prediction. Let us depart. Yang Qing extended a hand, pushing the lifeless form of the burly man to the side. Subsequently, the quartet advanced gently, arriving at the entrance of the open-air bar. Please make way. In the face of the stunned and silent pirates, the four figures cloaked in black stood quietly, uttering not a word. For a moment, the scene fell into an absolute hush as both parties exchanged glances in silence. Yang Qing surveyed the surroundings, clearly observing the evident trepidation and fear reflected in the eyes of the burly men across from him. It seemed that Dylan's intervention had thoroughly instilled a sense of dread within them. May I have a seat? A voice, devoid of warmth, resonated through the bar, causing the pirates within the establishment to shudder, followed by a quiet gulp. The four pirates clad in black robes immediately rose and scurried away. Such enigmatic figures, whose actions were swift and ruthless, demanded caution from all. Once the four took their seats, an eerie silence enveloped the bar, with each pirate quietly sipping their drinks. None daring to raise their voices. The earlier scene had profoundly shaken their spirits. With a snap of his fingers, one of the cloaked figures summoned the bar owner, who hurried over. "What can I do for you?" "Your command?" "Food and drink. Anything will suffice. Also, please inform us where we might procure supplies for our ship on this island." Yang Qing stated indifferently. "If you follow this road, you will find supplies aplenty." The owner replied, wiping the sweat from his brow, visibly anxious. He gestured for the waitstaff to fetch food and drink without delay. "You may leave." Dylan's waved his hand, and the owner promptly retreated. "Now what shall we do next? There are numerous targets here, a promising choice indeed." A faint smile, tinged with cruelty and an air of murderous intent, appeared on Yang Qing's face. Dylan's paused, contemplating, and nodded slowly, his eyes glinting coldly from beneath his hood. He comprehended Yang Qing's words with startling clarity. At that moment, the waitstaff hurriedly brought forth the drinks and food, which were quite exquisite and fragrant. Little Robin couldn't help but salivate, casting a furtive glance at Yang Qing. "Haha, this is far superior to what Dylan's prepared. Eat up, Yang Qing exclaimed, laughing heartily as he began to feast eagerly. The four indulged in their meal with remarkable speed. Observing this, the surrounding pirates collectively exhaled, beginning to relax as the tension eased. Though some among them were stronger than Takis, none possessed the capability to resolve matters as decisively as Dylan's. Gradually, the usual boisterousness of the pirates resumed, their voices rising once more. Yet, the members of the Death God pirate crew remained tranquil, the sounds of their chewing the only noise breaking the silence. "I tell you, just a few days ago, I plundered a small town, haha, and made off with 5 million berries," one pirate boasted. "What has that compared to our victory over another pirate crew? We seized their treasure, amounting to 30 million. The two began to compare their exploits, garnering admiration and astonishment from those around them. In this age of piracy, countless individuals set sail in pursuit of wealth. Indifferent to dreams. Reality is stark. What is a dream compared to the immediate gratification of spending lavishly? Venturing into the sea is akin to a gamble, with each pirate wagering their lives, facing the specter of death at every turn. Each pirate, in essence, is a gambler with their lives as stakes, and their futures hanging in the balance. They are rugged, audacious, ruthless, and cold-blooded. For to be otherwise is to court their own demise. Only through this brutality can one survive. And dreams? They have long since dissipated in the agony of growing up. They are merely an ordinary lot, lacking the right to speak of dreams. To live beautifully is the greatest aspiration. Meanwhile, the four members of the Death God pirate crew had polished off an entire table of food. They leisurely wiped their mouths before rising to their feet. As they stood, a palpable chill enveloped the space, causing the previously raucous pirates to falter and change their expressions. The four had risen. Such an intimidating presence. Am I trembling? The pirates quaked, their gazes fixated on the four cloaked figures, whose increasingly frigid demeanor ignited a sense of dread within them. "From what I've gathered, it appears you are quite wealthy." A mocking tone emerged from one of the cloaked figures, causing the pirates to narrow their eyes, instincts warning them of impending danger. Yet none dared to speak. "Then, relinquish your treasures." The demon revealed a sinister grin, baring its fangs and exposing its avaricious nature. "You cannot be serious. We will not hand over what we fought for with our lives." The pirates erupted in defiance, their voices rising as they vehemently defended their hard-won possessions. This treasure was earned at the brink of death. To surrender it would be unthinkable. "Then, shall we kill them all?" Dylan's voice was a chilling whisper. Yang Qing nodded, his demeanor strikingly indifferent. A sinister breeze spread through the air, causing the pirates present to tremble once more, their eyes reflecting a newfound fear. 3 seconds later, the first drop of blood fell like a blossom, landing on the table, the metallic scent wafting through the air, igniting the fervor within the hearts of the pirates. They were frightened, anxious, trembling, yet their pupils dilated, their hearts racing. "Let us fight. There are only 4 of them. We can defeat them." The ferocious side of the pirates finally surfaced. Confronted with insurmountable fear, they erupted, veins bulging like dragons on their necks and arms. Faces twisted with madness and rage as they unsheathed their swords and rushed at the 4. At least 30 pirates charged forward, a wave of bloodlust washing over them. Little Robin, unaccustomed to such scenes, felt her anxiety surge. In the forefront, Dylan's and Yang Qing bore grins of malice, the aura of slaughter quietly emanating from them. A fearsome intent palpable in the air. Kill. As the two sides converged, the tables were sent flying in disarray. In mere moments, they were entangled in a fierce battle. The clash of steel echoing through the bar. Yang Qing unsheathed the long sword from his waist, a slight tremor coursing through him. A swift flash of lightning surged forth, weaving through the crowd. The clear, melodious sound of the sword echoed throughout the arena, resonating beautifully. This gleam of the sword was indeed akin to a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye, instilling great terror among the pirates. In that instant, even the figure of the cloaked man was gone from their sight. All that remained in the gaze of the onlookers was that swiftly blooming silver light. He spiraled like a dragon close to the ground, darting back and forth, stirring up a fierce wind. Then he let out a low growl, unleashing his ferocity upon the world. Within just 3 seconds, the blade had danced around the 30-odd pirates, returning to its sheath. The sound of the sword returning echoed, and Yang Qing's cloak fluttered slightly, as if stirred by a gentle breeze, while Dylan's remained utterly still, yet to make his move. However, the advancing pirates all bore a red line upon their necks. Instantly, they halted, fear and dread filling their eyes. Am I dead? They reached to touch their necks, trembling in terror as they felt their hands slick with blood. The pungent scent of blood began to permeate the air, overpowering the rich aroma of rum. A relentless series of thuds echoed as over 30 pirates fell to the ground, all slain in the wake of that single sword song. Remarkable! Behind them, little Robin gasped in astonishment, unable to believe the strength of her captain. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Morlia's eyes, though she maintained a semblance of composure. Your swordsmanship has grown even swifter, Dylan's noted, contrasting the explosive power of previous techniques. This swordplay seemed more incredible, powerful, and astonishingly fast, so fast that no one could hope to evade it. In mere moments, the 30 pirates lay lifeless on the ground, blood staining the earth and the scent of death sending the surrounding crowd into a panic, clearing a significant distance from the scene. The bar owner nearby paled, trembling visibly. Retrieve their bounties and take whatever treasure remains on their ship, Yang Qing instructed softly. Dylan's nodded, beginning to search them one by one. Before long, a stack of bounties had accumulated in Dylan's possession, the rewards mostly amounting to millions. These pirates, known for their rampant destruction and theft, were not particularly formidable. The 4 cloaked figures then departed, exuding an air of mystery and eeriness. Onlookers, upon seeing them pass, recoiled in fear, making way for the quartet. Soon after, they calmly located supplies of food and ship provisions. A quarter of an hour later, a large bundle had appeared on Dylan's back. Among the 4, he was the tallest and most robust, naturally taking upon himself this task. Yang Qing strolled leisurely, for the island was not large and could be traversed swiftly. The bustling areas were mostly situated at the port, while the rest were forests, deserted and untraveled. After transporting the supplies onto the ship, they disembarked once more, their sights still set on the pirates. The Grim Reaper pirate crew mobilized entirely, with Yang Qing and Dylan's as the main force, while Robin and Morlia provided support. As the pirates fell before them, the two swiftly approached to gather the bounties from their slain foes, carefully folding the notices. Treasure these well. They are indeed riches. Molia's voice emerged from beneath the cloak, and Robin, filled with nervous excitement, tucked the bounties away, thrilled by the thrill of the endeavor. As they concluded their tasks, the sky had grown dark. The 4 returned to their ship, organizing the day's harvest. Morlia, with a composed expression, began to announce their findings. Gold, jewelry, and other valuables amount to approximately 67 million berries. Morlia adjusted her glasses, 72 million. This figure caused Robin's eyes to widen, and excitement sparkled in Dylan's gaze. While Yang Qing waved his hand dismissively, as a celestial dragon, he held little regard for wealth. However, the prospect of over 100 million berries was indeed a cause for celebration. So much? Then let us celebrate. The feast commenced, featuring meat, red wine, candlelight, and song upon the deck of the Grim Reaper pirate ship. The 4 revelers were in high spirits, thoroughly enjoying the festivities. It should be noted that aside from Yang Qing and Dylan's, the other 2 were still quite young. Morlia appeared mature but was, in essence, still a child at heart. As the moon climbed high, the 4 grew increasingly drowsy, the effects of alcohol rendering them dreamy and fatigued. They remained unaware of the subtle disturbance beneath their ship, as a shadowy figure began to emerge from the water, swiftly approaching. Should we all be asleep by now? Moments later, a head broke the surface, removing the breathing apparatus from his mouth and nose, whispering lowly. This hidden figure, cloaked in the sea, listened intently for a moment, and upon hearing no sounds from the ship, began to stealthily ascend aboard, not by the ladder. It was evident that this figure possessed remarkable agility. In a single leap from the water, he grasped the ship's side. Slowly, he raised his head to survey the notorious pirate crew, wondering just how vicious and fearsome they truly were. But the next moment, as he beheld the scene on deck, he froze in disbelief, his body trembling, nearly toppling back into the water. What? How is this possible? A group of children? Moments later, excitement surged through him. He recognized this as a significant scoop, intelligence that could elevate his status. He discreetly retrieved an object from his waist, its surface glinting faintly in the moonlight, a camera. With one hand gripping the ship's side, he shakily aimed the camera towards the deck. At that moment, he felt the weight of his anxiety, knowing that although these individuals were children, they were still fearsome little devils, capable of killing without hesitation. Click. Trembling, he pressed the shutter button, followed by several more clicks. Then, he swiftly plunged back into the water, swimming away at great speed. Upon reaching the shore, he cautiously scanned the area before hastily departing. Shortly after, he knocked on the door of a small dwelling located in the northwest of the island. Who is it? A low voice emanated from within. 234-6782. He replied, announcing a sequence of numbers. The door creaked open. Prepare the din mushi, I have crucial intelligence to report, he spoke in a serious tone, shedding his diving suit to reveal the standard attire of a naval soldier. Yes, Sergeant. The individual before him saluted respectfully before hastily departing. When the soldier returned, the figure had already changed clothes, his face cleansed of seawater. Receiving the golden din mushy, he steadied his breath and dialed the number. Please leave the room. The figure cautiously addressed the soldier, standing nearby. The soldier was taken aback, quickly saluted, and then left, carefully closing the door behind him. The distinctive sound of the telephone beetle resonated, and 10 seconds later, it transformed into a stern-faced figure. A deep voice emanated from the device. Hello, Nanhai Branch 1494 Command. What is the matter? This is the Intelligence Department, Richard, he replied swiftly. The Intelligence Department? The voice on the other end hesitated for a moment, and after a full 10 seconds, responded, Identity confirmed, please proceed. This time, the tone was noticeably softer, less dreary. I am currently located on Longjin Nabeo Island. Today, Richard whispered quickly, relaying the events that had transpired, before summarizing, around midnight, I will secretly board their pirate ship. I have discovered something astonishing that has led me to believe they are formidable figures in this age of piracy. P.S. There will be 3 updates today. Here is the first. Your support is greatly appreciated. Do not hesitate to collect. What have you discovered? The voice inquired with curiosity. The individuals cloaked in black robes are actually a group of children, the eldest being 18 years old, and the youngest. Richard took a deep breath. Only 10. Gasped. The sound of inhalation echoed from the telephone beetle, clearly shocked. Are you serious? Came the urgent and astonished response. I have taken their photographs and will send them shortly. Richard understood that such information might be hard to believe, yet precisely for this reason, he deemed the intelligence critical. Regardless of whether the 4 individuals clad in black robes were indeed children, their ability to suppress the pirates on the entire island indicated that their strength was certainly around 400 to 500 million. The fact that such individuals had not left a trace of rumor or evidence previously was already unfathomable. Once their ages were confirmed, the level of danger they posed escalated exponentially. Please send the photographs at once, so we may quickly ascertain their identities. The voice on the other end responded promptly before hanging up. Soon after, Richard sought out a means to transmit the photographs from this makeshift intelligence center, skillfully transferring data from the camera, and awaited the ringing of the telephone beetle. Nanhai, 1494 Command. What is it that necessitates waking me at this late hour? Donned in a broad cloak of justice, St. Carlo yawned. He was indeed the highest commander of the 1494 Command, holding the rank of Major General. The Intelligence Department reports an urgent matter requiring your presence, said his secretary, flashing a charming smile. The Intelligence Department? St. Carlo raised an eyebrow and nodded. Then let us proceed. Before long, St. Carlo arrived at the Intelligence Department. It was a highly confidential underground facility filled with numerous screens and telephone beetles cluttering every corner, each adorned with complex codes representing every dispatched operatives. You have intelligence to report to me? St. Carlo inquired in a grave tone. Upon his arrival, the intelligence personnel hurriedly stood and saluted. After he gestured for them to sit around the circular table, one of the officers spoke up. Indeed, Commander. Richard has just sent a report. He informed us that on Longjin Nabeo Island, a pirate crew has emerged with combat capabilities reaching the level of 400 to 500 million. Longjin Nabeo Island, the notorious pirate haven in the South Sea? St. Carlo raised an eyebrow. Precisely. The lieutenant nodded, and upon St. Carlo's indication to continue, he added hastily, initially. We believe this was merely a newly emerged pirate crew heading towards the Grand Line. However, Richard's report revealed that the situation is far more complex. The lieutenant's expression turned serious as he leaned against the table, speaking in a low and solemn tone. An hour ago, Richard, risking his life, approached this fearsome pirate crew, attempting to gather specific intelligence. He was utterly shocked by their ages. Ages? St. Carlo queried, how old are they? 20? 30? No, the lieutenant replied, his face grave. The eldest is around 18, while the others are mostly between 10 and 12 years old. What? St. Carlo exclaimed in disbelief, slamming his hand on the table. 10 to 12 years old? Shouldn't they be enjoying life under their parents' care? At that age, they ought to be fragile enough to be lifted with a single hand by an adult. Where on earth did such individuals come from, possessing such strength at that age? This is inconceivable. Are you certain? Absolutely. Richard has sent their information, and from what we know, this pirate crew is far more than what it seems. The lieutenant was now sweating profusely. St. Carlo's expression grew grave as he inhaled deeply. To possess such strength at such a young age is akin to the prodigies among the seas. They are indeed genuine threats. Continue. Bring forth the photographs Richard has taken. The lieutenant instructed quickly. Before long, a photograph appeared on the table, and St. Carlo's gaze was drawn to it. The lieutenant pointed to one individual in the photo with an unusually serious tone. This is a girl, already asleep with her eyes half closed. Her name is Nico Robin. Bounty, 79 million berries. St. Carlo's eyes widened, his entire body tensed. He stared intently at the seemingly harmless girl, matching her face with the bounty poster in his mind. Quickly confirming, indeed, it is Nico Robin, the demon child, that exceedingly dangerous individual. And that's not all. Just as St. Carlo assumed the revelations had concluded, the lieutenant's sudden exclamation reignited his concern. compelling him to glance at the other individuals in the photograph. Major General, look at this boy. The lieutenant pointed towards Dylan's. This is the ghost, Dylan's. St. Carlo stood up in shock, exclaiming, was he not captured? Did he not end up being auctioned at Sabaody Archipelago? Was he not sold to the celestial dragons? With a bounty of 50 million, the ghost Dylan's. Indeed, this is Dylan's, no doubt about it, from the Grand Line. As for why he appears in the South Sea, we are uncertain, the lieutenant replied helplessly. St. Carlo appeared somewhat dazed. The emergence of a pirate crew in the South Sea with a cumulative bounty exceeding 100 million was beyond his expectations, unequivocally elevating this death pirate crew to the title of the most vicious in the South Sea, without exception. What about the identities of the other two? Have they been confirmed? After a moment of realization, St. Carlo pointed to Mariah and Yang Qing, relieved when the lieutenant shook his head. St. Carlo sat back in his seat, rubbing his temples with his thumb. The demon child Nico Robin and the ghost Dylan's posed a considerable headache for him. He is a slothful individual who, after graduating from the Navy Headquarters Military Academy, has never embarked on a mission. He finds it bothersome and delegates all tasks to the subordinates, while he indulges in leisure. Being assigned here signifies his capability, and his lineage is also remarkable. However, this time, it seems that the soldiers beneath him are unable to handle the situation. Must he intervene personally? St. Carlo felt a sense of helplessness and then recalled Nico Robin, a girl who had been marked with a bounty by the Navy Headquarters, concealing some unspeakable secret. As this thought crossed his mind, his eyes brightened with inspiration. Perhaps this could be the solution. Prepare the communication snail for contacting headquarters, he commanded. The lieutenant, taken aback momentarily, quickly sprang into action. Before long, a communication snail appeared before St. Carlo. He picked it up and dialed. After merely 3 seconds, the connection was established. Navy South Command, please speak. I am Major General St. Carlo. I just sent a photograph. Please review it and inform me of the outcome, St. Carlo spoke with gravity. Understood. The communication snail fell silent, and after a brief pause, a commanding male voice emerged from the other end. Hello, St. Carlo. Father? St. Carlo was momentarily stunned to realize it was his father on the line. Do not act impulsively regarding that pirate crew, and be sure to prioritize your safety, his father said solemnly. What? But Nico Robin is not from headquarters. What is that little girl to you? St. Carlo protested, but his father unceremoniously interrupted him. Remember? Do not take action without orders from headquarters. And about that Dylan's, the phantom Dylan's. St. Carlo was taken aback, then quickly responded. What about Dylan's? Do not concern yourself with that. There will be changes soon. Just ensure your own safety, his father replied impatiently, lowering his voice toward the end. The communication snail went silent, leaving St. Carlo sitting dazed in his seat. What is the situation? Given his father's tone, it seemed the infamous phantom Dylan's was not taken seriously. Could there be someone even more formidable among the four? He glanced at the photograph, pondering in shock whether it was that boy or that girl. Who could it be? At the Navy headquarters, what does the world government say? St. Carlo's father, Van Dyro, inquired in a low voice, having just reported the intelligence after viewing the photograph. This matter was too significant for him to treat lightly. Standing by, the secretary replied quietly. Van Dyro's eyes flickered before he fell into silence. A celestial dragon had appeared in the South Sea and established a pirate crew. He was unaware of the intricacies involved and had no interest in learning them. His only concern was for that sea region and that his son did not encounter trouble. Has Fleet Admiral Sengoku said anything? Van Dyro asked again. He stated that this matter is quite complex and advised maintaining a calm demeanor. The secretary responded. Van Dyro's expression darkened further. If even Sengoku deemed it complicated, why would a celestial dragon venture out? What immense secret lay behind this? Recalling the significant incident caused by another celestial dragon not long ago, Van Dyro felt a tightening in his chest. Within the opulent estate of the Celestial Dragon Palace, Monet crumpled the photograph in his hand, fury blazing in his eyes. He violently lashed out with his whip, leaving a purple bruise on the trembling maid at his feet. 3 years, and you thought you could hide in the South Sea? Where did you think you could go? My family sacrifices my son. And you think you can escape unscathed? Someone, he bellowed. Yes, my lord. A robust figure dressed in black entered, bowing respectfully. Contact the Vice Admiral at Navy headquarters. I want that boy to be obliterated, Monet commanded, his eyes glinting with malice. Do you truly believe that being a celestial dragon is as simple as living in luxury? I will show you that this lineage is far from trivial. Even those without power, like myself, could easily crush you. Yes, there are 15 members of our Monet family within the Navy. Ensuring that boy's demise is quite feasible, the man in black replied with a smile. Good. Tell them to proceed without restraint. Those unwilling to abandon their naval positions can remain as mere rear admirals, while those who are willing, I will arrange for them to join the world government, Monet declared with a sweeping gesture. Understood, the man in black nodded and exited to make arrangements. Soon, he acquired a small golden communication snail and dialed. My lord has issued a decree. Proceed to the South Sea and eliminate that boy. Those who succeed will have their paths secured. Those who fail will remain as rear admirals for life. With that, he hung up the communication snail, crushing it with his right hand until it disintegrated into powder, vanishing from existence. In Alpha manner, Yang Qing's mother wore a worried expression. Do not fret, Alpha said calmly. Embracing his wife and gently reassuring her, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. If someone desired to harm his son, would he remain passive? The answer was unequivocally no. After comforting his wife into a tranquil sleep, Alpha rose and exited the room, waving his hand as a shadow materialized behind him. My lord, the figure spoke. What do you perceive as power? Alpha inquired enigmatically, catching the man in black off guard. After a moment of contemplation, the man replied earnestly. Power refers to one's inherent strength, such as the Pirate King, whose might is exceptional, or Whitebeard from the New World, who is also powerful, that is true power. Unlike the powerlessness of common folk. Do you believe the celestial dragons residing in the Holy Land possess power? Alpha asked, his eyes shimmering with intensity. The celestial dragons rarely practice martial arts. Those who do cannot withstand the solitude and ultimately achieve nothing. They should be powerless, the man in black cautiously answered, covertly observing Alpha's countenance. Open your eyes and see clearly. I will enlighten you on what true power is. Your narrow perspective will never allow you to truly comprehend this world. I will show you that authority is the ultimate power in this realm. These words struck the man in black, causing his gaze to narrow as he grasped the implications. In terms of raw strength, he could easily crush the man before him. Yet he dared not even meet his eyes. The power of a celestial dragon was formidable. What would happen if combined with exceptional strength? Unavoidably, the man in black recalled the son of the man before him, feeling a profound tremor in his heart. Then he witnessed Alpha produce a small golden communication snail. Speaking in a dispassionate tone, Moses, is this the world government? The world government. The man in black's eyes widened in disbelief. In the naval headquarters, Sengoku sat solemnly in his seat, while Karp was busily munching on donuts, the crisp sound of crunching filling the air. Admiral Kazara lounged comfortably in his chair, eyes closed in relaxation. Other vice admirals, including Akiji and Akainu, sat listlessly in attendance. Sengoku flipped through several recently received photographs, his expression growing increasingly peculiar as he remained silent for a prolonged period. The moment he laid eyes on one particular image, memories of the incident that transpired 2 years ago at Mary Geos flooded back, stirring a sense of impending turmoil within him. The celestial dragons truly are a troublesome faction. He mused, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Has there been a recent shift within the Navy? He inquired, a mixture of certainty and doubt evident in his tone. 5 vice admirals have departed from the headquarters, heading towards the South China Sea, while 3 others have been detained here. Pending instructions from the marshal on how to proceed with them, Sengoku stated with gravity. The celestial dragons are indeed a source of constant concern, he reiterated, rubbing his forehead. Demote those 3 vice admirals and assign them to a branch as comfortable colonels. As for the 5, revoke their titles. They no longer belong to the Navy from this moment forth. Understood, came the reply as the decision was made. Sengoku saluted and subsequently departed. Additionally, it seems Nico Robin is also involved in this matter, he remarked. Akiji, slightly taken aback, displayed a hint of reluctance. This task appears to fall under your purview. So please bring her back, Sengoku instructed. Akiji hesitated, a look of distaste crossing his face. Is there an issue? Sengoku pressed. No. It's just that I've been feeling unwell lately and my combat readiness is somewhat lacking, Akiji replied with a sigh of resignation. Proceed then, Sengoku concluded, not wishing to prolong the discussion. Yes, let us disperse. We need not interfere in the internal strife of the celestial dragons. Let us focus on our duties. The age of great pirates is upon us, bringing with it numerous challenges, Sengoku lamented. The others accepted their orders and withdrew. Yang Qing lingered on Longa Nebo Island for approximately 3 days before preparing to depart. The supplies aboard the vessel had been meticulously arranged. The 4 figures, cloaked in dark robes, remained shrouded in mystery, evading the notice of any observant souls. On the 3rd day, as the sun began to rise, they awoke, lowered the sails, and stowed the anchor. In an instant, the sails billowed, carving a path across the surface of the sea as they departed. As the ship, adorned with the skull and scythe pirate flag, sailed away from Longa Nebo Island, a message reached the South Sea Command, prompting St. Carlo to exhale in relief. The target had vacated the island. Had they finally departed? Based on intelligence from the previous day, ships from the world government and naval vessels had been sighted in the South Sea. It was no wonder his father deemed the situation complex and cautioned against involvement. What sort of individuals were aboard that ship? St. Carlo was curious but understood that excessive curiosity led to peril, so he buried the question deep within, reserving it for later inquiry with his father. The wooden vessel swiftly left the harbor, disappearing from the sentinel's view. Embracing the sea breeze, Yang Qing and his companions, Dillons and Robin, sat at the bow, comfortably closing their eyes as they sailed on a predetermined course, guided by the wind. Captain, shall we not head to the Grand Line? Dillons inquired. We must wait a little longer, Yang Qing replied, squinting his eyes and shaking his head. He was acutely aware that, according to the lore of the Pirate King, the Grand Line remained perilous for them at this juncture. A lack of strength was a significant flaw. Without the means to protect themselves, venturing into those waters would only lead to failure. I propose we explore the 4 seas first, Yang Qing suggested with a smile. For seas? Dylan's questioned, puzzled. Indeed, we shall traverse the eastern, southern, western, and northern seas before entering the Grand Line. To witness and comprehend this world is an intriguing endeavor, do you not think? Yang Qing said with a grin. Dylan's expression darkened. He found little amusement in the idea. See, can we visit O'Hara? Robin timidly asked. O'Hara? Is that your homeland, Robin? Yang Qing inquired with a smile. Yes. Robin's voice was tinged with sadness at the mention of her hometown. Very well. As the three conversed at the bow, Morlia reclined in a chair, soaking up the sun while flipping through her book, occasionally adjusting her glasses. Meanwhile, approximately 30 nautical miles away, two warships approached swiftly. At the bow of one ship stood a towering figure, his justice cloak billowing in the wind. He was robust, his demeanor stern, gazing at the distant sea. The target is in sight, he murmured. After 3 days of relentless pursuit from the naval headquarters, he had finally encountered his objective. Prior to this moment, 3 of the 5 comrades who accompanied him had perished at the hands of the enemy. He was acutely aware of the opponent's identity and intentions. Undoubtedly, this was a perilous mission. Yet, he had no alternative. Lao Bai, do you see the target? He addressed the transponder snail softly. Ron, I see it. Prepare for action. The opposing force is not particularly strong, but we must remain vigilant for any sudden emergence of other factions to avert any changes in the mission. Came a serious voice from the transponder snail. Ron nodded, refraining from further comment. Although they had successfully shaken off the enemy an hour ago at the confluence of currents, no one could guarantee that adversaries would not reappear unexpectedly. Gradually, they drew within 10 nautical miles of the small wooden ship flying the pirate flag. Ron recognized the vessel's design as unique to the Sabaody archipelago, confirming that they had indeed found their mark. Wait, Ron, look to the northwest. Suddenly, Lao Bai's voice erupted from the transponder snail. Ron's eyes widened as he turned his head, spotting a glimmer reflecting off the sea's surface. Narrowing his eyes for a closer inspection, he felt a shiver run through him. That's Admiral Akiji. What is he doing here? Do not dwell on that. We must act swiftly. Perhaps we can conclude this mission before he arrives, Lao Bai urged gravely. Ron nodded, then declared with a serious tone, accelerate. The warship jolted, surging forward and cutting a deep path through the ocean. On the wooden vessel, Yang Qing sat at the bow, his eyes suddenly narrowing. The scent of the sea felt wrong. A whiff of gunpowder wafted towards him, prompting him to turn his head sharply. In an instant, Yang Qing's gaze sharpened. That's a warship. This is bad. The Navy is here. Dylan's exclaimed, his expression shifting. It's an admiral from the Navy. That's a standard fleet ship. Molia stood up, her expression grave. How could a naval ship appear here? Dylan's questioned, bewildered, and it was evident the target was headed straight for them. Prepare for battle. At this moment, Yang Qing paid no heed to the profound implications behind the unfolding events. His demeanor was austere, radiating an icy aura of lethal intent. Regardless of the adversary's motives, they would be crushed without hesitation. Just then, to their left, a naval vessel suddenly emerged, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire without a moment's pause. The target was none other than the approaching naval fleet. The shells tore through the air, exuding a chilling yet fiery scent of gunpowder, trailing wisps of white smoke as they rained down around the opposing warships. Enemy attack. Prepare for engagement. The air within the battleship was soon filled with shouts and clamors, followed swiftly by the thunderous roar of artillery as both vessels retaliated in unison. This concentrated barrage formed a dense net, casting a wide area of fire that encompassed the pirate crew to which Yang Qing belonged, instilling an immediate sense of urgency among its members. The naval fleet's aim is us. A glimmer of intelligence sparkled in Mariah's eyes. Yang Qing narrowed her eyes slightly, and then calmly stated, Dylan, neutralize the cannonballs and ensure the safety of everyone aboard. Understood. Dylan's figure flickered and vanished from sight, subsequently sweeping his hand through the air to strike from a distance. At a distance of 10 meters from the wooden vessel, all the cannonballs erupted in a series of explosions before plunging into the depths of the sea, leaving only the acrid scent of smoke and sulfur lingering in the air. Thus, the wooden ship continued its steady advance, while Yang Qing and her companions observed with composed expressions as the two factions unleashed a fierce barrage upon one another. The two vessels, undeterred by the cannon fire, maintained their momentum, exuding an air of rigid discipline and ruthless indifference. Despite sustaining several hits, the captain of the attacking ship remained unflinching. As they closed in, the stage was set for a brutal melee. The two ships rapidly approached one another, and upon colliding with a resounding crash, the decks erupted with a throng of combatants, their faces alight with fervor and zeal. Gunfire erupted incessantly, and the metallic tang of blood permeated the atmosphere, making it difficult to breathe. The members of the Death God pirates were keenly aware that from the naval warship emerged two imposing figures, their backs adorned with the fluttering capes of justice. In stark contrast, a man clad in a black suit emerged from the opposing vessel, his expression cold and detached. In an instant, the two sides clashed, igniting the battlefield. Do you know who your targets are? The consequences are beyond your capacity to bear, the man in the black suit declared, clearly struggling against two opponents. I have no desire to know, nor any interest in it, Rao replied. The three individuals moved with blinding speed, darting across the three ships like lightning. their attacks causing the deck to splinter and plummet into the depths below. Yang Qing's eyes sparkled with a fierce brilliance, and he acutely sensed that both parties had their sights set upon him. One aimed to strike him down, while the other sought to protect him. Is it you, Alpha? Long ago, he had come to understand why the celestial dragons, despite their utter lack of power, stood at the pinnacle of this world, occupying the apex of the food chain. Ordinary individuals could cultivate their strength, while the celestial dragons undeniably possessed the most advantageous conditions. What, then, caused these individuals to decay? Power, indeed, is a form of strength. From the moment of their birth, the celestial dragons wielded this innate power. Most of them indulged in excess, unwilling to engage in cultivation, perceiving it as a painful ordeal. They were already formidable. What further enhancement did they require? Such was their most immediate thought. Conversely, there existed a faction that, having acquired immense power, occupied this advantage. What reason would they have not to grow stronger? To assist them in mastering this world more perfectly? The celestial dragons could perhaps be divided into two distinct groups. One comprised of those who were inherently powerful and possessed great strength, the true apex of the world. The other, who had forsaken the path of cultivation yet wielded significant authority. Together, these two factions formed a lineage that governed the world of pirates. Why then? During his childhood, did his father deter him from cultivation, deeming it an act of folly? What underlying reasons could there be? For a moment, Yang Qing found himself perplexed. Yet, without a doubt, there must be some undisclosed truth or perhaps the existence of a third-party influence. The inability of the celestial dragons to cultivate might well be the result of a compromise or negotiation. Of course, these were merely Yang Qing's conjectures. The precise reasons eluded him. He could only hope that as he continued on his journey, clarity would eventually dawn upon him. His current strength felt exceedingly minuscule. Perhaps one day, when he had grown sufficiently powerful, he would unravel the hidden truths of this world. In the span of a mere 5 minutes, the man in the black suit on the opposing ship was already drenched in blood, grievously wounded. The two rear admirals fared no better, each sustaining injuries to varying degrees. With Raobai suffering a deep gash across his chest. Captain, the Navy's target is us. Dylan squinted, his voice laced with urgency. Yang Qing nodded slightly. They had already observed the soldiers from the warship diving towards their vessel. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Qing's wrist flickered, and a dark radiance materialized between his fingers. It was it. Dylan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. How formidable would such an assault be after 3 years? He vaguely recalled the exhilarating moment from years past when that very light had erupted, igniting a fervor within him. It was a technique capable of annihilating the mightiest adversary in an instant, a single strike without a trace of hesitation. It resonated from the depths of his soul, a tremor from his very marrow. However, after Yang Qing held the dark glow for 3 seconds, he retracted it. No, it's too far. My strength can only ensure that the flying dagger possesses its greatest potency within 30 meters. Yang Qing relinquished the thought, biding his time for the right opportunity. Dylan's gaze flickered, as if he grasped the implication, yet he remained hopeful. They could clearly witness the fierce battle unfolding nearby, where a formidable figure clad in black was pitted against 2 adversaries. At this juncture, it was evident he was nearing his limit, blood dripping continuously onto the deck, his breath quickening, signaling his impending exhaustion. Indeed, after 1 minute, the 2 generals plunged their swords into the black-clad man's body, extinguishing his life, before swiftly dispatching the remaining foes on the opposite ship. Increase speed, pursue that pirate vessel, Raobai shouted. Remember, leave no one aboard. They are the most heinous of criminals. Understood. The naval officers replied in unison. The warship surged forward, the air thick with the scent of blood. Ron turned his gaze towards the northwest, where a blinding white light grew ever more intense, indicating that Akiji was drawing near. It matters not, by the time he arrives. We shall have resolved the conflict, Raobai remarked gently, noting the youth of their target and his presumed lack of strength. Indeed, Ron nodded in agreement. The battered warships cleaved through the ocean, inching closer to the wooden vessel ahead, where numerous Navy personnel had begun preparations to board, their shouts echoing ominously. The atmosphere was charged with urgency, and victory in this mission seemed imminent. Both men felt a sense of relief wash over them. The enemy was formidable, with 5 admirals. But 3 of them had been irrevocably lost, pursued all the way to the South Sea. It could be said that the past 3 days, from the naval headquarters to the South Sea, had been the most exhilarating and tense of their lives. Although they were not particularly powerful, their positions as admirals were bolstered by strong connections. Yet this battle had inflicted severe losses. Be vigilant. The final moments allow for not a single misstep. They fixed their gaze upon the distant wooden ship, where the Navy had commenced boarding, and the clash of battle was imminent. Dylan, Yang Qing called out sharply upon seeing a head emerge from the vessel, his demeanor icy. Received. Without a hint of hesitation, a sinister smile crept across Dylan's face, his dagger glinting with a chilling luminescence before vanishing in an instant. The soldier who had just surfaced, caught unawares, was pierced through the throat by a flash of cold light, crimson blood erupting forth. Leave none. Yang Qing's gaze was frigid, a bloodthirsty intent radiating from him. On the ship, little Robin trembled in fear, her hands shaking. Witnessing the unfolding scene and the 2 warships rapidly approaching, She was reminded of the devastation of O'Hara. These people have come for me. Tears threatened to spill as little Robin felt an overwhelming sense of isolation upon the vast sea, suddenly feeling utterly alone. In that moment, a warm, gentle hand grasped hers. Come with me. Our only task is to ensure our safety. Malia pulled Robin towards the cabin, adding, and we must do one more thing. Believe in them. Robin froze, her tear-filled eyes shimmering as she nodded heavily. Yes. As Yongqing turned, he beheld the tears glistening in Robin's eyes, which only intensified the chill emanating from his entire being. He gently withdrew the dagger from his waist, his gaze devoid of any emotion. Dylan's, eliminate them all. Those who bring sorrow to my comrades aboard are my foes. Dylan's tightened his grip on the dagger and responded with a resounding, aye, Captain. In an instant, Dylan's figure became an elusive specter. As if he had melded into the very fabric of space, simultaneously emerging from 4 or 5 different locations, brandishing the dagger in his right hand. The soldiers boarding the ship were caught unawares, blood spraying forth as they met their swift demise. His strikes were cold and ruthless, a stark contrast to the gentleness he had displayed while aboard. In that moment, Dylan's transformed into the most merciless of phantoms. Yongqing strolled forward, his right hand gently gripping a slender sword. The power of the devil fruit wielded by Dylan's proved effective against the soldiers. However, as time passed, the influx of enemies boarding the ship increased, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. At that moment, Yongqing moved. A tremor ran through his right hand, and the long sword emitted a resonant hum. The melodious sound of the sword echoed across the wooden vessel, causing the soldiers to involuntarily lift their gazes. Yet, in the next instant, glimmers of cold light appeared abruptly, mercilessly piercing their throats, causing vibrant blood to bloom like flowers. In but a heartbeat, the sound of bodies falling resounded repeatedly as the Navy personnel attempting to ascend the ship met their demise. With a casual flick of his sword, droplets of blood burst forth, penetrating the wooden deck, showcasing the formidable power of its master. This scene of slaughter instilled a profound fear in the Navy personnel who were desperately swimming towards the vessel. They could not help but halt, their hearts gripped by dread. That child. His swordsmanship is terrifying. It's too fast. In an instant, he had slain 20 Navy men. The expressions of the soldiers turned to sheer horror, their bodies trembling in fear, especially with the young figure standing at the bow, undoubtedly a wielder of the devil fruit, possessing strength beyond that of mere mortals. Just the two of them halted their advance. What manner of individuals were they tasked to confront? Aboard the swiftly approaching warship, Laobi and Ron-S pupils constricted, shock coursing through their minds. No one had mentioned that the child possessed such formidable strength. Laobi's expression grew solemn. This strike's intensity, technique, and speed were alarmingly close to those of the notorious 80 million berry pirates. This boy is remarkably strong. Ron narrowed his eyes, while both men felt a surge of caution. They remained undaunted. As vice admirals, they had mastered hockey and had reached a significant physical limit, coupled with their respective swordsmanship and martial arts. They were not to be underestimated, even if they could not compare to those vice admirals or rear admirals who had risen solely based on their prowess. Gradually, as time progressed, the two warships closed the distance to the wooden vessel to a mere 100 meters. At this moment, individuals on both shipboats squinted their eyes, gravely assessing one another. The insignia of a vice admiral. Yongqing's gaze narrowed, and Dylan's beside him tightened his grip on the dagger. A vice admiral of the Navy headquarters could be considered a true powerhouse. Their hearts tightened, though unbeknownst to them, their adversaries had merely ascended through connections, lacking the true strength of a vice admiral. Yongqing's wrist trembled as a streak of inky darkness emerged. Dylan's eyes glinted momentarily. He subtly shifted, obstructing Yongqing's right hand and concealing that wisp of black light. Is that acceptable? He inquired softly. Yongqing closed his eyes, silently attuning himself to the distance between both parties. The 100-meter span rapidly diminished, gradually surpassing the halfway mark, reaching 50 meters. It's quick, Yongqing mused inwardly, as an invisible aura began to rise around him, sharp and inexhaustible, cold and overwhelmingly oppressive, exuding a domineering presence. Dylan's, standing beside him, could distinctly perceive the shift in Yongqing's aura, his expression subtly changing. This force, felt time and again, would always leave him spiritually shaken. It was a transcendence of the soul, a convergence of will, a truly formidable strike. 40 meters. Yongqing's aura surged, poised to reach a pinnacle, an apex of concentration. As an invisible, fierce wind began to stir from the wooden vessel. Standing nearby, Dylan instinctively tightened his grip on his dagger, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. The pressure of this aura weighed heavily upon him. Suddenly, at a distance of 30 meters, Yongqing opened his eyes. In that moment, his gaze shone brilliantly, as if two blinding lights had risen from the wooden boat. With a sharp snap of his left fingers, he declared, "DADSBC." In an instant, an invisible dome of light expanded rapidly from his center, enveloping an area of 30 meters in less than a second. Concurrently, Yongqing's right hand shot out, unleashing a burst of black radiance, a terrifying and intangible force surging forth. On board the warship, the faces of the two vice admirals changed dramatically. Upon witnessing the enormous dome, they felt an unsettling premonition. Particularly, the vice admiral on the right, Laobi, trembled involuntarily, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as he sensed a dreadful presence locking onto him. Who could it be? In the next moment, he caught sight of the cold-faced boy on the opposite wooden boat, sending a surge of fear coursing through him. Could it be him? But how was that possible? Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Qing launched his flying knife, transforming it into a streak of light that sped away. This was the manifestation of human brilliance. A fusion of qualities, an embodiment of willpower. In that fleeting moment, it struck fear into the hearts of his adversaries, amplifying their slightest vulnerabilities to an unbearable extent, a definitive strike. This was a blow beyond expectation, an unavoidable strike. As Laobi reacted, every muscle in his body tensed. And in the fraction of a second, he executed the only technique he had learned during his brief military training, iron block. The black streak sliced through the air, creating a vacuum in its wake. This was an unimaginably powerful blow, swift as lightning, rendering any defense futile. Almost instantaneously, the strike collided brutally with Laobi's most vulnerable throat. With a sickening thud, a small hole appeared in Laobi's neck, visible to both him and Ron as terror filled their eyes. The blow had pierced through Laobi's feeble iron block defense, embedding itself into the mast 10 meters behind him with a dull thud. Gasping, Laobi futilely pressed his hands against the gushing blood from his neck, his eyes filled with terror and a desperate clinging to life, before he collapsed softly onto the deck, silently succumbing to his fate. Blood pooled, staining the deck and wafting a heavy metallic scent into the air. Ron trembled, gazing at the boy who was slowly retracting his arm, a sense of inexplicable dread enveloping him. This strike was overwhelmingly intimidating. Anyone witnessing a colleague, moments ago engaged in conversation, suddenly snatched away by an unseen force, would be struck by fear. A user of the devil fruit, feeling the vast dome of light overhead. Ron felt his entire being tense. He had not anticipated such formidable power from the boy ahead. In that instant, both sides fell into a profound silence. They stared at each other, with only the gentle sea breeze whispering between them. The naval officers, frozen in place, swallowed nervously, uncertain of what would transpire next. 10 seconds later, Ron observed the boy across from him suddenly gasping for breath. Taken aback, he noticed the dome of light beginning to dissipate. Then, realization dawned upon him. How could one so young possess such strength? Ron felt a surge of relief, grateful that the previous strike had not been aimed at him. His gaze fixed on the now panting and weakened boy, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. At such a tender age, how could he wield a technique capable of dispatching Laobi? He had evidently exhausted himself by employing powers beyond his limits. The warship moved silently onward, and in no time, the distance between them had shrunk to less than 10 meters. I need a rest, Yang Qing said, his hand resting feebly on Dylan's shoulder, almost too weak to speak. That strike had indeed been immensely powerful, an instantaneous kill from 30 meters, piercing through Laobi's iron block defense and firmly embedding itself in the mast behind him. It could be deemed his strongest blow. However, he was drained. Alone, I might not be his match. Dylan shuddered, helping Yang Qing onto the deck before solemnly stating, "At this critical moment, I am serious. Give me 3 minutes." Yang Qing weakly replied. After a moment of contemplation, Dylan nodded earnestly. Just as they finished speaking, a towering figure appeared on the deck of the wooden boat. "Nico Robin, Dylan, you are both here." Ron glanced at Yang Qing, his eyes narrowing with an icy tone. Yang Qing cast a fleeting glance at him before closing his eyes, choosing to ignore him thereafter. He entrusted the task to Dylan, who accepted it, relieving him of further concerns. Dylan turned to face the Admiral, gripping his dagger firmly, his expression impassive, silent in demeanor. "Prepare to meet your end," Ron declared, striding forward to deliver a powerful punch. Dylan, maintaining a calm facade, did not evade the blow. Instead, his figure began to fade into nothingness. Ron's fist met emptiness, causing a slight change in his expression. Another user of the devil fruit ability. Suddenly, he blocked with his longsword, a metallic clang resonating behind him, followed by the rapid clang of steel as Ron's sword moved in swift arcs, sparks flying. Dylan seemed to be concealed within the void, his form invisible, save for a hand that deftly thrust the dagger with uncanny precision. This frenetic exchange persisted for a full 30 seconds before concluding. Ron's countenance remained relaxed, while Dylan's, now visible on the deck, was already beading with sweat. A spatial devil fruit user? A smile crept onto Ron's face as he gauged his opponent's combat prowess, indeed peculiar, yet not stronger than himself. He felt confident of victory. To expedite the task and achieve his objective, he would not hold back. With a flourish of his longsword, Ron quickened his pace and launched himself at Dylan's. As his speed surged, Dylan's expression shifted, and he charged forward with his dagger raised. The longsword swept past Dylan's waist, striking nothing but air. Unfazed, Ron's right fist surged toward Dylan's head, cloaked in a faint black aura, causing Dylan's eyes to narrow as he concealed his head within the void. Yet, in the next moment, a shocking event transpired. With a resounding impact, Ron's punch appeared to penetrate the very essence of Dylan's devil fruit ability, landing squarely on his head. The immense force propelled Dylan's body backward, crashing against the deck and splintering the wooden surface. Dylan's expression shifted as he realized that his opponent could indeed strike him. A single blow, merely a single blow. As Dylan's rose, crimson blood trickled down from his head. The punch, enveloped in that dark aura, had disrupted his devil fruit state and inflicted even greater harm. Intense pain throbbed in his head, and his vision blurred. The enemy was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Dylan's gradually regained his footing, his body swaying slightly. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Yangqing's brows twitch ever so slightly. The next time his form swayed, he had vanished. The words "silent phantom" echoed ominously from the void, and in the next instant, a flickering array of gleaming daggers appeared before Ron, thrusting fiercely toward him. It was as if an impenetrable wall of blades had formed, leaving no space for evasion. With a flash in his eyes, Ron's longsword quivered in his left hand, transferring to his right as a dark aura enveloped the blade. His right hand became a tempest, crackling with electricity as it met the wall of daggers. The clashing sounds reverberated incessantly, and the assault persisted for a solid 15 seconds before ceasing. Dylan's figure materialized quietly 3 meters to Ron's left, only to vanish once more. Damn it! Ron cursed, unable to locate Dylan's. In the following moment, a faint black aura cloaked his longsword as he swung it forcefully forward. A jet-black beam of light erupted from the blade, aimed directly at Yangqing, seated on the deck. A clang echoed as Dylan's voice emerged. He blocked the sword's energy with both daggers, blood spilling from his mouth as he was forced back 5 steps, his complexion paling. Seeing the enemy appear, Ron bent his knees and closed the distance within a second, delivering a horizontal strike. Dylan's raised his dagger to parry, but the tremendous force sent shockwaves through his wrist, causing excruciating pain. As he attempted to unleash his devil fruit ability, Ron's fist interrupted him once more, landing hard in his abdomen and forcing another mouthful of blood from him. The battle unfolded swiftly and silently. Yangqing remained seated, his eyes tightly shut and trembling. He seemed to sense everything around him, existing in an unstable state. I will endure. I will endure. Dylan's realized Yangqing's condition and roared, channeling all his strength to push Ron back. His eyes gleamed with cold determinate in the ensuing moment. Dylan's, quivering, regained his footing, though appearing utterly enervated. Devoid of any strength, he remained resolute in his determination to fight. Do you truly court death? Ron murmured, a flicker of emotion crossing his gaze as he beheld his adversary, who posed no tangible threat. He was perplexed by the sheer tenacity of Dylan's combativeness. With each step forward, Dylan's coughed up a torrent of blood, staining the wooden deck crimson. The metallic tang of blood permeated the air. I shall not be vanquished. His expression was an amalgamation of mania and unwavering resolve, preferring death to the ignominy of defeat. Closing within 3 paces of Ron, Dylan's body tensed, and he unleashed a surge of pinned-up power. With a swift motion, the dagger transformed into a streak of argent light. As if rejuvenated, he launched the most formidable strike of his life upon the man before him. The attack defied spatial limitations, causing Ron's parrying sword to miss its mark. A flicker of surprise registered on Ron's countenance as the dagger pierced his right breast, eliciting a grimace of pain. Blood blossomed across Ron's attire, compelling him to stagger backward. You! Ron exclaimed, his visage contorted with fury. I shall slay you. Immediately thereafter, he extracted the dagger from his chest, brandishing his sword aloft, ready to strike Dylan's. However, in the instant of his attack, Dylan's had exhausted his reserves of strength. The dagger thrust had been his final act. The sword arced through the air, poised to cleave Dylan's neck. He was now exposed to mortal peril. Ron roared, his eyes blazing with fury. The agony in his chest had driven him to the brink of madness. Unrestrained, he channeled all his power into the downward strike, aiming for Dylan's neck with the intent of severing his head as recompense for his spilled blood. The sword sliced through the air, generating a subtle sonic boom before descending upon Dylan's neck. Utterly depleted, Dylan's lacked the strength to evade the blow. Is this the end? Dylan's lamented, resigning himself to his fate. But then, a surge of indomitable force erupted, accompanied by a chilling voice. Dead space. A metallic clang reverberated as Dylan's felt a cold touch against his neck. He opened his eyes to behold a diminutive figure, trembling yet resolute, standing before him. In their grasp, a sword held Ron's blade at bay, preventing it from reaching Dylan's. It's you. Dylan's croaked weakly. Why relinquish hope? Yangqing responded, his voice labored and his body shaking, yet steadfast in his defense of Dylan's. I thought I was doomed. Dylan chuckled, before adding, has 3 minutes elapsed? Only 2 have passed. Ron, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the small figure, recoiled, his gaze wary. He vividly recalled the demise of his colleague, Lao Bai, who had succumbed to a similar radiant barrier. And you? Dylan's inquired, having regained some strength. As he stood beside Yangqing, utterly drained, Yangqing replied calmly, his eyes gleaming with a frigid light. The time has not yet come for your intervention, Dylan's murmured, attempting to quell the dizziness and turmoil within. Had I not intervened, you would have perished, Yangqing retorted tersely, his sword sweeping before him, aimed at Ron. He continued with a chilling tone, and I could not bear to witness your demise. Dylan's eyes glistened with emotion. Standing beside Yangqing, he could sense the latter's precarious state, his entire body trembling. Even standing required immense effort, let alone engaging in combat. It was apparent that even if he endured for the full 3 minutes, Yangqing would only regain normal mobility, lacking the strength to fight. In essence, they were facing certain defeat from the outset. Yet, upon witnessing Dylan's grave injuries and mortal peril, Yangqing had selflessly abandoned his respite, throwing himself into the fray. Can you still fight? Yangqing asked. If you can, why not I? Dylan's retorted, Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, his eyes blazing with renewed determination. "Very well," Yang Qing declared, stepping forward with a mighty roar. "Then let us slay him. Together." Dylan's echoed, advancing in tandem, the dagger materializing in his hand. Their pace quickened, and as they converged upon Ron, they unleashed a simultaneous assault. The sword accelerated, and Dylan's right wrist vanished into the ether. Ron's face paled as he enveloped his sword in a dark aura. "Sword breaker." Yang Qing's wrist quivered, and with a swift motion, his sword traced an enigmatic arc, deftly evading Ron's blade. Within the realm of his deathly dominion, every flaw in the enemy's defense was laid bare. And with the unparalleled technique of the Duga Nine Swords, he could exercise complete control over his adversaries. In that moment, despite his fatigue, his skill reached an extraordinary pinnacle. The sword slithered up Ron's blade like a serpent, ultimately severing his wrist with a brutal, bloodthirsty strike, eliciting a pained cry that forced Ron to relinquish his sword. At the same instant, Dylan's dagger found its way to Ron's abdomen, only to be thwarted by Ron's left fist, which deflected the attack with a resounding force. How infuriating. Ron's countenance darkened, as he never anticipated finding himself in such a disheveled state. The combined onslaught from the two left him utterly vulnerable. Particularly the astonishing swordsmanship displayed by the boy, which targeted his every weakness and rendered his defenses ineffective. The luminous shield above him only heightened his trepidation, leaving him to ponder its true purpose. Recalling the death of Laobi sent a shiver through his heart. Had he known better during his time at the military academy, he would have devoted himself to rigorous training, thus avoiding the humiliation of being bested by mere children. Ron regretted deeply. His ascent to the rank of Major General was entirely reliant on his connections, while his combat prowess was far from formidable. In an actual confrontation, he might struggle against even a colonel from his own headquarters. His arrogance was superficial, and he had a rudimentary grasp of the six forms, lacking true mastery, which paled in comparison to the boy's swordplay. Am I truly destined to perish here? A tremor of fear coursed through Ron's mind as he lamented his presence in this dire situation. After the two adversaries launched their attacks, they appeared increasingly weakened, as if a single step would send them tumbling. Witnessing this, Ron's eyes gleamed with a sudden resolve, and without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, both adversaries attempted to block the blow, yet the sheer force of Ron's strike sent them hurtling against the ship's wall, blood erupting from their mouths as they crumpled in weakness. "You both shall die." In a moment of unexpected reversal, Ron's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Having thought his demise, Robin hurriedly responded, and then swiftly dashed into the bedroom. After that, Mariah casually glanced at Yang Qing, and then turned her attention back to Dylan's. She calmly and methodically tapped around the wounds on his body, waiting for Robin to emerge. When Robin appeared with a small suitcase, Mariah steadily opened it and proceeded to tend to Dylan's injuries. Her movements, though seemingly slow, were efficient. Within just 3 minutes, she had wrapped Dylan's up like a mummy and fed him a canister of a pitch-black liquid. "What is this?" Dylan's inquired after drinking it, his face contorted in disgust. "It smells worse than excrement." "That is the urine of a sea king," Mariah replied coolly. Dylan's widened his eyes and then retched, eliciting a laugh from Robin, who was sobbing nearby. "Dylan's, you're really foolish. How could Sister Mariah possibly give you the urine of a sea king?" Robin kindly reminded him. Relieved, Dylan's gazed at the exquisite woman before him, akin to a goddess, feeling an innate trepidation. He sensed something eerie about her. Perhaps it was merely a psychological shadow. At that moment, Yang Qing also exhaled deeply, regaining his composure. Mariah's array of potions proved remarkably effective. He felt his mental and physical strength rejuvenating swiftly. "This was indeed perilous," he exclaimed with a chuckle. "However, we have resiliently survived." "Haha, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I've dragged you all down. On the next island, I will disembark," Robin said despondently, biting her lip tightly. The other three present paused upon hearing her words, turning their gazes toward her. Yang Qing's smile faded, replaced by a somber expression. With labored steps, he approached Robin, placing a hand upon her head. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your words?" "Nico, Robin, I'm sorry. I cannot remain with you all. You are good people, and I cannot burden you," Robin cried out, tears spilling from her eyes. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Dylan struggled to rise, crimson blood staining the bandages that enveloped him, revealing the turmoil within his heart. He slowly advanced towards Robin, while Morlia, equally solemn, stood protectively before her. "Dylan's, Morlia, convey to her, tell Nico Robin who we truly are," Yang Qing commanded, his voice resonating with authority. "We are pirates." Dylan's and Morlia bellowed in unison. Their voices thundered, echoing far across the sea, reverberating in Robin's ears, momentarily freezing the tears upon her face. "P.S. Now, comrades of the Grim Reaper pirates, enlighten me. What does it mean to be a pirate? Today, I seek no flowers, no critiques, no collections. I desire only this answer, inscribed in the review section for my perusal. I, Lucifer Saint, now the captain of the Grim Reaper pirates, have a message for you." Nico Robin, listen closely and etch this into your very soul. With tears streaming down her face, Robin gazed at him. "A pirate bears no burdens, nor do they depart. From the moment you boarded this vessel, we became comrades, bound as siblings in life and death, regardless of the suffering you have endured, the tragedies of your past. From the instant you set foot on the ship named Grim Reaper, you are my sister, my brother. Henceforth, your pain becomes our pain, your tragedies our tragedies. No matter the enemy you face, whomever it may be, they shall become our adversary. Yang Qing's words were resolute and resonant, although he had yet to regain his strength. Each utterance drained him further, rendering his complexion increasingly pallid. Nevertheless, he maintained a formidable voice that resonated with an air of calm. Yet, you remain oblivious to the identity of my adversary and the magnitude of its power. Robin bellowed, tears streaming down his face. The moment you come to realize the truth, you will undoubtedly turn away. Yang Qing's expression grew colder, his chest heaving violently, and a fierce light flickered in his eyes. Indeed, you remain unaware of the formidable adversary this wicked woman faces. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the ship, causing everyone to pause and turn abruptly. They soon beheld a towering figure languidly standing on the deck, as if on the verge of slumber. He exuded no discernible aura. Yet a profound pressure enveloped the gathered crowd, far surpassing that of the previous two generals. In an instant, beads of cold sweat appeared on the brows of the four. Yes, it is you. A look of terror crossed Robin's face, as if haunted by a dreadful recollection, and she instinctively retreated. You, why are you here? Nico, Robin, I offered you a chance. Why not simply hide well? Living like a rat is not so bad, is it? The imposing figure spoke languidly, advancing with measured steps. You have no idea who you are about to confront. All I can say is, this little girl has brought ruin upon your entire vessel. Vice Admiral Akiji of the Navy headquarters, the user of the ice fruit. For the first time, a grave expression appeared on Moria's face. It was truly unexpected that such an individual would board their ship. Yang Qing's countenance metamorphosed into one of glacial indifference as he positioned himself to shield Morelia and Robin. With Dylan standing resolutely by his side, the two confronted Akiji head-on, an immense pressure descending upon them like a mountain, momentarily immobilizing them. It is not my desire either. But alas, someone has seized me by my metaphorical braid, Akiji lamented, adding, it can only be said, Nico, Robin, your lack of candor is disappointing. I implore you to cease your advance, Yang Qing declared, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. A dark, ominous light materialized in his right hand, and with a sharp clap of his left, a luminous barrier enveloped the entire vessel. A piercing aura surged forth, momentarily halting Akiji's stride and eliciting a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Indeed, quite remarkable. I detect a hint of peril emanating from you, Akiji remarked with surprise, yet continued his advance. The intensifying pressure enveloped everyone aboard. Perhaps you are comparable to that 13-year-old prodigy. At that instant, Dylan's eyes narrowed sharply, and his form vanished from sight. In the ensuing moment, a dagger materialized at Akiji's neck, executing a swift and decisive cut, severing the latter's head in two. Oh, a possessor of abilities, are we? A most impressive ability, indeed. Akiji's head dissolved into a mass of ice before reforming. Simultaneously, his right hand clamped down on Dylan's extended wrist, and with a forceful heave, the latter was sent hurtling through the air, crashing with devastating impact into the bedroom, reducing the wooden structure to splintered fragments. Yang Qing's forehead was drenched in copious sweat. The natural fruit was indeed extraordinarily formidable, lacking the necessary intimidation. He pondered how to counter it, especially considering the existence of someone at Green Pheasant's level, which was on an entirely different tier compared to the previous two rear admirals. This time, he was confronted with unimaginable pressure. Surrendering might be the only option. With an air of nonchalance, Green Pheasant continued his advance. Echoing Nico Robin's words, you have no idea what kind of adversary you are up against. It is far more terrifying than me. Yang Qing narrowed his eyes. Under the activation of his fruit ability, he suddenly heard Dylan's voice. Captain, hold him for a second. I will take you away. Dylan surprisingly had a method to escape this perilous situation. Compared to the previous two admirals, Akiji was undoubtedly in a dire predicament. He was an insurmountable presence within the Grim Reaper pirates. The only way to survive was to flee. Who was the enemy? Yang Qing tightened his grip on the flying knife and inquired. The enemy? It is this world, the entire world. Akiji's eyes sharpened, his tone heavy with gravity. Oh, then what if we overturn it? World government, I now declare myself your enemy. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, a smile gracing his face. If you have the guts, come and kill me. With that, a flash of light erupted as a black blade beam transformed into the soul light of this world, hurtling towards Akiji. At that moment, even Akiji's heart trembled, and he activated his fruit ability, turning into ice. Just then, Yang Qing let out a furious roar. Dylan. Simultaneously, an invisible ripple spread across the entire wooden ship, distorting the space and causing it to vanish in an instant. Akiji was taken aback, gazing at the empty sea below as he plummeted. Gone? Has he really escaped? Standing firmly on the sea, Akiji froze the waters within a 20-meter radius, contemplating deeply. After a long while, he sighed. To stand against the entire world? For the sake of my crew, the celestial dragons have produced an extraordinary being. Seemingly the polar opposite of that one person. Forget it. I should return to report to the Marine Admiral. Above the sea, a cyclist appeared, wobbling toward Marine headquarters. At Mariawa, a series of crashing sounds echoed from the palace as Monet, seething with anger, shouted, useless. Worthless, truly worthless. What good are you to me? You couldn't even handle a brat, and now the whole fleet is annihilated. Alpha, I will not let this go. I will not let this go. Monet's fury rendered the courtyard restless. The death of his son weighed heavily on him, and his resentment toward that boy drove him to madness. It took a full hour for Alpha to calm down, feeling somewhat exhausted as he half reclined on a rocking chair in the courtyard, waving his hand dismissively. My lord. A figure in black bowed in fear. Continue searching for his whereabouts, Monet gasped, his eyes glinting with a ruthless light. Once found, do not hesitate. Kill him, and bring his corpse to me. Yes. The man in black stiffened, catching the bloodshot eyes and murderous intent in Alpha's gaze, replying loudly. Monet waved his hand, and the man in black retreated swiftly. On the other side, Alpha was also nervously arranging contingency plans. Find that boy. Ensure his safety. Alpha spoke gravely into the transponder snail, his face etched with tension and concern. He never expected the Marine headquarters would send Aokiji, nor that his pirate crew would gain the troublesome Nico Robin. We will do our utmost to search. The voice from the transponder snail paused, then continued. But I advise you not to hold out hope. After all, we lack military strength and personnel to contend with the Marines. Moreover, your son escaping from Aokiji indicates he possesses considerable strength. As long as he does not encounter the top-tier Marines, he should be fine. Alpha felt a headache coming on. You despise the corrupt and decadent lifestyle of the celestial dragons, yearning for freedom. I fought for you to realize your dreams. I intended to ignore you and take good care of Jess, but you are still a part of me, an irreplaceable existence. Lucifer, I truly hope you return safely. At that moment, Alpha felt a sense of inadequacy regarding his own strength. Faced with the colossal Marine force, he had limited options. His primary power lay within the world government, and his combat strength was lacking. In this regard, he was entirely unlike Monet, who possessed substantial military power. He could only exert pressure on the government to influence the Marines, hoping for Lucifer's safety. Sighing, Alpha continued to instruct the man in black on various details, urging him to find his son as soon as possible. Only by grasping his whereabouts could Alpha find peace of mind. Then, Alpha turned to the courtyard, adjusted his expression to one of refined elegance, and walked inside. So, how is Lucifer? Is he safe? He greeted the woman with a natural smile. He is safe. He has already escaped. Rest assured, with me here, Lucifer will not come to harm. That is a relief. The woman sighed in relief. Alpha smiled back, accompanying her into the room. Yet, in a place where the woman could not see, his expression darkened with worry. At Marine headquarters, Aokiji stood in the conference room. Now, report the results of this mission. Why did you not bring anyone back? Kong, expressionless, tossed a file onto the table. Is this all we have? The corpses of these 5 former admirals? Aokiji revealed a troubled expression, scratching his head as he pondered before finally speaking. Well, how should I put it? Where do I start? Kong stared intently at him, causing Aokiji to hesitate momentarily, appearing somewhat helpless. All right, I was careless. That kid activated his devil fruit ability and teleported away in an instant. I admit my negligence and accept the consequences. Continue. I want to know more than that. Kong said flatly. Aokiji scratched his head again, then murmured. The name of their pirate crew is the Grim Reaper Pirates, composed of 4 children, the eldest being around 18. Dylan, that Phantom Dylan, suspected to be the wielder of a space-type fruit ability. There's also a girl, name unknown, likely around 13. Well, how should I put it? Very intelligent, quite knowledgeable. Nico Robin, the child of the devil. I need not elaborate on that. Finally, their captain, Lucifer, his swordsmanship is exceptional, possessing a technique that can instantly amplify his attack power by about 5 to 10 times, quite formidable, and he is also a devil fruit user. As for his ability, it is suspected to be domain-related, but the specifics remain unclear. For individuals, too unknown? Kong raised an eyebrow. Aokiji, this is the outcome of your mission, I must say. I am quite surprised. Aokiji shrugged helplessly, choosing not to respond. The conference room fell silent, with Kizaru, Akainu, Garp, and Sengoku sitting quietly, some dozing off. Others staring at their palms, appearing rather bored. After about 5 seconds, Aokiji spoke again. By the way, that Lucifer once said something. I am unsure whether I should mention it. Aokiji appeared conflicted. Since you've brought it up, then speak. The air was filled with a sense of detachment. He said he was going to go against the world, came the remark. Well, that's the gist of it. Green Pheasant shrugged, unable to articulate the exact words he had said, yet the essence was approximately the same. Going against the world? Was he out of his mind? After all, he was a celestial dragon. Sora chuckled, somewhat incredulous. Who knows? It's probably for Nico Robin, anyway. Green Pheasant smiled nonchalantly. Oh, for his crew, then? Sora's expression turned serious, and the formidable figures gathered in the conference room also adopted a more earnest demeanor. For individuals of their stature and standing, while strength was a point of concern, they placed greater emphasis on a person's spirit. A person might possess immense power, yet if they were selfish, shameless, and malevolent, the Navy would regard them with caution but would not deem them a significant figure of the era. True influential figures, heroes, harbor formidable ideologies and possess the ability to sway those around them. Such individuals exude a unique personal charisma, often referred to as possessing the qualities of a king. They embody a grand spirit, an indomitable will, and a singular philosophy, utilizing their thoughts to affect those in their vicinity, wielding the power to transform an era. Few would dare to risk everything, including their crew, for a world-class criminal. Sora remarked earnestly, "This young man is extraordinary. To associate with criminals in the name of justice. He must be dealt with." Akainu's expression was icy. With a crunch, Garp bit into his donut, his face expressionless, not uttering a word. "What needs to be considered is his identity," Sengoku spoke softly. Sora nodded, then inquired, "So, have their bounties been issued yet?" "For Abalai, the bounty of 35 million. And the pirates from Long's Island, 97 of them, most having bounties around 5 million. Additionally, they killed 2 vice admirals and escaped from our elite vice admiral, Green Pheasant. Have you all decided on their bounty amounts?" Sengoku's eyes narrowed, and after a moment of contemplation, he slowly stated, "Nico Robin's bounty remains unchanged at 79 million. While the Ghost Dylan, already a pirate with a bounty of 50 million, likely contributed substantially in the battle against our vice admirals. Although he is deemed useless. Being a vice admiral, his victory indeed attests to their strength, so we will set his bounty at 75 million. As for Lucifer," Sengoku's eyes narrowed further. "He is a dangerous character. Let us set his bounty at 100 million. Sora nodded and turned to Green Pheasant, asking, "Do you have any objections to this amount?" Green Pheasant paused, then shook his head, recalling the performance of the Death God pirates. Finally, he replied, "No problem, they are worth that price." Captain Lucifer, 100 million. Dylan, 75 million. Nico Robin, 79 million. This means that the total bounty for this pirate crew has already exceeded 200 million. Sora chuckled, shaking his head, then coldly remarked, "They are worth this price, but we cannot reward them so liberally. The world government has already begun to subtly pressure me. Being a celestial dragon is not entirely useless." Sora slammed the table, declaring, "Dylan's amount remains unchanged, but Lucifer's bounty will be set at 50 million. This dangerous individual must be allowed to live discreetly under our watch." How utterly displeasing. Green Pheasant's eyes flickered, and he nodded silently. "Begin the execution, issue the bounties." As the meeting adjourned, freshly minted bounty posters began to soar across the globe, igniting a massive storm. On Sabaody Archipelago, Alpha gazed at the bounty poster on the table, which depicted a cold-faced boy of about 10 years, sword in hand, fingers poised as if snapping, his eyes filled with confidence and disdain. His son, Lucifer. Beneath his likeness, a shocking figure began with 5 words, followed by a long string of zeros. Next to it, another poster featured a bloodthirsty youth named Dylan, brandishing a dagger, face smeared with blood, with a bounty of 75 million, alongside a girl of similar age to Lucifer, with a bounty of 79 million. A special note indicated that they were extremely dangerous. Upon sighting, immediate notification to the Navy was required. 50 million. It was astonishingly 50 million. Alpha's body swayed, struggling to remain upright. What had he done? Or had his strength reached such a terrifying level? Under pressure from the world government. How could he have such a formidable bounty? Alpha was acutely aware of what this meant. Despite the pressure, such a staggering amount indicated that his son had become a figure deemed extremely dangerous and ruthless in the eyes of the Navy, who would undoubtedly go to great lengths to eliminate him. At the same time, the Seagull disseminated new bounty posters worldwide, informing countless individuals of the emergence of a new pirate crew. In the South Sea, on Long's Island. "Look, it's that pirate crew. The bounty, 75 million. Captain, 50 million. And this little girl, astonishingly, 79 million. A tremendous clamor erupted from all corners of the island, leaving people speechless in their astonishment. The bar owner trembled as he clutched the bounty poster in his hands, unsure of what to say. True pirates. This was the essence of true piracy. In Shirgu Town, villagers looked up at the bounty posters fluttering down from the sky, feeling somewhat resigned. Every so often, the Navy's carrier pigeons would deliver some bounty posters. Of course, such notifications were rather beneficial, as it was better to be prepared than caught off guard. However, damn it, those seagulls charged for their service. Gripping the bounty poster between his fingers, a villager was about to head home, but suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure, causing him to halt in his tracks. That kid? Could it be Dylan? The villagers approached cautiously, and upon getting a closer look at the poster, they were astonished to confirm it was indeed Dylan. Now a pirate with a bounty. How much was it? The villagers continued to scan the numbers, and upon reaching the long string of digits, their hands trembled. Their voices quivered. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 digits, 75 million. The villager let out a tremendous shout, excitement coursing through his veins. Soon after, he flipped over the next bounty poster. Lucifer, 50 million. And this little girl, Nico Robin, 79 million. He was momentarily stunned, his entire body shaking with exhilaration. After about 10 seconds, he suddenly took off running wildly towards the village. In an instant, the once quiet Shirgu town erupted into fervor, with villagers gathered around the 3 bounty posters, happily commenting, "Ha ha ha, look at Dylan, that little brat. He looks much cooler now. Lucifer has become even more handsome. I can't wait for him to come back and marry my daughter." Dad, don't say such things. Who is this little girl? Why is the bounty on her head higher than that of the two of them? She doesn't appear formidable at all. Rita's, with a smile on his face, quietly observes this scene, reminiscing about the bespectacled girl who always exuded an aura of wisdom and tranquility. I wonder how she is faring now? He recalls that night when the usually serene girl suddenly pushed open his door and calmly declared, I am leaving this place. Leaving? A look of confusion crossed Rita's eyes. Why? I have finished reading the book, the girl replied matter-of-factly. Huh, you are my daughter. I know you best, Rita chuckled, then narrowed his eyes. But tell me, why do you really want to leave? Those two boys are amusing, yet they lack a doctor, the girl continued, her voice steady. You know that is not what I am asking, Rita's waved his hand dismissively. I wish to pursue my dreams. A brilliant light flickered in the girl's eyes, momentarily stunning Rita's. What dreams? He did not inquire further, for everyone has the right to chase their own aspirations, does one not? Rita's relented, permitting the girl to depart. So how are you now? Rita's took a deep drag from his cigarette, murmuring softly. In the vast expanse of the Grand Line, separated by the four seas, lies an immense body of water, where the surface is tranquil and devoid of ripples. Yet beneath this calm, colossal shadows swim, exuding an aura that is both shocking and spine-chilling. It is evident that these are terrifying creatures. Countless such beings lurk in these waters, immense in size, far surpassing ships by multiples, even hundreds. They possess immeasurable strength and a bloodthirsty nature, capable of swallowing countless humans in a single bite. This region is deemed a forbidden zone by numerous pirates and naval forces, famously known as the doldrums. Should a vessel inadvertently find itself trapped here, only death awaits. The absence of wind and the presence of these gargantuan sea kings are both harbingers of doom. The sea breeze is still, enveloped in warmth, as several massive sea kings lazily bask in the sun atop the water's surface. However, at a certain moment, the void above them began to subtly ripple, quickly distorting. In just 2 seconds, a dilapidated wooden ship suddenly emerged from above, plummeting down. Boom! The wooden vessel crashed into the water near the sea kings, sending up a tremendous splash, causing their closed eyes to snap open. Dark, enormous pupils shimmered with a chilling gleam under the sunlight, instilling fear. Ah, Dylan, you scoundrel! A long, trembling shout echoed from the wooden ship that had plunged into the water. You've transported us to the doldrums. Yang Qing's face turned ashen, realizing that from the moment Dylan activated his ability to instantaneously shift away from Akiji's sight to their current location, not even a second had passed. He had believed they were safe, but the moment he beheld the massive creatures below, he understood that trouble had escalated. This teleportation is random? Dylan lay sprawled on the deck like a defeated dog, unable to move. So, last time, when I sailed from the Chambord Islands to Shirgu Island in the South Sea, was that also random? Your ability can traverse innumerable distances, even crossing the doldrums? Yang Qing questioned, his voice thick with skepticism. I told you it was random, last time. I wasn't in control when I activated my ability. Perhaps it was a passive reaction while I was unconscious, Dylan weakly explained. Yang Qing pressed his forehead with a sharp sound, feeling an excruciating headache as he gazed into at least 4 or 5 pairs of enormous eyes. A sense of despair washed over him. Next time, please refrain from using that skill. I would rather be captured by the Navy than be devoured by a horde of sea kings, ultimately becoming mere waste. First, I must contemplate how to navigate this predicament. Dylan's wore a grim expression as well. He had activated his powers, hoping to gamble on the element of uncertainty, only to find himself ensnared in the doldrums. The wooden ship lay serenely upon the ocean's surface, motionless without a breath of wind, the sails utterly still, unable to stir even a fraction. It was only the movement of the sea kings that caused the vessel to shift slightly with the current. If the ship cannot move, and we cannot contend with these sea kings, we are left with no avenue for escape, Moriya stated calmly. The ship is undoubtedly immobile. This is merely an ordinary little wooden craft of the Sabaody archipelago, Yang Qing declared loudly, his gaze sweeping anxiously around as the sea kings approached. Their predatory eyes fixated on everything here. So, these sea kings, you cannot contend with them either? Moriya adjusted her glasses. Dylan's lay sprawled on the deck like a lifeless creature, unable to move. Although Yang Qing's physical condition was stabilizing, it was evident he had no means to confront the sea kings. My attacks are singular in nature, focusing on intensity, given the immense size of the sea kings. I am at a loss. Yang Qing shook his head, contemplating his fruit abilities, ultimately deciding against them. While these abilities certainly played a significant role in combat support, allowing him to control the surrounding dynamics as if equipped with a third eye that had a panoramic view, they proved inadequate against sea kings that measured at least 30 meters in length. Do you possess Conqueror's Haki? Moriya inquired once more. Yang Qing froze, recalling that the Conqueror's Haki was indeed effective against these sea kings. However, he possessed none, and could only shake his head in resignation. With nothing at his disposal, it seemed he could only await his demise. Moriya shrugged, calmly reclining in her chair, and resumed her reading. Hey, why are you so composed while reading? We are on the brink of death, Robin exclaimed, her eyes fixed anxiously on the approaching sea kings. Why the rush? The Haven Tea reached us yet? Moria replied with an air of tranquility, leaving Robin utterly speechless. Dylan's, are you all right? She then turned her gaze towards Dylan's, who rolled his eyes in response. Do I look like I'm fine? Yang Qing paid no mind to the peculiar behaviors of the three individuals aboard the ship. To him, they incited an overwhelming urge to unleash his wrath, particularly the composed Moria, whose tranquility drove him to the brink of insanity. What manner of individual possesses such fortitude to remain so unfazed? Are you even human? Since only the Conqueror's haki can intimidate these Sea Kings, I shall put it to the test. Yang Qing strode purposefully towards the bow of the ship, confronting the formidable Sea Kings before him. At this moment, his physical strength had been nearly depleted, leaving him utterly incapable of sustaining a battle. Yet, in his eyes, there was not a trace of fear. Instead, they radiated an unwavering, pure conviction and immense courage. For the sake of these three individuals, I must prevail. A brilliant light flickered in Yang Qing's eyes, as an intangible aura emanated from his being. After a few steps, he arrived at the bow of the ship, pinching his thumb and middle finger together, producing a crisp sound. A protective barrier, DADSBAC, materialized within a 10-meter radius and swiftly retracted, converging upon Yang Qing's form. Mastery of oneself. Given that this fruit's power enables him to comprehend everything within his immediate vicinity, if he were to reduce the range, it would naturally allow him to gain clarity regarding his own condition. How unfortunate. Casting a glance at his internal state, Yang Qing sighed helplessly. His cellular vitality had plummeted to its lowest, constantly emitting distress signals, as if he were on the verge of collapse. I truly require a proper rest. Yet, not at this moment. Summoning all his strength, he took another step forward, his gaze sharp as he focused on the sea creatures before him. Oh. It appears that some malicious individuals have left a 2-star rating for this book, which signifies an adversary. Come, brothers of the Grim Reaper Pirates. Let us shower this with flowers and ratings, demonstrating our formidable strength to our foes. Flowers, ratings, and rewards. All are welcome, and soon you shall witness the consequences of reckoning. My spirit remains vibrant, my momentum unwavering, with the domineering will of the conqueror, steadfast beliefs, and fearless courage. In the face of life and death, I sense that perhaps I may indeed succeed. Yang Qing fixed his gaze on the Sea Kings before him, his pupils narrowing to mere slits. Sweat beaded on his forehead, unknowingly trickling down as his entire body was engulfed in a cold sweat. However, failure was not an option. The consequence would be death for us all. The weight of the pressure was truly immense. Beads of perspiration fell onto the deck, producing a crisp sound. Captain, what is he doing? Robin inquired anxiously. Having noticed that since earlier, Lucifer had remained at the bow of the ship, fixated on the Sea Kings, seemingly attempting to assert dominance through his gaze. Molia adjusted her glasses, her expression turning serious as she replied, he is awakening the latent power within him, igniting his conqueror's haki. What? Dylan's, who lay on the ground, exclaimed in astonishment before joyfully asking, is it possible for him to succeed? Who knows? Molia rolled her eyes, such matters are uncertain. However, given the words of our captain, perhaps the odds are indeed favorable. The colossal forms of the Sea Kings surged through the water, creating a cacophony of violent collisions that splashed vast amounts of water. Their advance sent ripples across the once tranquil sea, narrowing the distance to the wooden ship to a mere 10 meters. A suffocating pressure of life and death enveloped the four aboard the vessel, heightening their anxiety. With a crack, sweat continued to cascade down, nearly as if it were raining. Under the immense strain, Yang Qing's body was taut with tension, his thoughts coalescing into a singular focus. At this moment, nothing existed beyond the Sea Kings before him. Even the wooden ship beside him faded from his perception. The Sea Kings pressed forward, now only 5 meters away, their momentum causing the wooden ship to sway violently. The peril had intensified. In Yang Qing's world, everything around him slowed down. He felt a strange aura rising from the depths of his being, distinct from the intent to kill, the spirit of battle, and the will to fight. This aura possessed the power to suppress all that stood before it, capable of annihilating anything lesser in spirit. Yet, this essence was faint, a delicate amalgamation of his purest will, courage, spirit, and other intangible qualities. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Qing closed his eyes to savor this force. Under the pressure of a life and death crisis, he dimly sensed that this aura, though not the conqueror's haki, could still be their salvation. The Sea Kings advanced, for meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, until the final meter. At that moment, the colossal creatures surged forward, as if to leap and obliterate the wooden vessel completely. Just then, a thunderous shout from Molia rang out. Cover your noses. Dylan and Robin froze momentarily before swiftly complying, while Yang Qing, with his eyes still shut, suddenly opened them wide, glaring at the approaching Sea Kings. A simultaneous crack echoed, as a pungent odor permeated the entire ship, nauseatingly potent, provoking a visceral urge to regurgitate everything consumed. At the bow of the ship, Yang Qing's eyes glowed ominously, an aura of dread emanating from him, enveloping the surroundings in a gentle breeze. This presence transformed into an indomitable force, seemingly capable of subduing any creature whose will was inferior to his own, unique and unparalleled. It commanded respect and submission. Malia's eyes widened, a look of astonishment overcoming her features. Conqueror's haki. Subsequently, 3 loud thuds echoed as the 3 individuals aboard the ship collapsed. Their eyes glazed over in unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the Sea Kings, poised to pounce, suddenly recoiled, their eyes narrowing in fear, retreating in a panic as if confronted by something terrifying. Did it work? Aha. Yangqing bent over, sweat glistening on his face, appearing somewhat fearsome. Breathing heavily, he finally collapsed with a thud, succumbing to unconsciousness. The 4 Sea Kings retreated 100 meters, casting wary glances back, unwilling to approach even a meter closer. Their massive forms encircled the area, trembling in fear, steadfastly avoiding any advance. When Yangqing awoke, he was greeted by Malia's exquisite visage, her skin flawless and delicate, akin to a ripe peach. Her facial features reminiscent of the most divine goddess. She was intently tending to him, her focused demeanor leaving Yangqing momentarily entranced. You're awake? Noticing Yangqing's gaze, Malia spoke softly, her cool demeanor radiating a unique charm. Yes, I'm awake. Yangqing attempted to rise, only to be gently restrained by her. Rest well. You have overexerted yourself. It will take at least a month for you to recover. Malia stood to leave, pausing at the door to add, next time you fight, try not to use that life-draining, spirit-consuming skill again. Otherwise, I want to be able to compensate for you. Okay, all right. Yangqing felt flustered. Malia's aloofness was captivating, causing his heart to race much like Dylan's. Additionally, I have one last question for you. Malia adjusted her glasses. Was that Conqueror's haki? Yangqing's eyes narrowed, and an invisible aura emanated from him, creating an involuntary suppression around him. This made Malia, who stood at the doorway, momentarily taken aback. All right, you need not respond. Continue to rest, Malia said as she turned to leave, swiftly vanishing from sight. Observing her departure, Yangqing closed his eyes and snapped his fingers, causing a luminous shield to materialize, swiftly enveloping him and asserting control over his being. Within the depths of his consciousness, he clearly perceived a unique essence radiating with brilliance, exuding a domineering presence in all directions. It must be the Conqueror's haki, perhaps? Yangqing's eyes flickered with a glimmer of light before he relinquished his fruit abilities and resumed his rest. A month later, the wooden vessel continued to drift serenely on the surface of the sea. In the distance, 4 Sea Kings lay motionless, basking in the sun with their eyes closed. For them, a change of scenery was inconsequential. Both Yangqing and Dylan's had fully recovered from their injuries and were in robust health. Stepping out of his quarters, Yangqing made his way to the deck, where Dylan's was diligently lifting a 100-pound weight, repeatedly raising and lowering it in a steady rhythm. The recent battle had profoundly revealed to Dylan's the inadequacy of his strength, prompting him to continue his training. By day, he honed his physical prowess, and by night, he practiced his devil fruit abilities, steadily enhancing his capabilities. Meanwhile, Malia remained engrossed in her books, seemingly lost in an infinite sea of knowledge. Everything appeared tranquil, were it not for the immobility of the ship. Captain, our provisions are running low, came the abrupt reminder, causing Yangqing to press his palm against his forehead. The familiar ache of a headache beginning to resurface. The scarcity of food posed a significant challenge, yet it was not insurmountable. In this windless zone, despite the presence of Sea Kings, there were still smaller fish to be found, which, although not as plentiful as in other waters, were still sizable. The smallest among them measured at least 3 to 4 meters in length and 1 meter in width. Dylan's. Yangqing called out without hesitation, you handle this. Dylan's. His expression darkened, placed the dumbbells on the deck with a dull thud that caused the wooden vessel to sway slightly. Striding forward, he retorted, I am neither a babysitter nor a cook. Please, for the foreseeable future, we must remain here, Yangqing replied, his gaze serious and intent. Oh? Dylan's raised an eyebrow, extending his right hand. With a resonant hum, a massive fish abruptly appeared on the deck, only to be swiftly subdued underfoot. We are still far too weak. Yangqing lamented, the trio aboard the ship falling into a contemplative silence. In the days that followed, the wooden ship remained anchored in the tranquil waters, while the 4 Sea Kings circled 100 meters away, cautious not to approach. The inexplicable aura from that day lingered in their minds, etching a lasting impression on their limited intellect. Meanwhile, Yangqing, Dylan's, and Robin commenced their arduous training. Dylan's diligently exercised, sweating profusely as he fortified his resolve and enhanced his devil fruit abilities. Yangqing, by day, focused on physical training, and by night, engaged in a series of challenging games within the system. This system, known as the swordsman system, allowed him to embody various characters and defeat numerous sword-wielding adversaries to earn fragments of silver. These fragments could be exchanged for martial arts manuals within the system, enabling him to grow stronger. The swordsman system was straightforward yet demanding, requiring extensive time to accumulate progress. Slowly closing his eyes, Yangqing entered the system. The challenge commenced. The 56th level, with the adversary being the enigmatic black 5 colors. A figure shrouded in dark garments emerged, entirely enveloped in a black cloak, revealing only their luminous eyes. With a deliberate motion, they unsheathed their sword, and the two locked gazes, each radiating intensity. As the wind stirred, the two figures began to weave through the space, transforming into fleeting shadows as their swords clashed with a series of sharp, resonant sounds. Yang Qing's gaze sharpened, his muscles quivering slightly as his internal energy surged. He noted a faint aura emanating from his opponent, their eyes gleaming like flames. Throughout the battle, silence reigned. The focus solely on their confrontation and the unwavering grip on their swords. The dazzling interplay of blades illuminated the space, the crisp sounds of their strikes echoing. The standoff persisted for a full 3 minutes, both combatants masters of their swordsmanship, displaying extraordinary skill. After 10 exchanges, Yang Qing discerned that his opponent was employing the same sword technique, Dugu 9 swords. He realized he was facing a rival who was his equal. This battle was indeed formidable. Sweat dripped silently from his brow as he thrust his sword southwest, blocking the opponent's peculiar strike, before swiftly switching hands to counterattack. With a resounding clash, Yang Qing's eyes widened in realization. This was a true master. Both warriors bent their knees, retreating 5 meters, their expressions laden with gravity. The battle remained silent, punctuated only by their faint breaths. After an arduous hour, Yang Qing, nearly on the brink of exhaustion, finally felled his opponent with a decisive strike, gasping as he exited the system's realm. Following a night of rest, the next day brought a noticeable enhancement in his mental acuity and physical condition. The system's challenges provided him with invaluable experience, allowing him to progress more swiftly than those who relied solely on arduous training. His mastery of Conqueror's Haki still felt unsteady, fluctuating erratically. Yang Qing furrowed his brow, pondering how to cultivate it, as no detailed methodology was available. Stepping out of his quarters, he immediately spotted the 4 Sea Kings 100 meters away, his eyes brightening with newfound resolve. It seemed that the pressure of life and death scenarios could potentially awaken his Conqueror's Haki. In the original tale, Luffy had awakened his Haki under similar circumstances. Great courage, unwavering fearlessness, and immense spirit were essential to forge the will of Conqueror's Haki. Dilence, Yang Qing called out, startling Dilence, who was lifting a 200-pound dumbbell. The weight nearly slipped from his grasp, almost landing on his foot, causing him to break into a cold sweat. What is it? Dilence's expression darkened, contemplating the consequences of such a heavy object crashing down on him. Transport me over there, Yang Qing commanded, pointing towards the languid Sea Kings. Dilence was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Remember, you have consumed a devil fruit. Do it quickly. Yang Qing's tone brooked no dissent. Dilence's countenance grew even darker, perplexed by Yang Qing's obstinacy. Molia emerged as well, glancing at the two before returning to her exercises. While Robin gazed dreamily at the sea, seemingly lost in thoughts of her homeland, oblivious to the unfolding events. You're digging your own grave. It's not my concern. Dilence waved dismissively. With a resounding pop, Yang Qing's figure suddenly vanished. Where did the captain go? Robin exclaimed, finally realizing the situation. There. Molia pointed toward the Sea Kings 100 meters away, where Yang Qing now stood, looming above them. Ah, Dilence, you're trying to murder the captain, you villain. Robin cried out, her face pale with fear. Dilence rubbed his forehead in frustration, exasperated by the misunderstanding. Hadn't they just had a conversation about this? Meanwhile, Yang Qing, now precariously positioned above the 4 Sea Kings, felt an overwhelming sense of gravity. Only in the face of such colossal beings did he truly comprehend the immense pressure they exerted. Enormous, far too enormous. The Sea King also sensed the unusual movement above its head and let out a low growl. At the same time, it recognized the diminutive human before it, causing a flicker of panic as it began to tremble. Conqueror's Haki, powerful and imposing. Yang Qing concentrated his mental fortitude, abruptly closed his eyes, and then reopened them. Glaring intensely, a gentle breeze wafted through, leaving the Sea Kings bewildered, unsure of what the human before them was attempting. Beads of perspiration trickled down Yang Qing's face. Damn it, he muttered. It seems activating Conqueror's Haki still relies on chance. In the ensuing moment, the 4 Sea Kings, showing no restraint, opened their maws, emitting deafening roars as they lunged to devour Yang Qing. Lone Sword of the 9 Styles. A sonorous clang resonated as the longsword transformed into a streak of light. Yang Qing, with elegant agility, weaved amidst the 4 Sea Kings, his blade incessantly slashing across their colossal forms, causing a torrent of blood to erupt. After 10 seconds, Yang Qing stood atop the writhing Sea Kings, his countenance a mask of vexation. His refined swordsmanship, when applied to these behemoths, felt as insignificant as needles, causing no substantial harm. This realization troubled him deeply, as his own strength was inadequate to contend with the Sea Kings. Indeed, his individual combat prowess was formidable, owing to his exceptional burst of power, rendering his pinpoint attacks virtually unstoppable. However, against these colossal Sea Kings, he was rendered ineffective. The pierced Sea Kings, contorted in agony, finally succumbed to their fury. Their eyes turned bloodshot, and with a ferocious bellow, one lunged to bite Yang Qing. Alarmed, Yang Qing's brow dripped with cold sweat. He continuously leaped and bounded between the 4 Sea Kings, his form dissolving into streaks of lightning as the situation grew increasingly perilous. "Dillons, hasten to the captain's rescue. He's on the verge of death," Robin cried out, her voice tinged with desperation. Dillons, his face a picture of helplessness, retorted, "He's courting death himself. It's truly not my fault. Save him." Robin roared, her anger flaring. Dillons plugged his ears, feigning deafness. Mariah, composed, continued to peruse her book, seemingly indifferent to the commotion, as if it were of no concern to her. 10 seconds later, a powerful gust of wind emanated from 100 meters away, causing the trio to momentarily freeze. It was an aura of unparalleled dominance, capable of intimidating anyone in its vicinity, plunging them into a state of unconsciousness and stripping them of all resistance. Simultaneously, Yang Qing's boisterous laughter echoed from the same distance. "Ha ha ha, Dillons, retrieve me." Dillons' right hand twitched, and with a spatial distortion, Yang Qing materialized on the deck. Robin, overcome with worry, embraced Yang Qing tightly, her sobs uncontrollable. I thought. You. Rest assured, I'll be fine. Besides, Dillons is watching. He wouldn't abandon me, Yang Qing said, stroking Robin's head with a gentle smile. "That's debatable," Dillons retorted with a dismissive sneer. "You're the worst," Robin exclaimed, causing Dillons' lips to curl in an aggrieved grimace. Yang Qing erupted in a cascade of laughter, filled with joy. "And you, always causing worry." Robin's accusation turned to Yang Qing, abruptly silencing his merriment. On the wooden vessel, sounds of playful banter and affectionate squabbles ensued. 100 meters away, the four sea kings lay still on the ocean's surface, their eyes rolled back, unconscious. Time, like a fleeting arrow, sped by. And 6 years had elapsed in the blink of an eye. During these 6 years, the death pirates, who had once stirred up a tempest in the Grand Line, had vanished without a trace. This pirate crew, which had astonished the pirates of the Grand Line with their exorbitant bounties upon their emergence, seemed to have disappeared, never to be seen again by the world. Within the Marines, significant changes had also transpired. First, Marine Field Marshal Kong relinquished his position, ceding the rank to Sengoku, renowned for his strategic intellect. Second, veteran admirals retired, and new admirals ascended the ranks: Akainu, Sakazuki, Akiji, Kazan, and Kizaru Borsellino. Furthermore, substantial alterations were made to various positions within the Marine hierarchy. With the new administration in place, Sengoku initiated a thorough purge of the Marine system, eliminating or exiling most of the subversive elements from other factions, firmly grasping military authority. Subsequently, he embarked on an ambitious undertaking, the Warlords of the Sea Establishment Project. As the Great Pirate Era commenced, an increasing number of pirates flooded the Grand Line. It was an era of unprecedented frenzy, fueled by the final words of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, which ignited a worldwide frenzy. Countless individuals joined the ranks of pirates, placing immense pressure on the Marines, who were struggling to cope. Ultimately, Marine headquarters decided to formulate a plan to combat piracy with piracy, using pirates to restrain pirates. The Marines would grant them special privileges, permitting them to engage in legal plunder. However, this plan was still in its nascent stages, yet to be formally implemented. Inside the Marine headquarters conference room, Sengoku frowned as he scrutinized the documents on the table, his expression grim. "Are you saying that Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, has departed the New World?" Sengoku inquired, his gaze fixed on the Vice Admiral before him, who nodded solemnly. "Can their destination be ascertained?" Sengoku pressed. The sudden movement of such a powerful figure was extraordinary, causing him considerable unease. "Regrettably, no information is available. They appear to have coated their ship, submerged it, and traversed the Calm Belt region. Our informants in the New World have no knowledge of their whereabouts," the Vice Admiral replied, his tone tinged with helplessness. "Damn it!" Sengoku exclaimed, striking the table with his fist. "Have the others made any unusual movements?" "No, sir," the Vice Admiral responded promptly. Sengoku sighed in relief and muttered, "The Warlords of the Sea project must be expedited. Where's Garp?" "Vice Admiral Garp is en route from the East Blue to headquarters," the Vice Admiral added. Sengoku nodded, waving his hand to dismiss the attendees. He then fed the documents in his hand to a small goat, which promptly masticated them into fragments. At this critical juncture of epical change, everything seemed exceedingly chaotic. Shambles Archipelago, within the Celestial Dragon's Palace. "Jess, come quickly, it's time to eat," a female voice called out. Jess, who was planting flowers in the courtyard, responded in affirmation and tugged at the young woman beside him, beckoning her to join him. "Alice, let's eat together," Jess said. Jess, now nearly 10 years old, possessed handsome features, bearing a striking resemblance to his elder brother. Alice, upon seeing him, was reminded of her former master. "Yes, Jess. Let's go together," Alice replied with a nod. Inside the room, Alpha and Jess's mother were already seated. Upon the arrival of the two, they smiled and gestured for the servants to serve the meal. The meal proceeded in silence. Alice, owing to her connection with Yang Qing, had established a harmonious rapport with Alpha's family. Moreover, Alpha's influence deterred the Monet family from seeking retribution. 6 years had elapsed without any news of Yang Qing. In their hearts, the carefree, idealistic, and indomitable young man was presumed dead. "Jess, you've grown up," Jess's mother said with a gentle smile. Yes, Jess has grown up. In a few years, I'll go find my brother and put your minds at ease, Jess replied with a cheerful nod. Thud. As soon as the words left his mouth, Alpha slammed his hand on the table, his expression turning grim. Never mention that person again. He's dead. 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 A tremendous sound echoed, embodying Alpha's fury, rendering those at the table silent as the grave. Jess merely stuck out his tongue and continued to eat in silence. His mother subtly grasped Alpha's hand, gently offering comfort. She understood the turmoil within Alpha. For 6 long years, although her husband often wore a smile in her presence whenever he turned his back, she could see the sorrow reflected in the mirror of his face. For 6 years, he had never relinquished his search for that boy. Yet the absence of news had quietly weighed down Alpha's heart. Where is that person now? Is he alive or dead? They did not know. This unrelenting pursuit had driven Alpha to lash out at the Monet family over the years. Both were celestial dragons, wielding similar power, and thus their confrontations could never manifest as direct battles. Instead, their factions engaged in a brutal and merciless duel behind the scenes. This silent conflict, a war devoid of bloodshed, ignited Monet's wrath, while simultaneously exacerbating the pressure within Alpha, causing his temper to grow increasingly unstable and volatile. The lunch ended on an ungracious note, leaving only Jess and Alice at the table. Silently finishing the food in his bowl, Jess's eyes sparkled with determination. Alice. In due time, I shall seek out my brother. What? But, young master, you are still so young. Alice exclaimed in shock. And so what? He is my brother. I must ascertain whether he lives or dies. Jess declared resolutely, emanating a unique aura. Alice gazed at Jess, as if she were witnessing that once youthful spirit anew. They were both extraordinary in their own right. Somewhere in the doldrums connecting the South Sea and the Grand Line, a resonant voice rang out. Are you all ready? In response, 3 voices, filled with excitement, echoed back. Ready. Then let us embark. Yes, Captain. Within the calm waters, a wooden vessel trembled as it ascended from the depths, gradually soaring into the air, defying gravity. Hey, Lucifer, are you sure you can manage this? Why is the ship shaking so violently? Dylan's asked, his face turning pale as he observed the swaying vessel. Not a problem. Yang Qing, seated at the bow, wore a broad grin before bellowing. Reaper pirates, set sail. We return to the South Sea. A chorus of terrified cries erupted from the other 3 aboard. Captain, I would rather let Dylan's ability randomly teleport us. Your power is far too terrifying, too dangerous. Robin nearly wept, crying out in distress. Fear not. This ability is merely new to me. I just need to familiarize myself with it. Yang Qing laughed heartily, showing no signs of concern. The wooden vessel continued to sway perilously, seemingly on the verge of plummeting into the ocean below. In the depths, colossal sea creatures gazed skyward, their massive jaws agape, as if anticipating their imminent fall. This sight only deepened the dread etched on the faces of those aboard. How can we not worry? The 3 passengers seethed in frustration, itching to reprimand Yang Qing. Yet their apprehension grew as they noticed the sweat beading on his forehead. This fellow seems to be straining. Could it be that he won't last? Have no fear. All is well, Yang Qing reassured, though his words felt somewhat forced, causing trepidation to flicker in their eyes. This newfound ability, cough, truly is somewhat taxing. Hiki. The following words sent a chill down their spines. Dylan's, should he falter, you must activate your ability immediately, Morlia instructed without hesitation, to which Dylan's nodded gravely. In that moment, he too began to question the captain's reliability. However, relief washed over them as the wooden vessel gradually stabilized. Yang Qing's hearty laughter signaled his growing mastery over this new power. An hour later, the wooden ship safely reached the South Sea. The once rickety vessel seemed even more fragile after 3 years. As Dylan's prepared to set sail, the ship creaked ominously, causing all 4 aboard to exchange anxious glances. Yang Qing approached the bow with a serious demeanor. Deadspeace. A luminous shield enveloped the entire ship as he proclaimed loudly, Reaper pirates, set sail. The wooden vessel unfurled its sails, carving a profound path across the ocean. Along the journey, no pirate impeded their passage. In the span of 6 years, monumental changes had swept across the seas. A massive naval purge had drastically reduced the number of pirates. The transformations over these years had also been profound for the 4 aboard. First was Yang Qing, now standing at an impressive height of 1.75 meters, handsome, with eyes that sparkled with confidence and a solid 6-pack adorning his abdomen. Next was Dylan's, who had grown considerably stronger, now in his 20s. Lastly, Robin and Morlia had blossomed into graceful young women, standing as a stunning sight in their own right. Standing at the helm, Yang Qing closed his eyes, absorbing the essence of the surrounding waters. Dylan's, steer hard right, heading northeast toward that small island. Dylan's acknowledged with a nod, easily maneuvering the ship's wheel, allowing the vessel to glide swiftly with the aid of the wind. Yang Qing opened his eyes and retracted his abilities. He sensed that the wooden boat was perfectly capable of carrying them to the next sea. This was precisely due to his awakened fruit ability, which enabled him to discern the location of islands through the scents in the air. After 6 years of diligent training, Yang Qing had finally elevated his devil fruit powers to a new level on the eve of his departure, unlocking a formidable new ability. This newfound power truly embodied the essence of the control fruit. Yang Qing felt a surge of excitement at the potency of this ability. Indeed, this fruit deserved its reputation as a divine fruit at the auction. With this ability, he could contend with users of natural powers without the need for haki, and even against the most elite warriors, while ensuring his own invincibility. P.S. How could a billion-dollar fruit possibly be worthless? It is not my desire to dismiss its value. I have duly noted the roles of my companions, and will find opportune moments to incorporate them later. I continue to seek all forms of support from you all. Yang Qing's eyes shimmered with admiration for the capabilities of this fruit. Not only that, but within the span of 6 years, he had also acquired the North Sea Divine Art, a technique originally designed to absorb the internal energy of others. In this realm, while the essence of cultivating internal energy remained unchanged, its ability to siphon energy transformed into the power to absorb the vitality of others, thus enhancing his own strength. Undoubtedly, this ability, though detrimental to others, was undeniably formidable. At that moment, Yang Qing and his companions had achieved an extraordinary metamorphosis. 6 years ago, we survived. 6 years later, I shall make the entire world witness the might of my death god pirate crew. The pain you have inflicted upon me, I shall repay in kind. Monet, I shall not spare you. Gazing into the distant sky, a glint of sharpness flickered in Yang Qing's eyes. He was not the type to repay kindness with kindness. A true man of the world must seek vengeance for grievances, embracing the thrill of retribution. To be pursued without seeking revenge was not his way. However, the manner of his revenge required careful deliberation. First and foremost, Yang Qing needed to procure a new vessel. The wooden ship had become dilapidated, unable to carry them onward. 3 hours later, the wooden ship slowly approached the harbor of Nisi Beiji Island. The docking process was painstakingly slow, and when the four heard 3 dull cracking sounds, their expression shifted, turning somber. This wooden vessel, which had accompanied them for over 6 years, had reached the end of its journey. Dylan, strike our pirate flag, Yang Qing said, covering his face, unwilling for the others to see his countenance. He stepped down from the wooden ship and paused before solemnly adding, then, send our companion on their way. Yes, Dylan responded gravely, his expression solemn. Robin and Mariah's eyes glimmered as they descended from the ship. And the moment their feet touched the ground, they could no longer contain their sorrow, softly beginning to weep. The last to disembark was Dylan. As he neatly folded the pirate flag and stepped off the ship, a resonant sound echoed, and the wooden vessel splintered into pieces, followed by a cacophony of tiny, fragmented sounds. 3 seconds later, a gust of wind swept by, and the ship disintegrated into the smallest particles, carried away by the breeze. You have never borne a name, but in this moment, I, Lucifer, grant you eternal life. Your name shall be Death. Yang Qing's eyes gleamed with intensity as he gazed upon the vast, desolate sea. Speaking slowly with a grave seriousness, he then snapped his fingers, and with a resounding crack, a luminous barrier materialized, enveloping the area within a 30-meter radius. Within this shimmering dome, an ethereal silhouette of a wooden ship emerged, swaying gently with the undulating waves of the ocean. Subsequently, Yang Qing slightly drew his right hand inward, causing the spectral image to gradually diminish. As the realm of the Grim Reaper faded away, a small wooden vessel, radiating a crystalline glow, appeared in his palm. Is this truly him? Dylan inquired softly as he approached. Indeed, it is he. He shall forever accompany us until we ascend to become the mightiest in the world. Yang Qing affirmed with a resolute nod. Robin and Mariah also approached, their spirits visibly lifted. Is it your newfound abilities that have reunited us with him? Dylan couldn't help but ask as they ventured deeper into the island. Yang Qing paused for a moment, then nodded. Indeed, this is the power of the fruit. Quite formidable, Dylan exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Yes, it is indeed powerful, and it suits me perfectly, Yang Qing replied with a smile. The four of them strode towards the interior of the island, having not ventured beyond the calm belt for 6 years, naturally. Their first desire was to seek out a bustling restaurant to satisfy their cravings. Soon, Yang Qing spotted a restaurant named Gourmet Paradise, bustling at the entrance, and his eyes lit up as he eagerly stepped inside. Upon entering the main hall, however, he was taken aback to find the establishment nearly devoid of patrons. Excuse me? Yang Qing snapped his fingers, a smile gracing his face. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? A waitress dressed in black responded with a sweet smile, her voice soft and delicate. Why are there so few people in this restaurant? It seems so crowded outside, Yang Qing inquired curiously, while behind him, Dylan's and the others wore expressions of confusion. Ah, sir, you see, the exterior is for the common folk, while the interior caters to individuals of status and influence. The waitress explained with a smile. Oh, Yang Qing's eyes sparkled with intrigue, his tone laced with amusement. Your establishment certainly delineates class quite clearly. Do you think we are permitted to dine here? The waitress scrutinized the four of them closely before shaking her head. Based on your attire, it seems you may not be able to afford the prices here. However, I cannot discern your true identities. Dylan's and his companions' expressions darkened. It was evident they were being looked down upon. Anyone subjected to such biased scrutiny would feel discomfort. The saying dogs look down on people aptly applied here. Haha. Yang Qing chuckled mockingly before adopting a serious tone. What if I were to tell you that we are pirates? The waitress's expression shifted dramatically, a look of alarm crossing her face. Before she could respond, Yangqing and his companions had already taken their seats. The young man then shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hurry up with the dishes, or I shall smash this shabby restaurant to pieces. Today, I shall indulge myself and act like a true pirate." Yangqing's loud reprimand caused the patrons in the restaurant to change color, their faces etched with palpable fear. The pirates of this era wielded a formidable aura, particularly intimidating to both the wealthy and the common folk. Within a mere 10 seconds, the diners were drenched in cold sweat as they hurriedly fled the establishment. The proprietor emerged from the back, trembling as he approached the four individuals. "Sir," he began, but Yangqing swiftly interrupted with a wave of his hand. "No more nonsense. Bring the drinks and dishes. We won't be shortchanged a single berry. But if you utter another word, I shall demolish this wretched place." Yangqing's chilling tone rendered the owner weak at the knees. Just moments ago, he had cast a furtive glance at the four, initially failing to recognize Yangqing. However, upon seeing Dylan's and Nico Robin, his expression shifted dramatically. He vividly recalled these two as members of the notorious Grim Reaper pirates that had sent shockwaves through the South Sea 6 years prior. In other words, this group was likely comprised of ruthless pirates, perhaps even infamous ones, an adversary he simply could not afford to confront. Within 2 seconds, tension enveloped him entirely. Yes. The proprietor nodded vigorously, hastening to make arrangements, fully aware that he could not afford to cross this group. "Haha, boss, you truly excel at playing the villain." Once the proprietor departed, Dylan's erupted into laughter. "Humph, do you think all pirates are noble souls? How naive. I am the finest among the villains," Yangqing scoffed. A derisive smile gracing his lips, and soon, he too joined in laughter. Meanwhile, the proprietor, quaking in the kitchen, dialed a number on a small communicator. "Hello. South Sea Division. How may I assist you?" "Why yes, Navy officer, greetings. I just witnessed the Grim Reaper pirates." "What? The Grim Reaper pirates? The ones from 6 years ago? Are you certain?" "I am certain," the owner stammered, trembling as he spoke. "They are here." After a brief exchange, he nervously retreated to the back of the kitchen. "Quick, hurry. Move faster. I do not wish to be torn to shreds by these vile pirates. You all must work swiftly. If you delay any longer, my establishment will be in ruins." The chefs, upon hearing this, also felt their hands tremble as they rushed to comply. They had heard the rumors of a band of merciless pirates outside, and even the owner was visibly shaken. The dishes were served promptly and were quite sumptuous, showcasing the delicacies of the South Sea, predominantly seafood, complemented by exotic meats. The four savored the meal, akin to primitive beings who had not tasted good food in 6 years. At the moment the delicious fare graced their palates, they felt an overwhelming urge to weep. "Oh, I cannot endure this any longer. I must find a chef to join our crew. I cannot stand Dylan's incessant fish dishes." Yangqing sighed dramatically, his mouth stuffed with food. Robin and Morlia stifled their laughter, while Dylan's glared darkly, sending a plate crashing towards Yangqing in frustration. A barrier of energy formed at Yangqing's fingertips, blocking the plate's trajectory and preventing Dylan's from advancing further. With his mouth still full, Yangqing remarked, "Dylan's, do not take offense. I merely speak the truth." "Well, if you do not enjoy it, then you should cook for yourself. You are such a nuisance." Dylan's temper flared, and their banter ignited a lengthy exchange of sarcasm, allowing Robin and Morlia to sneak in a few more bites. An hour later, the four, thoroughly satiated, tossed a pile of gleaming berries onto the table before exiting the restaurant. As their figures faded from view, the proprietor finally exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow as he emerged. "Finally, I have seen these esteemed guests off. Boss, what about their payment?" A server suddenly pointed at the table, reminding him. The owner rushed over, and upon seeing the pile of berries, his eyes widened with contemplation. Pirates, even the most notorious ones, had paid for their meal. The owner shook his head, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, suddenly recalling how he had distinctly separated the commoners from the aristocracy. He felt a twinge of guilt for having done so. "Bring in all the tables from outside." 3 minutes later, the owner approached the counter and declared solemnly, leaving the servers momentarily stunned. "Get moving. What are you standing around for?" he barked. The servers, their faces pale with fear, quickly complied. The owner gazed outside, his expression growing complex as he murmured, "Such formidable pirates pay for their meals, just like anyone else. Yet, I have divided my restaurant into 2 classes, commoners and nobles. How truly shameful this realization is. From that moment on, my restaurant shall be open to all." Yangqing and his companions were unaware that after their departure, the proprietor of the restaurant would undergo such a significant transformation in perspective. The exchange of food for currency is merely a fair transaction. 2 hours later, they arrived at a shipyard, with the selection of vessels naturally entrusted to Mariah. Observing Mariah and Robin, both exceptionally intelligent women, negotiating sternly with a group of rugged men, Yangqing and Dylan's felt an immediate shift in the atmosphere. The dragon keel crafted from Elmwood had an original price of 10 million. With an additional shipping fee of 2 million belly from the North Sea, an installation fee of 300,000 belly, and other material costs amounting to 5 million, alongside miscellaneous expenses totaling 1 million. Ultimately, the price for this lightweight sailing vessel was announced. Mariah, with a calm demeanor, engaged in the negotiations, while Robin pointed out specific parts of the ship with ease. Their seamless collaboration rendered the salesman's face a deep shade of distress. 18,300,000 belly, Robin declared, sealing the deal. Dylan's inadvertently crushed the wooden ship model he had just purchased, eliciting a bemused expression from Yangqing. The duo of formidable women, together, exuded an aura of empowerment that left them in awe. Ultimately, the two strong-willed ladies successfully negotiated the price of 18,500,000 belly for the prized lightweight Dunglass micro-battleship, amidst the proprietor's grim countenance. After the transaction concluded, Yangqing and his companions undertook a substantial procurement of provisions, filling their new vessel to the brim. This included over 20 articles of clothing each for the two women: long skirts, short skirts, shoes, boots, and other seasonal attire, along with a mango orchard cultivated by Mariah herself. The ship was considerably larger than before, and the mango trees would contribute to a refreshing ambience. In response to the peculiar gazes from Yangqing and Dylan's, Mariah calmly remarked. Yangqing and Dylan's exchanged a glance, silently communicating without words. As the group moved towards the ship under the dim sky, Dylan suddenly poked Yangqing's shoulder. "Hey, Lucifer." "What?" Yangqing replied, puzzled. "Have you heard?" Dylan's glanced at Moria and Robin ahead, then leaned closer to Yangqing's ear, whispering, "Mangoes, it seems they can be quite ample." "What?" Yangqing exclaimed, recalling the stature of the two women before him, then gulped. "They are rather substantial, aren't they?" "Women never complain about being too ample," Dylan's concluded sagely, as if imparting profound wisdom. "Thinking about it, marrying both of them wouldn't be so bad." Yangqing mused suddenly, but received no response from Dylan's. Upon observing the latter's expression, he was momentarily taken aback. "What is wrong with you? You have quite the peculiar taste." Dylan's exclaimed in horror. "A top student and an archaeologist. Has your captain lost his mind?" The four boarded the ship, and Dylan swiftly ascended the mast, hoisting the pirate flag. The skull beneath the side immediately fluttered in the wind, exuding a chilling aura that spread in all directions. Yangqing sat at the bow of the ship, his right hand snapping fingers, channeling his power, enveloping the entire new vessel. Subsequently, a phantom resembling the ship appeared, merging seamlessly with the latter. "Spirit of the ship, we meet again. Indeed, it brings me great joy to sail alongside you once more. I am truly grateful to you." Lucifer. With a smile gracing his face, Yangqing nodded. The newly refurbished Grim Reaper set sail once more, slicing through the waves and braving the winds. On this tranquil night, the sea appeared deceptively calm, as a gentle breeze caressed the vessel, offering a refreshing respite to the four souls aboard, coaxing them into a comfortable slumber. The flickering candlelight cast a soft glow, illuminating the Grim Reaper with a tender luminescence. Moria reclined in a chair, gazing into the abyssal depths of the ocean, her expression placid, as if pondering a monumental conundrum. Beside her sat Robin, perusing a book with a look of earnest concentration that left Dylan's momentarily spellbound. The disparity between these two and himself struck Dylan's profoundly. He marveled at their dedication to their crafts. In contrast, he could push himself to the brink for training, like now, effortlessly lifting weights that weighed 1,000 pounds. Sweat dripping onto the deck, but he found it impossible to maintain such relentless focus on study. Yangqing, perched atop the mast, hummed an indistinct tune, cradling a long western sword in his arms, for it was his turn to keep watch this night. "Hey, Lucifer, what exactly is your new ability?" Dylan's inquired loudly, pausing his push-ups. "Ah, a divine ability, immensely powerful." Yangqing replied nonchalantly, eyes still closed. "Right, you say powerful, yet don't let it lead you into chaos again." Dylan's retorted skeptically, having witnessed Yangqing's lack of offensive prowess over the past 6 years. "Fear not, that will not happen again," came Yangqing's earnest response from the top of the mast, leaving Dylan's momentarily taken aback, after which he resumed his training. Time passed swiftly, and the occupants of the Grim Reaper gradually succumbed to sleep. The two ladies retreated to their quarters, and Dylan's followed suit, leaving Yangqing alone atop the mast, quietly embracing the sea breeze. As he leaned against the pinnacle of the mast, a sudden brilliance flickered in Yangqing's eyes. His right hand trembled slightly, and with a soft pop, a small luminous barrier materialized around him. Within this radiant sphere, he could distinctly perceive everything, all subject to his command, including the very air itself. A domain-type fruit, indeed. Everything within this barrier is under my control. Is this the essence of your true power? Yangqing's eyes sparkled with an enigmatic light. As the moment of departure approached, an inexplicable awakening coursed through his heavy body, and a substantial influx of instinctual information surged into his mind. Subsequently, he sensed a significant enhancement in his ability to harness the powers of the devil fruit. Was it because the fruit's abilities were so extraordinary that they demanded a higher standard from oneself? In other words, 6 years ago, I was not even qualified to come into contact with this power. Yangqing quietly contemplated that after 6 years of arduous cultivation, the range of his fruit ability had astonishingly expanded to a remarkable kilometer. Within this expanse, he could perceive everything with utmost clarity, as if gazing down from the vantage of a deity, discerning all with precision. This formidable capability could be deemed, in a certain light, even more tyrannical than the observation haki. He could even anticipate his enemy's next moves by sensing the flow of the wind and the movement of air. 6 years prior, he had already managed to apply his fruit ability to himself, a phenomenon he referred to as self-control. Today, he had categorized his fruit ability into distinct phases. The first phase was purely auxiliary, akin to the observation haki, endowing him with eyes akin to those of a god, allowing him to thoroughly comprehend and command all activities within the reach of his protective aura. This functioned externally, while internally, it enabled him to master all aspects of his own being. The second phase was the newly awakened capability, which he termed the attack phase of the devil fruit, also known as the godlike ability. This phase granted him control over all objects that his body touched, transforming the very ground he stood upon into a divine realm, provided they remained within his protective aura. This too operated externally, while he had yet to explore its internal application. Thus, he resolved to seize this opportunity to experiment. Yang Qing's eyes flickered with a spark, and with a resounding pop, a luminous shield enveloped him. In the next moment, he felt as though his soul had transcended his physical form, granting him an unparalleled clarity to observe the intricate workings of his own body. His mental faculties seemed to enter a realm of absolute rationality, akin to divine cognition. In this elevated state, he could adopt a third-person perspective of himself, effortlessly responding to the external world with impeccable precision. A look of contemplation crossed Yang Qing's face as he grasped the distinction of this newfound ability. Unlike the initial phase, there was no need for him to exert conscious control over his body. The fruit's power governed his physical form, enabling him to perform feats beyond the limits of flesh. For instance, with a mere tremor, his body maintained its original configuration yet began to levitate. He was soaring through the air. This fruit was truly extraordinary. No wonder its value had soared to a staggering 10 billion. And who was that figure in the black cloak? He seemed to possess an uncanny knowledge of this remarkable fruit. Yang Qing marveled for a moment, then recalled the figure clad in black. After their previous encounter, the mysterious individual had vanished without a trace, leaving him with no further opportunity to cross paths again. What he now lacked was the formidable strength of his physical form, accumulated over time, along with the mastery of haki. A glimmer sparked in Yang Qing's eyes as he contemplated his situation. Without haki, he found himself at a disadvantage against those of the natural element, unless he were to forge a sword from sea prism stone. The notion ignited a light in his gaze, and he resolved to pursue that endeavor. However, the scarcity of sea prism stone rendered it exceedingly costly, presenting yet another complication. Shaking his head, he resigned himself to await the right opportunity. In the South Sea, there was little left to entice him, and his next course of action would lead him to the other 3 seas. Moreover, Yang Qing pondered the prospect of recruiting new crew members. With merely 4 aboard his pirate ship, it was far too limited. The issue of numbers was insufficient to realize the dreams he had nurtured since childhood. As Yang Qing pondered deeply, he noticed 2 warships in the distance, stealthily pursuing under the cover of night. It was the naval division from the South China Sea, as informed by a superior earlier that day. Over the past 6 years, the former commander of the South China Sea Division, St. Carlo, had been recalled to his father's side through the exertion of power. The personnel here had long been replaced. The new commander, known as Lanxus, was renowned for his unyielding demeanor and possessed considerable strength, being a major general himself, endowed with the formidable power of the armament haki. Under his 3-year reign, piracy in the South China Sea had significantly diminished. Upon hearing of the re-emergence of the Grim Reaper pirate crew, the resolute commander Lanxus uttered a single decree: in the name of justice, apprehend this vile pirate crew. Subsequently, Colonel Carlo, accompanied by his soldiers, set forth toward the Grim Reaper, and en route encountered 2 naval vessels patrolling, all advancing resolutely towards the Grim Reaper ship. At that moment, Yang Qing, partially leaning against the mast, emerged from his reverie, catching sight of the approaching warships, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his eyes. The full moon radiated its silvery light gently upon the surface of the sea, while the occasional leaping fish sparkled under the moonlight, resembling the twinkling stars in the sky. Yang Qing leaned against the mast, motionless, his western sword casually cradled in his arms. His eyes flickered as he clearly discerned 2 warships drawing near, even spotting the naval soldiers bustling about on their decks. At the forefront of the ships, 2 burly sailors stood solemnly, gazing intently at the death's embrace. Load the cannons. We are merely 300 meters away. The Navy officer at the ship's bow commanded, his expression calm, yet resolute. The tense command echoed swiftly across the vessel, prompting the soldiers to spring into action. With the sound of clattering, the cannonballs were loaded, aimed at the encroaching death's embrace. Commander, the cannonballs are ready. We can commence firing as soon as we reach range. The soldiers reported loudly, and Carlo, positioned at the front, nodded and gestured. Prepare yourselves, await orders. The 2 warships transitioned from their prior activity into an eerie stillness, inching closer to death's embrace. The distance dwindled from 300 to 200 meters, and now it was merely 100 meters. All hands prepare. Carlo issued the command, and the faces of the sailors turned grave as they awaited the order to fire. In that fleeting moment, as Carlo's voice echoed, Yang Qing at the top of the mast suddenly flickered his gaze, turning towards him. Upon locking eyes with Yangqing, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over Carlo. From his vantage point, he observed the figure leaning against the mast, unfazed, neither shouting nor rising in alarm. He simply extended his right hand with an air of nonchalance. A faint sound echoed, and Carlo witnessed a vast protective shield rapidly enveloping both warships, centered around Death's embrace, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Simultaneously, the cannons aboard both vessels emitted furious roars. However, what transpired next left the crew in a state of shock. What is happening? The cannonballs, they did not explode, but fell into the sea. And what is this shield? Panic erupted among the soldiers under the serene night sky. As they found their voices seemingly confined to a 10-meter radius, any utterance beyond that dissipated into silence, sending chills down their spines. Is this the power of a devil fruit? Carlo felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, sensing an ominous presence enveloping him. Meanwhile, the young man seated atop the mast remained still, his right index finger quivering as he extended it, softly murmuring. Boom. A series of thunderous explosions erupted from all directions surrounding the warship, causing it to shudder violently, and panic spread among the soldiers. Carlo's expression darkened as he recognized that the number of explosions matched precisely the cannonballs they had just launched. In other words, that individual had covertly taken control of their ammunition. What kind of cursed ability is this? Carlo overheard the mortified exclamations of a nearby major. In the next instant, the sea before them began to churn violently, bubbles erupting as if the water were boiling. 3 seconds later, with a slight movement of the young man's finger, a colossal dragon measuring 30 meters in length and 5 meters in width erupted from the depths of the ocean, roaring mightily. A dragon made of seawater. That man. He can control the sea. Run. We must escape. This is terrifying. Carlo's face paled as he finally comprehended the dreadfulness of the pirate ship. A single individual, without raising a finger, had rendered both warships utterly defenseless. The cannon fire could not approach. Even the bullets from rifles fell short, colliding with an invisible barrier a mere few dozen meters away before plummeting into the ocean, only to return along their original trajectory to strike their own shooters. This bizarre and terrifying spectacle incessantly gnawed at Carlo's nerves, leaving his mind in a state of blankness. What to do? What should I do? Carlo's pupils constricted sharply as confusion clouded his thoughts. Before they could even close the distance, the battle had already culminated in defeat. The dragon surged forth, its mighty tail sweeping across the two warships, sending countless sailors soaring into the air, only to crash down onto the deck or into the sea. In an instant, a significant portion of their combat strength was obliterated. After one strike, the dragon disintegrated into torrents of seawater. Soon after, a tsunami loomed over the warships, crashing down upon them and eliciting screams of terror from the sailors, drowning them in despair and fear. 3 minutes later, Death's embrace sailed further away, leaving behind the wreckage of the two warships and the bewildered gazes of countless sailors. That man. Carlo trembled uncontrollably, engulfed by sheer terror. In that moment, the image of the figure leaning against the mast, clutching a long western sword, was etched into his mind. The man's expression remained perpetually serene, his gaze as boundless as the ocean, encompassing everything, as if he had already mastered it all. Who is he? The following day, after the officers and sailors from the two warships were rescued, Carlo finally learned the identity of that man. His eyes widened in shock, still gripped by fear. The godlike power he wielded sent shivers down his spine. It was utterly insurmountable. Captain of the Death's Embrace pirate crew, Lucifer. A bounty poster depicted the young man's visage from the previous night, and Carlo's fist clenched unconsciously. How could this man, possessing such terrifying abilities capable of controlling the sea, be valued at a mere 50 million? Was the Navy headquarters jesting? The dreadful powers of the devil fruit, alongside countless unknown abilities, were absurdly underappreciated at such a paltry sum. Carlo could not contain the fury boiling within him. It was an utter travesty. At noon, Lances, with a serious demeanor, visited the hospital to inquire about Carlo's condition. What on earth happened? How could two warships, a colonel and a major, be unable to handle that pirate ship? Even if they couldn't win, it shouldn't have ended so disastrously. What in the world transpired? Lances' voice brimmed with confusion and disbelief. Only one man, a godlike figure. Carlo trembled as he spoke softly. P.S. I must say, this new ability is truly remarkable. Brothers, let us shower it with flowers and accolades. Lances' gaze sharpened, the weight of gravity settling upon him. He was aware of Carlo's capabilities as a naval colonel, even if he couldn't contend with a mere 4-member pirate crew. It should not have ended in such utter devastation. Hence, the only conclusion was that the pirate ship was indeed formidable. A pirate crew with a bounty nearing 200 million in the South Sea was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Lances realized that 6 years prior, this crew had already amassed a bounty of 200 million. Who could fathom their strength now, 6 years later? Allowing Carlo to engage was a miscalculation. Fortunately, most of the injured sailors were merely wounded, with few fatalities, alleviating Lances' feelings of guilt. Such a vicious adversary could likely only be tackled by the Navy headquarters. Lances ultimately made a decision. After offering some comfort to the evidently troubled Carlo, he turned and exited the hospital, subsequently dialing the number for the naval headquarters. Naval Headquarters. South Sea Command, please state your business. A formatted voice echoed. Langzis cleared his throat and began his report. Last night, in the South Sea's Sephoros waters, our forces dispatched 2 warships to engage the Grim Reaper pirate crew. The outcome was disastrous. Both of our warships, along with a colonel and a lieutenant colonel, were lost, while the enemy, the Grim Reaper pirate crew, departed unscathed. Therefore, I, Major General Langzis, request reinforcements to apprehend this pirate crew. The Grim Reaper pirate crew? The same one that vanished 6 years ago? The voice from headquarters was tinged with curiosity and disbelief. A pirate crew that had disappeared for 6 years suddenly reemerged? Indeed. And according to the available intelligence, they have grown stronger. Langzis replied gravely. A sudden silence fell over the line, and 3 minutes later, a different voice came through. Hello, Major General Langzis. This is Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Langzis was taken aback. It was none other than Admiral Sengoku. Send a detailed report on the Grim Reaper pirate crew to headquarters later, Sengoku instructed in a calm tone. Additionally, the South Sea Division must refrain from any rash actions and await support from headquarters. This pirate crew is not to be underestimated. Sengoku's words sent a jolt through Langzis' heart. It was evident that a pirate crew deemed significant enough by headquarters was not trivial. He realized that his previous actions had indeed been reckless. Understood. Langzis replied before hanging up and quietly contemplating for a moment before departing. Meanwhile, at naval headquarters, Sengoku was overwhelmed with the multitude of recent events. Gazing at the thick stack of documents on his desk, his forehead creased in frustration. With all 3 admirals dispatched, who could he rely on now? This pirate crew had already exhibited formidable strength 6 years ago, managing to elude even Admiral Akiji's notice. Handling them now would undoubtedly be more challenging. Was surrender the only option? It was truly exasperating. He hoped it would not escalate into a significant crisis. After careful consideration, Sengoku reluctantly stuffed the dossier into the mouth of a nearby goat, deciding to ignore this intelligence. With their immense strength and connections to the celestial dragons, it was a source of great headache for him. Moreover, it appeared that this individual had primarily targeted the world government, leaving that group to grapple with their own troubles. A day later, a new bounty notice emerged. Captain of the Grim Reaper pirate crew, Lucifer, alias Grim Reaper, bounty, 100 million. Vice Captain, Dillons, alias Phantom, bounty, 90 million. Archaeologist, Nico Robin, bounty, 79 million. Ship's Doctor, Morlia, bounty, 20 million. This time, all 4 individuals were assigned bounties, with only Nico Robin's amount remaining unchanged. While Lucifer and Dillon saw an increase, it seemed Sengoku's long-held wish had finally come to fruition. 6 years ago, he had suggested a bounty of 100 million for Lucifer. Considering him a profoundly dangerous individual due to his unique insights, the bounty quickly spread, shocking most people. The first to receive the news was Alpha from the Celestial Dragon Palace. Observing the bounty notice with an expression that oscillated between anger and relief, he gazed at the casually handsome young man depicted. The young man, leaning against a slender European sword, exuded a certain charisma. 100 million! Alpha exclaimed in astonishment. His eyes fixed intently on the young man in the notice. Just how powerful is this individual? The son of our esteemed lord is truly exceptional, a cloaked figure remarked, all evident in his expression. He was acutely aware that such a bounty was among the most significant even in the first half of the Grand Line. In other words, the son of this powerful figure possessed unimaginable strength. In Mon's courtyard, the enraged celestial dragon wore a particularly grim expression. He understood all too well what a 100 million bounty represented. The level of power he commanded likely could not contend with such a pirate. This was a disparity in strength that could not be altered. Am I truly powerless against this young man? He seethed, clenching his fists in fury. How could he be so formidable? With his face turning pale, Mon finally spat out a chilling vow. I shall not concede so easily. You must die. You must perish. As time passed, Mon's resentment had reached a boiling point, and the deep-seated hatred for the loss of his child consumed him. The grief of losing a son was an everlasting scar. In Shirgu town, a vibrant celebration erupted. After 6 years, they had thought those individuals had vanished, only to discover they had returned, seemingly stronger than before. Reactions among those familiar with Yang Qing and his companions varied, some delighted, others enraged. Each emotion more than words could convey. Meanwhile, the ship, the Grim Reaper, sailed through the South Sea, heading resolutely towards Reverse Mountain. Pirates from all 4 seas sought passage into the Grand Line through Reverse Mountain, a place where the 4 seas converged before entering the Grand Line. Yang Qing and his crew were intent on exploiting this route. They would not enter the Grand Line, but would navigate through Reverse Mountain, seeking alternative pathways into other seas. The Grim Reaper glided steadily, and according to Morlia, they were merely 3 days away from Reverse Mountain, being in the closest waters to it. Captain, nothing unusual happened during your watch last night, did it? Dillons casually inquired as he began his morning exercises. Not at all. I took a rest. Yang Qing waved his hand dismissively in response before retreating to his quarters. The Grim Reaper pirate crew swiftly approached a pirate ship on their right. Dillons gently maneuvered the helm, directing them towards the left side of the other cruise vessel. The two ships aligned parallel to one another, and crew members exchanged glances. The crew aboard the Grim Reaper wore nonchalant expressions, gliding past what was, for them, a relatively enormous pirate ship. In contrast, the crew on the right remained silent. Their captain's orders leaving them mute. Only their captain trembled slightly, cold sweat beading on his brow, as he fixated nervously on the opposing ship's crew. Upon spotting Yang Qing, his heart raced violently. Indeed, it is him. The posture, the sword, that carefree demeanor, Lucifer, the Grim Reaper, with a bounty of 100 million. The captain trembled all over, casting a glance backward to see Nico Robin engrossed in a book, causing him to shudder again. The Devil's Child, Nico Robin, Phantom Dillons, ship's Dr. Morlia. Each recognition plunged the captain deeper into shock. It is this group of merely 4 individuals. Yet the bounty on their heads has astonishingly surpassed 200 million. The ship, the Grim Reaper, glided past them, leaving only a silhouette in its wake. At that moment, the captain exhaled a long breath, turning to face the puzzled expressions of his crew. He said nothing, merely producing 4 bounty notices from his pocket and tossing them to the foremost crew member. You all, take a look. The crew exchanged bewildered glances. And as each bounty notice unfolded, comparing it to the image of the crew aboard that ship in their minds, the pirates trembled uncontrollably. Some even collapsed to the ground in shock. They, indeed, were the Grim Reaper pirates. The bounty of the woman with the lowest amount exceeded that of their captain. They were notorious pirates, truly formidable. The crew stood in stunned silence, murmuring to themselves, their hearts overwhelmed by disbelief. They couldn't help but recall that had the captain revealed this information earlier, they would have been paralyzed with fear, unable to move a muscle. On the Grim Reaper, the expressions of the 4 individuals grew serious. As they approached the upside-down mountain, they spotted the pirate ship ahead, which had seized the rising current and surged into the riverway of the upside-down mountain. Suddenly, its speed increased, accompanied by a chorus of screams. Dillons, secure the helm. Mariah, Robin, hold on tight. Don't get thrown off. Yang Qing commanded solemnly. I'll handle the rest. Yes, Captain. The crew responded in unison. 3 minutes later, the Grim Reaper neared the upside-down mountain, now only 10 meters away. At that moment, the ship shook violently, the sails billowed dramatically, and the speed doubled. The immense inertia caused every crew member to shudder. Then, Yang Qing, seated at the bow, witnessed the Grim Reaper truly ascend against the current, soaring skyward at an angle. A series of exhilarating screams erupted. Yang Qing felt an adrenaline rush akin to riding a roller coaster in a past life, heart racing and blood boiling. Dillons, Robin, and Mariah joined in, joyfully shouting. The exhilarating sensation of rapidly ascending into the sky invigorated everyone. Up into the heavens, fly, Grim Reaper. Yang Qing let out a thunderous roar, causing the death god to tremble violently as its speed surged once more, a fierce gale rushing toward their faces, prompting the 4 to shout even louder. Captain, look, their speed exceeds ours. A voice from the front cried out, and Yang Qing beheld the pirate ship from before. The death god was closing in rapidly on the vessel ahead. These audacious youngsters dared to venture into the Grand Line, courting death. If they proceeded, they would surely meet their demise. Captain, why not bombard them now and send them back to the South Sea? The voice rang clear, causing Yang Qing to raise an eyebrow, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. Dillon's expression darkened as well. Who were they? The Death God pirate crew had no intention of provoking others, yet someone dared to mock them? Captain, Dillons extended his hand, ready to act. But Yang Qing waved him off. Perfect timing, let me test my new ability. Upon hearing this, Dillons halted. As the two ships drew ever closer, just 30 meters apart, Yang Qing extended his right hand and snapped his fingers with a sharp crack. In an instant, a luminous barrier enveloped the opposing pirate vessel. Then, Yang Qing's fingers quivered slightly. Moments later, a cacophony of terrified screams erupted from the pirate ship ahead. Help! Help! I can't control my body. I can't maneuver myself. There's a demon! A demon! The pirates cried out in panic, their expressions filled with horror as they rushed to the ship's edge and leaped off. Simultaneously, vast quantities of gold and silver treasure, stored in crates within the ship's hold, were drawn outward by an invisible force. A minute later, all the treasures were neatly arranged on Yang Qing's ship. The Death God had surpassed the unknown pirate crew by a considerable margin. In the face of the pirates' terror-stricken gazes, Yang Qing merely remarked, "Consider this a minor punishment. Return to the South Sea and continue your education." With a thunderous boom, a cannonball on the pirate ship detonated spontaneously, causing the entire vessel to lurch violently as it began to sink, the pirates crying out in terror. Behind them, the pirate crew navigating upstream watched this spectacle in horror, gulping nervously as they recalled that had they spoken up earlier, their fate would have been no different from that of these unfortunate souls. The Death God surged forward, its 4 passengers allowing the sea breeze to tousle their hair, their faces alight with excitement. Soon, they would reach the summit, gazing down upon the red Earth continent and the world beyond. 3 minutes later, with a collective shout, the Death God soared into the sky, breaking free from the pathway of the Upside-Down Mountain. At this moment, the 4 clearly beheld all of Upside-Down Mountain, as well as the vast, unbounded sea ahead, which was divided into several lines intersecting countless points, yet all leading to a singular destination. On either side, for rivers flowed upward, long and profound. At this moment, within one of the other three rivers, a pirate ship was moving upstream. A 12-year-old boy leaned against the ship's wall, his gaze somber, clutching a western sword. He wore a winter hat adorned with leopard spots, dark circles under his eyes, and 2 golden earrings. His casual long-sleeved attire was hooded, and his deep blue pants were patterned with spots. "Sir, the master calls for you." A deep voice summoned him, causing the boy to pause, his eyes flashing as he straightened slightly. "P.S. Ding ding ding, Law makes his entrance." But whose ship is Law aboard? I believe the answer is quite evident. This pirate ship was of medium size, now rapidly ascending toward the summit of Upside Down Mountain. The atmosphere aboard was somewhat subdued. Silence enveloping the crew. Despite the ship's violent swaying, its occupants remained still as mountains, exuding a calm demeanor. The boy named Law stood up, navigating the swaying vessel with a slight wobble, yet his expression remained unchanged. Moments later, he entered a cabin. "Sir." He slightly bowed, his expression devoid of emotion as he saluted. "Aha, Law, how has your training been? You can hardly stand. It seems rather lacking." The figure in the cabin laughed ominously. "You must improve." Law remained impassive, offering no reply, simply standing silently. "Your current strength is insufficient for the Grand Line." The voice continued, but Law remained unmoved. Observing Law's demeanor, the speaker found it somewhat tedious, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes before he chuckled lightly. "Come outside with me and witness the view of Upside Down Mountain. It is quite splendid." With that, the figure stood up, stepping out of the shadows into the light, revealing his appearance. His golden hair shone brilliantly in the sunlight, adorned with sunglasses, clad in a pink feather coat and cropped pants, his shoes pointed like a blade. He wore a sinister smile, striking fear into those who beheld him. Despite the ship's tumultuous rocking, he moved with ease, swiftly exiting the room, while Law followed unsteadily, his silence betraying a fierce resolve. "Soon, we shall arrive." The figure's face broke into an ambitious grin, letting out a sigh. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing the world. "Do you hear it? The era calls to me." He laughed maniacally, displaying a pathological obsession with his dreams and ambitions. The ship sped forward, the figure's feather coat fluttering in the wind as he extended his arms, reveling in the rush of the gale. "Law, soon you shall witness the birth of an emperor in the Grand Line. Is that not thrilling?" he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Suddenly, the ship leaped forth, surging to its climax, breaking free from the pathway. The figure could not help but let out a peculiar cry, for the call of the era was drawing ever closer. In the next moment, all aboard the ship were jolted into awareness. They observed that as they ascended into the sky, another ship leapt from a different direction. At that instant, the two vessels were a mere 10 meters apart. The crew members exchanged glances, and the figure noticed a young man lazily leaning against the wall of the opposite ship, clutching a western sword, his demeanor strikingly similar to that of Law. "Haha, Law, do you see? That individual bears a remarkable resemblance to you." The figure exclaimed loudly, and Law narrowed his eyes at the sight. In the next second, the figure trembled his fingers. On the death god, Dylan's expression suddenly shifted, filled with murderous intent. He sensed delicate threads weaving toward him from the opposing ship. Someone was making a move. "Captain," Dylan shouted, his entire body trembling as he harnessed the power of space, severing those delicate threads. Yang Qing's eyes grew cold as he gazed at the approaching vessel. With a flick of his right hand, a crisp sound echoed, followed by a popping noise as a luminous barrier swiftly enveloped a 30-meter radius around him. A series of faint sounds arose as the fine threads directed at Molia and Robin were reduced to powder. The figure clad in pink feathers changed expression, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. "Quite formidable, indeed. Don Quixote da Flamingo." The voice from the opposing ship was frigid. Yang Qing curled his index finger slightly. A sardonic thought crossed his mind. "You were courting death." Da Flamingo's expression shifted as he felt the air aboard his ship grow thin, the space around him solidifying, instilling an unsettling sense of uncontrollability that weighed heavily on his heart. Yet, in the next moment, the two ships intersected, nearly brushing past one another. "Consider yourself fortunate," Yang Qing remarked, a hint of resignation on his face as he moved his finger, dispelling the binding force. The vessel swiftly diverged, sailing away. Doflamingo felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet his eyes narrowed with suspicion. This young man exuded an exceedingly dangerous aura. Who exactly was he? Don Quixote. At that moment, a shrill cry pierced the air from behind him. Doflamingo turned sharply, his gaze narrowing as he beheld the shocking sight. Robin was gone. That expressionless child had vanished. Doflamingo clenched his fists, his countenance turning icy. Damn it. Find out the identity of that crew of pirates. He barked in fury. Soon after, Diamante approached with a grave expression, solemnly stating, Doflamingo, that crew is not to be trifled with. Oh, a flicker of doubt crossed Doflamingo's face as he regarded the bounty notice Diamante held. At first glance, his pupils constricted sharply. 100 million? The notice unmistakably depicted a languid man reminiscent of Law, yet the long string of zeros beneath it was blindingly conspicuous. The Grim Reaper pirates. Doflamingo uttered gravely. The image of the young man, casually cradling a western sword, etched deeply in his mind. On board the Grim Reaper, Dylan's, noticing the sudden appearance of a child on their ship, instinctively rubbed his forehead, momentarily neglecting the plummeting vessel. Pray tell, my dear captain, where did this child come from? My, what a sullen little brat. He seems rather irritable, Robin exclaimed in surprise. Law pressed his lips together tightly, gazing at the four peculiar individuals before him. A wave of frustration rising within him. How had he suddenly transitioned from Doflamingo's fleet to here? Who on earth were these four? Molia adjusted her glasses, observing Law intently before sagely declaring, it seems this is our new companion. A vein throbbed on Law's forehead, incredulous at the notion of a new crew member. I never agreed to this. Could you refrain from making decisions on my behalf? Internally, he seethed, yet his exterior remained placid. I cultivated over years of solitude. Never betray one's thoughts through facial expressions. Molia was correct. This child would indeed be joining their ranks. With a casual smile, Yongqing leaned against the ship's wall, languidly proclaiming, the captain's word has resolved any uncertainties for the other three. Dylan set aside his earlier inquiries, turning his gaze towards Law. Now then, would you care to introduce yourself, newcomer? I don't believe I have consented to join you yet, Law finally erupted, unable to contain his exasperation at their presumptuousness any longer. Yongqing raised his eyebrows, skillfully maneuvering the Grim Reaper to float in the air, gliding along the upward current towards the sea below, disregarding Luo's words. Newcomer, spare us the useless chatter. The captain has decided your fate. You have no choice but to introduce yourself, Dylan's asserted, adopting the demeanor of a rogue. After speaking, he glanced at Robin. Right, Robin? Indeed, Robin knows best. You have no other option. It's best to comply and introduce yourself, Robin chimed in innocently, casting a sidelong glance at Yongqing. This man truly offers no opportunity for choices. I refuse to join you, Luo retorted, his voice resolute. A flicker of anger crossed Dylan's face. He felt belittled, instantly finding the boy irksome. Hey, kid, do you even know what you're saying? Dylan's brandished his fist. Luo met his gaze coolly, his tone unwavering. I said, I refuse to join. Furthermore, I must inform you that the pirate crew we encountered earlier is formidable. You're in deep trouble. Oh? A smile crept onto Yongqing's face as he arched an eyebrow, finally turning towards Luo. You see, trouble is the one thing I fear least in this life. Luo's expression shifted dramatically. If memory served him correctly, this was the man who had unknowingly transferred him from that ship to this one. Who is this person? Who even Doflamingo could not restrain. Now, do you wish for revenge? Yongqing inquired, his smile lingering. Luo's face paled as he fixed his gaze on Yongqing. Who exactly are you? Should you desire revenge, then join us, Yongqing replied nonchalantly, his right hand twitching slightly as the Grim Reaper accelerated, approaching the sea below. Luo's expression fluctuated wildly, a storm of emotions crossing his face. At that moment, he sensed a depth in the man before him, a presence far more daunting than that of Doflamingo. From this day forth, you shall be our ship's doctor, Yongqing announced with a smile, turning to Moria. Moria, you will oversee internal medicine. Moria nodded, casting a puzzled glance at Luo. Unexpectedly, this boy is a doctor? But how did the captain discern that? Eventually, Luo acquiesced with a nod. The nonchalant demeanor of the man before him, coupled with his relaxed attitude, instilled an inexplicable sense of security. This captain seems to be a promising choice. At the very least, he lacked the bloodthirsty aura that characterized Doflamingo. The Grim Reaper soared swiftly towards the sea. And as they departed from the turbulent currents of Upside Down Mountain, Yongqing's hand trembled, the energy shield dissipated, and the ship landed smoothly on the ocean's surface. Here we are, the North Sea, Dylan shouted, gripping the helm, his expression darkening as he bellowed at Luo. Newcomer, prepare the food. This is your trial. Luo turned away, his expression sour, ignoring Dylan's. After 10 seconds, he made his way to the kitchen, feeling a twinge of hunger himself. Dylan's, Yongqing called softly from the bow. After Dylan's acknowledged him, Yongqing continued, from now on, you shall teach Luo martial arts. Swordsmanship will be my responsibility. What? Dylan's exclaimed, somewhat annoyed. You want me to train him? Well, I did promise to help him seek revenge, Yongqing replied casually, his gaze suddenly serious. Moreover, he is now our brother. Dylan's eyes flickered, and he nodded in understanding. Half an hour later, the crew gathered on the deck, forming a circle around an array of sumptuous food. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, and a large bottle of rum was placed before each person. A newcomer has joined us today, let us celebrate, Yongqing proclaimed. Sitting cross-legged on the deck, a smile gracing his face as he uncorked a bottle of rum and poured it down his throat. Dylan's bellowed, following suit, uncorking his own bottle and gulping it down without hesitation. Meanwhile, Robin, beaming with delight, took a swig, the potent flavor causing her to cough repeatedly. Yet her smile remained radiant. Moria, on the other hand, sipped delicately, her expression calm. Now it's your turn, kid. Having boarded our ship, you are now one of us. Dylan's declared, seizing the rum bottle in front of Luo, pausing dramatically before exclaiming. Luo was taken aback, but Dylan's, growing impatient, opened the bottle for him and unceremoniously poured it into Luo's mouth, causing him to choke and tear up. Ha ha ha, Yangqing erupted in laughter at Luo's predicament, joined by Robin and Maria's chuckles. Dylan's, Luo will kill you for this, ha 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 ha. Robin laughed until tears streamed down her cheeks. I'm terrified of him. Dylan scoffed, dismissing the notion. At that moment, recovering, Luo shouted, you bastard. I'll make you pay. The two quickly engaged in a playful scuffle, while Yangqing and the others merely laughed at the spectacle, offering no intervention. 10 minutes later, both boys, bruised and battered, sat before the food, glaring daggers at one another. Luo, introduce yourself, Yangqing suggested casually. Trafalgar D. Water law, just call me Luo, he replied, rubbing his sore eyes. Moria handed him an ice pack, which he accepted with a nod of thanks, pressing it against his face, feeling instant relief. Moria, I want one too. This kid hits too hard. Look at what he did to my face. Dylan's whined, eliciting more laughter from Robin. None for you, Moria responded coolly, placing the remaining ice pack in her small suitcase. The four of them shared a moment of silent amusement, a soft laughter echoing among them. Luo, witnessing this, smiled. But the movement caused him discomfort, twisting his expression into something comical. I'm Lucifer. It's a pleasure. We'll be living together from now on. Yangqing greeted with a smile. I'm Moria. Nice to meet you, Luo, she nodded. I'm Robin. Hello, Luo. Let us strive together, Robin exclaimed cheerfully, raising her small fist in a cute gesture. Dylan's, you little brat. I'll make sure you remember me, Dylan's grimaced, gritting his teeth at the pain. As Yangqing observed everyone introducing themselves, he clapped his hands and chuckled. Well then, let our banquet commence. Dylan's, please grace us with a song to welcome our new companion. Dylan's was taken aback, casting a fierce glare at Luo, who, unperturbed, shot back a retort. Subsequently, a cacophony of discordant singing resonated aboard the Death's Embrace, accompanied by the incessant laughter of Robin and Mariah. Luo's expression shifted as he regarded Dylan's, who was singing joyously despite his discomfort, and a flicker of something else appeared in his eyes. As anticipated, Luo's inclusion was not unexpected. The revelry continued, and the crew rallied for support. Dylan's voice echoed across the Death's Embrace, catching the sea breeze as the ship set sail at a swift pace. Laughter and song filled the air, celebrating the arrival of the new crew member and the joy of newfound camaraderie. With the familiar melody beginning, the crew joined in a raucous rendition of Bink sake, indulgently sipping from their goblets, their faces aglow with mirth. A delightful atmosphere enveloped the pirate ship as the crew sang heartily. Even Luo and Dylan's, who seemed inherently mismatched, found themselves flushed with drink, embracing each other as they belted out pirate songs. As the sun dipped below the horizon, vanishing into the sea, the crew succumbed to slumber, their snores resonating like thunder. Upon awakening the next day, they discovered that the Death's Embrace had anchored by an island. Yangqing rubbed his eyes and grasped the western sword beside him, then made his way toward the bow of the ship. Having imbibed rather excessively the previous night, his head still throbbed with discomfort at this hour. As he strolled to the bow, the gentle sea breeze revitalized him, bringing a sense of relief. Where am I? Upon reaching the bow, Yangqing paused in astonishment. The ship was anchored closely to the shore, and as he gazed inward toward the island, he was struck by the bustling activity. Have I stumbled upon a haven for gamblers? Yangqing mused silently. Not far from the coastline, there lay a small yet vibrant town. Although modest in size, it thrummed with life. A group of burly men shouted boisterously, their faces flushed and eyes wide with fervor. They were indeed gambling. Big, big, big. Small, small, small. Win this round, and I'll head home. Damn it, I refuse to believe I can't win. The cacophony of exclamations echoed, marking this place as a veritable den of gamblers. In the town on the island, everyone seemed engrossed in gambling, with a casino every 10 meters, and nothing else to be found. It appears the current has carried us to the notorious Seagra's Island in the North Sea. Luo pressed his temples and approached Yangqing from behind. Ah, the famed gambling island, exclaimed Malia as she too awoke. At that moment, Dylan stirred, trembling slightly as he materialized at Yangqing's feet, half reclined while gazing at the island with keen interest. Looks like we can have some fun here, Robin. Robin's expression darkened. No money, don't even think about it. Laughter erupted among the crew, and naturally, Luo seized the moment to taunt his rival. Even if you played, you wouldn't win. You little brat, what did you say? Dylan's countenance soured, and he sprang to his feet. Since we're here, let us go have a look. Yangqing paid little heed to the two as they began to bicker again and disembarked from the ship, followed closely by Robin and Malia. Ultimately, Dylan's opted to remain behind to guard the ship, as the injuries on his face had yet to heal, leaving his eyes bruised and unsightly, which filled him with resentment. Meanwhile, Luo wore a triumphant smile, casting a backward glance at him. You little brat, just wait. When I teach you some techniques, you'll be in for a treat. Dylan's retorted fiercely, then trembled as he ascended to the top of the mast, leaning against it to rest. Yangqing and his companions gathered together, gradually making their way into this island of gambling. As they approached, they could feel the vibrant atmosphere enveloping the isle. It was their first time in such a place, and each person craned their necks, filled with curiosity as they observed everything around them. They beheld a myriad of gambling games on the island, from Jia Jinhua to Mahjong and the Great Wheel, all available in abundance. The crowd was equally diverse, comprising pirates, navy personnel, civilians, and merchants, all congregating in this lively locale. Ro, do you wish to play a few rounds? Yang Qing inquired with a smile. Ro, taken aback, shook his head. I am not familiar with this. I want to play. I want to play. Robin exclaimed eagerly as she dashed towards a table. Noticing others placing their berries in a designated area marked with small print, her excitement prompting her to join in the betting. Yang Qing and others closely followed Robin, eager to witness the outcome. At that moment, a figure intervened, obstructing Robin's intended wager, and with a smile, said, No, 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 dear lady. You should place your bet here. He took Robin's hand and guided it to the large letter. Anger surged on Robin's face as she turned and exclaimed, What are you doing? I want a small one. Yes, that's right. The man replied, Madam, you must trust me. Today is my lucky day. Robin, infuriated, found herself at a loss for words, bewildered by the sudden appearance of this strange individual. Yang Qing and others gazed curiously at the suddenly appeared figure, who donned a cowboy hat atop his head, a deep blue jacket on his torso, denim trousers, and cowboy boots adorning his feet, embodying the quintessential attire of a Western cowboy. Standing there with a smile gracing his face, he exuded an air of charisma. As Luo narrowed his eyes, he discerned something peculiar. His right hand grasped a rapier, yet in the next moment, Yang Qing restrained his sword and shook his head, observing quietly. Luo's eyes flickered, and with a nod, he relinquished his grip on the blade. Malia regarded the unexpected cowboy with intrigue, seemingly filled with curiosity. In the following instant, the dealer unveiled the cover, revealing the dice upon the gambling table, eliciting expressions of frustration and disappointment from the crowd, save for Robin, who appeared utterly astonished. 4, 5, 6, what a stroke of luck! Robin exclaimed in disbelief. Turning to the cowboy, Robin's curiosity piqued further. I told you, today is my lucky day. The cowboy remarked with a grin. Who are you? Robin inquired. You may call me Twisted. They all refer to me as the card master. He introduced himself with a smile. Twisted? Robin echoed, puzzled, as she had not encountered that name before. Yang Qing and the others exchanged glances, unfamiliar with the name Twisted Fate, yet sensing an uncanny aura about him. The surrounding onlookers, upon hearing the name, gasped and recoiled in haste. It's Twisted Fate. The card master, they exclaimed, urging each other to steer clear of potential entanglements with the dreadful figure. Within moments, the area around them was deserted. Law, narrowing his eyes, advanced slowly, positioning himself beside Robin and addressing Twisted Fate with measured words. They seem to fear you greatly. Those who submit prosper, those who resist perish, such as Fate. They simply misunderstand me. Twisted Fate responded, arching an eyebrow. Law, perplexed, could only offer an Suddenly, a throng of menacing figures clad in black surged forward. One pointing at Twisted Fate, bellowing, kill him. Twisted Fate, unfazed, cast a surprised glance at Yang Qing and his companions before muttering, Destiny, distorted. With a flourish, a card materialized in his hand, and he addressed the approaching mob with a smile. Lady Luck is smiling. Shall we engage in a gamble? Yang Qing, witnessing the black-clad figure's rapid approach, snapped his fingers, teleporting Law and Robin behind him with a poof. He observed calmly, a faint smile playing on his lips. The black-clad figures encircled Twisted Fate, their breaths heavy, their grips tight on their blades. They eyed the smiling, denim-clad man warily. Everything lies within the cards. Twisted Fate declared with a serene smile, tossing the card into the air. Everyone present witnessed the card's descent, a crimson aura erupting upon impact, scattering layers of playing cards across a 10-meter radius around Twisted Fate. Let us gamble. The victor lives, the vanquished dies, Twisted Fate proclaimed, as each of his assailants found a card in their grasp, momentarily forgetting their purpose, captivated by the eerie spectacle. They instinctively glanced at their cards. Simultaneously, Twisted Fate revealed his own. It seems no one holds a card greater than mine. Lady Luck is indeed smiling, Twisted Fate announced, pocketing his card and departing. As he vanished, each cardholder collapsed, their lives extinguished. Robin gasped, Law's eyes grew grave, and Yang Qing pondered. This man is truly uncanny, Robin exclaimed, fear evident in her voice. Indeed, a devil fruit ability, perhaps? Law mused, nodding solemnly. Likely, Yang Qing concurred with a subtle nod. Subsequently, they continued their exploration of Seagrass Road. After 3 hours, Law, burdened by a large pack, wore a grim expression, contrasting sharply with the carefree demeanor of Yang Qing, Robin, and Mariah. Why me? I'm still just a child. Law lamented. A young man benefits from exertion, Yang Qing explained with a polite smile. Besides, I am the captain. Such trivial matters cannot fall to me. Robin and Mariah suppressed giggles as Law's face darkened. The quartet, jesting and chatting, made their way back to the Grim Reaper, eager to set sail for the next island. Just as they were about to leave the town, a figure materialized before them, causing Yang Qing to halt and Law's eyes to narrow. What do you want? Law inquired, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his Nodachi, Kikoku. Twisted Fate, seemingly struggling with his words, shifted his gaze to Yang Qing. I wish to gamble with you. Upon hearing this, Law, Mariah, and Robin paled. recalling the eerie nature of Twisted Fate's gambles, where life itself was the stake. Oh, Yang Qing responded, arching an eyebrow in feigned surprise. And the reason? Standing before you. I sense destiny has been distorted, Twisted Fate confessed, inhaling deeply. Destiny. Yang Qing scoffed, for he placed little faith in fate. Countless individuals had defied their predetermined paths, rising from obscurity to prominence. Destiny is merely a shackle to be broken. Who can it truly bind? And the stakes? Yang Qing pressed. His inquiry caused Twisted Fate to smile, while Law and his companions grew increasingly concerned, urging their captain to reconsider. They dreaded the prospect of Yang Qing facing any harm from the cowboy's enigmatic abilities. Should you lose, your life is forfeit. Should I lose, I join your crew. Twisted Fate declared with a smile, seemingly devoid of compassion for the grim outcome. Oh, my life in exchange for yours? Yang Qing queried, amusement lacing his tone. His nonchalant attitude only heightened the other's anxiety. Law unsheathed Kikoku, prepared to strike down Twisted Fate should their captain falter. Entrusting one's life to fate was far too reckless. That is the understanding, Twisted Fate affirmed with a nod. Both men maintained their smiles, yet unease gripped the onlookers. Shall we begin? Indeed, Yang Qing replied casually, his apparent disregard for his own life causing Twisted Fate's eyes to flicker with surprise. Everything lies within the cards. With a flick of his wrist, a card appeared, which Twisted Fate tossed forward. Instantly, an invisible ripple spread across the ground, scattering layers of crimson cards across a 10-meter radius, enveloping the two duelists. In a flash, each held a card. Let us reveal our fates, Twisted Fate announced, displaying his card. Yang Qing's eyes flickered as she glanced at her cards. At that moment, behind her, Luo Sanren was filled with anxiety, deeply concerned for Yang Qing's safety. What would the outcome be? With a casual toss, Yang Qing's card landed on the ground. In that instant, those present who could see the card had their eyes narrowed, their pupils widening in disbelief. Could there be anything greater than this? Luo asked in astonishment. It seems unlikely. Luo Bin discreetly glanced at Yang Qing, thinking to himself that her luck was indeed remarkable. Chui Citi's hand trembled, revealing a wry smile. I concede. I shall join you. Yang Qing smiled indifferently and waved his hand, saying, well then, let's board the ship. It's time to set sail. Luo and the others exchanged glances with Treaster before hastily following Yang Qing. Their gazes held a peculiar mixture of sympathy. For it was indeed rather unfortunate for someone like Treaster, with such extraordinary luck and abilities, to lose, especially to such a card. Hey, Captain, did you foresee your victory? Luo inquired curiously, burdened with a hefty package, while Treaster perked up his ears. No, Yang Qing replied. Upon returning to the ship, they informed Dylan of the incident. Dylan regarded Yang Qing with a strange expression and asked, did you employ your new ability? No, it was entirely based on luck, Yang Qing smiled, maintaining that one must accept the consequences of their wagers. I am prepared for death as well. This statement caused the crew to narrow their eyes, a tremor running through their hearts. In the face of the unknown regarding life and death, Yang Qing's calm demeanor was truly commendable, befitting of their captain. What was that card, exactly? Dylan asked curiously, glancing at the peculiar man in cowboy attire who had just boarded. Luo exchanged incredulous looks with Mariah and Robin. Before responding in disbelief, the king. Dylan's pupils narrowed slightly as he gazed at the languid figure seated at the bow of the ship. Ah. Do not mind the card, master. It's merely a devil fruit, the author humorously noted. In truth, I am not well versed in League of Legends, only familiar with Zhao Xian. Haha. I desperately seek support from you all. Treaster, feeling quite vexed, looked towards Yang Qing, for no one had anticipated at this time in the gamble. The man would draw the highest card, bringing the competition to an anticlimactic end. If it were him, that card would be entirely reasonable, Dylan muttered. Choosing to drop the topic, he turned to Treaster, asking, so, what is this cowboy fellow's purpose? A new crew member, Luo replied dismissively. Oh, you too. Go lower the sails. We are ready to set sail, Dylan instructed, reclining on his bed to make arrangements. Yang Qing returned to his old spot, half closing his eyes to rest lazily. The pirate ship set sail, the side pirate flag billowing in the wind as they ventured into the sea. Luo and Treaster busied themselves organizing the ship's supplies, while Treaster approached the helm. Hey, newcomer, can you manage? Dylan called out loudly. Actually, I am a navigator. Treaster replied politely, smiling, then produced several cards with a flourish. Choose one, first mate. Dylan's eyes sparkled. He had intended to gamble earlier, but was rebuffed by Robin. Now, he eagerly accepted a card and flipped it over for Treaster to see. A devil? Treaster responded, somewhat surprised, then tilted his head to gaze at the fluttering pirate flag. His pupils contracting. You are the Grim Reapers? Indeed, we are the Grim Reaper pirates, Luo said, bewildered. Did you not know? Oh my goodness, Treaster exclaimed, looking skyward with tears streaming down his face. My fate has been twisted. Madman, Dylan scoffed, discarding the card and retreating to rest. As evening descended, a festive banquet commenced to welcome Treaster aboard. Treaster was jovial and somewhat gentlemanly, easy to get along with, unlike Dylan's erratic nature or Luo's brooding demeanor. He was a perfect candidate to enliven the atmosphere, filling the Grim Reaper with laughter and joy. The following day, Yangqing began training Luo in swordsmanship, though he focused on the fundamentals rather than advanced techniques. By afternoon, Dylan approached Luo with a sinister grin, instructing him in physical combat. His intensity threefold compared to Yangqing's, causing Luo's face to twitch. "Youngster, show me some respect from now on," Dylan sneered. In Luo's eyes, Dylan seemed to sprout devilish horns, causing him to tremble inwardly, convinced that this man was settling a personal score. Time passed unknowingly as the Grim Reaper sailed through the North Sea for 6 months. During this time, they encountered other pirate crews. But it was mostly Luo who took action. In just half a year, Luo's bounty had skyrocketed to 30 million berries. Trister, the newcomer, displayed no ambition. Wholly dedicated to his role as a navigator, occasionally drawing cards and cheerfully predicting the weather. "Luo has grown considerably," Yangqing observed, watching Luo sweat and train diligently. "Indeed, this lad possesses remarkable talent," Dylan agreed, having developed a close bond with Luo over the months. Though they appeared to bicker on the surface, their hearts were united. "Let us set sail for other seas," Yangqing suddenly declared. Dylan paused for a moment before nodding. "Very well, I shall inform them." 6 months had allowed them to explore nearly every corner of the North Sea. Their experiences had greatly broadened their horizons, as powerful pirates were scarce, presenting ample opportunities for the new crew members to hone their skills. This was Yangqing's intention, to select exceptional crew members from the 4 seas and nurture their growth through diverse challenges. "We still lack a cook. Not a single person aboard can prepare a meal," Yangqing lamented, his face trembling at the thought, feeling quite disheartened. Under Trister's guidance, the Grim Reaper swiftly sailed towards Reverse Mountain. Approximately a month later, the 6 of them finally beheld the awe-inspiring sight of Reverse Mountain once more. Their hearts racing with excitement. "Wow, the ascending currents! How thrilling!" Trister shouted, expertly maneuvering the helm, and with a thunderous roar, the Grim Reaper surged up the mountain, riding the waves like a roller coaster, shaking violently before shooting into the sky like a beam of light. With a snap of his fingers, Yangqing conjured a luminous shield that enveloped the ship, the Grim Reaper. Under his deft control, the vessel gently descended towards the western seas. A quarter of an hour later, the Grim Reaper landed smoothly upon the waters of the West Sea. "Wow, Captain, your abilities are truly remarkable. You can make the ship fly," exclaimed Trist, marveling at Yangqing's display of power for the first time. Luo, too, gazed in astonishment at Yangqing, pondering the nature of his abilities. "Next, in this vast expanse of ocean, we must locate a chef," Yangqing stated casually, causing a shiver to run through his companions, as they sensed the undercurrent of frustration in his tone. "Ahem, we have searched the North Sea as well, but Captain, your standards for crew members are exceedingly stringent." Trist coughed, expressing his grievance. "You seem to hire solely based on personal preference." "Indeed, the reputation of my Grim Reaper pirate crew has spread far and wide, with countless individuals clamoring to join us. Yet, Captain, you remain obstinate. In my opinion, that girl named Laysai would be quite suitable," Dylan complained. "Enough of this nonsense. Get the ship moving," Yangqing commanded with a wave of his hand. The Grim Reaper resumed its journey, as Trist leisurely manipulated the helm, singing a pirate's tune. 3 hours later, the vessel approached an island, and everyone except Trist disembarked. "Oh dear. The goddess of fate has informed me that today is not a good day to disembark," Trist explained in response to Luo's questioning gaze. "TCH," Luo scoffed. Turning away in disdain, Trist's ridiculous excuses had become all too familiar. Upon disembarking, the crew's first order of business was to indulge in a hearty meal. They casually selected a restaurant and entered, and within a quarter of an hour, their table was laden with an array of dishes. Just as they were nearing the end of their meal, a thunderous crash suddenly erupted from nearby. Turning their heads, they beheld a table lying askew on the ground. Dishes scattered all around. "Boss, look at this. Is this even edible? It's absolutely dreadful," a man in a naval uniform shouted, pointing angrily at the food strewn across the floor. "P.S. To waste food, especially for a new crew member like Chef Kuan, is a crime deserving of punishment." Soon, the proprietor emerged, a boy of around 16 or 17, wearing a bright smile yet displaying a hint of confusion. "What seems to be the problem, officer?" he inquired. "This is fit for dogs. How can anyone eat this? Is this fried rice even palatable?" The naval officer berated him loudly. "Oh." The boy's eyes narrowed momentarily before he donned a different expression. "Dreadful? Impossible. I am confident in my fried rice. It cannot possibly be bad." He then bent down, scooped up a handful of the dirt-encrusted fried rice, and tossed it into his mouth. The onlookers were left in shock, their eyes widening in disbelief. The filthy food was hardly appetizing, yet the boy chewed and swallowed with apparent enjoyment. "I've tasted it, and it's delightful. Truly delicious," he declared, shoveling more of the unsanitary rice into his mouth, swallowing it down without a hint of hesitation. This scene left the spectators astonished. They had never witnessed someone so unconcerned about consuming dirty food. Only after he had consumed every last grain from the ground did the boy rise. Facing the astonished Yangqing shook his head and smiled, saying, "Why leave? We haven't finished our meal yet. Let's eat up before we depart." The others nodded in agreement and silently began to consume the food on the table. Blades turned to glance at them briefly before returning his gaze. quietly commencing to tidy up the restaurant. Within less than a quarter of an hour, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the restaurant. Glades paused momentarily and then addressed Yang Qing and the others. You should leave quickly. There's a back door over there. If you don't hurry, it will be too late. I don't want to involve you. After saying this, he disregarded Yang Qing's group and walked toward the entrance. Dylan's wore a somewhat disdainful smile. While the others continued to eat their meals in silence, unresponsive to Glades' words. It was absurd to think that they, members of the Grim Reaper pirate crew, would fear a naval division stationed on the island. Just as Glades was about to exit, over 20 Navy personnel marched into the restaurant, their automatic rifles raised. Surrounding the small establishment, standing in the center, Glades observed the encircling Navy with a grave expression, his fists clenched tightly. The sheer pressure of being targeted by more than 20 rifles was immense, and he felt the beads of sweat begin to form on his brow. Don't move. If you do, I'll shoot you. The leading Navy officer, his face stern, shouted as he advanced toward Glades with deliberate steps. Glades felt a surge of anxiety. Although he was a devil fruit user, his abilities had not yet been fully explored, merely scratched at the surface. Facing this many rifles, he lacked confidence in dodging them all. He could manage in a one-on-one encounter, but against more than 20 adversaries, any rash movement could lead to his demise. Indeed. Do not move, the Navy officer commanded, then delivered a harsh kick to Glades' waist, sending him stumbling backward into a table. Pain flashed in Glades' eyes, yet he remained standing. His gaze cold and piercing as he stared at the Navy officer before him. Don't look at me like that. It frightens me, the Navy officer sneered, landing a powerful punch on Glades' face, knocking him to the ground. The impact left Glades dizzy, and in a fit of anger, he clenched his right hand, causing a shift in the surrounding air. The Navy, sensing the disturbance, instinctively recoiled. In the next moment, the sound of rifles being cocked filled the air. Their barrels trained on Glades' head, causing his skin to tremble. I warned you not to move. Why didn't you listen? The Navy officer glared at Glades, expressing admiration for his audacity to confront the men of the Grand Island Naval Division. Remember my name, Lieutenant Hateson. Inform your subordinates of it after you perish. Hateson's gaze turned menacing as he slowly drew his sword. At that moment, a commotion erupted within the restaurant. Hateson turned, surprised to see 5 individuals rising to their feet. His eyes grew colder as he directed his gaze toward them, coldly asking, Who are you? Ah, you inquire about us. We are pirates. Dillons waved his hand, delivering a statement that left the 20-plus Navy personnel dumbfounded. Lieutenant Hateson and his men were momentarily taken aback, their minds struggling to comprehend the audacity of the assertion. You say you are pirates? Hateson stammered, now fully grasping the situation. With a swift motion, all 20 rifles were aimed at Yang Qing and his companions, causing Dillons to raise an eyebrow while Law's expression turned icy as he gripped his sword. And Yang Qing continued sipping water nonchalantly. Navy, you have quite the nerve to point your weapons at us. Dillon's tone hardened, exuding an air of intimidation that made Hateson and his comrades tense. From the expressions of the 5, the Navy perceived 2 things. First, these individuals showed no fear. Second, they were not to be trifled with. Yet, due to the isolation of their location, the Navy had been oppressing the local populace but had not kept abreast of the latest bounties, unaware of Yang Qing's identity. You claim to be pirates and stand here so nonchalantly. Are you seeking death? Hateson's tone was unyielding as he turned to Glades, accusingly stating, You have associated with pirates, and you will meet your end. Glades' expression shifted as he protested, I am not a pirate. Hateson merely smirked, unresponsive. I say you are. And therefore you are. You don't even know who rules this island. It's truly laughable. What should we do, boss? Dillons inquired, showing no concern for the Navy. Leave it to Law, Yang Qing replied nonchalantly before standing and casually walking toward the exit. Dillons nodded and followed Yang Qing, while Nico Robin exchanged a glance with Law, smiling lightly as she joined them. The 4 treated the Navy as if they were mere air, displaying no hint of fear in the face of 20 rifles as they confidently strode out. This scene left Glades, who was rooted to the spot, utterly astonished. The poise and confidence exhibited by Yang Qing and his companions were indelibly etched in his memory. Who were they? Glades felt a surge of exhilaration. Despite the overwhelming presence of so many Navy officers, these pirates remained utterly unfazed, a display of audacity that was far from ordinary. Even more shocking for Glades and the assembled Navy was their inability to react to the calm demeanor of the 4 as they walked past. As if the leading youth exuded an aura of terrifying dominance that rendered any thought of resistance impossible. The rifles trembled but remained steadfastly aimed, while Hateson's forehead glistened with cold sweat when the lead youth brushed past him. An overwhelming pressure nearly brought him to his knees. His instincts screamed that this person was formidable. It was only after Yang Qing and his companions had exited that the 20-plus Navy personnel regained their composure. Observing the impassive expressions on Law and Glades, they finally found their courage. Seize both of them, and deal with those 4. Hateson commanded loudly. Law, momentarily caught off guard, coldly uttered, Room. A peculiar aura enveloped the area, causing the Navy's expressions to change dramatically. Seizing the opportunity, Hateson lunged at Law. At that moment, Glades gritted his teeth and activated his power. The air around them suddenly tightened, becoming noticeably thinner. Law glanced at Glades, intrigued. 3 minutes later, the 20-plus Navy lay defeated on the ground. Law sheathed his sword, turning coldly to Glades. Come with me. Glades was momentarily taken aback, intending to speak, but noticed that Luo had already turned and departed from the scene. He cast a glance at the fallen naval personnel on the ground, gritted his teeth, and resolutely followed after him. Half an hour later, Luo leisurely caught up with Yang Qing and others who were meandering down the street, seamlessly blending into their midst. Dylan's turned to look at the two, a smile on his lips as he remarked, "Ah, you've arrived, Luo. Quite the effort, I see." "Troublesome," Luo retorted disdainfully, dismissing Dylan's entirely. With an eye roll, Dylan's turned his gaze to Glades, his eyes suddenly brightening. "You, young man, are a chef, aren't you?" Glades, taken aback, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Delicious, I presume?" Upon hearing this, Yang Qing and the others also turned their heads, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, clearly eager for his response. Confronted by this peculiar group, Glades proudly declared, "Of course. I am indeed a highly skilled chef." Yang Qing chuckled softly and turned her head, while Dylan's nodded in satisfaction. The others also wore smiles. And even Luo's cold demeanor softened considerably, as they all seemed to envision a future filled with delightful days. "He was brought here by me. I deserve a commission," Luo stated solemnly. "Isn't that absurd? You still want a commission for this?" Dylan's waved his hand dismissively. "I require a piece of sea tower stone," Luo continued, disregarding Dylan's remarks. Yang Qing nodded. "All right, it's settled." A smile spread across Luo's face, while Dylan's wore a sullen expression. Glades followed closely behind the group, his mind awash with confusion. Is this how pirates operate? He was acutely aware that he must refrain from asking too many questions, for these were a formidable bunch. Just moments ago, the young man had effortlessly subdued over 20 armed Navy personnel. What more could the others accomplish? After a round of shopping and indulging in 3 hours of merriment, the group finally made their way towards the pirate ship. Throughout the journey, Glades was visibly anxious, frequently glancing back to ensure no Navy officers were in pursuit. The other 4 understood Glades' apprehension, but chose to disregard it. This was entirely normal. Since his arrival, Yang Qing and the others had observed Glades' demeanor, character, and even his abilities. As dusk approached, Yang Qing and his companions returned to the ship, the Grim Reaper. Upon boarding, Glades spotted a cowboy sprawled out comfortably, sound asleep, seemingly oblivious to their arrival. Dylan's rubbed his forehead in exasperation, commenting, "This guy, every time we return to the ship, he looks just like this. Wake him up." Yang Qing waved his hand dismissively, then added, "Let us spend the night here, shall we?" Yang Qing cast a glance at Glades and chuckled. "Let us celebrate the arrival of our new crew member." Luo, with a stoic expression, approached and playfully kicked Treaster, causing the latter to leap in surprise, exclaiming, "Who kicked me? It hurts." "Ah, it's you again, Luo." Treaster grimaced in pain, then noticed Glades out of the corner of his eye. "Oh, a newcomer? Excellent, Captain. You've managed to recruit someone new." "Shut your mouth," Yang Qing replied, his face twitching as he thought, "What am I to do with this bunch of clowns on board?" The addition of Glades undoubtedly brought about another celebration aboard the ship, the Death's Embrace. After half a year, welcoming a new crew member was indeed a joyful occasion. That evening, after a round of drinks, Dylans and Luo entered a state of camaraderie, their brotherly bond deepening, much to Treaster's astonishment, while Yang Qing, Robin, and others laughed heartily. "Luo, I must tell you, I admire you greatly. Your progress over the past 6 months has been remarkable. You are my best brother. And if anyone bullies you, I will take care of them without hesitation," Dylans declared, punctuating his words with burps, which elicited laughter from everyone present. In contrast, Luo, feeling tipsy and flushed, began to express his emotions. "Brother Dylans, I recognize you all as my family, my comrades in the Death's Embrace pirate crew. Throughout my life, you are the best siblings I have ever known." Tears streamed down Luo's face as he recounted his tragic past, from the moment I was born, until that fateful incident. "My family, my best friends, my brothers, were all taken from me." Suddenly, his expression turned to one of rage. "It was all because of him, that man. I will kill him. I must avenge them, avenge my brothers." Dylan's expression shifted, and he embraced Luo tightly. "Brother, we will help you seek revenge. The Death's Embrace will not let him escape." Reflecting on his journey, Luo confessed, "When I first joined you, I was hesitant and felt out of place. However, after meeting you, Brother Dylans, and Moriya, and even Robin, I realized that everyone here is easy to get along with. This place feels like home, a true sanctuary. Every battle, despite being kicked out by you, I know you all silently protect me. I sense the tremors of space around me whenever I am in danger. My enemies inexplicably lose their strength. I know it is you who are helping me. Over the past 6 months, my strength, speed, and abilities have grown rapidly. Thanks to you all treating me like family, training, protecting, and encouraging me. I know we are truly a family. Every member aboard this ship regards it as home, our shared home." Luo, flushed and alternating between laughter and tears, presented a comical sight, yet everyone listened intently, understanding that he was speaking from his heart, revealing his true feelings under the influence of alcohol. The usually serious and cold Luo, in his inebriated state, surprised them all, evoking complex emotions within. Each member aboard this vessel has embraced their role as part of the crew since their arrival. They are comrades, brothers, and sisters, united in life and death. This spirit of camaraderie has been evident in Yangqing from the very beginning, regardless of how many crew members may join in the future. This spirit will remain unaltered, eternally passed down. Glades quietly observed the crew, noting that though there were only 6 members, their brief time together had made him feel a connection with them. After all, no one desires to associate with those of cruel temperament and devious schemes, as it would lead to a burdensome and exhausting existence. This captain, watching Yangqing as he drank and smiled, felt a flicker of admiration for the man's boldness. Just a glance revealed the extraordinary nature of the crew members present. The boisterous Dylans, full of charisma and charm, the pensive and skilled Luo, and the seemingly carefree Treester, whose eyes sparkled with intelligence. Additionally, the 2 ladies, Moria, with her vast knowledge and medical skills, and Robin, an archaeologist with impressive insights, completed the ensemble. The ability of Captain Yangqing to unite such a diverse group speaks volumes about his leadership. Just witnessing his calm confidence during the day was enough to leave Glades in awe of his commanding presence. He is a man imbued with the charisma of a leader, possessing an innate royal quality, akin to the vast ocean, capable of embracing all, yet fiercely domineering. As the night wore on, both Dylans and Luo, now thoroughly intoxicated, finally succumbed to slumber. Yangqing sat at the bow of the ship, lazily leaning against the vessel's side, his eyes gently closed in repose. He cherished this locale, where the soothing sea breeze enveloped him, imparting a refreshing clarity. Glades approached, his footsteps echoing in Yangqing's ears, prompting the latter to open his eyes, which sparkled brilliantly under the moonlight. "Have you arrived?" Yangqing inquired with a subtle smile. "Indeed, Captain," Glades replied, grinning as he settled beside Yangqing, closing his eyes to savor the cool evening breeze. "What does it feel like to leave your homeland?" Yangqing suddenly posed. "Feel?" Glades paused, then shook his head with a smile. "When I was but a child, my parents offended the Navy due to their temperament and were unjustly condemned and executed." Gazing into the profound ocean and observing the starlight reflecting upon its surface, Glades continued, "All my culinary skills stem from them. Over the years, I have diligently honed my craft, their gentle expressions, and the encouraging gaze they bestowed upon me when I first held a knife echoing in my mind. You likely do not know how comical I appeared, trembling with a lack of strength in my wrist when I first wielded a knife," he chuckled. "After my parents' demise, I inherited their restaurant and have managed it for 5 or 6 years until now. Thus, do you harbor hatred for the Navy?" Yangqing gently inquired, still gazing at the sea. "Hate?" Glade shook his head, watching the leaping fish in the water. "What purpose does hatred serve? Your actions against the Navy today surely stem from a deep-seated resentment, do they not?" Yangqing suddenly questioned. "No, that is not the case." Glades replied with a soft smile. "I struck him merely because he wasted food. I can endure the harm they inflicted upon my parents, concealing that hatred for 10, 20, 30 years, or even longer. However, I cannot tolerate their disdain for sustenance. This is a principle my parents instilled in me, an unwavering code that a chef must uphold. And they perished because of this very principle." Yangqing was momentarily taken aback by these words, turning to gaze intently at Gladys. "Nowadays, I too have nearly met my demise at the hands of the Navy for this very reason." And then, a faint smile emerged on Gladys's face as she joined you. Yangqing chuckled softly. "So, you've never had a home until now." He extended his right hand, saying, "Welcome to your new abode. I am Lucifer, captain of the Death God pirate crew, and the leader of that band of, well, fools." "Captain." Glades also reached out, firmly grasping Yangqing's right hand. Thus, Glades joined the Death God pirate crew, and this new pirate band finally welcomed the long-awaited chef. "I was born into nobility, yet I relinquished the easily attainable wealth, status, and power in pursuit of my dreams." Yangqing gazed out at the sea, speaking slowly, a smile gracing his face, his emotion steady. "Many do not comprehend my choices, deeming me foolish for a noble to abandon a comfortable life to become a pirate." "Huh." Yangqing laughed heartily, but his eyes suddenly turned piercing, an invisible aura of authority emanating from him, causing Glades to pale slightly. But how could they possibly grasp the essence of dreams? Dreams, aspirations, reveries, imagination. I cherish them, and thus I pursue them. If I wish to achieve something, I must strive for it. One can never discuss dreams with those who only understand power, status, and wealth, for they will mock and deride you. They believe that a life of comfort and tranquility is the epitome of existence. They lack ambition, yearning for ease. A summer insect cannot speak of ice. How can a sparrow know the aspirations of a swan? Individuals with disparate consciousness and beliefs will never comprehend you. Much like many fail to understand your parents' concerns about why you would provoke a formidable navy for the sake of a principle, even risking your life. They will never fathom why I would forsake such a splendid life, the easily graspable power and status, to tread this perilous path. Glades listened intently to Yangqing's words, sensing the profound authority behind the young captain's speech, a relentless resolve, unwavering in its determination. Do you think strength can be attained by merely sitting at home? That consolidating power will grant you everything? How laughable. Yang Qing scoffed. Those who have not endured trials and tribulations will never truly grow. They are but caged canaries, no matter how plump and robust, easily subdued by a wild eagle's talon. To become the strongest, I must relinquish certain things. The world is both fair and profoundly unfair. To gain something, one must inevitably lose something else. Yang Qing spoke fervently, perhaps a bit frenzied, having indulged in drink. These words, which he had never shared with anyone before, were now spoken to Glades. Both seemed somewhat agitated, gradually calming down. Rest now. Welcome to the Grim Reaper Pirates, Yang Qing said after a while, his tone soothing. The night had grown late. Glades nodded and then departed. As he approached his quarters, he glanced back at Yang Qing, who was lazily reclining, his face relaxed, eyes closed, savoring the sea breeze and tranquility. Yet, in Glades's eyes, this young man was one with a story. Indeed, every crew member aboard this vessel harbored their own tale. At the mast's pinnacle, Trist hung a telescope around his neck, occasionally glancing left and right, appearing quite spirited, likely due to having slept well during the day. The following morning, as dawn broke, the crew awoke. Dillons rubbed his groggy head and stepped out of the cabin, immediately spotting Law, who bore heavy bags under his eyes, looking quite fatigued. Hey, Law. Did you not sleep well last night? Dillons teased. Annoying, Law shot back, dismissing him with a glance before commencing his morning exercises. Trist, set sail. Yang Qing's voice rang out. Trist responded affirmatively. The sails billowed as the ship gradually departed the island. The seven embarked upon the Western Sea. And after approximately half a year, they had experienced the scenery of the West Sea in its entirety. The Grim Reaper then turned around, heading once again towards the upside-down mountain. 2 months later, they arrived at the base of the mountain. This time, our destination is the East Sea, Yang Qing remarked, gazing at the mountain, his eyes shimmering with intensity. For him, the East Sea held profound significance. It was from this seemingly modest expanse that everything related to the Pirate King commenced. All the emotions, fervor, and passion originated here. Moreover, venturing into the East Sea was an opportunity to immerse himself in the atmosphere of the protagonists. With no hesitation, the Grim Reaper set forth on its journey to the East Sea. An hour later, it glided over the waters of the East Sea. Observing this realm, Yang Qing simply stated, to Logue Town. Trist shouted, the helm turned fully, and they began to sail towards Logue Town. The crew busied themselves with their tasks, unaware of Yang Qing's unusual demeanor. Roger, Garp, Ace, red-haired. Yang Qing murmured these names, his thoughts drifting to another world, recalling the emotions, tears, and fervor he felt while watching One Piece in his past life. Ace. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, his fists clenched. Among the many tragic figures in the original tale, he believed Ace to be the most sorrowful. As the son of the Pirate King, endowed with unparalleled talent, such a character should not have perished. He met his end at the hands of Blackbeard and fell victim to the Navy's conspiracy. The Marineford War became his final battleground. It was a grave loss for such a character to die. With the formidable Marinomi and his unique abilities, how could someone like him bid farewell to this world in death? Ace. Yang Qing's eyes sparkled with fierce determination. He would not let such talent slip away. To become the world's greatest and realize his ambitions, he must have powerful allies aboard. When the day came for him to enter the new world, he would need formidable companions to support him. This journey to the East Sea was aimed at Ace. However, before that, he wished to visit Logue Town, to witness the site where the Pirate King faced execution. As the Grim Reaper sailed towards Logue Town, a band of pirates stealthily approached a small island in the East Sea. This group was not numerous. The first to disembark bore a sword at his waist, his red hair glinting in the sunlight. Captain, we have arrived at Windmill Village, said a golden-haired individual with a long nose, smiling. Excellent, let us rest here for a while. The red-haired man laughed heartily, prompting his crew to disembark. P.S. This book is set to launch tomorrow at 9 a.m. I hope those capable of supporting it will do so. Donations, flowers, 5-star reviews, and collections are all appreciated. I have poured considerable effort into this book, choosing not the easiest path to win favor, but rather insisting on writing what I wanted to express. I have diligently researched and meticulously rewatched the major episodes of One Piece. Before each writing session, I immerse myself in 1 or 2 episodes to absorb the fervor and passion, listening to the background music to get into the right mindset, and then carefully crafting the narrative. Choosing not to follow the trope of an overpowered protagonist signifies that I have sacrificed much. Yet, as the story conveys, for the sake of ideals, one must sometimes relinquish certain things. I believe this encapsulates the essence of piracy, representing a more authentic take on the genre. Of course, some may say I am pretentious or that I step on others. This is to be expected. Otherwise, if my writing did not differ from the original, it would not capture your interest. I strive to encapsulate that spirit as best as I can. Thankfully, to this day, there remains a loyal readership of 5,000 to 6,000 who appreciate this work, and I am grateful for that. Additionally, there will inevitably be imperfections within this book, and I welcome constructive criticism. Feel free to admonish or critique me, but kindly refrain from insulting my family, or else our camaraderie may suffer. I welcome feedback. After all, the perfection and refinement of a book rely on reader suggestions, which I greatly value. Finally, Regarding tomorrow's subscriptions, I would appreciate any assistance from those who can lend support, as it is crucial for me and this book. Thank you for your support. I bow in gratitude. Tomorrow, I plan to release 10 chapters, a result of nearly a month's worth of effort. I write at a slower pace than some who produce 10,000 words a day, as I tend to contemplate deeply before writing. To conclude, I will speak less in future VIP chapters, as readers do not pay to hear me ramble. This chapter is free, so I felt free to express myself extensively for the first time. With that, I salute you. Led by the red-haired man. A crew of about 7 or 8 pirates disembarked from their ship. Their distinctive pirate demeanor immediately captivated the villagers, causing a slight stir. However, the townsfolk soon calmed down, as the pirates did not seem malevolent. Where's the nearest tavern? The red-haired man inquired, casually donning his sword at his side, exuding a cheerful demeanor that left a positive first impression. Just follow this road. After the initial commotion, the villagers recognized that this crew did not appear to be bad people and settled down. Shanks, I am ready for a hearty drink. I haven't had any alcohol on the ship for a month, and it's driving me mad. The red-haired man strode forward, his companions' voices echoing with complaints behind him. Ha ha ha, indeed, brothers, let us all indulge in a grand feast. Shanks laughed heartily, his vibrant red hair gleaming under the sun, and his distinctive charisma propelled the entire pirate crew forward. The laughter of the pirates echoed through Windmill Village, gradually fading away. No one knew the origins of this pirate crew, nor did anyone recognize its members. This remote little town was isolated from the flow of information, making it difficult to receive news from the outside world. In Rowtown, a pirate ship gently docked without causing a ripple. This town is both a beginning and an end, the last stop on the East Sea before entering the Grand Line. Its strategically important position has made it a focal point for the Navy's vigilant oversight. The East Sea had recently undergone a thorough sweep by the Navy, placing it at the center of attention, and thus the stationed forces here were exceptionally formidable. Inside the Navy's base in Rowtown, a robust 2-meter-tall Rear Admiral gazed intently at the duo before him, an elderly man and a young boy, his expression solemn. So your primary objective this time is this child? Indeed, I intend to take him to Luffy. Recently, pirates have been causing chaos everywhere, and the Navy is on high alert. Moreover, Sengoku's plan is of utmost importance. I cannot afford to be idle, the middle-aged man sighed, biting into his donut with resignation. Beside him, a 10-year-old child listened quietly, clad in a red vest and shorts, his face speckled with fine black freckles, his black hair suggesting a reticent demeanor. What is his name? The Rear Admiral suddenly inquired. Ace, poor gas Ace. The middle-aged man patted the child, who instinctively recoiled. I aim to raise him to be the mightiest Navy officer, just like you. He added with a hearty laugh, seemingly pleased. The Rear Admiral's eyes flickered, and he nodded with a smile, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Well, I have stayed here for 3 days. It is time for me to return. I shall not disturb you any longer, Dragon, the middle-aged man said, preparing to turn away. All right, father, Dragon replied with a smile. This middle-aged man was none other than Admiral Carp, hailed as a hero. His unique status within the Navy was remarkable, although he held the rank of Rear Admiral. His intimidating presence surpassed even that of the admirals, making him truly one of a kind. Just as Carp turned to leave, the sound of a transponder snail suddenly rang out. Father, it's for you, Dragon chuckled at Carp's bewildered expression. Oh, right. After rummaging through his belongings, Carp finally retrieved the transponder snail, cleared his throat, and answered, Hello, Sengoku, this is Carp. What is it? I'm quite busy. Carp was always straightforward and unrefined. Dragon, understanding his father's character well, merely smiled without a word, while Ace remained silent. Carp, this is Sengoku. Your presence is required in the Grand Line immediately. There can be no delays. Sengoku's voice carried a grave tone. Huh, Carp frowned, glancing at Ace. But there are no buts. This matter is imperative for you to attend to. Sengoku's voice was unyielding, underscoring the severity of the situation. You must depart now. I will send you the information shortly. Fine, Carp replied, somewhat helplessly, before hanging up the transponder snail. He turned to Dragon. It seems this child must remain with you for the time being. Of course, father, Dragon nodded. Carp departed decisively, leaving Ace behind in silence. Dragon smiled. He too was not one to engage children easily. He summoned the Navy personnel to take Ace away, and then his gaze flickered to the information on the table. The celestial dragons, in their madness, had demanded 3,000 slaves as tribute. Within a month, 2/3 have perished. The scene was a river of blood, gruesome to behold. The world government announced a natural disaster on Lister Island, claiming no survivors, yet when our reporters arrived, they found the area under Navy lockdown, with remnants of cannon fire lingering in the air. The Revolutionary Army on Sonar Island was brutally suppressed by government forces. Rumor has it that the world government dispatched a single individual, who annihilated over 300 revolutionaries with astonishing combat prowess. As Dragon absorbed this cascade of news, his eyes flickered with intensity, his thoughts shifting like shadows, his fists unconsciously clenching before relaxing again. A person's dream. Roto uttered a few words and gazed intently at Glades, his eyes unmistakably conveying the question, Are you sure you want to proceed with this? Generally speaking, I would not act in such a manner. Glades draped his arm around Roto's shoulder,
and the two began walking forward. Yet, merely 10 meters later, they abruptly halted. Roto was astonished to discover that Glades was trembling all over. What on earth was wrong with this guy? Almost immediately, he observed Glades striding purposefully towards the entrance of a restaurant, his right hand raised, aimed at a towering man, and then he forcefully brought it down. With a resounding thud, the giant collapsed onto a table, and thereafter, Glades unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Roto's eyes widened in disbelief as he covered his forehead with his hand, wishing he could feign ignorance of this individual. Thus, Roto stood silently, rooted to the spot, unwilling to advance any further. I can't stand those who waste food. I will make you pay for it, you filthy scoundrel. Glades seemed to unleash a small demon from within, shouting furiously. Strangely, the man who had been struck down offered no resistance, as if he had suddenly slipped into unconsciousness or had been ensnared by some peculiar force. Damn, this guy's lost his mind. Beat him up. Where did this lunatic come from? How dare he strike a member of our Amaya pirate crew? Finish him off, that little brat. Several individuals from nearby tables rose, their faces contorted with rage. They had never encountered someone so brazen, attacking without provocation. We must take him down. Glades found himself encircled, and an urgent brawl ensued. Roto once again covered his forehead, unable to watch any longer. Glades fought like a street thug. Apart from his mysterious devil fruit abilities, his physical prowess was utterly dismal. It was essentially a case where for every 10 punches thrown at him, he landed only one in return. Nevertheless, the outcome remained in Glades' favor. Observing the battered and trembling Glades before him, Roto's lips twitched slightly. He could not muster a smile. Roto, take all the berries from them. We have enough money now. Glades gasped in pain but stood resolutely before Roto, declaring, I despise those who waste food. These scum. Roto's face twitched as he sprang into action, swiftly collecting the berries from the pirates, adeptly pocketing them, clearly not his first time. These were skills taught to him by Robin, Mariah, and Dylans, and he executed them with remarkable speed. Soon after, the two prepared to leave. At that moment, a pirate behind them suddenly shouted, Who are you? State your names. The Amaya pirate crew will not let you off easily. Roto paused, his voice dark as he replied, The Death God pirate crew, bring it on. Thereafter, the two vanished from sight. The members of the Amaya pirate crew rose, their faces twisted with hatred as they glared at the duo, vowing, We will not let the Death God pirate crew escape. However, as the words left his mouth, he was taken aback to find his companions looking utterly terrified. What is wrong with you all? Run. Quickly run, shouted one of the crew, hastily fleeing the scene. Others stood there in a daze, trembling and muttering in fear. The Death God pirate crew, the ghostly crew that roams the seas, as fearsome as the great pirates of the Grand Line. How could they possibly come to the East Blue? We have inadvertently provoked them. A dozen men appeared lost, as if the sky had fallen, shivering in terror. Meanwhile, Dylans and Trist were utterly adrift. Trist, seemingly struck by despair, appeared listless and limp, struggling to maintain his composure, nearly collapsing against Dylans, who pushed him away with a look of disdain. If you keep this up, I swear I'll smack you. Dylans exclaimed. The clouds are overhead. The sun is obscured. I feel as if I am going to perish, Trist lamented, his spirit seemingly devoured. Dylans, exasperated, dragged Trist onward. He still had a mission to fulfill. The captain had instructed him to collect sea stone from an island. Although this substance was contraband, monopolized by the Navy, a few pieces occasionally surfaced in the black market. After some inquiries, the two finally arrived at the underground entrance of Rogue Town. This place was rife with darkness, housing casinos, brothels, auction houses, and more. Upon seeing this, Trist seemed to regain some vigor. How did we end up here? He asked in bewilderment. Naturally, there are matters to attend to, Dylans replied coolly. Soon. You will use your gambling skills to win 30 million berries for me. I have great need of it. Hey, today feels ominous. My luck is dreadful, Trist protested anxiously. Dylans rolled his eyes, realizing he could not rely on him. He knew that Trist's luck was indeed erratic. When he claimed it was good, it was. When he claimed it was bad, it was utterly worthless. The two entered the underground trading house, surveying the bustling dark zone. Dylans, with an icy demeanor, procured 2 cat-faced masks from the entrance and handed one to Trist. Do not speak excessively here, nor reveal your identity, understood? Dylans appeared quite serious, and Trist nodded, taken aback by such an unusual display of authority from the first mate. The duo initiated their collaboration, with Dylans expertly navigating the underbelly of the establishment. He followed the proper procedures and was soon led into a room by a cloaked figure. Sea stone, whatever quantity you have, I will take. Dylans' chilling voice resonated through the small window, causing the individual inside to pause in surprise. Such a quantity is quite rare, the person remarked, glancing at Dylans and Trist, their masks obscuring their identities. After a moment, he retrieved a stack of documents and began to peruse them. Currently, Roguetown has 580 grams in stock. At full price, I can offer it to you for 15 million. Without a moment's hesitation, Dylans replied, I want 1 kilogram. The individual inside paused, then chuckled. Are you jesting, my friend? I just said Roguetown only has 580 grams. And I said I want 1 kilogram. Dylans stated emphatically. Showing no sign of joking, Trist tugged at Dylans, feeling that he was being unreasonable. considering the individual had already disclosed the inventory. However, the next words from the individual left him momentarily stunned. 1 kilogram will cost 30 million, the man said with a hint of resignation. Deal. Dylans declared without a moment's hesitation. 15 minutes later, the two exited the underground trading house. Trist, curious, asked Dylans, how did you know he would have 1 kilogram? And even price it so accurately? He recalled that Dylans had instructed him to win 30 million berries, which was clearly a premeditated plan. If you frequent these places often, you will learn that many in the business do not speak the truth. In truth, I require merely 15 million to procure this kilogram of sea tower stone. Dylans cradled the stone wrapped in a cloth bag, uttering these words softly. What? Trist was somewhat taken aback. Dylans' statement piqued his interest. In the realm of commerce, particularly within these underground trading circles, exorbitant profits are commonplace. A single item often yields a 90% profit, signifying a tenfold increase between the purchase and selling price. Moreover, their words are frequently laced with deception, with 9 out of 10 statements being false. Your worldly experience remains insufficient. Dylan shook his head, advising. You ought not to linger aboard the ship any longer. Train diligently with me. In this regard, you are even inferior to Ro, chastised by Dylans. Trist rubbed his nose and chuckled awkwardly. He recognized his shortcomings. Despite frequenting casinos, he remained oblivious to the intricacies of such dealings. Once they completed their business, the duo began to wander aimlessly, yet Trist appeared more invigorated. He sensed a fortuitous shift in his destiny. The goddess of fortune seemed to smile upon him. Meanwhile, Robin and Mariah found themselves in the largest library of Rock Town, a place where they could truly grasp the essence of the world and realize their own worth. They strolled among the shelves, their slender fingers gliding over the spines of the books, sharing similar expressions. At a glance, they resembled sisters, distinct in style, yet equally captivating. In a secluded corner of the library, a girl with an elegant demeanor, fair skin, gold-rimmed glasses, and a flowing pink gown sat absorbed in her reading. This young woman possessed an exquisite visage, an oval face, and a curvaceous figure, her beauty surpassing even that of Mariah. What was even more alluring was the gentle, bookish aura that enveloped her. As she turned a page, her eyes sparkled with a hint of liveliness, with a smile playing on her lips. She addressed the men who had been stealing glances at her. You have been watching me for an hour. Now, I offer you a chance. Whoever dares to confess their feelings shall have the pleasure of dining with me. Well, Asuna is giving us a chance. Is it true? Is it truly possible to share a meal with the goddess Asuna? Who will take the plunge? I yearn to go, but I feel unworthy. I cannot compare to her. She is simply too remarkable. None of us deserve her. Sob, sob. Some young men even wept openly, desiring to confess but finding themselves bereft of the courage in the presence of the goddess. Asuna waited for several seconds. Yet not a single one of the nearly 100 men present had the audacity to step forward. A beautiful smile graced her lips as she closed her book and gracefully exited the room. Upon witnessing Asuna's departure, a sense of disillusionment washed over the onlookers, mingled with a sigh of relief. This woman possesses a uniquely enchanting aura. An exceptionally outstanding woman, Robin and Mariah remarked in admiration. Though they were women themselves, they could not help but acknowledge the truth. The girl named Asuna was indeed remarkable. At this moment, Yang Qing found himself standing alone in the heart of Rock Town, gazing towards the execution platform at its center. From this vantage point, the towering scaffold was clearly visible. In this instant, a complex brilliance flickered within Yang Qing's eyes. It was the year when the Pirate King met his fate. He was still a child within the palace of the Celestial Dragons. Yet, he was aware that the world was ablaze with fervor, as news of this individual inundated every corner of the newspapers. He transformed an entire era, churning the tranquil seas into tumult, heralding the dawn of a new epoch known as the Great Pirate Era. He was a formidable figure, a hero who upended the status quo. As he approached the execution platform, the area was desolate, with scarcely a passerby in sight, save for the echoing sound of his footsteps. In a daze, Yang Qing walked on, feeling as if he had suddenly been transported to a bustling execution site filled with the clamor of thousands. He envisioned the Pirate King, kneeling with shackled hands, 2 daggers poised at his sides, a rebellious smile playing on his lips, and a small mustache that exuded an aura of dominance and unique charm. His vision shifted, revealing a young man with red hair hidden among the crowd, a clown with a red nose, and a middle-aged man with white hair and spectacles, their faces glistening with tears and sorrow. Do you seek my treasure? Echoed faintly, jolting Yang Qing from his reverie. He lifted his gaze to the once empty execution platform, now suddenly occupied by a robust middle-aged man, sporting a small mustache, with daggers at his waist. Yet, there was no trace of fear on his face. Instead, a broad smile and fervor radiated from him. Do you desire my treasure? The words resounded once more, sending tremors through Yang Qing's body. The blood within him surged, and his eyes sparkled with an infinite brilliance, as if that simple phrase could stir within the depths of one's soul a fervor for adventure, struggle, and charge, igniting passionate aspirations. Then take it. Go seek it out. I have placed the wealth of the world there. The man with the mustache beamed broadly, his voice resonating powerfully, echoing far and wide, penetrating Yang Qing's heart and making him tremble with exhilaration. Suddenly, all vanished. The man with the mustache disappeared, and the execution platform returned to its empty state. Yangqing inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the tempest within his heart. The man seemed to possess an innate charisma, and his mere utterance bore the allure of a devil's smile, a terrifying temptation that threatened to ensnare even him. "This is the Pirate King," Yangqing murmured, realizing that all he had witnessed was but an illusion, yet it felt as though he had truly witnessed that exhilarating scene. Wealth, fame, power, the Pirate King. A man who possessed it all. The legacy of generations, the shifts of time, the dreams of humanity, these are insurmountable. As long as people continue to pursue the answers to freedom, this quest shall never cease. This is a world with an eternal theme, freedom. Yangqing's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Nothing could compare to freedom, and nothing could obstruct a person's dreams. If anything could, it would only be death. Only when a person dies, their blood runs cold, and their heart ceases to beat, do freedom and dreams fade away. No, that is not correct, even in death. Dreams and freedom will not vanish. They will endure, as countless individuals will sacrifice everything for them. Wildfires may consume, yet the spring breeze will rejuvenate. Nothing can thwart the perpetuity of will. This is the flame of civilization, which shall never extinguish. He advanced step by step towards the execution platform, halting beneath it. Gazing up at the towering scaffold, he took a deep breath. Then, with a deliberate step, he ascended the lofty stairs. The rhythmic sound of his footsteps echoed as he climbed the platform, ultimately standing at its pinnacle. There, he looked down, faintly perceiving the dark stains of blood embedded in the wood. This was the blood of the Pirate King, who had ignited the flame of legacy with his very essence, ensuring it would never die out. Here was his final destination. Yangqing closed his eyes, feeling the arduous journey filled with hardships, pain, and endless tears. Within it lay countless droplets of sorrow, blood, and the dark, gruesome shadows he had long wished to evade. Yet, did he feel fear? Dread? No, absolutely not. This was the path he had chosen, the dream he had embraced. He would never relinquish it. Suddenly opening his eyes, a fierce aura radiated from Yangqing, distorting the air around him. With a resonant hum, an enigmatic presence spread outward, causing the plants in the flower bed below to bend unconsciously, while the execution platform began to tremble, as if the entire world quaked beneath his formidable energy. Conqueror's Haki, an indomitable spirit, armed in observation Haki. He had no formal training methods, yet through 6 years of relentless practice, he had honed the Conqueror's Haki to an extraordinary level. At that moment, the area around the execution platform was devoid of spectators, for Yangqing's aura had yet to reach anyone else. Had there been others present, they would likely have witnessed a multitude of individuals collapsing in unconsciousness. However, at the instant he unleashed his Haki, in the marine base of Rog Town, Dracul Mihawk, observing the soldier's train, suddenly froze, a look of astonishment overtaking his features. Conqueror's Haki. His eyes narrowed as he turned towards Yangqing's direction. Who could it be? A gust of wind swept by, and Dracul's figure vanished from sight. This unparalleled aura had been keenly sensed by the perceptive Mihawk. He felt compelled to discover the identity of the individual who emanated such formidable presence. Yangqing stood upon the execution platform, gazing down at the desolate street below. He quietly contemplated the myriad experiences of a once mighty ruler of this world. He beheld tears, blood, suffering, exhilaration, and ultimately, hope. This individual had endured so much yet received so little in return. For what purpose did he strive? The sovereign of the world, with his very life as the key, unlocked the gateway to a new era. He is a hero, a paragon of virtue. In the past, Yangqing could not fathom why individuals, blessed with comfortable and tranquil lives, would deliberately choose to pursue dreams that were ephemeral and seemingly unattainable. However, at a certain moment, upon arriving in this world, he attained clarity. If a person's existence holds the promise of a meaningful endeavor, something for which one believes it worthwhile to dedicate a lifetime of effort, the sensation derived from such a pursuit is one of profound happiness. It is a feeling of fulfillment, of completeness. This is the essence of dreams and ideals, worthy of a lifetime of striving. Yangqing came to a profound realization regarding dreams and freedom. At this moment, he felt no regret over relinquishing his identity as a Tianlong person. In fact, he began to feel a sense of gratitude. Being a Tianlong person was a prestigious honor, granting him power. Yet it also represented shackles that confined the heart and stifled dreams, transforming them into a caged canary. The environment one inhabits shapes one's identity. Standing within the confines of the Tianlong Palace, how could one ever experience the boundless expanse of the ocean? Only the sea, with its encompassing embrace and regal essence, could cultivate such a spirit. Suddenly, Yangqing's eyes flickered as he raised his gaze towards the left side beneath the execution platform. There, a figure rushed toward him in a flurry. A woman? Yangqing narrowed his eyes, retracting his imposing aura. She was a strikingly beautiful woman, seemingly imbued with an innate charm that evoked a desire to hold her close and cherish her. Her visage was nearly flawless, her skin porcelain-like, and her figure exquisitely delicate. Even in her haste, she radiated a heart-wrenching allure. Moreover, a subtle scent of books wafted from her, gentle and serene, stirring something within Yangqing's heart. In pursuit of her were 7 or 8 burly men, their faces twisted in lewd grins, leisurely chasing the woman as if they had already captured their prey. Unperturbed by her escape. You can't run away. Today, we brothers are fortunate enough to enjoy the renowned Asuna from Rocktown. I am quite satisfied, truly fulfilled. A cacophony of lascivious laughter erupted. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow, considering it serendipitous to witness a goddess walking alone in the streets. With no one else around, a stroke of divine fortune. As the group of grinning men pursued Asuna, her expression turned anxious. After all, she was a woman. And faced with such a situation, fear gripped her heart. Eventually, Asuna reached a point not far from the execution platform, and by chance, she glanced up. Unexpectedly noticing someone atop the imposing structure. Help, please save me. Asuna's voice rang clear and melodious, reaching Yang Qing's ears like the song of a golden oriole. Yang Qing's brow furrowed again, revealing a peculiar expression. The men chasing her initially tensed, but upon realizing there was only one person, they relaxed. It's just a hairless kid. You scared me, one exclaimed. Hey, kid, scram while you can. We are the Amaya pirate crew. Get lost, you're just an eyesore. The men were brazen and began to curse. Yang Qing's eyes gleamed coldly, and his expression darkened as he regarded the 7 or 8 men below. An icy chill emanating from him. Then, with a sudden tremor, he leaped down from the execution platform. The onlookers, including Asuna, were taken aback by his audacity. Was the boy insane? This was a 30-meter drop. Yet the next moment, when Yang Qing stood before them, the members of the Amaya pirate crew felt a shiver run down their spines. This fellow was unscathed. Save me. Asuna darted behind Yang Qing. And a waft of fragrance enveloped him, igniting a flicker of infatuation in his eyes. The woman before him was indeed exceptional, quickening his heartbeat. This kid is unusual. The pirates realized that not just anyone could thrive in piracy, the foolish did not last long in such a perilous profession, and they recognized Yang Qing's extraordinary nature. Get lost. Yang Qing's voice thundered, resonating like a clap of thunder, startling the pirates. In the next moment, they glanced at Asuna, feeling their pride at stake, and foolishly charged at Yang Qing. Seeking death, Yang Qing's eyes turned frigid. He didn't even draw his sword from his waist, advancing with purposeful strides. For dealing with such scum required no grand display of power. Within 3 seconds, the two sides clashed. In a mere instant, Yang Qing's fist flew forth with tremendous force and blinding speed, sending 3 pirates hurtling through the air, crashing into a flower bed and spewing blood. He struck mercilessly, showing no mercy to the dregs among the pirates. A virtuous person treats the good with gentleness, but must be fierce against the wicked. Such was Yang Qing. He held steadfast principles and unwavering convictions. With a sudden leap, he unleashed a flurry of kicks, sending another 3 pirates flying, demonstrating that his strength was in a different league altogether. In close combat, the pirates had no chance to resist. They couldn't even catch a glimpse of Yang Qing before being overwhelmed. In less than 10 breaths, 7 or 8 pirates lay motionless on the ground. Yang Qing surveyed the scene, the fierce light in his eyes gradually dimming, returning to a casual demeanor. He then glanced back at the beautiful woman, pausing slightly upon noticing the flicker of fear in her eyes, before turning to leave. Wait, please. Asuna, though somewhat apprehensive, mustered the courage to speak. This young man was formidable, his strikes swift and brutal. Being of refined character, she recognized that the fallen pirates were either dead or gravely injured. Yet, he had saved her life. At the very least, she should express her gratitude. She was not one to forget kindness. Is there something you need? Yang Qing asked, not turning back, his tone laced with curiosity. If you have time, I would like to invite you for a cup of coffee, Asuna said, her initial shyness giving way to a brave declaration. Yang Qing's body tensed momentarily before he nodded in agreement. He held a strong admiration for the woman. She was nearly flawless, with a physique, visage, and demeanor that surpassed the ordinary, even outshining Robin and Moria. His decision to save her was driven by a desire for connection, for he was no saint. Encountering a woman who stirred his heart made his pulse quicken. Upon hearing Yang Qing's response, Asuna initially flushed with embarrassment, then summoned her courage to approach him and offer to lead the way. It was her first experience inviting a man to share a private moment. Standing side by side, one tall and the other petite, the handsome man and the stunning woman appeared to be a perfect couple. However, after taking just 10 steps, Yang Qing's pupils suddenly constricted, causing him to halt. What's wrong? Asuna inquired, curiosity evident in her voice. It seems today is not the day, Yang Qing replied solemnly, locking eyes with Asuna. You should go on ahead. Asuna was perplexed. Just as they finished speaking, a figure began to materialize beneath the execution platform. Clad in the uniform of a naval rear admiral, a justice cape billowing behind him, he struck a formidable presence. The Navy. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, and Asuna quickly recognized the situation. Was it you who just exerted that overwhelming presence? The imposing naval officer, towering over 2 meters with a robust physique, regarded Yang Qing with a mix of intrigue and certainty. Who are you? Yang Qing assumed a defensive stance and instructed Asuna, you should step aside. Although Asuna did not fully comprehend his intent, she sensed the tension in the air and complied, standing back while concern flickered in her eyes. The newcomer glanced at Asuna, surprised. It is Miss Asuna of the Phelan family. Quite an unexpected encounter. And you are? Asuna asked, bewildered. Ah, we have yet to be formally introduced. I am Monkey D. Dragon, the rear admiral stationed in this rogue town, he replied with a warm smile. Asuna exhaled in relief. So, it is Lord Dragon. Dragon then turned his attention to Yangqing. Pray tell, what brings you here? You are known across the seas as the Grim Reaper. With a bounty of 100 million, are you indeed the infamous pirate, Lord Lucifer? Asuna's pupils dilated in shock as she fixed her gaze upon Yangqing. He is a pirate. Yangqing's eyes narrowed momentarily before relaxing. I'm merely taking a look. After all, this is the beginning and the end of the Pirate King. A faint smile appeared on Drago's face, but his gaze sharpened as he declared, since we crossed paths. I cannot pretend not to notice. He was eager to witness the prowess of the elite within the Navy. Yangqing's eyes sparkled with fervor, his fighting spirit ignited. Ever since his strength had grown, he had yet to engage in a grand battle. Now, encountering the future leader of the Revolutionary Army stirred an uncontrollable surge of excitement within him. Beneath the execution platform, the two locked eyes, a silent standoff ensued. Both young men bore expressions of grave seriousness, acutely aware of each other's formidable abilities. Though they had never clashed, neither was willing to lower their guard. Yangqing needed no further introduction. Drago, destined to become a commander of the Revolutionary Army, was, even in this moment, a force to be reckoned with. Rivaling an admiral despite holding the rank of merely a rear admiral. In Drago's eyes, Yangqing was no ordinary individual either. Even as a child, he articulated thoughts that diverged from the prevailing sentiments of the world. Though somewhat naive and compassionate, these traits underscored his unique perspective. He was different, truly exceptional. Great figures often emerge from such individuals. 6 years prior, he had displayed remarkable audacity by declaring himself an adversary of the world, subsequently escaping unscathed from the grasp of Akiji. Now, 6 years later, this person, once a dragon lurking in the depths, had ascended to soar among the clouds. In but a single glance, Drago felt the immense power that resided within him. The wind began to stir. Above the execution platform, clouds began to gather, and the weather started to mirror the ominous predictions of Trieste. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and the distant rumble of thunder grew increasingly pronounced. Yangqing narrowed his eyes, instinctively becoming vigilant. In the original text, Dolag's abilities were enigmatic and unpredictable, and the tempestuous weather heralded his arrival. In the next instant, Dolag's figure abruptly vanished from Yangqing's sight. The latter's eyes widened in surprise at his lightning-fast speed. Suddenly, a shockwave enveloped a radius of 100 meters. Yangqing's gaze sharpened, and he instinctively leaned to the left. In the following moment, a fist surged through the space he had just occupied, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Without a moment's hesitation, Yangqing clenched his fist, his arm bending at the elbow as he struck backward with all his might. With a resounding crash, a formidable force met him from behind, accompanied by a faint exhalation, Dolag's presence. Unbeknownst to him, Dolag had already maneuvered behind Yangqing. Thunder rumbled as a bolt of lightning illuminated their faces, casting one in light and the other in shadow. The two began to stalemate, their immense powers clashing, causing the stones beneath them to crack. How formidable! This thought echoed simultaneously in both their minds, their expressions growing increasingly serious. Each was a formidable warrior who had honed their physical prowess to a terrifying level. Dolag's speed was so extreme that it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye, while Yangqing possessed remarkable insight, able to perceive such rapid movements and respond accordingly. In a fleeting moment, both warriors assessed each other's strength. They then separated, standing 5 meters apart, locking eyes. Abandoning their initial probing, Yangqing's right hand moved to the western longsword at his waist, slowly drawing it forth. The weather grew even more tempestuous, with lightning flickering erratically, and rain began to fall, turning the ground into a muddy quagmire. In the next instant, the two figures clashed once more amidst the flash of lightning and the roar of thunder. Yangqing's longsword swept across Dolag's form, and in the fleeting moment of his pupils contracting, the blade traversed Dolag's body. Yet, in the next instant, Dolag's figure regained its solidity. And at that very moment when the old strength waned and new strength had yet to arise, Dolag struck fiercely towards Yangqing with a punch. With a flicker in his eyes, Yangqing's wrist trembled, and he abruptly redirected the sword's tip, aiming at Dolag's back before viciously thrusting downwards. Yangqing's speed was almost electric. Had Dolag's punch landed, the sword would undoubtedly have pierced his heart. At that moment, Dolag's body was tangible. A fist swung towards Yangqing's head, but upon making contact, it transformed into a wisp of gentle wind. Simultaneously, Yangqing's longsword penetrated Dolag's form. Dolag's figure faded, only to reappear 10 meters away. The lightning illuminated his expression, which was exceptionally grave as he gazed at Yangqing, who stood with his sword retracted. Dolag felt an immense weight of gravity. Reflexes, speed, and strength had all reached their zenith. This individual was formidable. Dolag mused silently, realizing that their previous clash had utilized nearly all their might. In this exchange, presence, velocity, reflexes, and might were indispensable, testing their comprehensive combat prowess. With a resolute gaze, Dolag launched his assault once more, his figure abruptly vanishing. Yang Qing also took a decisive step forward. In a moment of distortion, he too disappeared from his original position. Their velocities had escalated to the point of incredulity, their feet shifting continuously, splashing droplets of rain. The clash of sword and fist resonated, a tremendous force causing both to change countenance. Dolag's fist had coalesced a layer of pitch-black substance, unmistakably an embodiment of Haki, augmenting both attack and defense, capable of countering elemental transformations. Yang Qing's longsword had transformed into streaks of electric brilliance, his prowess with the Duga 9 swords reaching an ethereal perfection. His form continuously flitted across the ground and through the air, morphing into mere phantoms. The two engaged in a breathtaking exchange, their movements astonishingly rapid, the sounds of their strikes echoing, shaking the entire execution platform. These two individuals, Asuna's eyes widened in shock, observing the duel before her. Trembling as she perceived the overwhelming power of the combatants, she clearly beheld the shattered stone slabs ahead, remnants of the force unleashed during their intense clashes. Mastering oneself. Suddenly, Yang Qing shuddered, his consciousness drifting as he entered a mode akin to the omniscient eye of a deity, simultaneously dividing his awareness and intricately controlling his body, down to the perfection of each cell. A flicker of astonishment crossed Dolag's eyes as he realized that the speed, reflexes, and strength of his opponent had tripled in an instant. In that fleeting moment, a gash was opened across his chest, crimson blood flowing forth, leaving him no time for elemental transformation. What a terrifying adversary! Dolag could scarcely believe it. He held great confidence in his own abilities. Yet this only deepened his astonishment at Yang Qing's prowess. Retreating swiftly, Dolag regarded Yang Qing with grave seriousness. What a fearsome individual. It was unfathomable that you were so young. Aren't you youthful as well? Yang Qing's awareness returned as he shook the blood and jade beads from his longsword. I shall now unleash my full power. You must prepare yourself. Dolag's eyes narrowed, his tone serious and earnest, or else you shall meet your demise. In every battle, I stake my or my enemy's blood and life. Yang Qing spoke softly, his right hand suddenly rubbing together, producing a sharp sound as the protective barrier shifted hues to blue. I shall exert my full strength as well. You should be wary. With his sword held horizontally, he aimed it at Dolag, declaring his elevated combat spirit. In that moment, Yang Qing too opened the floodgates of his power. The release of the blue barrier signified the activation of his abilities. At this juncture, Dolag stood within this luminous shield, the butcher and the sacrificial lamb. For anyone residing within this barrier, it signified life and death. Even freedom was no longer in their hands. The two lifted their feet, this time moving with deliberate caution, markedly different from their earlier rapid exchanges. Yet with each step forward, their expressions grew increasingly vigilant. The rain intensified from above, the thunderous roars sounding more erratic. Suddenly, Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, and in that same moment, Dolag abruptly closed his eyes. In the next instant, both nearly simultaneously opened their eyes. Buzz. Conqueror's Haki. Two formidable wills collided in the void, creating ripples within the air. Asuna, observing from a distance, trembled, her consciousness momentarily blank. Almost a millisecond later, both braced themselves against the other's imposing Haki, boldly colliding once more. The clash of sword and fist produced a grating sound, immense force fracturing the earth beneath them, weaving spiderweb-like fissures. Wind. Dolag suddenly uttered a single word. A tempest arose, the rain being blown towards Yang Qing. In an instant, the gentle breeze morphed into a gale, nearly blinding him. Meanwhile, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a dazzling golden flash, lightning, with a clear target. The lightning descended upon him with lethal intent. Standing within the domain, I am the harbinger of death. Yang Qing's eyes suddenly widened, and with a resonant hum, the void trembled. In the next moment, Dolag's eyes grew wide with disbelief as he witnessed an astonishing scene. The gusting wind ceased, and the descending lightning halted. Yet, in the very next instant, it inexplicably turned and struck towards him. It was as if his own attack had been commandeered by the person before him. Naturally, Dolag would not foolishly endure this assault, but as he attempted to evade, he was horrified to discover that his body had become unresponsive. The fierce winds and lightning surged towards him, while an inexplicable, eerie force ensnared his entire being. Elementalization. Dolag chose to elementalize, transforming into a gust of wind that dispersed in all directions. The attack was evaded, and the space returned to normalcy. When Dolag reappeared at his original position, his expression had grown gravely serious. He had come to the undeniable conclusion that the individual opposite him was certainly not inferior to a vice admiral of the Navy. Unless he were to deploy overwhelming force to completely eradicate Yang Qing, he could not contend with such a small-scale standoff in battle. However, this was Rog Town, and he could not disregard the lives of innocents to unleash his full power. With mastery over Conqueror's Haki and his own formidable strength, this person was exceedingly perilous. Do you feel it, Dolag? Suddenly, Yang Qing spoke. Dolag lifted his gaze to the young man before him. The world is mistaken. In the next moment, Yang Qing uttered these words. Dolag's pupils constricted, and he clenched his fists, his cloak of justice billowing wildly in the fierce wind. You possess the power to change the world. Why not act upon it? Yang Qing continued, a smile gracing his face, resembling a devil's grin. The decayed, cruel, cold-hearted, and foolish world government is no longer fit to rule this world. The world must tread its rightful path. What is your purpose? Dolag demanded loudly. Purpose? A divine light flickered in Yangqing's eyes as he seemed to reflect. I harbor no specific purpose. If I must state one, it would be to be the strongest in the world. Then, to rectify the chaos and forge a world to my satisfaction. Dolag's pupils contracted as he gazed at Yangqing. Akin to observing a madman. The notion of overthrowing the world government and starting anew, how could that possibly transpire? Think it impossible? Yangqing raised an eyebrow. You merely lack the courage to envision it. He scrutinized Dolag's expression, a knowing hint emerging on his face. No, you have contemplated it, haven't you? You have long been dissatisfied with this world. So, why not strive for change? Dolag's eyes flickered, his emotions in disarray. In the next moment, he abruptly raised his head and shouted, "Stop spewing nonsense." He charged towards Yangqing, yet under the protective barrier, Yangqing's abilities rendered him godlike. In an instant, he ensnared Dolag with a binding force that slowed his speed, effortlessly evading the latter's attack, and then placed his right hand upon Dolag's shoulder. North Sea Divine Art. He silently proclaimed as a force of attraction surged towards Dolag's body. Dolag's complexion altered. What is this? He felt an unmistakable weakening within himself. A palpable frailty that ignited a flicker of fear of the unknown in his heart. Immediately, Dolag activated elementalization, leaping 30 meters away from Yangqing. You can actually absorb my vitality. Dolag exclaimed in shock. Yangqing felt the surging vitality coursing through his body, and unbeknownst to him, his strength had once again intensified. A glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Why should it not be so? The enigma of the beaming divine art was certainly not something he could divulge to Dorag. Such a formidable individual. In Dorag's heart, Yangqing's threat escalated to a new level. He understood deeply what such power, coupled with that peculiar devil fruit ability and astonishing charisma, truly represented. We are not enemies, are we? A strange smile emerged in Yangqing's gaze as he softly uttered these words, causing Dorag to shudder involuntarily. Withdrawing his abilities, Yangqing took measured steps toward Dorag. Clearly perceiving that his opponent had relinquished any intent to fight, his mind now unsettled by Yangqing's words. In terms of strength, Dorag undeniably surpassed him, in full force. Dorag would undoubtedly prove to be an insurmountable adversary. After all, he was of the same caliber as the three admirals, a powerhouse capable of toppling islands. The sheer terror of such might was enough to obliterate the very heavens and earth. Yet, Yangqi was not without the means to resist. In the current state of affairs, he himself was invincible. Gradually, the rain in the sky began to lessen, and the dark clouds seemed on the verge of dispersing. Yangqing steadily approached Dorag, and 10 seconds later, they brushed past each other. From the corner of his eye, he could distinctly perceive the tumultuous and complex expressions that played across Dorag's face. Undoubtedly, a cataclysmic upheaval was occurring within the latter's heart at that moment. 3 seconds later, having surpassed Dorag, Yangqing made his way towards Asuna. He believed that Dorag would not make another move, yet in the next instant, Yangqing's countenance darkened. A shadow of foreboding crossing his features. Do you wish to continue? You cannot hold me back. His voice rang with unwavering certainty. Dorag closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them wide, his expression grave and his tone heavy. You are far too perilous. Your absurd dreams and your enigmatic abilities pose an immense threat to the world. The air trembled with the impending storm, ferocious winds began to howl, and dark clouds loomed ominously over the entire town of Rock. This time, the tempest would engulf the whole of Rock. Dorag became resolute. Then you intend to seal off the entire town of Rock? Yangqing's eyes glinted with icy defiance. Who can say? Dorag countered, his voice firm. If I do not attempt to detain you, I fear I shall regret it in the future. With determination, Dorag strode forward, a man of decisive action, no longer hesitating once his mind was made up. Centered around the execution platform, winds howled fiercely within a radius of 1,000 meters, while thunder roared incessantly. As he advanced, torrential rain cascaded down, seemingly in fury, howling and raging. Step by step, Dorag approached Yangqing, his feet striking the ground with a crisp yet heavy sound, splashes of rainwater erupting around him. Suddenly, Dorag halted, his eyes widening and hands trembling. In the next moment, a dreadful occurrence unfolded, and a look of terror appeared on Asuna's face from a distance. Yangqing's pupils constricted as he beheld the tempest within a 1,000-meter radius, the wind, the rain, and the lightning all unleashed in a ferocious display. They intertwined and merged, culminating in a terrifying assault. In an instant, flora and fauna were uprooted and swept away, amalgamating with the chaos. This onslaught nearly harnessed every available element in the vicinity. Moments later, the attack coalesced into a roaring vortex, akin to a cataclysmic world, hurtling towards Yangqing. Yangqing snapped his fingers with his right hand, murmuring with a hint of determination, "It seems I must exert my full strength, otherwise I might truly be left behind." With a resounding pop, a luminous barrier enveloped a radius of 300 meters, encompassing both Dorag and his assault within it. Following this, Yangqing's expression grew solemn as he struck the ground with both hands, bellowing, "Arise." The earth trembled and fractured, as if succumbing to his will, transforming into a ferocious dragon. Yang Qing then drew his longsword from his waist, launching 36 thrusts in all directions. These strikes shimmered like starlight, manifesting as dazzling attacks. Dorag, astonished, realized that his winds, his reins, and even the very fabric of space were now under the control of this enigmatic figure. What kind of ability is this? He had never witnessed such a bizarre and formidable power, seemingly capable of commanding everything. Prepare yourself, Dorag, Yang Qing said, narrowing his eyes with grave seriousness. 3 seconds later, the colossal forces from both sides collided, unleashing a wave of light that obliterated everything within a 30-meter radius. Dorag, in a frenzy, dashed forward, his steps creating ripples in the rain, transforming him into a mere shadow. In an instant, he closed the distance to Yang Qing and delivered a powerful punch aimed at his opponent's head. Armament hockey, his right arm enveloped in a cloak of darkness. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed as he flicked his sword, aiming straight for Dorag's right arm. The two exhibited astonishing reflexes and speed, and the next moment, fist met blade. A brilliant light erupted in Dorag's eyes, while Yang Qing's expression shifted slightly as he stumbled back 3 steps. The immense force was something he struggled to withstand. Terrifying attacks followed as Dorag unleashed a flurry of close-quarters strikes, his fists and feet creating a torrential barrage that left Yang Qing no time to breathe, forcing him into evasive maneuvers. Amidst it all, the winds and rains morphed into the most fearsome onslaught, yet under Yang Qing's command, they dissipated into nothingness. Conversely, Yang Qing manipulated everything within reach to assault Dorag, only for the latter to remain unperturbed, rendering each attack futile. The rhythm of their exchanges accelerated to an almost incomprehensible pace, with both combatants fully exploiting their haki and reflexes. This was a battle of ineffable intensity, a moment where neither emerged victorious. Your efforts are in vain, Dorag, Yang Qing gasped. Ignoring him, Dorag persisted with his assault. You cannot sacrifice the entirety of Rogtown to confront me. Your maximum power has reached its limit. Yang Qing continued, and that limit cannot capture me. Moreover, a smile crept across his face. You seem to have forgotten that I am not alone. Dorag's eyes narrowed, his body stiffening as he suddenly transformed into a gust of wind, drifting beyond the barrier. At this juncture in their battle, he had garnered some insight into his opponent's abilities. Captain, abandoning us to relish the thrill of combat alone? A teasing voice rang out, and a figure appeared atop a nearby rooftop. Who, pray tell, is this formidable major? Dillons, what brings you here? Yang Qing queried with a bemused smile. Perched on the rooftop, Dillons regarded Dorag with a glimmer of intrigue. This major seems rather powerful, does he not? With a slight movement of his hand, the space trembled. And suddenly, Dorag's countenance shifted as he transformed into a gust of wind, making his escape. Just as he evaded, the space he had just occupied quaked violently before returning to normal. Spatial manipulation. Dorag's expression turned grave as he assessed Yang Qing and Dillons before him. Realizing the predicament he faced, TCH, Dillon scoffed upon witnessing Dorag's retreat, stepping forward. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he vanished, only to reappear beside Yang Qing. Captain, you seem rather beleaguered, Dillons observed, concern etching his features. It was astonishing that Yang Qing, with his prowess, had been pushed to such extremes. Fortunately, if I were to forsake everything, I might be able to defeat him. However, I suspect an old man would come after me with a vengeance, Yang Qing chuckled. Dillons, you dashed off without waiting for me. Dark clouds loom overhead. We must hasten our departure from Rogtown. The voice of Treaster echoed distantly, sounding weary. Another one? Dorag squinted, glancing at the cowboy-clad Treaster. The Navy? Are they foes? Treaster, upon seeing the trio of Dorag, Yang Qing, and Dillons, quickly pieced together the situation and smiled. Shall we indulge in a gamble? Navy? Dorag raised an eyebrow, saying nothing further. His situation was dire, 3 against 1. With an opponent nearly his equal in close combat. In Rogtown, he was hindered, unable to unleash his full might, rendering him only capable of exerting about 60% of his strength. A card appeared in Treaster's hand. Despite his usual levity, the gambler recognized the gravity of the moment. Meanwhile, Dillons had his hand poised above his dagger. Yang Qing slowly sheathed his western sword, then turned to Dorag with a serious expression, remarking, "It seems we must await our next encounter." This battle was exhilarating. Dillon, seeing that the fight was over, sheathed his dagger, while Triss displayed his cards to Dorag, chuckling as he spoke. "Navy, behold, our cards are quite modest, and now the advantage lies with you." No one paid heed to Trist's words. Yang Qing stepped forward to stand before Asuna, smiling as he said, "It appears we shall have to postpone our coffee for another time." Huh? Asuna asked, momentarily stunned by the display of prowess from the two men, struggling to process the situation. "Next time, it will be my treat," Yang Qing replied with a grin. He then turned and joined Dillon and Trist, their figures fading from view. Dorag watched the trio, his eyes glinting, yet he refrained from taking further action. "Are we leaving? Let us depart swiftly. I have a foreboding sense that the cards herald ill omens," Trist said, trembling slightly. "Captain, is that your lover?" The first remark was Trist's mumbled thought, while the latter was Dillon's shameless jest. "Yes, let us leave now. As for that girl, I quite like her. Yang Qing's voice resonated clearly, causing a shift in expression for both Dorag and Asuna. A faint blush appeared on Asuna's cheeks. Caught off guard by the unexpected confession. Then, as if making a decision, she clenched her delicate fist. Humph, if I say I'll treat you, then I shall. 15 minutes later, the entire crew of the Reaper pirates gathered aboard the Reaper ship. Gladys, burdened with a large pack, arrived breathlessly, while Robin and Moria carried stacks of books, wearing expressions of satisfaction. Then let us set sail. I can already see the Navy pursuing us. Yang Qing sat at the bow of the ship, casually speaking. A multitude of Navy personnel surged out from Rocktown, shouting to one another as they pursued the grim Reaper pirates. Among the throng of Navy, the white cloak of Drago billowed in the wind, the word justice gleaming as it fluttered, his eyes shimmering with determination. He strode forward, heading towards the naval vessels. He had not yet relinquished his pursuit. As a formidable figure, Drago would not show leniency in his current capacity. Simultaneously, a sense of unwillingness lingered in his heart, driven by the youthful spirit of competition. Set sail, depart. Yang Qing called out loudly. The members of the Grim Reaper pirates regarded the approaching navy with not a trace of concern on their faces. As the sails unfurled, Trist turned the helm, gradually steering away from Rocktown. Trist, shake them off. Dillons shouted from the mast's peak. That might be a bit challenging. First mate, Trist replied, eyeing the 3 Navy ships that were also slowly maneuvering from the harbor, wiping his brow. The Grim Reaper accelerated, with the 3 Navy vessels closely in pursuit. Just as they departed, a wooden ship followed suit, leaving the harbor. On the wooden vessel, Asuna gazed at the 4 ships in the distance, a faint blush gracing her perfect visage. Humph, I will not let you escape, she mused, the young pirate having left an indelible impression in her heart. At the harbor, 2 figures rushed anxiously towards the departing wooden ship, shouting loudly. Asuna, where are you going? Come back. Asuna paused, then a beautiful smile adorned her face. Father, mother, do not worry. I am merely pursuing my own happiness. Come back, echoed her parents' calls. Asuna laughed, turning her back to them, waving her right hand in farewell. Young men and women, in pursuit of their dreams and happiness, often disregard everything else. Asuna, a woman of remarkable independence and strong self-reliance, soon saw the Grim Reaper and the 3 Navy ships sail away from the harbor. A quarter of an hour later, they were far from Rocktown. Above the sea, the once clear sky began to darken with ominous clouds, flashes of lightning illuminating the horizon as a torrential downpour brewed. The weather is turning foul, Captain. I strongly oppose sailing in such conditions, Trist exclaimed as the ship began to sway, the ocean roiling beneath them. Very well, I concur. Let us turn the ship around and surrender to the Navy, Yang Qing teased, causing Trist's expression to darken, while the others laughed heartily. Drago, you have not yet given up, Yang Qing remarked, his gaze fixed on the turbulent sky, a fierce glint in his eyes. Do you wish to challenge the sea? Then come forth. He then turned, calmly assigning tasks to his crew. Dillons, be wary of their cannon fire. Ensure that the Grim Reaper remains unharmed. Yes, Dillons responded loudly, a sudden tremor coursing through him as he enveloped the space around the Grim Reaper in his control domain. Row. The crew member responded quietly. Take care of yourself. Yang Qing paused, his words laden with significance. Row, taken aback, nodded. Yes, Captain. Everyone, hold on to the ship. Do not let yourselves be thrown overboard. Yang Qing shouted, then solemnly added, a tsunami is approaching. The entire crew froze, and in the next moment, they witnessed a terrifying spectacle. The wind howled violently, rain fell in torrents, and lightning struck mercilessly towards the Grim Reaper. The sea began to churn, small tsunamis forming, causing the Grim Reaper to sway violently. This bizarre scene felt as if the entire world had turned against the Grim Reaper. How terrifying. Is the sea trying to kill us? Glades uttered in shock, while the others remained silent, equally stunned by the scene before them. On the naval ships behind, Drago stood at the bow, watching the pirate vessel in the distance, his eyes flashing. Major, the cannonballs are ready. Requesting permission to fire. The Navy personnel called out. Fire. Drago commanded immediately. Yes. The Navy saluted, swiftly turning to face the ship. All hands, target the Grim Reaper. Fire. Boom. 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 A barrage of cannon fire erupted, and as it neared the Grim Reaper, the tempestuous wind and rain enveloped the projectiles, transforming them into a roaring beast charging towards the ship. What is happening? The cannonballs are being swept toward us, Trist exclaimed, bewildered by the unprecedented phenomenon. The crew of the Grim Reaper stood in awe. The surreal and grand spectacle was a rare sight, as if the elements themselves were orchestrated to attack them. The sea roared and raged, unleashing its fury upon them. Brothers, let us embrace this grand spectacle. Yang Qing rose, a fearless smile upon his face as the onslaught approached with overwhelming might. The entire crew, momentarily stunned, erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, such a scene is a once-in-a-century sight. When I return home, I shall boast of it. Ah, to stand against the sea is the mark of a true man. Dillons, Trist, and Glades joined in the laughter. Even Roe appeared relaxed. The 2 women, witnessing the awe-inspiring scene, felt little fear, for they had a captain who feared neither heaven nor earth, and his unwavering demeanor quickly inspired them. at the rear of the ship, Asuna's crew, observing the tumultuous scene ahead, and then glancing at their own tranquil surroundings bathed in sunlight, were left dumbfounded. What is happening? Just a short distance away. Yet the atmosphere is worlds apart. They were once again engaged in battle. Asuna understood, gazing quietly into the distance, knowing this time it was on the sea. Yang Qing made his move. With a fierce glare, an aura of royal dominance emanated from him, instilling a momentary calm in the tumultuous sea. The azure barrier rapidly expanded at a visible pace, enveloping a radius of 1,000 meters within mere seconds. In the face of the terrifying celestial phenomena, Yang Qing extended his right hand. Here, I am divine. In the next moment, he unveiled his formidable abilities. Within the 1,000-meter radius, the howling winds, roaring rain, thundering lightning, and powerful cannonballs all momentarily paused. On the naval vessel, Dorag's expression grew serious, his fist clenched slightly. It was as if an invisible hand materialized from the void, wielding extraordinary magic capable of smoothing out all disturbances. This unseen hand gently swept across the sky, dissipating the raging winds, rendering the flashes of lightning non-existent, and causing the torrential rain to vanish before it could hit the ground. Each cannonball glittered with radiant light before bursting in the sky, resembling beautiful fireworks. After 10 seconds, the sky over this maritime expanse returned to normal, and the undulating waves calmed. The crew on the Death God stared in astonishment at this spectacle, their gazes drawn to the figure ahead, who appeared to be panting. At this moment, Yang Qing's complexion was somewhat pale, his breathing heavy, yet his eyes shone brightly. He had demonstrated that the power of this fruit was comparable to that of the natural elements, perhaps even surpassing it. At this juncture, having only developed the fruit to its second stage, he exhibited such strength. What might happen if he advanced further? What would the legendary awakening entail? His physical stamina, however, remained insufficient. Yang Qing narrowed his eyes, confronting his own shortcomings. The elemental aspects of his body could not be neglected. He had to train step by step. Relying solely on the northern underworld divine skill for rapid growth was elusive. Yet, the adversaries across the seas were far too weak, rendering them nearly inconsequential to him. He would have to devise new strategies once he entered the Grand Line. Dylan's, move forward, Yang Qing commanded, shifting his gaze to the naval vessels behind him, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint. You shall taste my methods. With a pop, the azure barrier enveloped the area once more, causing the sea to stir as blue dragons materialized behind the Death God, leaving the crew wide-eyed. Wow, this is the boss's power. It's incredible. The sea boast of his majesty, truly remarkable. What a formidable man. Gladys, Trister, and Luo were all astonished, while Dylan's wore a smile, quietly observing. He was well aware that this was Yang Qing's new ability, a fearsome force indeed. The naval personnel on the ship stirred uneasily, their faces etched with fear as they beheld the roaring dragons approaching them. Dorag squinted, realizing that he was utterly powerless against his opponent. All his tactics had been effortlessly countered. The young man's abilities were astonishingly peculiar, as if he could control everything he touched, including the air itself. Truly unbelievable. The invisible winds surged once more, blowing towards the advancing dragons. 5 seconds later, torrents of seawater splashed onto the naval personnel's faces, leaving them bewildered and fearful. Hey, first mate, can you send my cards over to their ships? Trister suddenly exclaimed, a smile gracing his face. Of course, what do you intend to do? Dylan's inquired, puzzled, as he appeared beside Trister. Here, place these 3 cards on their vessels. Trister replied, beaming. The weather is fine. It's a perfect time for gambling. I wish to engage them in a grand wager. Dylan's looked amused but said nothing, accepting the 3 cards, which vanished in a flash of light. Simultaneously, 3 cards materialized on the decks of the naval ships. The goddess of fate smiles. Victory means life, defeat means death. Let fate decide our fates. Trister conjured another card. Beneath his feet a scarlet realm of overlapping cards emerged, which also appeared on the distant naval vessels, as if layers of cards unfolded into a circular formation. What is this? Cards? One naval officer questioned, perplexed. Upon seeing the cards, Dorag's eyes narrowed, his expression shifting dramatically as he shouted, be careful. On the Death God. Trister revealed his card, a radiant smile illuminating his face. It seems I have one. Boom. The 3 naval vessels erupted in continuous explosions as the seemingly simple cards unleashed terrifying power, causing the ships to sink into the sea. Damn it. Dorag's face darkened as he watched the Death God vanish into the horizon. He had underestimated that individual strength, his uncanny abilities were godlike, capable of mastering everything. Moreover, the crew aboard that pirate ship was also endowed with formidable power. This was indeed a perilous pirate vessel, a realization that struck Dorag deeply. Haha, Trister. Your ability can even gamble with non-living things? Dylan's exclaimed, initially taken aback before bursting into laughter. Theoretically, I can gamble on anything, including various actions and changes, Trister replied. Somewhat modestly, though the pride in his eyes was unmistakable. Haha, splendid. How delightful. Dylan suddenly produced a bunch of grapes from behind and tossed them to Trister. Come, turn them into gold. Trister's expression darkened, and the others aboard the Death God erupted into hearty laughter. Yang Qing sat at the bow of the ship, wearing a serene smile, her pallor gradually fading with the passage of time. The Death Reaper sailed through the East China Sea, having completely evaded the vessels of the Dorag fleet. As evening approached, Trist's brows suddenly lifted, and he shouted toward the top of the mast, "Captain, we are being pursued by another ship." Yang Qing's eyes flashed as he turned his head, and then he froze in astonishment. Through the vast distance, he discerned the figure of a woman standing on the wooden vessel. Could it be her? "Trist, reduce speed and allow them to approach," Yang Qing commanded. Understood. Trist winked at the nearby Dylan, and the two shared a low, mischievous chuckle, their expressions as lewd as they could muster. Luo, standing at the bow of the ship, then asked in a dazed manner, "Captain, is she your girlfriend?" Yang Qing's face bore a cross as he murmured, "The children of today are truly unlovable." The wooden boat gradually approached the Death's Embrace, where Asuna, adorned in a flowing pink silk gown and wearing a gentle smile, exuded a serene elegance. She gracefully traversed the plank connecting the two vessels and stepped aboard the Death's Embrace. Observing from the opposite boat, the sailors gazed at the crew of the pirate ship, their faces etched with fear. "What brings you here?" Yang Qing tilted his head, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "Do you not wish for my presence?" Asuna playfully retorted with a grin. Scratching his nose, Yang Qing remained silent and instead called towards the kitchen, "Chef, prepare a splendid feast. We shall host a banquet." "A banquet." "Understood, Captain." Gladys responded loudly, and soon the rhythmic sound of chopping echoed from the kitchen. Then, Yang Qing cast a disdainful glance at the mischievous Dylan and Trist, saying, "You two, get lost and stand far away." He added, "And you, Luo, join them." Faced with Luo, who had been wearing a gloomy smile since the beginning, Yang Qing's expression soured. Asuna stifled a laugh, amused by Yang Qing's predicament. "Well then, our esteemed captain, is this your girlfriend?" Moria asked nonchalantly, her words laced with playful mockery. Yang Qing's expression twitched as he prepared to speak, only to be interrupted by Asuna's melodious voice. Indeed, he was momentarily taken aback, gazing intently at her flawless profile. Without a hint of shyness, Asuna took Yang Qing's hand, causing him to tense up before he finally relaxed. "Oh, Captain, feeling bashful?" Dylan's teased, while Trist blew on a horn, producing a comical tooting sound, his face adorned with a mischievous grin. Ro and Glade silently applauded. "You two get lost," Yang Qing exclaimed, kicking the duo aside. Then, he boldly confessed, "Indeed, we fell for each other at first sight. She is my girlfriend, and I am her boyfriend." Uffed. Robin burst into laughter, and Morlia could barely contain herself, clearly amused by their captain's flustered state. Asuna smiled, pleasantly surprised to see this side of Yang Qing. It was quite entertaining. The celebration soon commenced, not only to honor the union of Yang Qing and Asuna, but also to commemorate their recent victory in battle. Following this, the Death God set sail once more, heading toward a certain location in the East Sea. "Captain, where are we headed this time?" Trist inquired. "To find the buggy pirates and welcome our new crew members." Yang Qing replied with a smile, though his expression turned peculiar. "Buggy?" Trist asked calmly, without pressing further. "At least give me a specific location." "Orange Town," Trist declared, setting off from there. He employed the simplest method, using cards to determine their destination's direction, straightforward and rarely erroneous. A week later, the Death God was nearing Orange Town in the East Sea. In the original story, Buggy's pirate crew was based here. Yang Qing was uncertain whether they still lingered in this time period. He was merely gambling on fate. His feelings toward Buggy, a friend of Shanks in the original tale, were complex. He felt both love and resentment, angered by Buggy's lack of ambition, yet pitying his misfortune. While others had ascended to the heights of the New World as one of the four emperors, Buggy remained a mere local lord, a source of great embarrassment. "Asuna, I won't be in the East Sea for long," Yang Qing said, gazing at the approaching Orange Town with a somber expression. "I know. Men of the sea seldom linger in one place for too long," Asuna replied with a smile. Yang Qing hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, feeling a sense of indebtedness to Asuna. "Can you wait for me a while? Once I establish myself in this world, I will come for you, and then however." He was abruptly silenced by Asuna. "I will wait for you." Yang Qing was momentarily taken aback, then he tightly embraced Asuna in his arms. The Death God pirate crew gradually approached Orange Town, and from the coastline, the crew members could see the circus troupe being constructed within the town. Additionally, there was a rather peculiar ship resembling an elephant-esque trunk. It was quite an eyesore. The Death God slowly docked, and under Yang Qing's leadership, the entire crew began to disembark. "Come on, all crew members of the Death God. Let us welcome our new crew members." "All right." The crew raised their right hands, beaming with joy as they stepped off the ship. Asuna looked at these individuals with curiosity, a smile adorned her face. During her time aboard the Death God, the crew had left a profound impression on her. These young individuals seemed to harbor unique thoughts within their hearts. As 8 of them set foot in Orange Town, the townsfolk were momentarily stunned. Upon seeing the pirate flag of the Death God fluttering in the wind, their expressions turned grave. "Another batch of pirates. My goodness. Why are pirates so fond of our town? Oh heavens, please make them go away." The townspeople lamented, tears in their eyes, as they watched Yang Qing and his crew approach, their faces filled with terror as they retreated. "Boss, it seems our new crew members are not very well received," Dylan's remarked with a chuckle. Well, we'll have to train them well once we're aboard, Yang Qing replied casually with a smile. The atmosphere on the ship was relaxed. They had no need to be tense in this small town. Where's Buggy? Glades inquired, stopping a villager and asking with a friendly smile. The villager, however, appeared terrified and pointed towards the circus location. Glades nodded, understanding, while Luo remained silent by his side. Then, I'll leave this to, After pondering for a moment, Yang Qing pointed at Glades and Trist, saying, you two will handle it. As for you, Luo, just follow them and observe. Luo was taken aback but nodded. Trist scratched his head and muttered, what a hassle. The three then departed. And Yang Qing turned to the remaining crew with a smile. As for us, let us enjoy some free time. With new crew members arriving, we shall soon set sail again. Can we stay in the East Blue for a year? Asuna suddenly asked, holding Yang Qing's hand. He was taken aback, contemplated for a moment, and then nodded. Yes, I have matters to attend to in the East Blue as well. A beautiful smile graced Asuna's face as she tightened her grip on Yang Qing's hand. His expression turned serious. He resolved never to disappoint this girl throughout his life. Hand in hand, they strolled through Orangetown, meandering towards the coast, where they sat on the sandy beach, leaning against each other, gazing at the undulating sea. Quietly savoring this tranquil happiness, seagulls cried out, soaring above the ocean, their sounds gentle and soothing. Before them, a breathtaking sunset over the sea gradually took shape. Slowly, as the sun dipped lower in the sky, their shadows melded into one. Meanwhile, Glades and the others arrived at the entrance of the circus, and upon seeing the interior, their expressions turned strange. Is the captain really sending us to capture this guy? Trist exclaimed incredulously, unable to believe his eyes. The red-nosed clown inside bore no resemblance to a pirate. They had confirmed that the short clown with the red nose was indeed named Buggy. Such an obvious trait could not be mistaken, but this individual bore no semblance of a pirate. He seemed more like a circus performer. Even those around him were dressed flamboyantly, not at all like pirates. Is the captain really interested in such a person? Since the captain has spoken, we shall comply. Glades replied, his lips twitching, while Luo remained silent, wielding his katana. Well then, let us proceed, Trist declared, feeling confident as the individuals inside appeared devoid of any strength. Indeed, this was the case. After Trist boldly stepped forward and casually tossed a card, all of Buggy's companions collapsed instantly. This bizarre scene shocked Buggy. Who are you? Our captain has sent us to bring you back. Glades approached, unconsciously employing his devil fruit ability. As he moved closer, Buggy's expression grew more and more distressed, as if he were suffocating. Why do I feel like he's about to die? Take it easy, Trist expressed his concern. I'm merely extracting the air around his head. Don't worry, once he faints, I'll stop. Buggy could barely hear the muffled words. And before he could utter another sound, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. The so-called Captain Buggy, in the face of Trist and Glades' abilities, could not even muster a defense. This scene caused Luo to frown slightly. Can the captain truly find value in such a person? P.S. Simply pathetic. I expected a fierce battle, Trist remarked, shaking his head in disbelief, and Glades nodded in agreement. Shortly after, Trist stepped forward and hoisted Buggy up, dragging him like a lifeless dog towards the Death God pirate crew. When the group reconvened at a restaurant in Orangetown, Dylans and the others were somewhat surprised. That was quick. This guy is so weak, Trist scoffed, tossing Buggy onto the ground. Oh, let us wait until the captain returns, Dylans replied nonchalantly. Afterward, everyone gathered and engaged in their own activities. When Yang Qing returned, it was nearly evening. Upon seeing him holding Asuna's hand, the crew couldn't help but burst into laughter, whistling playfully. Look, our little couple from the Death God has returned. Successful honeymoon, huh? Captain, we're so grateful you remembered us. Oh ho ho. When will we have a little captain of our own? Yang Qing's expression was somewhat grim, and he bellowed, get out of my sight. Asuna stood nearby, stifling a laugh. At that moment, an untimely voice pierced the air. Who are you? Release me at once. I am the illustrious Captain Buggy. Without a moment's hesitation, Dylans delivered a resounding slap to Buggy, leaving the latter utterly dazed. When it came to newcomers, Dylans always took the lead in asserting dominance. Why you dare strike me? Another slap followed, causing Buggy's right cheek to swell dramatically. Ah, I shall have my revenge. You dare hit me, I am a member of the Pirate King's crew. Buggy was infuriated. He had just landed on this island yesterday and commanded his crew to establish his territory. Yet, before his domain could even take shape, two inexplicable individuals had rendered him unconscious. Upon awakening, he found himself bound, utterly bewildered by the ordeal. The mention of the Pirate King silenced the crowd, their gazes towards Buggy shifting with intrigue. Are you frightened? Release me, Buggy declared triumphantly, but his expression quickly soured as Dylans' hand came crashing down once more. This time, Buggy fell completely silent. Yang Qing cast a fleeting glance at Buggy, remaining silent. With a smile, he settled into his seat, lifted a cup from the table, took a hearty drink, exhaled contentedly, wiped his mouth, and then spoke. So, this fellow hasn't caused you any trouble, has he? He's quite weak. Glide scoffed, while Buggy flinched but dared not voice a response. He realized that this group was decidedly not of the virtuous kind. Who slaps someone upon first meeting? Especially that one with the smug grin? He had etched that face into his memory. Huh. That's good to hear, Yang Qing chuckled, nodding. From now on, aboard the ship. You all must train him well. At the very least, he shouldn't be too incompetent. Does he even possess any potential? Dillon's queried, peering at Bucky with a peculiar expression. The lad seemed devoid of ambition. Aside from some physical prowess, his willpower, courage, and ambition were all mediocre. Such a person would struggle to ascend as a formidable force. There's no need for concern, just beat him up, Yang Qing responded casually, eliciting smiles from the crew of the Death God's pirate ship, while Bucky's countenance darkened considerably. Hey, what do you mean by that? Bucky finally erupted, his voice raised in indignation at being unjustly captured. In simple terms, Dillon's bent down, speaking earnestly. Our captain has taken a liking to you. From now on, you're one of us. Understand? With a swift motion, he severed the ropes binding Bucky, leaving him momentarily stunned. When did I agree to this? Bucky bellowed in fury. The crew of the Death God pirate ship burst into uproarious laughter, leaving Bucky utterly bewildered. Dillon's laughed until tears streamed down his face, pointing at Yang Qing and exclaiming, does anyone need to agree to join the crew recruited by this guy? Aha. You're killing me. Turning to Yang Qing, Bucky, with a visibly distressed expression, asked, who exactly are you? The god of death, Lucifer, Yang Qing declared. Bucky froze momentarily. Then his face contorted in terror as he stumbled back 5 steps, collapsing onto the ground. You're the notorious pirate Lucifer with a bounty of 100 million. 100 million. Bucky understood all too well what that signified in this East Blue, a profound sense of dread, a pinnacle pirate. Such individuals were the true titans of piracy, far surpassing his own stature. Hop ha hop, Captain, you've scared him into submission. Dillon's cackled heartily. That night, the crew of the Death God pirate ship celebrated boisterously, singing songs filled with joy. Meanwhile, Bucky wore a grim expression, his hands trembling uncontrollably under the weight of the pirate's pressure, fear overwhelming him. He attempted to flee, but each time he barely managed to run 10 meters. He inexplicably felt suffocated, as if deprived of air, fainting in the process. Upon regaining consciousness, he was met with Dillon's slap. After lingering in Orangetown for about a week, the Death God ship gradually set sail, heading towards other destinations, aimlessly drifting in the East Blue. During this time, Yang Qing anchored the ship repeatedly at the islands traversed in the original narrative, taking time to rest at each stop. It seemed the Navy had received orders from higher-ups. Upon spotting the pirate ship from a distance, they not only refrained from firing but also chose to steer clear. This allowed the Death God ship to sail smoothly without significant turbulence. Thus, a year passed swiftly. One day prior, Carp arrived in Roguetown, taking Ace away towards Windmill Town. Upon returning to Windmill Town, he was infuriated to discover that red-haired Shanks had made his presence felt there, inspiring Luffy to dream of becoming the Pirate King. This only fueled Carp's determination to mold the two into formidable naval officers. You two are destined to become the greatest of the Navy. Abandon your foolish aspirations of piracy. Carp bellowed in anger, delivering a punch to each of them, causing them to cry out in pain. Subsequently, he tossed them to Dayton and departed once more. Around this same period, Yang Qing's Death God ship began to make its way towards Windmill Town. He sought Ace, although he was unaware of the latter's exact age. Nevertheless, he had reserved a place for Ace in his heart. Above the East Blue, a dragon-headed vessel glided steadily, its course aligned with that of the Death God ship. This indicated that, as both ships continued their journeys, a fateful encounter was inevitable. On the dragon-headed ship stood a red-haired man at the bow, one hand resting on the hilt of his saber, while the other arm hung limply by his side. Behind him, a golden-haired man with a long nose bore a smile, while another, stoutly built, devoured a piece of chicken. Captain, do you think that brat Luffy will become a pirate? After all, his grandfather is a Navy officer. The first mate, Ben Beckman, inquired with a chuckle. Absolutely, Shanks replied with unwavering confidence. Shall we place a bet? Beckman challenged, a playful defiance glinting in his eyes. Come on. This time, I will surely win, Shanks exclaimed, his gaze sharp. Luffy, you won't let me down. About 3 days later, a shadow appeared ahead of the Death God ship. Trist, acting as the navigator, peered through a telescope at the distance. Upon spotting the pirate flag fluttering in the wind, his expression shifted slightly. Captain, I've spotted a pirate crew. Oh? Yang Qing opened his eyes, focusing on the distant target. What does the pirate flag look like? As Trist continued to observe, he slowly relayed, there's a skull with 3 long scars on its left eye. Behind the skull, are 2 cross swords? What kind of pirate flag is this? I've never seen it before. You fool, of course you haven't. This belongs to someone from the New World. Dillon's expression changed drastically as he climbed to the top of the mast, gazing into the distance. His keen eyesight quickly discerned the pirate flag on the approaching ship. And he exclaimed, indeed, it's them. Captain, it's the red-haired crew. A smile appeared on Yang Qing's face as he slowly rose to his feet. Ha ha, is that so? I never would have imagined that in the vast East Sea, I would encounter one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks. Yang Qing exclaimed loudly. Captain, Bucky immediately rushed over, his expression one of eager servility. During this period, he had endured relentless torment, as the crew aboard the pirate ship were all stronger than he, compelling him to train day in and day out, leaving him with no means of resistance. Strangely enough, after this time, he found himself devoid of any rebellious thoughts. Come and see your old friend. He has now become quite a significant figure. Yang Qing's lips curved into a smile as he remarked. Huh? Baji was momentarily stunned, then blankly gazed in the direction Yang Qing indicated. In the next moment, his expression underwent a complete transformation. Shanks, the red-haired pirate. Haha, indeed, it is him. Yang Qing laughed heartily, but his gaze deepened with contemplation. He never expected to encounter one of the 4 emperors reigning over the seas. The formidable red-haired Shanks here. What a stroke of luck. As he observed the ship with the crimson dragon head drawing ever closer, Yang Qing raised his hand. Brothers, come join me in welcoming the legendary 4 emperor, the red-haired pirates. Ha ha ha. That red-haired captain. Dylans remarked, chewing on his words. It is indeed a tremendous honor to witness the legendary red-haired here. A series of cards appeared in Treaster's hands, his eyes sharpening with intensity. Red-haired. A trace of solemnity crossed Luo's face. The crew members of the Grim Reaper pirates wore expressions of varying degrees of astonishment. Confronting one of the 4 emperors reigning supreme in the New World, no one could afford to treat this lightly. In the distance, on the approaching red-haired ship, Beckman pointed at the Grim Reaper and remarked with a hint of amusement, Captain, look at that ship. It seems to be waiting specifically for us. Oh, how intriguing. Shanks replied, his eyes glimmering as he turned to the Grim Reaper. As the sea breeze picked up, both pirate crews became alert. Encounters between pirates are rarely peaceful, unless there exists a prior bond between them. Otherwise, the meeting may either pass with a cold indifference or erupt into war over significant interests. On the vast ocean, danger and opportunity coexist. The life of a pirate is fraught with peril. Some regard it as a thrilling adventure, while others perceive it as a terrifying menace. Gradually, the 2 ships closed the distance to less than 10 meters. Allowing for a clear view of the crew members on each vessel, their expressions and the stains on their garments were evident. The 2 ships engaged in a silent exchange, each party deliberately suppressing their emotions while scrutinizing every detail of the other. This pirate ship is no ordinary vessel. At first glance, Shanks narrowed his eyes. He distinctly noted that the expressions on the faces of the crew aboard the opposing ship were not those typical of average pirates. Instead of the usual awe, fear, or confusion, they bore an unmistakable air of confidence, excitement, and even eagerness to engage. How intriguing. They seem to wish to challenge us. Beckman chuckled softly. This is the Grim Reaper pirates, the legendary specters of the seas, long roaming the waters. Much like us, they too have explored the 4 seas. Shanks squinted, a smile breaking on his face. A bold captain, a formidable crew. He noticed a young man casually seated at the bow, cradling a long western sword, wearing an unguarded smile as he openly assessed them. The other crew members on the pirate ship wore expressions ranging from impassive to cheerful, devoid of fear. I never imagined I would encounter one of the 4 emperors. Shanks here. Just as the 2 ships aligned parallel to one another, Yang Qing's voice suddenly rang out, however. It seems you've lost an arm. Shanks raised an eyebrow, and behind him, Beckman had his pistol drawn. A sop, along with the others, instantly changed their expressions. Their weapons trained on Yang Qing. Simultaneously, the crew members of the Grim Reaper pirates also adopted serious expressions. Dalin's dagger was swiftly unsheathed, appearing inches from Beckman's neck. Treaster's cards were tossed onto Shanks' deck. Glades clenched his fists, and the air in front of him trembled, beginning to ripple. While Luo's right hand rested on the blade at his waist, the atmosphere became charged with tension, as if war was on the verge of igniting. Yet, only Yang Qing and Shanks appeared nonchalant, seemingly oblivious to the strange tension, maintaining their indifferent smiles as they locked eyes. Shanks. At that moment, an unexpected voice broke through. Shanks paused, recognizing the voice as familiar. Upon seeing the red-nosed figure on the opposing ship, disbelief washed over his face. Baji? How on earth did you end up here? The 2 exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at each other. With a graceful wave of his hand, Yang Qing signaled the entire Death's Head pirates to cease their actions. The dagger that had been poised at Beckman's throat vanished, and the cards scattered across the deck similarly disappeared, allowing smiles to return to their faces. At the same moment, Shanks slapped his forehead and exclaimed to his crew. Haha, we must not allow the younger generation to underestimate us. The red-haired pirates sheathed their weapons, yet their gazes were filled with admiration for their opponents. In this world, few dared to draw their blades against them. Regardless of their strength, the sheer audacity and fearless spirit displayed by this group had already distinguished them. The 2 ships came to a halt, and a plank was laid between them. With beaming smiles, Shanks and his crew stepped onto the plank and approached the Death's Head. So, are you welcoming me? Shanks inquired playfully, scratching his head as he reached the center. Ha ha ha, of course, we welcome you. Glades, prepare the food and drink. It's time for a feast. Yang Qing laughed heartily, calling out to Glades. Right away, Captain. Glades responded as he dashed into the kitchen. As Shanks set foot on the deck of the Death's Head, Buggy could not contain himself any longer and shouted, You, how did you end up here? And what happened to your arm? Yang's eyes flickered, and she realized that this severed arm must have been sacrificed for Luffy. Such strength, yet you lost an arm? Buggy exclaimed incredulously. How terrifying must your opponent be? Shanks waved his hand dismissively, smiling, I merely cast it into the future of the new era. Buggy, eager to speak. Suddenly recalled something and lunged at Shanks, grasping his neck with both hands. You scoundrel! Return my treasure map. Return my treasure. I will kill you. Shanks laughed heartily. Haha, Buggy, you haven't forgotten. You're too stingy. Their playful banter filled the ship with a lively atmosphere. Do you really know Red-haired Shanks? Dylance asked incredulously. Beckman glanced at Dylance, chuckling as he explained. Shanks and Buggy were both interns on Pirate King Roger's ship. I can't believe Buggy was telling the truth. I thought he was bragging, Gladys remarked, serving the meal, but why is he so incompetent? Initially, Buggy wore a proud expression, but soon his face turned grim as he gritted his teeth. Just wait. I will become stronger and defeat all of you. Oh, our Captain Buggy is going to defeat us. Laughter erupted on the Death God pirate ship. As the banquet commenced, the crew from both pirate ships gathered, all cheerful souls, filling the air with songs and laughter. The crew on Shanks' ship was carefree and indulgent, while the young members of the Death God pirate ship were equally spirited. Trist's cards elevated the atmosphere, and Law spoke gravely to Shanks. If your arm can still be found, I can help reattach it. What? Beckman exclaimed, rising in shock. Disregarding his drink. The other crew members stood with faces full of disbelief. Is that true? Shanks' eyes gleamed, without hesitation. He raised a large cup of wine from the deck and took a hearty swig, exhaling deeply. What a fine wine. Of course. Nothing compares to the liquor of my homeland, right? Yang also took a large gulp, explaining, this is wine from the North Sea. How thoughtful. Shanks replied earnestly. Of course it's true, Law scoffed, biting into a chicken leg. Law is the most skilled surgeon on our ship. Reattaching an arm is a trivial matter. Dylance, slightly tipsy, approached Law, praising him, but was promptly pushed aside by Law. Hurry, Yassop! Beckman shouted excitedly. Yassop quickly returned to the ship, bringing with him a tattered arm. Little doctor, can this work? Beckman asked nervously. At this moment, Shanks' severed arm showed signs of decay and had deep tooth marks. It was a ghastly sight. My arm. How do you have it? Shanks was astonished, recalling that it had been devoured by a sea king. No need for unnecessary talk. We can handle a sea king. And we retrieved your arm to reattach it. But unfortunately, Beckman said helplessly, reattaching an arm is no simple feat. And the ship's doctor on the red-haired pirates was not enough to accomplish it. However, to their surprise, they found hope when they least expected it. Law frowned at the mangled arm. We can reattach it, but restoring its vitality will be somewhat complicated. I can handle the vitality part, Mariah said, adjusting her glasses softly. Then the rest no problem? Law nodded and turned to Shanks. So, do you want your arm back? Just as Shanks was about to shake his head in refusal, Yang suddenly stated seriously, Law, there's no need to ask. Proceed. Understood, Law replied simply. Then he gestured with his fingers. A bubble of this left him somewhat astonished. Taken aback by the prowess of the latter. You shall know in due time, Yang Qing chuckled softly. Tomorrow, we embark on our journey to the New World. Shanks sighed. Then fixed his gaze upon Yang Qing, saying, we shall await your arrival in the New World. When you come, I will treat you to a drink, a fine drink. The finest liquor is from 1's homeland. Yang Qing responded with a smile. And where might your homeland be? Mary Geos. Shanks narrowed his eyes slightly, then remarked with a grin, the liquor from there is rather difficult to procure. Indeed, Yang Qing acknowledged, it is quite a challenge you have presented me. Yang Qing smiled lightly and said, therefore, I shall first venture there to ascertain whether the wine of this holy land is easily obtainable. Shanks narrowed his eyes and replied, what audacity! Only those with lethal intent would dare such a thing. I shall await you in the New World, and I trust you shall not disappoint me. Yang Qing nodded affirmatively. Subsequently, a silence enveloped the two, until after a brief pause, Shanks suddenly recalled Buggy and remarked, Buggy, I leave his care to you. He shall not remain weak for long. His reputation will soon echo far and wide. Yang Qing chuckled. A crew member of the Pirate King cannot be a mere puddle of mud. Indeed, Shanks replied, taken aback with gratitude. Afterward, Shanks departed, and shortly thereafter, Asuna approached Yang Qing. This captain is quite an admirable individual. I never imagined his renown to be so vast, she remarked curiously. True heroes and great men perceive neither high nor low, rich nor poor, for in their eyes, all are equal. Weakness and strength are fleeting. Everyone has their moments of frailty and their opportunities for greatness. Do nobility and lineage truly matter? Yang Qing smiled, his eyes shimmering. Nobles are quite different, Asuna teased. Thus, they are nobles and not heroes, Yang Qing responded. In truth, I rather admire the anti-heroes, Asuna remarked whimsically. Ha ha ha, splendid. Yang Qing laughed heartily. Heroes may perish. Only the dead can be deemed heroes, yet I shall not die. Asuna beamed with laughter as Yang Qing embraced her, and she quietly nestled against his chest, listening to the rhythmic beating of his heart. On the following day, the red-haired pirates set sail, bidding farewell to Yang Qing and his crew. Such is the nature of men of the sea. Their camaraderie is sincere when together, yet they depart with an air of nonchalance. The ship, the Grim Reaper, continued its journey toward Windmill Town. With Trist guiding them by the heavens, they required no charts. Knowing the names of places sufficed. The miraculous powers of the devil fruit were profoundly illustrated at that moment. After approximately a week of sailing, the Grim Reaper approached Windmill Town. At this juncture, Triss stood atop the mast, shouting, "Captain, trouble approaches. There are Navy ships." "Hmm?" Yangqing squinted, directing his gaze toward the location Triss indicated. A Navy warship was swiftly navigating the waters, approximately 3 miles from the Grim Reaper, though the vessel was not heavily manned and appeared modest in size. As Yangqing discerned the figure standing at the bow, his pupils narrowed. Soon, the two ships drew close. When the warship was merely 10 meters from the Grim Reaper, Yangqing abruptly stood and deeply bowed, offering a salute to the naval vessel. "Captain." The crew of the Grim Reaper was taken aback. The burly middle-aged man, eyes closed, seemed to sense the gesture. Upon opening his eyes, he first beheld Yangqing's bowed figure, his expression shifting from surprise to realization. "Ah, it's you, Lucifer. What is the meaning of this?" "I express my gratitude for your life-saving grace, Vice Admiral Karp," Yangqing said solemnly. A man of honor traverses the seas with clear distinctions between enmity and gratitude. One must repay kindness and avenge grievances to not squander their existence in this world. He was not a foolhardy do-gooder, yet his underlying principles rendered him a man of unwavering integrity. "Huh, no need for such formality. You truly are overly courteous," Karp chuckled, shaking his head, then inquired, "Where are you headed?" "To Windmill Town, to meet Ace," Yangqing replied without reservation. "What?" Karp exclaimed, his voice rising. "I must inform you, Lucifer, Ace is destined to become a Navy officer, the greatest of them all. Do not meddle, or I shall have words with you." "You have no authority over Ace," Yangqing smiled, "for the blood that flows through him is not destined for naval service." Karp's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Yangqing. At that moment, the two ships passed each other, swiftly separating. Karp's voice echoed clearly from the warship. "Ace must never become a pirate." "Captain, was that Vice Admiral Karp, the hero?" Dylan exclaimed in shock, while the others stared at Yangqing in disbelief. "Indeed. He once saved both my life and Dylan's," Yangqing remarked, casting a glance at Dylan, who responded with a vigorous shake of his head. "I was unconscious. I know nothing." Meanwhile, on Karp's ship, he turned to watch the Grim Reaper grow ever more distant, shaking his head with a wry smile. The youth of today truly are something. He took a hearty bite of a donut, mumbling through a mouthful, "Damn it. Vice Admiral, shall we not pursue them?" "They are the infamous Grim Reaper pirates," a tall lieutenant suggested softly. "Pursue what? Did you not see how he honored me?" Karp retorted dismissively, then turned and entered his quarters. The lieutenant could only smile wryly, fully aware of Karp's temperament, and chose not to speak further. Knowing the old man acted solely on whim, beyond even Sengoku's influence, the Grim Reaper continued its voyage, drawing nearer to Windmill Town after half a day's travel. As the townsfolk spotted the approaching pirates, they exhibited no fear this time. Instead, they merely rolled their eyes and returned to their own affairs. The crew of the Grim Reaper exchanged surprised glances at this unexpected reaction. "Let us find a tavern to rest. I hear there are mountain bandits about." "So do tread cautiously," Yangqing suggested, clapping his hands as he disembarked the Grim Reaper, followed by his crew, who chatted merrily without heed. "Mountain bandits? What are those?" Upon disembarking, the crew dispersed, while Yangqing and Asuna made their way into the town. He stopped a villager to inquire about Dayton's whereabouts, and then guided Asuna up the mountain. "Are we seeking this Dayton person?" Asuna queried. "Indeed, my objective lies there." "But the villager just said that individual is a nefarious bandit," Asuna remarked, puzzled. "Good and evil are relative. He may indeed be wicked, yet goodness still resides within him." Yangqing explained with a smile, "Moreover, we are not seeking him. We merely wish to find someone who is with him." Asuna nodded, refraining from further questions. The two ascended the mountain path, Dayton's lair situated in a remote area, separate from the townsfolk. After approximately half an hour of walking, Yangqing and Asuna arrived at an empty courtyard. From a distance, it appeared tranquil, seemingly devoid of inhabitants. As they approached, they exchanged glances and discovered a stout, fierce-looking woman standing before them. "Who are you two?" Dayton demanded aggressively upon sighting them. "I have come to see Ace," Yangqing replied with a smile. "He is not here. Leave at once, or I shall slay you," Dayton retorted brusquely. Yangqing was taken aback, then helplessly shook his head. This fellow is truly despicable. Cap had once labeled the Dayton family as ruthless mountain bandits, and the atrocities they committed were irreparable. However, having read the original text, Yangqing understood that beneath the surface of this ferocious bandit lay a kind-hearted side. Grasping Asuna's hand, Yangqing departed from the area, venturing deeper into the mountains. With Ace absent, he presumed that he must be somewhere within. The wilderness was teeming with beasts, and from his prior knowledge of the original story, he knew that sometimes Ace would forage for food by himself. "Where are we going?" Asuna asked, gazing at the tranquil and profound forest, a hint of fear evident in her eyes. "I'm not certain. Perhaps fortune will favor us, and we might locate my target." Yangqing replied with a shrug and a smile. In the next moment, he was met with a sharp pinch from Asuna's delicate fingers. After grimacing in pain for a while, he regained his composure. After wandering through the jungle for an hour, they finally discerned faint human voices. Indeed, the jungle was populated with an abundance of animals. As they ventured deeper, they encountered one at nearly every turn, each more ferocious than the last. "It seems we have found them," Yangqing remarked, raising an eyebrow as he heard the commotion of voices, although it appeared they were in trouble. Asuna expressed curiosity. Having caught a glimpse of a child's anguished cries, her heart filled with trepidation. Yet, upon hearing the voice of the person beside her, she relaxed. Let us go take a look. Meanwhile, at the source of the commotion, tell me quickly, where did that brat hide the money he stole from me? Borshimi demanded fiercely, his head nearly exploding with anger. The hard-earned money he had saved was embarrassingly pilfered by a few little rascals. On the ground, Luffy was in agony. Yet he resolutely shook his head in defiance at the question. Speak up. If you don't, I'll make you pay. Borshimi kicked Luffy a few times with considerable force, which drew wicked smiles from his subordinates, causing pain to flash across Luffy's face. Yet he continued to shout. I want you to say a word, even if you kill me. Suddenly, from the nearby bushes, hurried footsteps could be heard. Borshimi looked up, his eyes lighting up with recognition. That's the kid who stole my treasure. His subordinates followed his gaze, and soon the figures of Ace and Sabo came into view, eliciting sinister grins as they slowly approached. Upon seeing the pirates, the two felt a twinge of anxiety but showed no fear. After a quick glance at Luffy on the ground, Ace shouted, Save Luffy. Just as they were about to spring into action, the pirates abruptly halted. Their eyes glazed over as they stared blankly behind Ace and Sabo. What is wrong with them? Sabo wondered, looking back, only to have his pupils constrict in shock as his heart skipped a beat upon seeing a man casually advancing towards them, a nonchalant smile gracing his face. His pace was unhurried, his demeanor not menacing, but rather strikingly handsome, yet an overwhelming aura of dominance emanated from him. As he stepped forward, that aura intensified to a terrifying degree. Ace also froze, astonished by the man's presence. As he advanced, Ace noticed that even the flora beneath them seemed to bow in submission, and deep grooves marked the trees above as if everything in this place was about to be distorted. No one understood what was transpiring at that moment. Everyone present was astonished to find themselves unable to move, helplessly watching the man approach, a heavy pressure weighing down on their minds, causing beads of sweat to form on their brows. This pressure felt like the instinctive fear lower beings experienced in the presence of a superior entity. Though they had wronged by stealing treasure as pirates, their hearts should not be as narrow as the sea is vast. Truly, you are the refuse among pirates. The man said, smiling as he drew nearer. Borshimi's expression changed dramatically. Enraged, he bellowed, You little brat, what did you just say? But before he could finish, Yangqing's eyes narrowed slightly, and a powerful will surged forth, enveloping him. In an instant, the pirate's feeble resolve shattered, and he collapsed to the ground. Eyes rolling back. One by one, the other pirates fell as well. What just happened? Ace exclaimed, terror evident in his voice, as everything felt bizarre. He turned to the approaching man, incredulously asking, Is it you? Do you wish for such power? The man inquired, glancing at the three remaining conscious individuals before bursting into laughter. What? Ace gasped, his eyes narrowing as he shouted. 3 hours later, Yangqing sat in a tavern within the town, drinking heartily, while beside him sat the diminutive Ace, along with Dillons, Glades, and Trester, all laughing and pointing at Ace. So, Captain, our new crew member is just a little brat younger than Law. Ha ha ha, Dillons remarked with a hint of mockery. Ace's lips twitched, fury igniting in his eyes as he shouted at Dillons without hesitation, You're the little brat. I am a pirate. A pirate. You're not a pirate. Law interjected earnestly. Pirates don't steal. Ace paused, then fell silent. Pirates plunder. Law added, prompting thunderous laughter from Dillons and the others, shaking the entire tavern. Ace's eyelids twitched. He suddenly realized that this group of people was quite mad. Indeed, as pirates, we do not steal. We act openly and honorably. Do you understand? What we desire, we seize with pride. Dillons proclaimed, his laughter underscored by sincerity. That is the essence of being a pirate, you little brat. Ah, you're still far from being one. At that moment, Yangqing, who had been silently sipping his drink, suddenly spoke, causing the entire room to fall silent. P.S. Well, brothers, these past few days due to the new year, Qingyi will be returning to his hometown, which is in a very impoverished mountainous area without electricity, no internet. Just vast deserts, deep snow, volcanoes, hail, and lightning. I guarantee at least 2 chapters. If there are no updates, it surely means Qingyi has gone missing. Upon returning, I will make up for what I owe and resume 3 chapters. Rest assured, a man's word is his bond. Finally, I wish everyone a happy new year. May all your wishes come true, and may you receive plenty of red envelopes. What? Ace exclaimed incredulously. Dillons and the others also looked at Yangqing, confusion evident in their eyes. Buggy, who had been shoving food into his mouth, spat everything out and exclaimed loudly, Captain, are you joking? You bring this guy back and then say he is not our crew member? Yangqing said nothing as he reached out to stroke Ace's head, only to have the latter angrily evade his touch. After a brief pause of surprise, he smiled and explained, You are still quite young. In the future, we will come to fetch you. I don't want you to come. Ace shouted in frustration, then downed the drink on the table in one gulp. Indeed, he was quite irritated. To be honest, this group of pirates, who were only slightly older than he, had left a profound impression on him. He cherished the relaxed atmosphere among them. It allowed him the freedom to express his anger loudly and to laugh heartily. Moreover, the person before him, who had rescued him along with Luffy and Sabo, instilled in him a sense of closeness. Yang Qing suddenly smiled. He slowly reached for his waist, unfastening the long sword and solemnly placing it into Ace's hands. Dylan's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene. "B-boss, this is your sword," he exclaimed. The others were equally astonished, their expressions a mixture of confusion and awe, including Ace, who appeared momentarily dazed. "This sword is a gift for you," Yang Qing declared earnestly, pressing the Western sword into Ace's embrace. "It is the trophy from my very first battle, and now, I bestow it upon you." Ace stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Although he did not know the name of the sword, he could discern its significance to Yang Qing from the expressions of Dylan and the others. "I cannot accept it. It must hold great importance for you." Everyone, including Yang Qing, was taken aback for a moment before smiles broke out across their faces. In that instant, they began to acknowledge the earnestness of this somewhat foolish young man. "No sword can rival the importance of your presence in my life," Yang Qing replied with a grin. "On the day you set sail at 17, we shall come to fetch you. Remember, you are now a member of the Grim Reaper Pirates." Ace took the sword with utmost seriousness, gripping it tightly. "What is its name?" "It bears no name, but if you wish, you may call it the Sword of Promise." "A simple title, yet it signifies the bond between us," Yang Qing smiled. "Sword of Promise," Ace echoed, slowly drawing the blade from its sheath. He was captivated by a glimmering light and the strange gem embedded in the sword's body, which together exhibited an inexplicable beauty. Staring at the exquisite sword, Ace suddenly smiled. "I've made my decision." Everyone looked at him in curiosity. "I've decided that once I set sail, I will form a pirate crew that rivals yours, and then I shall become the Pirate King." Dylan and the others were momentarily stunned, but then Buggy, without hesitation, smacked Ace on the head. "You little brat. Do you even know what you're saying? The Pirate King. The Pirate King. I don't care. I will be the one, you red-nosed clown." Ace shouted defiantly. "What did you say?" Buggy's body erupted in flames, fury igniting within him. "I said you're a red-nosed clown," Ace retorted without reservation. "You little rascal." The two then engaged in a playful scuffle, eliciting laughter from those around them. After a while, they sat on the ground, panting heavily, finally ceasing their antics. "When you turn 17, we shall come for you, Ace," Yang Qing said earnestly. Ace snorted, muttering under his breath about forming his own pirate crew. "Haha, that is fine. Our crew will be grand, and you can be, how about the captain of the 2nd Division?" Yang Qing suggested, chuckling. Buggy interjected proudly, "Kid, I'm the captain of the 1st Division. TCH. Ace scoffed dismissively. A week later, the Grim Reaper set sail from Windmill Village. As they departed, Ace clutched the beautiful Sword of Promise tightly, gazing at Yang Qing and the others aboard the Grim Reaper. "I will definitely come to find you, with my pirate crew." On the deck, Yang Qing and the others waved continuously at Ace. "Why don't we just invite him to join our crew directly?" Dylan inquired, puzzled. "He still has his own destiny to fulfill," Yang Qing replied mysteriously, prompting an exasperated sound from Dylan. After leaving Windmill Village, the Grim Reaper had a clear destination in mind. Seated at the bow of the ship, Yang Qing, without his long western sword, leaned back lazily, cruised towards the Grand Line. "Tristan, set sail." A languid voice emerged from the bow of the ship, belonging to Yang Qing. Quister responded with a note of enthusiasm, eagerly turning the ship's helm. The sails of the Grim Reaper billowed, carving deep traces across the sea as it sped forward. A month later, the Grim Reaper approached Rogue Town, where Yang Qing and Asuna bid farewell. "Wait for me, it won't be long," Yang Qing whispered softly in her ear as he embraced her. "I believe in you. If I can't wait, I will come find you," Asuna replied obediently. Upon hearing her words, Yang Qing felt a tightening in his chest and resolutely stated, "I will not allow you to take such a perilous action. Stay safe in Rogue Town. Trust that news will reach you soon." All right. After a day's stay in Rogue Town, the Grim Reaper set sail once more. This time, the ship encountered no delays, heading straight towards Upside Down Mountain. A month later, the Grim Reaper arrived at the foot of the mountain. Under Quister's adept handling, amidst Buggy's cheers, the ship soared skyward. Half an hour later, the Grim Reaper plunged into the Grand Line. All crew members stood and gathered together. "Ha! Let us share our dreams," Yang Qing declared with a hearty laugh. "I shall go first. I, Lucifer, aspire to become the strongest in the world." "Dylan's?" "My dream is," Dylan's glanced at Yang Qing. "Since the captain's dream is to be the strongest, I shall become the mightiest first mate. I am Quister, and my dream is to travel the world, to witness gambling techniques from every corner. I am Gladys. My life's ambition is to fulfill my family's wishes and become an exceptional chef. I am Ro. I seek to find that person and eliminate them." Everyone turned to Ro, shivering involuntarily at the intensity of his murderous intent. "I am Robin. I wish to traverse the world and uncover its truths. I am Moria. I yearn to read every book this world has to offer." The crew exchanged bewildered glances at Moria, astonished that such a perfect goddess could harbor such an eccentric dream. "I am Buggy. I want to grow stronger. Then I will challenge Shanks and reclaim my treasure map and my riches," Buggy shouted loudly. Yang Qing strode confidently to the bow of the ship, gazing ahead at the tumultuous sea from which the ship, Death's Reaper, had emerged, and declared, "Let us embark upon the Grand Line." Subsequently, the vessel soared gracefully into the sky, tracing an elegant arc before plunging into the lower currents of the Grand Line. The sail swelled dramatically, propelling the ship forward with remarkable speed, as a powerful gale rushed towards the crew, contorting their faces in the wind. "Hey!" The crew shouted with exuberance, their voices rising above the roaring wind, smiling with fervor and excitement. At last, they were entering the Grand Line. Trist tightened his grip on the helm, his expression tense. For the pirates of the Four Seas, the Grand Line undoubtedly posed a formidable challenge. It was a paradise where only the strong could thrive, leaving no room for the weak. He had witnessed countless pirate crews venture into the Grand Line, only to return with sorrow etched on their faces. From 10 who set sail, only 2 or 3 would return. Many pirates arrived here filled with hope and dreams, yet departed burdened with pain and despair. The competition was far fiercer than in the Four Seas, as the Grand Line gathered the most exceptional pirates, rendering it more brutal and blood-soaked. After a vigorous sprint, Death's Reaper came to a sudden halt upon completing the journey through the lower currents, causing everyone aboard to lose their balance and topple to the ground. "Trist, do you not know how to slow down? You nearly killed me," Buggy bellowed angrily. "It's your fault for not holding on tightly," Trist retorted unapologetically. The crew regained their footing, shaking their dazed heads as they surveyed their surroundings. They had arrived at Twin Cape, the entrance to the Grand Line. Noticing the confusion on everyone's faces, Trist smiled and explained, "Unlike the Four Seas, the navigational direction within the Grand Line is dictated by magnetic forces. This magnetism also contributes to the treacherous weather conditions, posing dangers not only from the elite navies and pirates but also from the unpredictable climate. Countless pirate crews have succumbed to the depths due to storms, tsunamis, or tornadoes. In this mysterious and perilous route, the magnetic influence means that we actually have 7 navigational choices ahead of us, which will later narrow down to 5, ultimately converging into a singular path." Trist elaborated with a grin, and the crew nodded in understanding. Yang Qing's eyes sparkled with understanding as he absorbed the words spoken by Trister. He was well aware of the detailed accounts of the Grand Line within the original narrative. This terrifying and enigmatic sea route had claimed countless lives. Only the strong could make their mark here, while the weak found no sanctuary. Furthermore, embarking on a journey through the Grand Line necessitated an essential item, the log post. Trister, coincidentally, emphasized this point, exclaiming, "To navigate the Grand Line, one must possess a log post. At each island along this formidable route, we must pause for a time until the magnetic recording is complete, revealing the direction to the next island." How mysterious indeed. The Grand Line, what a thrilling prospect. I yearn to witness the mightier navies and pirates. And let us not forget the ever-changing weather. The crew buzzed with excitement, engaging in animated discussions, until suddenly, Moria interjected. "I've heard tales of islands floating in the sky, inhabited by winged humans." "Wow, is that true? Islands in the sky. Winged people. Are they not angels? Really? Truly? It's simply marvelous. We must go." The members of the Grim Reaper pirate crew laughed heartily, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the voyages ahead. Humanity's innate curiosity often triumphs over its fear of the unknown, and in this moment, curiosity undeniably prevailed. "Sky Islands? We shall certainly journey there." Yang Qing also nodded with a smile, affirming that there was indeed someone he needed there. "Ha ha ha, a group of children daring to dream of reaching the Sky Island. How amusing it is for an old man like me." At that moment, an elderly voice echoed through the air. The crowd was momentarily stunned, then turned to the right in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is there truly an old man here?" Buggy was utterly taken aback, shouting loudly, "Galocus!" The old man paused, surprised that someone recognized him here. When he glanced at Buggy, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Buggy, you haven't perished yet?" Buggy's expression darkened, and the members of the Grim Reaper pirates erupted into laughter. "You are the one who will perish. I am now the captain of the 1st Division of the Grim Reaper pirate crew." "Captain? That is indeed quite impressive." Galocus chuckled, then turned his gaze to the other crew members, noticing, "Oh, there are quite a few of you. It seems you are well prepared." Yang Qing nodded, then smiled and said, "Indeed, we are preparing to venture into the New World." "The New World?" Gulu Okas exclaimed loudly, his voice brimming with astonishment and disbelief. His gaze swept over the crowd, his eyes unmistakably reflecting disdain and skepticism. "Old Gulu Okas, do not underestimate us. We are a pirate crew with a bounty exceeding 200 million. Buggy shouted vehemently. "Oh, 200 million? Is that a substantial sum?" Gulu Okas retorted dismissively. That old man, Dylan's thought, utterly disenchanted with the elder. In the latter half of the Grand Line, pirates boasting bounties over 200 million are plentiful, not to mention entire pirate crews. Moreover, in the New World, even a pirate with a bounty of 200 million could easily meet a brutal end if one is not cautious. You are merely a pirate crew slightly over the 200 million mark. You truly have confidence. Gu Luokas mockingly scoffed, igniting anger among the crew members. "Yes, we are indeed confident," Yang Qing replied casually, maintaining a smile. "So, Elder Gu Luokas, do you possess a record pointer?" Gu Luokas narrowed his eyes, a hint of seriousness crossing his face. "You, young lad, are rather unlikable." He suddenly produced a glass-like object from his pocket and tossed it to Yang Qing, who caught it with a smile. Thank you, Elder. I merely wish to observe how you will meet your demise, given that Buggy once sailed with me. I am curious to see how tragically you will perish, Guluokas taunted. The crew's expressions darkened. This old man was indeed unlikable. All right. Yet Yongqing remained unfazed. His demeanor still light and breezy. Hearing Guluokas's words, Dylans and the others were taken aback. This elder had once sailed with Buggy, who was on the Pirate King's ship. Could it be that this old fellow was a crew member of the Pirate King? They all turned to Buggy. Ah. Old Guluokas was our ship's doctor. Buggy glared daggers at Guluokas. Law squinted, seemingly astonished that this hunched old man was, in fact, the ship's doctor of the Pirate King. Externally, he appeared to be a cantankerous old fellow, quite irksome. However, Law chose not to voice his thoughts, as he was naturally a man of few words. Well, it is time for us to set sail. We have much to do ahead. Yongqing clapped his hands, redirecting everyone's attention with a smile. Suddenly, a tremendous sound reverberated through the air, unique and resounding, nearly knocking people off their feet. Subsequently, they beheld a colossal shadow emerging from the depths of the sea, crashing violently towards the shore. The earth trembled from the impact, and the ship, the Death God, rocked violently on the waves. What is that? A Sea King? Can anyone explain how a Sea King could appear here? My heavens, that is enormous! Cried Trist and others, their voices filled with incredulity. Yongqing smiled as he gazed at the massive whale surfacing, the scars crisscrossing its body becoming visible to all. That is Labu, foolish young ones, Guluokas's voice echoed. It is a whale. To confuse a Sea King with a whale is truly embarrassing. Glades' face turned crimson, rendered speechless by his own folly, having been the one to mistake the whale for a Sea King. Gradually, the entirety of Labu's massive form emerged, its immense physique overwhelming the senses of those present, even causing a flicker of astonishment in Yongqing's eyes. The sight before him was utterly different from any depiction in the anime. The visceral experience was unparalleled by any other means. This creature is indeed colossal. With a tremendous crash, Labu collided with the shore, causing the sturdy wall to fracture and the ground to tremble. The crowd swayed as if caught in an earthquake. Labu has been waiting for them. Guluokas sighed, observing the whale. Noting the puzzled expressions of the crowd, he merely shook his head, offering no further explanation before turning away. This old man speaks in half-truths. The crew furrowed their brows in confusion, pondering the mystery of the whale. Yongqing wore a smile as he regarded the crowd, fully aware of the tail intertwined with the whale before him. A skull emerged in his mind, that of a skeleton whose decaying flesh had long since rotted away, yet it still cherished its wild, unruly locks, hoping to be recognized by this whale upon their reunion. Bruce. Yongqing's eyes deepened with emotion. The world of pirates is filled with countless poignant tales, each revolving around the themes of fervor, loyalty, compassion, and commitment. Indeed, it is only justice, kindness, and camaraderie that can truly blur one's vision and stir the heart. Ah, this whale is blocking our way. We cannot set sail. Trist snapped back to reality, observing Labu's relentless assault against the shore, and he shouted with urgency. It was then that the others realized the grim truth. If this whale remained here, they would be eternally trapped, a chilling prospect. Labu. In the lighthouse, Guluokas trembled violently, a glimmering light flickering in his eyes. After decades of watching this whale, he felt a profound pity. To wait for someone who would never return was an excruciatingly cruel fate. Labu, I know you and understand whom you await. Suddenly, a loud cry rang from outside the window, causing Guluokas to pause, hastily turning his gaze to the young man outside, who was calling out in distress. Do not speak recklessly. Do not make any rash decisions. He rose to his feet and moved towards the door. Yongqing stood at the edge of the coast, facing the relentless waves crashing at his feet. The one you are waiting for is named Bruce, isn't it? He has a striking, flamboyant hairstyle, does he not? Rab shouted furiously, pounding the earth beneath him. However, upon hearing Yongqing's words, he suddenly paused, ceasing his assault, and instead his cries grew even more fervent. What? Glorkas, who had just stepped outside, was taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. He actually managed to stop Rab. How is this possible? I, Lucifer, assure you he will return to you. Yongqing spoke carefully, safeguarding the memory of Bruce's flamboyant hair, which he had nurtured for decades. All for the day he might reunite with you. Slowly, he pointed towards the depths of the Grand Line. You see, he is right there. He will come back to you. Indeed, it is true. He is there. Yongqing exclaimed passionately. Tears welled in Rab's eyes. Everyone believed it to be foolishness. Even he thought that person would never return. When he left, he was so small, but as he grew larger and stronger, he finally recognized the passage of time. Would that person truly come back? Was he still alive? He was merely a whale, yet he had his own thoughts, but deep down, he was reluctant to believe it. Thus, he began to rage, crashing against the earth. Yet now, someone told him that the man still lived, that he still possessed that dazzling hairstyle. Rab, haha. Do you see? My handsome hairstyle. In the future, when you see it, it will be me. The words of that person seemed to echo in his heart. Tears of brilliance began to shimmer in his eyes. He was still alive, and he would return. Rab let out a mighty roar towards the heavens. And then the person before him spoke again. In due time, he will return to you. Therefore, Rab, you must not allow yourself to be scarred. You must protect yourself. And make yourself as you were when you first met him, so he will recognize you at a glance. Do you understand? Yang Qing said with a smile. Indeed, Rab replied excitedly. Now, Rab, please rest well, will you? Yang Qing inquired once more. Rab nodded. Upon hearing the news of that person's survival, he was filled with joy. On the coastline, Yang Qing suddenly closed his eyes. A formidable aura surged forth. Glorkas, having fled the room, widened his eyes in disbelief. What is this? The next moment, the space began to distort, an overwhelming pressure radiating towards Rab, causing him to faint almost instantly. You actually used this method to clear the passage for Rab. Glorkas stormed over, furious. When he awakens and realizes you deceived him, he will go mad. You scoundrel. Deceive him? Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. Not necessarily. Dillons, relocate Rab to a serene place. Let him rest for a while. Yes, Captain. Dillons extended his hands, trembling slightly. As the crowd vaguely witnessed the vast space ahead contorting, Rab's massive form gradually vanishing, and soon the area returned to normal. Glorkas stood dumbfounded, pointing at Dillons, unable to articulate a word. Now, let us select a route. Yang Qing ignored Glorkas's astonishment, clapping his hands to draw the attention of the others. The Grand Line currently has a total of 7 routes. Which shall we take? Triester asked in confusion. Does it even require contemplation? Of course, it is. Yang Qing suddenly extended his finger, pointing ahead. This one. Glorkas's pupils constricted sharply, a look of shock crossing his face. This is beside him. Baki's expression also changed dramatically, murmuring softly, Roger's route. Yang Qing pointed casually to a route that surprisingly traced the very path once sailed by the legendary pirate king, Roger. This revelation left the two individuals privy to the details utterly astonished. Was this merely a twist of fate? Or did this captain possess the foresight to orchestrate such a grand maneuver? It is essential to note that the Grand Line comprises 7 distinct routes that ultimately converge into 5, then meld into a singular path, akin to 7 separate tributaries uniting into one. Among these 7 routes, some are fraught with peril while others are less daunting. The one Yang Qing now chose was the most treacherous of all. Set sail, Triester. Let us behold the magnificent vistas of the Grand Line. Yang Qing declared with a broad smile as he stood at the bow of the ship. Right away, Captain. The crew responded enthusiastically, each member taking their designated positions. Dillons and Luo raised the sails, while Triester firmly grasped the helm. In the next moment, the ship, the Grim Reaper, trembled with a roar and began to glide gently across the ocean's surface. Old Galokas, we shall return once we have made our names known across the world. Buggy shouted exuberantly. Galokas stared blankly as the Grim Reaper sailed further away, a smile gradually spreading across his face. Then I shall eagerly await your news. You bunch of reckless youngsters. Half an hour later, the Grim Reaper entered a new maritime realm. The crew gazed at the vast expanse of sea ahead. Their expressions a blend of excitement, anxiety, and trepidation. Yang Qing sat cross-legged at the bow, his eyes gleaming with intensity. The ocean ahead lay tranquil, yet it concealed lurking dangers. This was a perilous sea, where no pirate dared to tread lightly. As the ship sailed steadily onward, 2 hours later, the atmosphere shifted. The crew's expressions transformed, and Yang Qing rose, his gaze fixed ahead as he slowly proclaimed, Come forth, comrades. The battle commences. Let us witness the ferocity of the pirates that inhabit this Grand Line. 2,000 meters ahead, smoke billowed into the sky. The sounds of battle echoing faintly aboard the Grim Reaper. Standing at the bow, Yang Qing could distinctly see the waters stained a faint red. Bloodthirsty deep-sea predators sensed the scent of blood and prowled the surface, their eyes glinting with a chilling ferocity. This was a fierce confrontation between pirates. The Grim Reaper advanced steadily, soon closing in within 500 meters. Should we circumvent them? Triester calmly inquired, scanning their surroundings. Bypass them? Yang Qing's eyebrows arched, a smile emerging on his face. No, let us crush them. They are merely a band of greedy, ruthless pirates driven by avarice. We too require riches. Hence we shall engage. Dillons remarked, a cold smile gracing his lips. How wicked indeed, Buggy muttered, before breaking into a grin. But I find it rather delightful. The Grim Reaper swiftly approached the 2 pirate ships ahead, figures tumbling into the sea, staining the waters crimson. Unlike the elite composition of the Grim Reaper, these 2 vessels were vast, with shadows of hundreds of pirates visible aboard, their numbers substantial. Target confirmed. Annihilate them entirely and seize their treasure for our ship. Yang Qing declared coldly, a cruel smile curling his lips, signaling the release of his dangerous intent. Pirates ought to act in accordance with the pirate's creed. To kin, brothers, and friends, one shows loyalty, affection, and trust. To adversaries, one must be ruthless, cold, and merciless. Whether it be the formidable Whitebeard in the New World or the red-haired Shanks at this moment, they all embody this principle. Once enmity is established, the response is invariably swift and brutal. And as for the Grim Reaper pirates, bearing such a name, they are certainly not harbingers of mercy, even when smiling. The Grim Reaper's lips may blossom with the flowers of blood. Before long, pirates aboard the 2 vessels noticed the Grim Reaper's approach. Initially taken aback, they soon broke into sinister grins, calling for their comrades. All hands, a pirate ship approaches. It comes with ferocity. The captains of the two pirate ships shouted to one another, their swords clashing with a fierce metallic ring. Hey, Yukins, I never expected someone would come to take advantage of us. A pirate from the opposing ship sneered. Yuski, my bounty stands at 45 million. Having traversed the seas to reach this grand line, fear a mere pirate ship? Yukins bellowed, stepping forward, his sword swinging fiercely. Yuski met his blade. Their immense strength causing both to flush crimson. Then let the underlings handle them while we conclude our 5-year-long feud, Yuski remarked, glancing down at the small pirate ship that had halted, his expression one of disdain. Perfectly agreeable. Yukins roared, amplifying his strength. A commotion erupted aboard the Grim Reaper. The vessel had anchored beneath the two massive pirate ships, yet the crew was embroiled in a heated debate over one matter. Hey. It's always Luo who goes into battle. Though I am merely a cook, I possess dignity. This time I must go. Glades roared fervently. There are too many of them. I should be the one to go. Luo replied calmly. Actually, my hands are a bit restless too. I believe I could resolve this quickly if I were to join, Dylan's chimed in. Captain, I must admit, I calculated my luck today, and it seems I am destined to stay behind. Let them handle it since they are so eager, Treaster said, his face darkened with pain and conflicted emotion. Buggy, hiding in the background, had fallen silent, not uttering a word. Yongqing surveyed the crowd before him, then smiled and said, So, it's decided, Crest and Buggy. You shall each take a pirate ship and resolve the battle swiftly. I have faith in you. Upon hearing these words, the two exchanged glances, their expressions instantly turning sour. P.S. I will return home tomorrow. I have spent the past 2 days at my hometown, where it has been quite challenging to find time amidst the festivities. I managed to sneak some Wi-Fi to bring you this update, and despite the difficulties, I am determined to keep you all informed. Chapter 2 will be posted tonight. During the new year, I have been busy visiting relatives, and my legs feel nearly broken from all the running around. I apologize to my brothers for the inconvenience, and hope for your understanding. The less one desires something, the more swiftly it approaches. In the arena, those two who least wished to engage in battle were forcibly thrust onto their vessels by Yongqing. He nodded slightly towards Dylan's, who displayed a faint smile, then gestured lightly with his right hand towards the two. With a sudden pop, Buggy and Crest vanished from the Death God ship. Captain, do you think they can manage? Glades inquired skeptically, observing the two's lack of fighting spirit. Of course. Have faith in them. Yongqing laughed heartily, patting Glades on the shoulder. On the two ships, chaos erupted with combatants screaming and blood spilling across the decks, filling the air with a pungent metallic scent. The brutal reality of piracy was far from the harmonious portrayals often depicted in animation. This world was rife with bloodshed and violence. Have faith? Nonsense. Meanwhile, Buggy and Crest found themselves aboard their respective pirate ships, each expressing their displeasure vocally. Intruders. Upon spotting the two, the surrounding pirates reacted swiftly, brandishing their cutlasses menacingly. Buggy froze momentarily as several blades slashed past him, causing him to flinch in fear. The group of pirates, taken aback by the absence of blood, were equally perplexed. Shatter. Great top. Buggy roared in anger, realizing he had indeed been struck. Had it not been for his devil fruit powers, he would have surely perished. Clutching two blades, he spun them fiercely. In an instant, screams erupted as Buggy dispatched the pirates with a single strike, stepping forward amidst the bloody deck. His eyes gleamed crimson, the blood fueling his burgeoning courage and igniting his wrath. At that moment, Buggy took his first step towards redemption, transforming from a weakling into a formidable force. Die. A gust of wind swept behind him, but Buggy remained unfazed, his demeanor resolute as he swung a blade without hesitation. The clash of metal resounded, both combatants striking true. However, while Buggy emerged unscathed, the opposing pirate was left bleeding profusely. As Buggy advanced, a tremor of excitement coursed through him. This was either exhilaration or anxiety. He forged ahead, navigating through the multitude of pirates wielding melee weapons, a situation that favored him immensely as he reached the peak of his combat prowess. Suddenly, a throng charged at him. Weapons raised, demanding he halt. You, don't move. Take another step and I'll shoot. Buggy paused, sweat beading on his brow as he faced a dozen trembling figures brandishing firearms. At that moment, he sensed a profound shift. He could read the fear etched on their faces. Glancing back, he beheld A.G. Parental. How much blood have you lost? Those numerous wounds on your body. Do not tell me they are mere decorations? Treaster was utterly speechless. The expression on Buggy's face contorted in pain as blood continued to seep from his wounds, staining his clothing a brilliant crimson. Yet, his spirit remained undaunted, his entire being trembling with exhilaration. At that moment, he felt a thrill unlike any he had experienced in all his years. Ignoring Treaster, Buggy strode purposefully upward. One for each of us. Treaster stood frozen, observing Buggy's unusual demeanor, feeling a strange sense of foreboding. Something about this lad was decidedly off today. It was as if he had transformed entirely. After a brief moment, Treaster hastened to follow, and within 10 seconds, they stood side by side, gazing at the two figures ahead. The two pirate captains wore grim expressions as they regarded them. A glance downward revealed a shocking sight. Their crew lay scattered, either incapacitated on the ground or too terrified to approach. These two individuals had managed to reduce their pirate ships to such a state. with their swords sheathed. The two captains simultaneously ceased hostilities, their expressions heavy with concern. Just two people had brought their ships to such ruin. In this moment, both captains would refrain from further combat, their eyes blazing with fury. "I shall slay them," Yusuke declared. "Our battle will resume shortly." With determined strides, Wookins advanced, gripping his sword tightly as his pace quickened. "All right, one for each of us," Yusuke echoed loudly. Buggy and Triester exchanged glances before marching forward together. "The first one is mine." To Triester's surprise, Buggy appeared invigorated, as if on some exhilarating stimulant, letting out a thunderous roar that startled Wookins. Triester, after a brief pause, discarded the card in his hand and charged toward Wookins, who raised his sword in defense, resulting in a resounding clash. "Who are you two?" Wookins bellowed, accelerating toward Triester in an attempt to swiftly eliminate this bothersome cowboy. Navigator of the Grim Reaper Pirates, Triester. Captain of the 1st Division of the Grim Reaper Pirates, Buggy. Both Triester and Buggy shouted in unison, exerting their full strength in response. Unlike their crew members, these two captains exhibited remarkable prowess. Their blades were razor-sharp, swift, and wielded with immense power. Buggy engaged Yusuke, struggling to hold his ground against a single sword that seemed capable of suppressing both of his. Shock flickered in Buggy's eyes. Indeed, this captain was extraordinary. In stark contrast to Buggy's plight, Triester dominated his opponent with apparent ease. Every strike from Wookins was effortlessly evaded by Triester, who casually tossed a card that left Wookins drenched in sweat. The seemingly fragile card struck Wookins' sword, igniting golden sparks and causing his wrist to tremble. What immense strength! Wookins marveled inwardly, his eyes widening as he grew increasingly cautious. Yet, as he hesitated, Triester advanced, his wrist flickering as 5 cards materialized. With a sudden flourish, they arced through the air toward Wookins. The latter's face paled, and he swung his sword desperately to intercept the fearsome projectiles. In the next instant, 2 cards lodged themselves firmly into his shoulders, sending a tremor through his body as crimson blood oozed forth. Wookins' expression shifted to one of despair. The cards had immobilized his arms, and in a moment of weakness, his sword slipped from his grasp, clattering onto the deck with a dull thud. He glared at Triester, his eyes aflame with unquenchable rage. But the only response he received was another card, swirling with relentless momentum, piercing through the air like a shooting star, before plunging into his forehead, embedding itself deep. Wookins fell before Triester with astonishing ease, the seemingly lackadaisical navigator revealing formidable combat prowess. His cards, even without displaying the powers of a devil fruit, effortlessly subdued a pirate with a bounty of over 30 million. Meanwhile, Buggy found himself in dire straits. In terms of swordsmanship, he was at a significant disadvantage, barely able to fend off his opponent's relentless attacks. What speed! His strength far surpasses mine, Buggy thought gravely, sweat pouring down his brow. Yusuke unleashed a torrent of strikes, transforming the air into an impenetrable curtain of blades. Sensing victory, Yusuke's eyes sharpened as he fixated on the cracks appearing on Buggy's swords. A cacophony of clashing metal rang out as Buggy retreated, his arms growing numb from the overwhelming force of Yusuke's blows, yet he held steadfast. Finally, after several agonizing seconds, a thunderous crack echoed. Yusuke's eyes gleamed with determination as he shouted internally, "Now shatter." With a resounding explosion, Buggy's eyes widened in horror. "It's broken." Yusuke's gaze narrowed, gripping his sword tightly. His technique unleashed, one sword style, raging horse dissection. In a flash, Yusuke's sword sliced through Buggy's form. Buggy's expression remained dazed, while Triester, observing from the sidelines, gasped, his expression shifting dramatically as he cried out, "Buggy!" In the following heartbeat, Buggy regained his senses, witnessing his body seemingly divided into numerous segments. Looking down, he was astounded to see himself cleaved into over 20 pieces, each fragment roughly the same size. Yuki, feeling a wave of relief, was confident that no one could survive such a strike. This red-nosed fool was clearly outmatched. Buggy howled in anguish, experiencing true pain as his body lay in disarray, the agony resonating deep within his soul. Yet in that moment, an inexplicable surge of information flooded his mind, intertwining excitement with his suffering. So that is how it works. Buggy's eyes widened as he harnessed his devil fruit ability, and during the excrucia with a soft pop, a faint sound emerged. The air rippled slightly, revealing a subtle shimmering barrier that enveloped a 2-meter radius around Buggy. Both Trist and the captured Yusuke found their pupils constricting in astonishment. With a resonating hum, Yusuke's body was suddenly riddled with countless tiny fragments, which then erupted in a cacophony, dissolving into particles that vanished into thin air. Before Buggy's formidable powers, Yusuke was, indeed, utterly disintegrated. In this moment, the terrifying nature of Buggy's ability became evident. He could rend anything he touched into fragments. This astounding capacity left Trist gaping in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. Buggy, bloodied and adorned in crimson, tilted his head back and erupted into a series of boisterous laughs. "Return to the ship," he declared, brimming with newfound vigor. His strength had surged dramatically, and the awakening of his devil fruit's abilities filled him with elation. 3 minutes later, Trist assisted Buggy aboard the ship. The death god. "Doctor, come quickly." Trist urged as he laid Buggy on the deck, who had succumbed to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss. Buggy lay motionless upon the vessel. Law and Moria rushed over, promptly assessing the situation before extracting the bullets from his body, wrapping him up like a mummy. This fellow is quite resilient. He is still alive, Dylan remarked, observing Buggy being carried back to his quarters. Indeed, I have faith in them, Yang Qing replied with a smile. And with a wave of his hand, a tempest arose from the two nearby pirate ships, sweeping all treasures aboard the Death God. Trist returned to the helm, guiding the ship forward with steady resolve. Before long, a month had elapsed. Buggy, now sporting a wide grin and swathed in white bandages, bounced around energetically. Haha, Trist. My power is now formidable, Buggy exclaimed, holding an apple in his right hand. With a slight squeeze, the apple split into 8 segments, launching them in all directions, landing in the hands of his companions. Cut, Trist exclaimed, catching one of the apple pieces and biting down vigorously. The others received their portions with cheerful smiles. Savoring the fruit, Buggy's ability proved remarkably convenient. In the future, fruit and even vegetable cutting would no longer require Gladys's knife. Buggy's devil fruit power appeared to dissect matter, separating it into fragments. Perhaps, in time, this ability could return matter to its original state, transforming molecules and atoms. Such a power was indeed formidable, capable of annihilating everything. However, at this moment, Buggy had merely begun to awaken this potential. Land ho, Alabasta, Trist declared softly as he gazed upon the island ahead. The crew looked forward, marveling at the stunning kingdom that unfolded before them, a sight unparalleled in their month-long voyage. Alabasta is one of the few nations that cherishes peace, its benevolent king held in high esteem by the people, Moria explained. This land is vast and prosperous, enjoying a high international status. Legend has it that their king descends from 20 royal bloodlines, meaning he is one of the celestial dragons. What? Celestial dragons? Dylan exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at Yang Qing, who wore a calm smile, seemingly unfazed. Celestial dragons. A shadow crossed Law's face. That individual is also a celestial dragon. This was indeed an intriguing revelation, Trist mused, a smile blossoming on his lips as his interest peaked. Meanwhile, Buggy leaned against the ship, lost in thought, showing no curiosity regarding the news. Shortly after, half an hour later, the ship docked. The crew disembarked, leaving Trist alone on the deck, where he promptly resumed his slumber. Then, let us part ways here. It is settled. Yang Qing smiled joyfully, then leaped off the vessel, parting ways with the others. Morlia and Robin naturally formed a pair, while the remaining individuals grouped in 3s and 2s, all heading towards Alabasta. This island boasted an enormous expanse, dwarfing the smaller islands traversed along the journey. Alabasta was remarkably vast, seemingly endless at first glance. As the group departed, a pirate crew approached slowly. Look, Captain, there is a pirate ship over there. An astonished voice echoed nearby, but Trist, sprawled out, snored thunderously, oblivious to the commotion. Ah, it's the Grim Reaper pirates, how intriguing, a somber voice remarked. As a gust of wind and sand enveloped the Grim Reaper ship, grains settling onto Trist's clothing. Captain, this is Alabasta. Let us investigate, one crew member suggested. Very well. Let us split up. I find this nation exceedingly fascinating. It may serve as a splendid opportunity for us in the future, the voice chuckled darkly. Also, seize that lad. The Grim Reaper pirates, how amusing. With a command, 4 or 5 individuals lunged forward, binding the unconscious Trist securely. The crew found amusement in the fact that this slumbering fool remained blissfully unaware. This fool is courting death, one scoffed, as they transported Trist to another pirate ship. I've heard their captain has a bounty of 100 million. This could be a promising stepping stone. Since fate has brought us together, let us resolve this matter. The voice chuckled ominously. Strangely, upon seeing this nation, it felt as if he had returned home. Laughter erupted from behind, either flattering or mocking the Grim Reaper pirates. Captain, you are a master of the natural elements. Dispatching them will be a breeze, thus elevating our bounty. Just imagine the excitement. Then, we can seize this nation. Wouldn't that be splendid? The captain, a figure shrouded in a grand cloak with a smoking cigar perched between his lips, bore a golden hook glimmering with a toxic sheen, radiating a dangerous aura. Find them and bring them before me, the captain commanded coldly, then strode toward the towns within Alabasta. This nation captivated him. If only we could transform this place into a desolate wasteland. That would be quite splendid, he mused, his eyes glimmering with ambition. The smoke from his cigar wafted behind him as he walked into the town, his gaze reflecting a cruel and merciless intent, a true pirate. Unmistakably malevolent. Meanwhile, within Alabasta, Yang Qing wandered leisurely through this land. After passing the coastal town ahead, one would reach Alabasta's 3 principal cities, Alyabarna, Yuba, and Rain Base. This island, known as St. Ding's Island, was indeed vast, ranking among the larger islands in the first half of the Grand Line. After dedicating 3 days to his journey, Yang Qing arrived in the Rainland, a place perpetually shrouded in drizzling rain, where the weather remained persistently overcast. The verdant flora flourished magnificently, bearing no resemblance to the arid wasteland that emerged following Crocodile's conquest. At this moment, Alabasta was undeniably enchanting, radiating beauty. The townsfolk wore smiles, enjoying a life of peace and prosperity. Here, a formidable National Guard ensured security, supplemented by the naval forces stationed in the nearby waters, rendering the presence of pirates a rare occurrence. Consequently, the safety of the town's residents was significantly assured. Yang Qing wandered through the rain-soaked ground, spending 3 days traversing the area. Shaking his head, he departed, having found nothing of particular interest. 7 days later, he arrived in the realm of Alabasta, specifically in the city of Alubarna. At the heart of the city stood the royal palace of Alabasta, and from a distance, Yang Qing could observe the soldiers stationed around it, brandishing their spears with imposing demeanor and an air of authority, signifying the city's prosperity. Continuing his stroll through the bustling capital, he paid particular attention to the blacksmiths. He had given his western sword to Ace and now found himself in need of a weapon. While it did not directly impact his combat prowess, possessing a weapon could offer him unforeseen advantages. This time, he sought to craft a unique weapon, thus he had high expectations for the blacksmith skills. He was merely hoping for a stroke of luck by visiting this place. An hour later, Yang Qing's eyes brightened as he discovered a blacksmith's workshop dedicated to weapon crafting. This was an open-air forge responsible for the smelting and shaping of arms. The blacksmith was a burly man with a square face, his muscular physique exuding strength as he wielded a large hammer. "Can you smelt materials here?" Yang Qing approached and inquired. "Smelt materials? It depends on what kind of materials you need." The blacksmith paused his work, wiped the sweat from his brow, and responded. Yang Qing extracted a fabric pouch from within his garment and handed it over with a smile, saying, "A novel fusion material, quite extraordinary." The blacksmith, bewildered, accepted the pouch and opened it with a glance. Instantly, his pupils dilated, and he gaped at Yang Qing, exclaiming, This is powdered sea tower stone, a compound with 100 slashes steel. How on earth did you acquire this?" The blacksmith was utterly astonished, fully aware of the implications such materials carried. The sea tower stone, imbued with the essence of the ocean, possesses a formidable restraining effect on those with abilities, while also being indestructible. Conversely, 100 slashes steel is a premium steel used for crafting weapons. The fusion of these two materials, combined with others, presents a significant probability of creating an extraordinary weapon. Yang Qing smiled softly, but did not respond directly. Instead, she inquired, "Is it possible to forge this into a weapon?" "All that is required is to shape it." The blacksmith regarded Yang Qing thoughtfully and nodded. "Indeed, it can be done. Simply pour this powder into the prepared mold, then add other materials, and with a fierce fire, it can take form. However, I cannot guarantee the density or hardness of the finished weapon." Yang Qing's eyes lit up, and he smiled, saying, "All you need to do is integrate them together and shape it accordingly. As for the materials, feel free to add whatever you deem necessary. Cost is not a concern." The blacksmith was taken aback for a moment before nodding in agreement. He refrained from asking further questions. After all, the ability to forge such a weapon was a pursuit he cherished. He had never witnessed anyone grind sea prism stone into powder before, which suggested that this individual possessed some extraordinary technique. Subsequently, the blacksmith set aside his initial tasks and began to carefully select the appropriate carbon stones to ensure their flawless melting. After an hour of diligent effort, with beads of sweat dotting his forehead, the blacksmith finally gathered all the materials. He then ignited the fire and turned to Yang Qing, asking, "Could you please illustrate the design of the weapon you desire on paper?" Yang Qing nodded slightly, took out a banknote, and then began to sketch and revise the drawing. A quarter of an hour later, he handed the blueprint to the blacksmith. The blacksmith, upon receiving it, was taken aback and curiously inquired, "This is not an ordinary knife shape. This is a sword." Yang Qing chuckled in response. The blacksmith, at a loss for words, commenced the intricate task of shaping the mold according to the design. Flames flickered gently, emanating from a peculiar charcoal that blazed ever brighter with the passage of time, achieving an exceptionally high temperature. Only in this manner could Yang Qing's unique material be melted. Before long, the mold was complete. The blacksmith, with utmost care, began to incorporate the powder of sea stone and the renowned Bijan steel into the mold. As the temperature of the flames escalated, the sea stone powder began to melt, radiating a crystalline blue luminescence reminiscent of the sea. It then fused seamlessly with the Bijan steel. Subsequently, the blacksmith, now drenched in sweat, added various other materials he had meticulously prepared. The flames roared for a full 5 hours, and as darkness enveloped the sky, the mold finally revealed the shape of the sword. This blade measured approximately 3 feet and 3 inches in length, emanating a brilliant blue glow, still in a liquid state, with strange, flowing lights dancing within. Under the sunlight, it resembled a dragon. "What shall this sword be named?" The blacksmith finally exhaled, breaking the silence. "Longquan sword." Yang Qing replied with a smile, gazing at the sword taking form within the mold, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. This sword was translucent and accompanied by ethereal dragon-like phenomena, exuding a blue radiance akin to the shimmering surface of the ocean under sunlight. The handle, crafted from Bijan steel and the enigmatic material extracted by the blacksmith, displayed intricate and arcane patterns, feeling refreshingly cool to the touch while enhancing grip, thereby amplifying the wielding force. "Longquan, what a splendid name." The blacksmith's eyes brightened. Just then, He noticed the flames flicker momentarily before extinguishing completely. Without hesitation, he plunged the long sword into the ice water he had prepared. Sizzle. White steam billowed forth, and the ice water rapidly diminished in volume. The temperature of the sword was unfathomable. A quarter of an hour later, as the steam dissipated, the blacksmith placed the long-one sword upon a prearranged steel plate and raised his hammer, beginning to strike the sword with an uncanny rhythm. Thud, 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 thud. A series of rhythmic sounds echoed as the long-one sword, under the relentless blows of the hammer, appeared to narrow and thin, the sharp blade taking form. The icy blue glow deepening and condensing, while the ethereal dragon swirled ceaselessly. After 2 additional hours of tireless work, the night had fully descended, and a myriad of stars twinkled above. The blacksmith finally sighed in relief, pausing his efforts, then turned to Yangqing and said, "Come to collect the sword in 3 days. I still need to sharpen its edge." Yangqing nodded and turned to leave. The sword was nearly forged. Yet it required one final step, which would demand time. He could discern that the blacksmith possessed a unique craftsmanship that he would not reveal. The peculiar technique of striking in a spiraling manner, along with various intricate details, eluded Yangqing's comprehension. However, he recognized that the blacksmith was indeed a master of his trade, remarkably skilled. On the following day, another visitor arrived on the land of Albana. This man had a fearsome appearance, with a golden hook for a right hand and a smoking cigar clenched in his mouth. He ambled through the streets of the town, gazing at the distant palace with a glint of greed in his eyes. If this were a desert, how alluring it would be, he murmured, then shook his head, lamenting. Alas, I shall soon depart from here. On the 3rd day, Yangqing ventured onto the streets. The blacksmith was indeed waiting there, his expression a mix of excitement and joy. Upon seeing Yangqing, the blacksmith waved him over. "Is the sword ready?" Yangqing inquired. "Yes, it surpasses my expectations. And I have crafted a perfect sheath for it," the blacksmith replied, removing a long, wrapped bundle from his back. "Its edge is exceedingly sharp. It must be concealed within the depths of the sea's Nanciliwood to temper its lethal intent, otherwise it could easily harm someone." Gently, the blacksmith unwrapped the cloth, revealing the sheath. Yangqing's eyes narrowed as he beheld the deep blue gems embedded upon it, with intricate and mystical runes adorning its surface, evoking the ocean's enigmatic beauty. "This is the unique pattern of Nanciliwood," the blacksmith remarked, its touch cool and smooth, exquisitely delicate. Slowly, he drew back the sheath. With a subtle sound, Yangqing beheld the true form of the Longquan sword, radiant and translucent, shimmering with a profound blue glow, a dragon swirling within. The blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, and the sword's body was nearly transparent, exuding a ghostly light. "It is truly beautiful," Yangqing exclaimed in awe. "I could never have anticipated that the integration of sea stone would yield such a reaction. This sword is undoubtedly the most exquisite in the world." The blacksmith marveled, adding, "What astonishes me further is its sharpness and hardness. Moreover, due to the sea stone, it possesses the power to suppress those with devil fruit abilities. This sword is simply the most extraordinary weapon imaginable. The handle was crafted from a blend of Bijan steel and various rare materials, allowing even those with devil fruit powers to wield it without the sea stone." The blacksmith explained, as Yangqing reached out to grasp the handle of the sword. "It feels so light," he exclaimed, surprised by its nimbleness given the strength he had just exerted. Weighing 3 jin and 6 liang, it is undoubtedly one of the lightest swords in existence. Its weight ensures that its speed is unparalleled," the blacksmith asserted confidently. Indeed, Yangqing thrust the sword forward, and the air before him shimmered with 10 sword shadows, which suddenly converged into one. "A magnificent sword," he declared, sheathing the sword. Yangqing wrapped it in cloth and slung it across his back. "How much?" he asked. 5 million berries. The blacksmith replied without hesitation. Yangqing was taken aback. The price was exorbitant. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. He retrieved 5 million berries from his pocket, handed them to the blacksmith, and turned to leave. The acquisition of the new sword filled Yangqing with a sense of joy, yet as he stepped outside a kilometer, the expression on his face began to fade, replaced by a shadow of gloom. "Who are you?" he inquired, narrowing his eyes at the imposing figure blocking his path. The man, whose weathered visage evoked a sense of familiarity, reminded Yangqing of a notorious figure. Crocodile, with a bounty of 65 million berries. Crocodile took a puff from his cigar, exhaling the smoke as he introduced himself. "What brings you to impede my way?" Yangqing asked coldly. "You, the Grim Reaper Lucifer, have a bounty of 100 million berries, nearly 40 million more than mine." Crocodile suddenly chuckled, a grotesque smile spreading across his face. "How amusing that a mere child like you commands a higher bounty than I. Are you dissatisfied?" Yangqing raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze upon Crocodile. "Not particularly." "Your bounty from the world government merely affirms your worth," Crocodile replied, shaking his head. "I merely view you as an excellent stepping stone. Pirates venture into the Grand Line primarily for 3 reasons: wealth, fame, and power. The simplest method to attain these is to eliminate those with higher bounties. Thus, you have sought me out?" Yangqing retorted with a hint of derision. "You truly believe you can dispose of me with ease? How utterly foolish of you to underestimate me. It wasn't a deliberate pursuit. I merely spotted your pirate ship upon docking, along with a certain cowboy fast asleep. Crocodile remarked casually. Treester, Yangqing squinted, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. What have you done to him? Worried about your companion? Fear not. I merely had my subordinates bind him, Crocodile replied, exuding confidence. Worried about him? Yangqing suddenly laughed. No, I am merely concerned for your subordinates. Do they truly believe they can subdue Treester with such a trivial act? It is rare to encounter such navet. Do you understand, Crocodile? Yangqing asked. Excuse me? Crocodile responded, puzzled. You are exceedingly arrogant, Yangqing remarked earnestly. Crocodile's expression twitched, the smile fading from his face as the winds began to stir around him. Swirling dust into formation. I must say, as the Grim Reaper, I have grown to despise you. You will soon discover whether I am arrogant or not, Crocodile retorted. Yangqing's eyes narrowed, followed by a smile. Is that so? Suddenly, the sandstorm intensified, and vast quantities of sand began to converge, swiftly sweeping towards Yangqing. Sandstorm. Crocodile coldly uttered those two words. The swirling dust in the sky grew denser, casting a gloomy pall over the heavens, while the number of pedestrians on the street dwindled unbeknownst to them, rendering the area somewhat desolate. The gusts of wind and sand engulfed the surroundings, obscuring Crocodile's figure, producing a rustling sound as dust rose, making it difficult for one to open their eyes. The pedestrians on the entire street squinted against the wind. They could not discern what transpired in the now sparse area ahead. Whispering among themselves, people hurried home, sensing that the strange onset of the sandstorm made it unsuitable for travel. Yangqing stood in place, squinting at the horizon. The storm intensified rapidly, growing to over 10 meters in height and 3 meters in width within merely 5 seconds, swirling towards him with alarming speed. As the sandstorm rotated, it drew in more dust, creating an immense gravitational pull that momentarily hindered Yangqing's escape, causing his speed to diminish. Intriguing. With a wry smile, Yangqing snapped his fingers, and with a soft pop, a veil of faint light enveloped a radius of 1,000 meters. A mere sandstorm dares to challenge me. With a stoic expression, he stepped into the swirling tempest, his form slicing through the storm like a sharpened sword, directly reaching Crocodile. In the latter's astonished gaze, Yangqing unleashed a powerful punch, striking him squarely in the face. I warned you, your arrogance is your downfall. Yangqing's voice resonated as his fist collided with Crocodile's countenance. To his surprise, the impact seemed ineffective. Crocodile's right cheek transformed into sand, scattering upon the blow, only to reconstitute itself moments later. Gazing at Yangqing, he mused, devil fruit abilities? A Logia type, indeed troublesome. Yangqing furrowed his brows, evading Crocodile's outstretched hand, and retaliated with a fierce kick that shattered Crocodile's skull before he could react. Without a doubt, Crocodile reverted to sand once more, this time dismissing his shattered head, while his golden hook lunged mercilessly towards Yangqing. With Yangqing's expression changed dramatically as he sprang into action, propelling himself 10 meters into the air and landing atop an adjacent vacant house. Yet, the ominous wave of energy relentlessly pursued him, transforming the entire room into mere grains of sand within a heartbeat. This terrifying force seemed capable of reducing everything it touched into parched particles, an eerie phenomenon that instilled a sense of dread even in Yangqing, who hesitated to make contact with the sand. The natural power at play was indeed formidable. In mere seconds, the vicinity within a 300-meter radius around Yangqing had been rendered into a desolate wasteland. Tragically, those who could not escape were instantaneously turned into lifeless husks, subsequently disintegrating into a cloud of dust. Crocodile's abilities were disturbingly potent, and the extent of his attack instilled fear in the hearts of many. Crocodile. A flicker of anger ignited in Yangqing's eyes. He had previously dismissed this individual, but could no longer ignore the audacious provocation. A sandstorm. This tempest was far more intense than before, a thick deluge of sand engulfing the sky. Crocodile, with a cigar perched between his lips, appeared as a shadow amidst the swirling grains, advancing deliberately. The storm, spanning 500 meters, nearly consumed half the town, sending countless civilians fleeing in terror. The tempest filled the heavens, and under Crocodile's control, it surged toward Yangqing. This spectacle was nothing short of cataclysmic. Such a colossal sandstorm could only arise in the midst of a raging desert or a windswept wasteland. Remarkably, Crocodile had conjured it himself. Rise. Yangqing suddenly struck the ground beneath him, causing a significant portion of the building to soar into the air. Aimed at the swirling sandstorm. I can manipulate any object I directly or indirectly touch, yet the sandstorm is overwhelming. Yangqing's eyes flickered. The tempest was indeed all-encompassing. Confronting such a natural phenomenon, especially one initiated by an adversary, was an arduous challenge. Unlike the encounter with Dorak, where Yangqing had expended nearly 2/3 of his energy to clear the sky entirely, this sandstorm did not warrant a similar exertion. What manner of being was Dorak? Who was Crocodile? The pride of the formidable dissuaded him from wasting his strength unnecessarily. There were alternative methods to counter a mere sandstorm. A glint of realization struck Yangqing as he noticed a fountain nearby, its diameter spanning an impressive 30 meters. Water could be the solution. As he moved, Yangqing's form morphed into a series of illusions, dashing toward the fountain. Planning to flee, Crocodile took a drag from his cigar, commanding the swirling sands to pursue Yangqing. 10 seconds later, the sandstorm had closed in tightly around him, enveloping him completely. The sky darkened, and the surrounding air felt increasingly thin. In that moment, Yangqing struck the droplets within the fountain with great force. "Water dragon, rise!" he bellowed. In an instant, a spiraling torrent of water erupted from the fountain, roaring skyward as it charged toward the encroaching sandstorm. Countless blue droplets shimmered in the air as the water dragon surged forth, crashing into the tempest with tremendous impact. Instantly, a shower of droplets scattered in all directions. Water. The once calm demeanor of Crocodile morphed into one of utter dismay. The sandstorm trembled violently as water droplets infiltrated its core, becoming significantly heavier before plummeting to the ground, relinquishing Crocodile's control over it. At this moment, Yangqing abruptly swung his right hand, striking the falling droplets of water with a swift elegance. With a soft pop, countless water droplets transformed into radiant streams of light, hurtling toward Crocodile in a flurry of attack. In this instant, the once innocuous droplets metamorphosed into formidable projectiles devoid of mercy. Within mere moments, despite Crocodile's frantic evasion, he was struck multiple times, blood marking his arm and face as 5 droplets found their mark. The elemental transformation proved ineffective, and evasion became a daunting challenge. In that moment, he finally comprehended the true terror of his opponent. This young man was far too powerful. Crocodile's heart grew heavy with apprehension, and his expression shifted to one of cautious resolve. He realized that the so-called invincibility of his sand fruit was not absolute. When faced with mere foes, he could remain unscathed, and when he unleashed his abilities, he could effortlessly devour adversaries, reducing them to lifeless husks. However, at this moment, confronted by the individual before him, he was shocked to discover that his powers were not infallible. This peculiar ability seemed to manipulate everything it touched, even his own sand. Yet it appeared unable to counter widespread attacks. A seasoned warrior, Crocodile was certainly not a fool. Perhaps he underestimated Yangqing, deeming him unworthy of his full strength. Behind him lay a concealed sword, suggesting he was indeed a swordsman, yet he had yet to draw it. Crocodile's expression darkened as he discerned that the individual before him seemed entirely dismissive of the notion of combat. His counterattacks appeared to be mere playfulness. Fury ignited within Crocodile, a burning desire to prove his might. Once more, he bent low, slamming his right hand against the earth. The ground trembled violently, rippling like a lake, and vast stretches of land were drained of moisture, transforming into a desert. "Die, desert, sunflower," he bellowed, as the surroundings began to swirl around Yangqing, the grains of sand forming a vortex akin to turbulent waters. Was it a swamp or a whirlpool? Yangqing's expression shifted as he recognized the overwhelming strength of the natural fruit, rendering him vulnerable within the swirling maelstrom. He felt as though a mysterious force gripped him tightly. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Alarmingly, this strange vortex seemed to siphon the moisture from his very being. If this continued, he might well become a lifeless shell. Crocodile. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Yangqing's eyes. Indeed, beings wielding natural powers posed a significant threat. The individual before him, solely relying on his devil fruit abilities, warranted a bounty exceeding 100 million. Yangqing held Crocodile in high regard. He was a formidable adversary, and a moment's negligence could lead to his demise. Regain control over oneself. A resonant hum echoed as Yangqing's body began to levitate gracefully into the air. 3 seconds later, he stood firmly on the ground, his gaze icy as he faced Crocodile. "I shall treat you with the seriousness you deserve. Is that so?" A faint smile crossed Crocodile's lips, yet his heart grew more solemn. He sensed that the youth was about to unleash his true power. This individual was assuredly more than just 100 million. Beads of sweat adorned Crocodile's forehead as he began to feel the tension mounting. This battle could very well lead to death, just as his newly forged sword was ready. Yangqing slowly unsheathed the long package from his back, calmly stating, "I shall only strike once. If you perish, do not blame me." The sword. Crocodile's eyes narrowed, fixating intently on the blade. With a sharp clang, Yangqing drew the Longquan sword, its icy blue radiance shimmering beautifully in the sunlight, the delicate blade exuding an otherworldly allure. The sword sliced through the air, producing a subtle sound, before pointing directly at Crocodile. "Life or death? It all hinges on your capabilities," Yangqing declared coldly. "Curse it." Crocodile roared, activating his powers as he launched a furious assault toward the young man. Who was he? He was Crocodile, unafraid of anyone. Even in the face of defeat, he would fight with every ounce of his being. This was the spirit of a true man. Desert Blade. The sands before Crocodile coalesced into a massive sword, shimmering with an eerie glow, which he swung down with ferocity, cleaving through the air with a resounding crash. In that moment, Yangqing swiftly stepped forward. In a heartbeat, his figure flickered and vanished, causing Crocodile's pupils to constrict. So fast. Moments later, 5 meters ahead, Yangqing reappeared, his right hand trembling as the ice-blue sword sang with glee. With a keen edge, the desert blade came crashing down, and Crocodile's heart raced as adrenaline surged through him. He felt the threat of impending death loom large. In the next instant, Yang Qing stood merely a meter before him, his sword elegantly twisting to carve a graceful arc aimed directly at him. Thud. The sound was almost inaudible, akin to a falling pin, as Crocodile's eyes widened in shock. The desert blade struck the ground, dissipating into nothingness, having failed to touch Yang Qing's form. Such speed. Blood flowed swiftly from his wounds, splattering onto the ground as Crocodile's eyes trembled before he collapsed. Was that sword made of sea stone? His thoughts spiraled as he realized that even in elemental form, his powers were rendered ineffective before the blade, leaving him feeling inexplicably weak. My physical strength is too inadequate. The devil fruit has become a burden. Crocodile closed his eyes, gaining a clear understanding of his predicament. His previous notions were entirely overturned. The king's army has arrived. Yang Qing stood behind Crocodile, glancing back at him. Are you still alive? Consider yourself fortunate. He then turned and departed. As Yang Qing left, a figure rushed to Crocodile's side, anxiously scanning the surroundings before hoisting him onto their shoulder and hastily retreating. Boss, please don't let anything happen to you. The figure's heart raced with fear, having witnessed the terrifying battle from a distance. That young man was truly formidable. Even the natural fruit captain was no match for him. Crocodile lay on the figure's back, his consciousness fading into a haze. A lengthy streak of crimson materialized on his abdomen, ascending towards his left pectoral region as blood effused forth with alacrity. A minute later, the royal army arrived at the site of the prior altercation, their visages etched with astonishment at the sight of the street's transformation. Nearly 2/3 of the thoroughfare had been transmuted into a desert landscape, a chilling spectacle that cast a pall of gravity upon the leading general's countenance. It's the Sansan fruit. A Logia type, the general affirmed, his gaze gleaming with insight. The current possessor of the Sansan fruit's power was none other than Crocodile, a pirate with a bounty of 65 million berries. Has this neophyte truly arrived in Alabasta? Seal off the area. I shall apprise His Majesty the King, the general vociferated, before swiftly departing. Within the royal palace of Alabasta, King Cobra, his mien somber, listened intently to the report brought before him. After a moment of contemplation, he pronounced, "If your account is accurate, it seems Crocodile has encountered a formidable adversary, engaging in a fierce battle. Dreadful, indeed. A Logia type. Turning 2/3 of an entire street into a desert. Indeed, such a nefarious pirate lurking within our city poses a grave threat," the general affirmed with solemnity. "Notify the Marine station nearby. Our national strength alone may prove insufficient to subdue such a pirate," Cobra lamented, a hint of resignation in his voice. Though Alabasta is hailed as a land of peace, this tranquility is safeguarded by the Marines. Our own military might is not particularly formidable. Understood, the general responded. Before briskly exiting, Alabasta was garrisoned and protected by the Marines. Faced with such a vicious pirate, they would undoubtedly remain vigilant. Notifying the Marines was the most prudent course of action. 7 days elapsed before Crocodile, his expression sullen, stirred from his repose. His body was swathed in pristine bandages, his injuries nearing convalescence, yet the pain inflicted by the young man remained etched in his memory. He meticulously replayed the battle in his mind, gleaning lessons to fortify himself. "Boss, we've located Nico Robin," a voice whispered in his ear. Nico Robin. Crocodile's eyes narrowed. If his memory served him correctly, the young woman was currently affiliated with the Grim Reaper pirates. But would he cower? A glint of amusement flickered in his eyes. His foray into this nation was predicated on a significant secret concealed within its borders. The news of Nico Robin's presence was fortuitous. This child of the devil seems capable of deciphering the poneglyphs. Perhaps she could aid my impending plans. A sinister glint appeared in Crocodile's eye. Dispatch someone to make contact with her. Yes, boss. He gazed out the window, admiring the picturesque scenery, before sighing. Once my wounds have healed, we shall embark. That wretched brat. Clenching his fist, Crocodile felt a surge of vexation, yet he remained impotent. The young upstart was simply too powerful. He possessed the self-awareness to acknowledge that he was no match for his opponent after their clash. 3 more days passed before Yang Qing arrived aboard the Grim Reaper, immediately spotting Tristram's figure, still recumbent on the deck, snoring audibly. Surrounding him were a dozen pirates, bound securely and appearing gaunt and listless from prolonged hunger. Heh! Yang Qing chuckled softly, showing no leniency towards Tristram as he delivered a swift kick. "Wake up!" Tristram stirred, rubbing his eyes, appearing groggy. "Boss, where are the others?" Tristram inquired. "You're asking me? I was about to ask you," Yang Qing retorted, rolling his eyes. It seemed Alabasta was too vast, as the others had yet to return. Let's rest for a few days and wait for their return before departing. 3 days later, Roar and Glides returned to the ship. The former taciturn and the latter endearingly simple. Both had procured a plethora of provisions, lugging sizable parcels. By afternoon, Bucky and Dylan's arrived, their boisterous bickering filling the air. "I tell you, I could have just snatched it. Why bother with all the fuss? We're pirates, for crying out loud," Bucky exclaimed loudly. "This is Alabasta, you imbecile," Dylan's retorted, seething with anger. "I can't even begin to reason with you, you dolt. Snatch it and run? Can't you grasp that? Besides, would the magnificent Captain Bucky cower before their royal army?" Bucky scoffed. "Idiot, I can't even begin to reason with you. Dylan surrendered. You're the idiot. As the two traded insults, a faint smile graced Yongqing's lips. These two were certainly becoming amicable. It seemed their relationship was progressing rapidly. On the subsequent day, Mariah and Robin returned as well. How did it go? Did anything happen? Yongqing inquired casually. Nothing major, but a minor incident occurred, Robin replied, her eyes gleaming subtly. Yongqing turned his gaze towards Robin. Someone claiming to be Crocodile extended an invitation for me to join them, Robin said with a smile. Oh, Crocodile, eh? Yongqing's eyes flickered as he nodded, a hint of coldness creeping into his smile. It seems the pain I inflicted on that fellow wasn't sufficient. Next time, I'll be sure to finish him off. 10 minutes later, the crew having replenished their supplies, Yongqing issued an order to set sail. Tristram took the helm. Bucky and Roar unfurled the sails, and with a resounding heave-ho, the Grim Reaper embarked on its voyage, slowly charting a course into the vast expanse of the sea. Oh, by the way, isn't there a pirate ship in close proximity to us? Yongqing suddenly recalled. Addressing Tristram. Yes, there was. I may have inadvertently wrecked it, Tristram admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. Yongqing smiled, and said nothing further. Trista stole a glance at the former's expression and sighed in relief. It was a close call. He had almost been discovered by the captain for his embarrassing blunder of being kidnapped while asleep, truly humiliating. The Death God slowly set sail. And just as they had traveled 10 miles, a warship appeared ahead, sailing towards them against the wind. Captain, we have spotted the Navy, Trista shouted, his tone devoid of tension. Oh, if we can evade them, do so. If not, let us sink them. Yongqing waved his hand dismissively. Trista acknowledged with a nod, humming a peculiar tune as he skillfully maneuvered the vessel. In the distance, the naval ship had begun firing projectiles at their target. Boom. A barrage of cannonballs streaked through the air towards the Death God, yet Trista deftly evaded each one, not allowing a single shot to land. Even those aboard the ship felt not the slightest tremor. On the naval vessel, the colonel reported gravely, Sir, that ship seems to predict the trajectory of our cannonballs. We have not hit a single one. Is it the Death God pirate crew? The colonel pondered, then waved dismissively. If they have managed to flee, there is no need to pursue them. Our objective lies with Crocodile, who is hiding in Alabasta. Let us hope he remains wise and does not provoke any trouble. As the two ships passed by each other, the Death God sailed further away, while the naval vessel steered towards the shores of Alabasta. Faced with the troublesome Death God pirate crew, the Navy undoubtedly prioritized dealing with Crocodile. For the colonel's purpose there was to maintain peace and stability in Alabasta. Captain, where to next? Trista casually called from the Death God. Let us proceed to Mogu Town without delay. You have squandered too much time here. Yongqing replied without hesitation, his eyes glinting with a hint of significance, for an unimaginable battle was on the horizon. Is that so? I am already prepared, Dylan chuckled. 3 months later, a new group of guests arrived in Mogu Town. The first half of the Grand Line, Mogu Town was a small settlement established by pirates. It was a chaotic hub teeming with pirates from all corners, where brawls and battles were commonplace. As a pivotal transit point for pirates, even the Navy found it challenging to exert control here. There are truly so many pirates, Dylan exclaimed, marveling at the sheer number of pirates present, which was unlike anywhere else he had seen. It was indeed a town built by pirates. The Death God gradually approached the harbor, guided by local pirates, and came to a halt. Yongqing led his crew off the ship and into Mogu Town. Have you no eyes, you fool? How dare you bump into me? I'm sorry, it was unintentional. As soon as they disembarked, a quarrel erupted nearby. The crew paused, turning to see the commotion coming from a bar. Does saying sorry even matter? Do you know who I am? I am the notorious Rodus, with a bounty of 35 million. With a thunderous crash, a figure was hurled from the bar, bloodied and collapsing to the ground, struggling for a moment before falling silent. Yongqing and his crew observed. Noting the man's eyes rolled back, he was clearly deceased. Truly brutal, Bucky murmured. Indeed, Yongqing chuckled, then pushed open the bar door, leading his crew inside. Just as someone had been thrown out, another figure pushed through. The man uttered 2 urgent exclamations, yet in the next moment, just as he attempted to evade, he was seized by the arm by Buggy. This clown held him captive, and despite his fervent struggles, he could not free himself in the slightest. Go to hell. Buggy's eyes glimmered with a frigid ruthlessness, ignited by boundless fury. How dare this insufferable individual mock him by splashing liquor upon his face? In an instant, with a resounding crash, the hand Buggy had grasped was utterly obliterated. This spectacle left everyone in a state of shock. Laughter ceased abruptly, and the bar fell into a profound silence. In the next moment, Buggy's palm made contact with the man's body. With a pop, an expanding wave of energy enveloped him entirely, followed by a tremor that shattered the surrounding chairs and objects, all witnessed through the man's eyes filled with terror. Is there anyone else? Buggy roared, his voice resonating powerfully, rendering the bar utterly silent. Incredible! This individual's abilities were terrifying. What kind of fruit did he possess? The notorious settlers, worth a bounty of 40 million, had been dispatched in an instant. Who exactly was this man? Everyone within the bar was drenched in sweat, thoroughly intimidated by Buggy's overwhelming presence. Since reason has failed to sway you, only my fist shall suffice, Yang Qing's voice echoed softly at this moment. We shall ascend to Sky Island. He raised his glass from the table and downed its contents in one swift motion, then slammed it back down with a resounding thud. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. However, Yang Qing surveyed the room, a mocking smile gracing his lips. I implore you to remember one thing. Never exhibit doubt in my presence, or else. A cruel expression emerged on Yang Qing's face as Baki returned to the table, settling down with an air of composure. Remnants of alcohol still evident on his countenance, yet no one dared to regard him with scorn. You will perish. The chilling sound of Yang Qing's voice reverberated through the bar the moment Baki took his seat. Silence enveloped the establishment, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. All seemed frozen in place, with some furtively rummaging through scattered bounty notices to ascertain the identities of the members of the Grim Reaper pirates. Who could they be? They were certainly no ordinary pirate crew. The notorious clown, with a bounty of at least 60 million, or perhaps even 80 million. Trembling in fear, Harley whispered as he sifted through the bounty notices in his bag. Suddenly, he froze, his pupils constricting in shock. There it was. He spotted the unmistakably youthful figure of the captain. The Grim Reaper pirate crew captain, the Grim Reaper, Lucifer, with a staggering bounty of 100 million. Harley gasped in terror, and the person beside him nudged him. What is wrong with you? Lower your voice, or you'll be killed. That person, the bounty. 100 million. Harley whispered in horror. What? Everyone at the table gasped, utterly astonished. They had never encountered a pirate with a bounty of 100 million in this first half of the Grand Line. Such a reward placed them in an entirely different league. As Harley continued to flip through the notices, he trembled uncontrollably upon seeing the bounties for Dylan's, Law, Moria, and Robin. He could scarcely bear to look at them. It was simply terrifying. The combined bounty of the entire crew approached 300 million. They were an unfathomable threat. Harley swallowed hard, resolutely deciding that from this moment on, should he ever encounter this crew, he would feign death. An eerie atmosphere descended upon the bar, laughter ceased, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread as they gazed at the table, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. Now tell me, how does one reach Sky Island? Yang Qing inquired, his smile relaxed and harmonious, yet it sent shivers down everyone's spine. The devil-esque smile. All fell silent, not a soul dared to speak. If no one answers, I shall be compelled to eliminate you. Yang Qing nodded, fully aware of the method to reach the Sky Island. These individuals were not entirely foolish. So, tell me, does the Sky Island truly exist? He inquired with a smile. It exists, it absolutely exists. The crowd exclaimed, each voice louder than the last, drawing curious glances from passers-by towards the bar. Ha! Yang Qing erupted into a series of hearty laughs, and smiles spread across the faces of Dylan's and the others. Afterward, they departed from the establishment, and following a bout of shopping, the evening had already descended. Everyone returned to the ship to rest for the night, preparing for their journey to Gaia Island the following day, and then onward to the Sky Island. Excellent! Dylan's and the others responded enthusiastically, while Baki, brimming with excitement, leapt into the air. It is an island in the sky. Could there be angels? Could there? Have you never been to the Sky Island while accompanying Roger? Yang Qing asked curiously. When I met Roger, I was merely an intern crew member, Baki replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Yang Qing nodded in understanding and patted Buggy on the shoulder, saying, rest assured, we will see the angels. Buggy, filled with excitement, began to dance while embracing Gladius. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room in Mogu Town, Don Quixote Doflamingo's expression turned icy as he received news. We have found Law. Doflamingo's eyes narrowed. Where is he? He is in Mogu Town, the voice replied, hesitating slightly. What is it? Doflamingo inquired. However, it seems he has joined the crew of the Grim Reaper pirates, which may make him difficult to deal with. The voice continued. Grim Reaper. Doflamingo squinted, recalling the brief encounter with that young man. Gather our family's forces and prepare for battle, he commanded after a moment's contemplation. This opponent is likely formidable, so they must proceed with caution. Yes. Also, is Corazon present? Doflamingo asked again. Yes, though he constantly flirts with death, he is still alive. The voice responded. We must capture Law at any cost. Doflamingo stated coldly, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Corazon, I never expected you could be saved, though it is of little consequence. But my brother, you still hold some value. Contribute once more to atone for your betrayal. Unexpectedly, during Doflamingo's conversation with another, a revelation emerged. Corazon was still alive? How could this be? Could it be the butterfly effect caused by Yang Qing's arrival? Upon Doflamingo's command, the entire family sprang into action. At that moment, family members scattered across the Grand Line began to board ships heading towards Mogu Town. As fate would have it, Doflamingo's visit to Mogu Town was merely a whim for his business. Controlling multiple shadows of dark forces, Doflamingo had already gained a modicum of notoriety, though not yet at the scale he would later achieve. Who could have anticipated that Law's trail would be discovered here? The following day, the crew of the Grim Reaper awoke. After enjoying breakfast prepared by Gladius, they commenced their training. Whether it was Dylan's, Law, or the newly joined Buggy, none were lax regarding their physical conditioning. Yang Qing, seizing any free moment, immersed himself in his game, accumulating wealth. The swordsman system was vast. At that moment, only basic martial arts manuals were accessible, yet Yang Qing had already noted numerous question marks at the pinnacle, hinting at untold value, too daunting for him to contemplate. This fellow, could he transition from martial arts to immortal arts in the future? Yang Qing mused, astonished at the question marks in the system. Once everyone was prepared, Yang Qing shouted, and the Grim Reaper set sail towards Kaya Island. As they began their journey, Doflamingo received word swiftly. Doflamingo, they have left Mogu Town. Their target seems to be Kaya Island. Is that so? Only you two from the family have arrived? Doflamingo's eyes glinted with malice as he gazed at the two before him, Pika and Gladius, while noting the presence of 7 others on the opposing side. The other family members are scattered. Even the fastest will take 3 days to regroup, Gladius solemnly stated. This is truly unexpected. Doflamingo replied coldly, contemplating that young man. Although formidable, he was uncertain if he could manage the situation. Facing a pirate crew with merely 3 individuals felt precarious, and he seldom engaged in undertakings fraught with uncertainty. Young master, what should we do? Pika asked sharply. Wait, Doflamingo replied, his gaze icy, until all family members have assembled. Meanwhile, the Grim Reaper sliced through the sea, swiftly heading towards Kaya Island, which lay not far from Mogu Town. In just over an hour, they beheld the island. In reality, Mogu Town was situated on Kaya Island. However, to reach the Sky Island from there, they needed to navigate to the opposite side. At this moment, they found themselves near Kulik's residence, and upon arrival, they sensed noticeable fluctuations in the nearby ocean's air currents. This sea area is quite unstable, Trist observed, noticing bubbles continuously surfacing in the water. It could suddenly propel us into the sky. That sounds perilous. Yang Qing murmured, glancing toward the island where a tall, burly man sat smoking at the shoreline. Kulik. Kulik gazed calmly at the pirate ship not far off, accustomed to the frequent visits of vessels. I am curious, since the log pointer is directed towards the sky. How do we ascend? Buggy questioned, pointing upwards. Trist, Dylan's called out. Aside from being the navigator, Trist also served as the ship's fortune teller. Although his cards were sometimes inaccurate, they were generally reliable, boasting an accuracy exceeding 80%. Leave it to me, Trist declared confidently. Today, my luck is excellent. He produced 2 cards, and with a flash of red light, he tossed one into the sky, proclaiming, let us gamble, if I lose. Tell me how to reach the Sky Island. After a minute, the card flipped in the air, revealing a number, as Trist displayed his own card. Beaming, I won. He closed his eyes, seemingly receiving some strange revelation. What did you glean? Do we have a method? Dylan's inquired, while Yang Qing watched with keen interest. According to the guidance, if our ship remains stationary for 3 days, the divine will elevate us to the sky, leading us to our destination. Trist conveyed, his expression filled with bewilderment. Divine. The group exchanged glances, but Yang Qing chuckled, understanding the implication. Then we shall wait here for 3 days. Although they were uncertain, the captain's command was absolute, and they had no choice but to comply. 3 days later, at dawn, the Grim Reaper began to tremble violently. What on earth is happening? Trist exclaimed, rushing about as intense upward currents surged beneath the ship and within a 50-meter radius. The omen you received 3 days ago, the divine is this upward current. Yang Qing remarked with a smile, this current will carry us to the Sky Island. The crew was astounded, gripping the ship tightly to withstand the violent rocking. In 20 minutes, this upward current will erupt, and we shall whoosh into the sky. Dylan shouted, only to add ominously, and then fall back down, shattered to pieces. Buggy's face paled, a green hue overtaking him. Back in Mogu Town, Doflamingo surveyed the assembled crowd and coldly stated, is everyone here? Then let us depart. Led by Don Quixote Doflamingo, the Don Quixote family embarked from the town of Mogu, making their way towards the opposite side of Gaia Island. As the entire family strode through the streets, gasps of astonishment erupted from the townsfolk. It was them, the infamous Doflamingo, with a bounty of 150 million. Who would have imagined that their pirate crew would arrive in Mogu? The aura they exuded was terrifying, rendering me speechless. Soon, the Don Quixote family departed from Mogu, swiftly heading towards the other side of Gaia Island. Their movements were rapid, and after gathering together, they proceeded in silence, their expressions dark and foreboding. 20 minutes later, the ship Thousand Sunny began to tremble violently, bubbles rising continuously from the nearby sea, as if the entire surface was in a state of agitation. It was coming. An updraft. Everyone, hold on to the ship, Trist shouted. The others exchanged anxious glances, gripping anything they could to secure themselves. Buggy, in a dramatic display, had Law tied him to the mast with a bundle of ropes. Yang Qing, however, wore a faint smile, with a flick of his wrist. A soft sound resonated as a shimmering barrier enveloped the Thousand Sunny. The bubbling surface of the sea generated a terrifying force, causing the ship to shake violently. The crew watched the sea with trepidation, feeling an overwhelming pressure, as if a volcano on the brink of eruption lay beneath. Is the ship all right? That force of eruption? Buggy trembled, inquiring. Rest assured. Yang Qing nodded, his expression growing serious. The power of the sea's eruption was potent enough to launch a ship thousands of meters into the air. The magnitude of its force was unfathomable. Hey. Where is the ship headed? On the shore, Kulik was left astounded, At that moment, he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. For 3 consecutive days, the ship had remained stationary, and he could not fathom their intentions. Until today. Until today, he witnessed the changes on the sea's surface and finally understood. The people on that ship intended to ride the updraft into the sky. Kulik thought incredulously, realizing they had evidently devised a plan 3 days prior. Were these individuals truly reckless enough to risk their lives? Kulik suddenly stood up, shouting towards the Thousand Sunny, "You fools. Where do you think you're going? Get away from there. It's dangerous." The crew of the Thousand Sunny heard Kulik's voice. Yang Qing, seated at the bow, paused momentarily before smiling and pointing towards the sky. "We've heard there is an island up there. We intend to take a look." Kulik froze, his heart racing. What? These individuals aim to reach Sky Island? How could that be? Could there truly be islands in the sky? However, how is that possible? Throughout his endeavors, he had sought traces of Sky Island. Yet even in his heart, he scarcely believed such a miraculous phenomenon could exist. But these people, where did they derive their confidence? To reach and safely land upon that distant land through the updraft? At that moment, Doflamingo and his crew arrived at the shore, coming into Yang Qing's view. It was them. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, his expression turning icy. The arrogant and cruel Doflamingo was forever etched in his memory. This man had struck first when they first set foot on Reverse Mountain, which led to Law boarding their ship. "Haha, Captain of the Thousand Sunny, where are you headed?" Doflamingo called out boisterously from the shore. "Doflamingo." Law's gaze fixated on Doflamingo, his mood suddenly tense. "Oh, Law, where are you going? Not curious about the person on my back?" Gladius laughed heartily. Law shifted his gaze to Gladius's back, and upon recognizing the individual, his expression transformed drastically as he exclaimed in disbelief, "Corazon, how is this possible? He is still alive." He had witnessed Corazon's death at the hands of Doflamingo. Yet how could he have survived? Corazon. Even Yang Qing was taken aback. This character, who had long since perished in the original tale, was inexplicably alive? He is alive. "Law, don't you want to meet him?" Doflamingo laughed, his demeanor shifting to a chilling intensity, although it's not much different from being dead. Law's expression flickered. 3 seconds later, he shouted, "I want to get off the ship." In an instant, the crew exchanged glances, uncertainty etched on their faces. Around the Thousand Sunny, several areas of seawater had already been thrust into the air, resembling a fountain, as the ocean trembled with increasing ferocity. In such circumstances, it was imperative they did not disembark the vessel. Furthermore, they had prepared themselves to ascend to Sky Island. Hey, calm down, Law. We can't get off the ship now," Buggy shouted loudly. At that moment, Yang Qing's countenance darkened profoundly. He could scarcely fathom the unforeseen turn of events. To his astonishment, Doflamingo had appeared here, threatening them with Corazon. "I must disembark," Luo declared resolutely, striding towards the ship's hull. "Luo," Yang Qing softly called out, fully comprehending the turmoil within Luo's heart, rendering him unable to intervene. Yet, at this juncture, leaving the ship was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. "Dillons, is there any way to strike them from our range?" Yang Qing inquired, turning his gaze. "It's too far. I cannot reach it. If I cannot appear there in an instant, I will be detected." Dillon shook his head, and in that instant, both were consumed with thoughts of how to rescue Corazon. "Perhaps I can manage it," Glades murmured after a moment of contemplation. "Then make haste," Yang Qing urged without hesitation, turning once more to Luo. "You absolutely cannot disembark now. It is far too dangerous. Leave it to Glades and Dillons." Luo trembled, finally closing his eyes and nodding gravely. "All right." Dillons approached Glades, speaking heavily. "We cannot afford any mistakes this time. It is for our brother." Glades felt the weight of the responsibility and nodded, swiftly discussing their plan with Dillons. Yang Qing noticed a flicker of surprise on Dillons' face, followed by a firm nod. "Captain, do you trust me?" Dillons asked as he made his way to the bow of the ship. Yang Qing was taken aback for a moment, then nodded affirmatively. "I believe in you, always." A smile spread across Dillons' face as he turned to Glades and declared, "Glades, let us go. I am ready." The ship, the Grim Reaper, trembled violently, and the bubbles below were on the verge of propelling the vessel skyward. It seemed that at any moment, the ship could be lifted from the sea. Glades' expression grew serious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He extended his hands toward Dillons and whispered, "Air cannon." A dull thud reverberated through the air. And in the next instant, Dillons felt a tremendous force surge through him. A fierce wind erupted from the Grim Reaper, tousling everyone's hair and causing them to look toward the bow. There, Dillons' figure had vanished without a trace. Astonishment filled the crew aboard the Grim Reaper as their eyes darted around, desperately searching for Dillons, but he was nowhere to be found. "Where's the first mate?" Bucky shouted, but no one answered. No one could locate him. At that very moment, on the shoreline, some members of Doflamingo's crew sensed something amiss. "Doflamingo, we are missing someone from the ship." Doflamingo's expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted, "Be cautious." Simultaneously, a hand surged from behind Gladius, tightly grasping Corazon on his back, causing Corazon to detach from Gladius. Realizing the sudden lightness, Gladius's face changed drastically. He swiftly kicked backward. In that instant, nearly everyone from the Don Quixote pirates sensed the anomaly and reacted, attacking behind them. A series of attacks struck Dillons' right hand, causing his arm to tremble violently. Yet he held tightly to Corazon. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his ability, and with a pop, Corazon's body partially vanished. A second later, Corazon completely disappeared from sight. On the deck of the Grim Reaper, Corazon initially manifested halfway before fully appearing. This scene left everyone in disbelief, yet they breathed a sigh of relief, especially Glades, who exhaled deeply, as he was the most anxious, having little confidence in the plan. How infuriating! Doflamingo seethed, sweeping his leg through the air, his foot enveloped in a dark coating of hockey. A resounding crash echoed as Dylan's was forcefully kicked from the space, spewing blood midair. He rolled for several meters before finally halting, crouching on the ground, his expression grave as he regarded the group before him. This marked the second time he had been injured in such a short span. The first instance was due to Glades' air cannon, a newly developed technique utilizing highly compressed air to deliver cannonball-like strikes with extraordinary power and speed. The range was extensive, and it was this ability that enabled Dylan's to be ejected in an instant while simultaneously utilizing his fruit power to appear behind Gladius, executing this sequence of actions. This was the most efficient plan to extricate Corazon without detection. The Grim Reaper was caught in an updraft, rendering the crew unable to disembark or maneuver the vessel. Even with Yangqing's formidable fruit ability, this was an insurmountable challenge. However, Glades' air cannon was exceedingly potent. From the moment it was fired, Dylan's had sustained an injury, his vital energies roiling within him, yet he endured. At this juncture, after suffering yet another blow from Doflamingo, he had finally sustained serious injuries. Coupled with the exertion from relocating Corazon, Dylan's found himself in an extremely perilous situation. It seems we have succeeded. Dylan's glanced around the Grim Reaper, observing the expressions of his comrades, and he let out a sigh of relief. Dylan's, come back. Law shouted exuberantly, his joy evident at having rescued Corazon. Return? Dylan's thought ruefully, surveying the predatory gazes of the group before him and sensing the dwindling strength within his body. He stood slowly, facing the Don Quixote pirates directly. Law, Captain? Do you trust me? Dylan suddenly called out loudly. The expressions of Law, Yangqing, Trist, Bucky, Glades, and the others shifted dramatically, particularly Glades, who was acutely aware of the power behind his previous strike. Could it be that the first mate? At this moment, Yangqing harbored a foreboding sense of dread. He clenched his fists tightly, fixing his gaze intently on Dylan's face. Could it be? You all go ahead. This lot. Dylan stood tall, his demeanor exuding disdain as he faced Doflamingo's crew. I shall take care of these scum. Dylan. Luo finally comprehended the gravity of the situation, tears streaming down his face as he shouted passionately, come back. You must return. Pfft, it's not like I'm dying. Dylan heard Luo's voice and felt an inexplicable stirring within. Buzzing. The Grim Reaper trembled violently, and the next instant, a terrifying current erupted around them, forcing the endless sea from the depths into the sky. 3 seconds later, the expressions of everyone aboard the Grim Reaper shifted dramatically as a powerful torrent surged from beneath the vessel, lifting it skyward in an instant. Dylan, first mate. Shouts erupted from the ship. In merely a second, the Grim Reaper had ascended 100 meters above the ocean. Damn it. Yangqing swung his fist furiously against the ship, yelling downwards, Doflamingo, if anything happens to Dylan, I shall take your head. His voice echoed across the sea, and upon hearing it, a glint of cold light flickered in Doflamingo's eyes. He then smiled at Dylan, saying, it seems your captain is quite concerned for you. Of course. We are brothers, Dylan replied casually, scanning the surroundings for an escape route, only to be met with disappointment as Doflamingo's crew swiftly occupied all strategic points, completely encircling him. Is it really necessary to be this cautious? Dylan remarked dismissively, though his heart was heavy with foreboding. It appeared that escape would be exceedingly difficult. Doflamingo stepped forward, his voice ominous. Your captain is likely to be disappointed. You see, taking my brother has made me quite irate. However, perhaps exchanging you, in such a feeble state, could help us achieve our goals. Oh, you wish to capture me? Dylan raised an eyebrow, steadying his chaotic breath, before his expression turned icy. Then come and try. A battle was imminent. What would be the outcome of Dylan's confrontation with Doflamingo's crew? On the Grim Reaper, Yangqing clenched his fists, his mind a whirlwind of chaos. Luo, Trist, and the others wore grim expressions, their hearts resolutely remembering the name Doflamingo. The Grim Reaper was lifted by the ascending current, shaking violently as it soared into the sky at an alarming speed. Yangqing slightly opened his right hand, maintaining the realm of the Grim Reaper to prevent the vessel from being shattered by the force of the rising current. They watched as the ocean receded farther below, and Gaia Island became increasingly diminutive. This was an exhilarating moment. The ship had left the sea, soaring into the sky, where perhaps clouds could form islands or winged beauties might dwell. Yet at this moment, all crew members clenched their fists tightly, their expressions darkened, with flames of anger flickering in their eyes. I will never let them go, Glades roared, brandishing his fists. And who would? Trist's cards clapped ominously in his hands. The ever-smiling face of his had been replaced with an icy demeanor. Bucky freed himself from his bindings, tears welling in his eyes as he ran to the ship's wall, bracing himself against the mast and peering down, shouting loudly, First mate. Yangqing's fist remained tightly clenched, and he closed his eyes, In the darkness before him, the figure of Dylan seemed to materialize, his face adorned with a smile, accompanied by a lingering question. Do you believe me? It was merely a question posed by Dylan before his departure, to which Yongqing had responded, I believe in you, now and forever. Yongqing opened his eyes and murmured into the void ahead. Beneath him, powerful updrafts surged, splashing droplets of seawater all around, while the howling winds roared in fury. Lifting the death's head to the highest heights, Yongqing composed himself and stepped onto the deck, clapping his hands resolutely. Dylan will be all right. I have faith in him. Now, our more pressing task is to journey to the Sky Island. Yongqing spoke slowly, his expression devoid of a smile. Yet his tone was imbued with a grave seriousness. After a brief pause, noticing that everyone's gaze was fixed upon him, he continued, as for the Doflamingo crew. Drawing a deep breath, a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. I will not spare them. Under Yongqing's command, the Death God ship, having been rattled by the impact, had stabilized considerably. Now, Law, Moria, please assess Corazon's condition and do everything in your power to revive him. He is not in good shape, Yongqing stated solemnly to Law. At that moment, tears shimmered in Law's eyes. Although he often quarreled with Dylan's, there was no doubt that the two were the best of partners aboard the ship. Dylan's had risked everything to rescue Corazon, plunging himself into peril. A scene that deeply saddened Law. Having just saved Corazon, the prospect of losing Dylan's left Law's emotions in turmoil. All right, adjust your attitude, Law. Dylan's will be fine. Yongqing asserted earnestly. Law nodded, then crouched down to examine Corazon's body. Trist, quickly ascertain how much longer we have until we reach Sky Island. This is crucial. Aye. Captain. Buggy, keep a vigilant eye on any objects descending from the sky. Eliminate all unidentified entities. I must focus on maneuvering the Death God ship without distraction. Understood. Additionally. Glades, Yongqing pondered for a moment. Tell me, will Dylan sustain any injuries from your strike? Glades momentarily faltered before slowly responding. My air cannon is a formidable attack formed by compressed air, its speed akin to lightning, allowing it to strike before it is even seen. The rapid impact generates an exceptionally powerful assault. To achieve the utmost velocity, this strike was executed with my full strength. Yongqing closed his eyes and nodded, saying, I understand. After a round of gambling, Quister had figured it out and now spoke. In 3 minutes, the rising current will cease, and then... What then? Yongqing inquired. Quister, with a serious expression, replied, the divination indicates that we shall not reach the Sky Island. Yongqing raised her eyebrows, seemingly astonished. Is that so? That truly is unfortunate news. The crowd exchanged glances, all feeling that their luck had plummeted to an unprecedented low. The loss of Dylan on Gaia Island not only left his fate uncertain, but it also seemed impossible to ascend to the Sky Island. On Gaia Island, Dylan and the entire Don Quixote family stared at each other, both sides wearing expressions of grave concern. There was no room for relaxation. The battle had commenced. With a bounty of 90 million, the notorious pirate, Ghost Dylan, let us witness your strength today. A cruel smile blossomed at the corner of Doflamingo's mouth as he gestured sharply forward. 5 colored threads. Dylan's expression shifted, his body trembling as 5 threads sliced through him, surprisingly leaving no mark. Ha ha ha, this is quite unexpected. Doflamingo laughed, taking a step back as the members of his crew surged forward. Capture him, Dylan murmured, his figure becoming increasingly ethereal until he vanished completely. The next moment, he reappeared before Doflamingo, a glimmer of cold light flashing. Doflamingo stepped back effortlessly. Your opponent is not me right now. From behind, several attacks converged on Dylan. His face changed as he flickered out of sight, reappearing just behind Diamante. A dagger slashed, leaving a blood mark on Diamante's back. With a pained cry, Diamante swung his longsword backward, but Dylan had already evaded his grasp. In an instant, Dylan materialized in front of Pika, a mocking smile gracing his features before he vanished again, the dagger's cold glint flashing through the air. Puff, Pika cried out, a fresh line of blood appearing on his face. I told you, you're merely a bunch of scum. Dylan's voice echoed icily, causing the expressions of the Don Quixote family to shift dramatically. He resembled a specter walking in broad daylight, invisible to all, having surrendered himself to death itself, yet gaining ever more formidable power. At this moment, the members of the Don Quixote family finally experienced the true might of Ghost Dylan. This brat is incredibly troublesome, Tori Bowl exclaimed grimly. Pika, control the ground. Pika let out a shrill cry, and the earth trembled as his figure melded into the ground beneath him. The next moment, an area of 100 meters was under his command. This is quite troublesome. Dylan felt the trembling earth beneath him, his expression shifting slightly as he gasped. Raising his head to observe the encroaching enemies, a sense of foreboding filled his heart. At that moment, Dylan felt as if he were a lone warrior trapped in a siege, battling without reinforcements. No, he truly was a soldier caught in a snare. An immense pressure bore down on Dylan continuously, making beads of sweat drip from his forehead. Powerful foes, dwindling stamina, and a severely injured body. All of this seemed to foretell that Dylan was on the brink of despair. What an unfortunate day this is. Dylan sighed, and just then, the ground beneath his feet trembled violently, a sharp spike suddenly piercing through his thigh. A spurt of blood erupted as Dylan's face contorted in pain. TCH, did I miss? Doflamingo and his crew expressed their disappointment from a distance. They had witnessed the stone spike penetrate Dylan's right leg. Yet it had clearly passed through as if he were an illusion, revealing that he had employed his devil fruit ability. A cold smile crept across Dylan's face as his right leg trembled slightly, blood trickling out. This strike had indeed grazed him, the immense force causing him immediate injury. Ghost dance. Gazing at the group before him, Dylan inhaled deeply and activated his fruit's power. In an instant, 7 or 8 figures of Dylan appeared, moving gracefully among the crowd, their daggers shimmering with a ghostly blue light. Puff, puff, puff. The sounds echoed incessantly, this terrifying assault proving impossible to defend against. The crowd became flustered, some even letting out screams as blood marks appeared on their bodies. The fearsome speed and elusive forms rendered Dylan exceedingly difficult to contend with. 10 seconds later, Dylan bent over, gasping for breath, his stamina at its nadir. Such a powerful move would inevitably deplete his energy. Furthermore, his adversaries were no ordinary foes. This strike had not inflicted severe injuries on them, with most merely sustaining scratches that did not hinder their combat capabilities. Your stamina is depleted, isn't it? Diamante laughed heartily, twirling his sword before thrusting it toward Dylan, the cold light seeming to pierce an infinite distance. Dylan's expression changed as he hurriedly bent low to dodge. The ground beneath him suddenly quaked violently, causing him to lose his balance. It was over. Dylan's heart jolted as a fierce wind rushed toward his waist. Gladius had already closed in, delivering a sweeping kick. Bang! The tremendous force struck Dylan, sending him flying over 10 meters, leaving a long trail on the ground as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face now ghostly pale. Capture him, Doflamingo stated expressionlessly. Dylan's combat prowess had astonished him. Deploying so many family members had still taken considerable time to diminish the opponent's fighting capacity. How infuriating. Dylan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a hint of coldness in his gaze. His stamina had been entirely drained by the devil fruit. He felt his body weakening. The formidable ability was undoubtedly exhausting, a natural consequence. The energy expended to transport Corazon had already exceeded his limits, and the subsequent battles had demanded his utmost focus. With every strike, his stamina waned rapidly. At this moment, Dylan's energy was nearing depletion. The members of Doflamingo's crew advanced step by step, closing in on him. Oh, so many people targeting just one individual. How unfair. Just then, a voice rang out, causing the Don Quixote family members to halt, glancing toward the source of the sound with surprise. On the ship of the Grim Reaper, the expressions of everyone turned exceedingly grave. Dylan, how much longer? Yongqing inquired urgently. 30 seconds. In 30 seconds, the updraft will cease, and at that point, we will plummet from 10,000 meters. Crashing down with a bang and shattering into pieces, Triss declared dramatically, beads of sweat dotting his brow. The wait for death was a torturous ordeal. All right. Yongqing nodded, her gaze fixed on the heights above. At this altitude, everyone aboard the Grim Reaper could see a layer of white clouds enveloping the sky, dense and hanging like a beautiful white ocean. From a distance, this sea of white seemed tantalizingly close, yet the distance remained vast. How many seconds left? Buggy asked in terror. 10 seconds. Crest immediately remarked that the upward currents below were diminishing in strength, and the ascent of the Grim Reaper was slowing. The entire crew wore tense expressions, their eyes fixed apprehensively upon the expanse of white sea ahead. Should they fail to ascend, they would likely face a singular fate, death. Even Yongqing felt his heart racing wildly. He lacked the confidence to elevate the vessel to the White Sea or to master the perilous descent from over 10,000 meters. The sheer force generated by the acceleration was colossal, exceeding millions of pounds. While Yongqing could exert control, he was uncertain whether his stamina could endure. If the updraft ceased, he had little assurance for the descent. Conversely, if he could guide the ship toward the ocean, the distance would be shorter, increasing the likelihood of success. Yongqing's eyes flickered as he made a resolute decision. 10 seconds slipped by in an instant. The momentum of the Grim Reaper abruptly halted, vibrating violently, causing the crew to sway and struggle to maintain their footing. Yongqing's expression grew grave as he exerted every ounce of strength to keep the ship aloft. Meanwhile, the updraft below had begun its rapid plunge toward the sea's surface. The Grim Reaper had completely broken free from the upward current's thrust, momentarily suspended in the sky. Fly, we are flying, Baki exclaimed in disbelief. Next, we will ascend to the Sky Island. Yongqing gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to steer the Grim Reaper toward the White Sea. They were a mere 50 meters away, had they been on land. They could have crossed that distance in the blink of an eye. Yet, at this moment, every second drained Yongqing's energy, tightening his muscles, with sweat pouring down like rain. Gradually, 1 meter, 2 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, the Grim Reaper crawled skyward like a snail. Yongqing clenched his teeth, his body drenched in perspiration. Captain. The others noticed Yongqing's distress. His pale complexion and grim expression made them acutely aware of the immense pressure he was enduring. Get me up. Yongqing shouted through gritted teeth, and the Grim Reaper surged forward with renewed speed, covering 10 meters in 3 seconds. In that moment, only 10 meters remained until they would reach the White Sea. Yongqing's eyes widened in fury, and his veins felt as though they might burst. He sensed he had reached his limit, the air before his nose carrying a suffocating scent, the metallic tang of blood filling his nostrils. Amidst the gasps of the others aboard the death god, blood trickled from his nose. With a roar of rage, he clenched his right hand into a fist. His posture straightened, and an overwhelming aura of dominance surged forth, causing the very fabric of space around him to tremble. In that moment, he felt as if a mountain was pressing down upon him, rendering even the slightest movement a Herculean task. Limit? No, I have not yet reached my limit. With a resounding pop, the invisible barrier enveloping the death god suddenly expanded, stretching out to a radius of 2,000 meters. At that instant, the ship accelerated, plunging into the sea of clouds. A wave of suffocation swept over everyone, a debilitating weakness enveloping them, leaving them in a daze. Then, 3 seconds later, the world before them brightened dramatically. The death god floated atop the billowing white sea. The crew stood in awe, gazing at the enchanting spectacle as clouds gathered, forming what appeared to be an ocean. They were indeed floating on a sea of clouds. The crew stared in astonishment at the vast expanse of white, reminiscent of a field of pure cotton candy. I will rest for a moment. You all steer the ship towards the island, Yangqing instructed before wearily closing his eyes, wiping the blood from his nose, and using the time to recuperate swiftly. Ro, check on the captain's condition, and why do we feel so weak? Treaster calmly inquired. Noting Dylan's absence, Ro snapped his fingers and then turned to Yangqing. 3 seconds later, he breathed a sigh of relief. The captain is fine. His vitality is just fluctuating. As for us, he paused, we are at an altitude of several thousand meters. Given our physical condition, we should recover in about an hour. It's merely a matter of atmospheric pressure, so do not worry. The crew exhaled in relief. And Treaster guided the death god across the white sea. Glades, armed with a desire to hunt, sought to catch fish in these waters, perhaps hoping for different flavors. Baki, like a child, darted about with curiosity and excitement gleaming in his eyes. Ro knelt down, carefully tending to Corzone's injuries. You will be all right, and Dylan, you must return. Ro thought heavily of the man who often engaged him in banter. He summoned Yangqing, looked on with a smile as the scene unfolded. Once the revelers had their fill of enjoyment, he casually inquired of the inhabitants of the Sky Island. Are you familiar with Enel? This single utterance abruptly stilled the previously exuberant and warm-hearted Sky Islanders, as if a pause button had been pressed. The entire street froze in place, their expressions unchanged. Yet the smiles on their faces swiftly morphed into terror. What has happened to them? Buggy asked, bewildered. Perhaps we have angered a certain entity here? Yangqing pondered. Realizing the gravity of their expressions, it seemed that Enel had indeed seized control over the Sky Island. This indicated that he was present on that very island. Yangqing turned to gaze at the island not far from the Sky Island, which was suffused with the aura of the land below. Crackling sounds of electric sparks reverberated through the sky. As the terrified Sky Islanders cast fearful glances upward, they scurried away, hastily securing their doors and peering cautiously through their windows. Only the members of the Grim Reaper pirates remained perplexed, standing still and observing the bizarre scene around them. Look! There is lightning! Robin exclaimed, pointing at the blue electric flashes in the sky. The group lifted their gazes, noticing the terrifying blue lightning brewing ominously. In an instant, a column of lightning converged and crashed down towards Yangqing's head with a deafening roar. The speed was nearly instantaneous, too swift for anyone to react. Yangqing's right hand trembled, and with a soft pop, a luminous aura began to expand outward. Almost immediately, he was enveloped in a brilliant cascade of lightning, radiating a dazzling light, while the intense heat caused the surrounding air to emit a charred scent. 3 seconds later, a profound pit appeared on the ground, billowing with thick smoke. How terrifying! Yangqing's eyes narrowed, followed by a burst of laughter. Such formidable power was precisely what he adored. He gazed upwards, finding the sky utterly devoid of any presence. The members of the Grim Reaper pirates looked on in astonishment, utterly bewildered by the origin of the lightning. It is a deity, a divine retribution. They were doomed, invoking the name of the divine, believing that no one could save them. Whispers rippled through the crowd, and everyone froze momentarily, a shiver coursing through them as they recalled the earlier lightning, filling their hearts with dread. Could it be? Could it truly be a god? The might of lightning has always belonged to the realm of deities. Such a phenomenon, where the lightning descends unseen from the heavens, could only be orchestrated by a divine being. Yangqing cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, perceiving the astonishment etched upon their faces. In his heart, he comprehended that anyone witnessing such a phenomenon would be struck with amazement, perhaps even fear. Enelu, I know you can hear me. There is no need for haste. I shall seek you out shortly, Yangqing remarked softly as he raised his gaze to the heavens. Within the divine palace, a young man, clad only from the waist down and adorned with a white turban, sat with 4 taiko drums behind him. His right foot rested upon his left leg, reminiscent of a seated posture, as he nonchalantly cleaned his ears. With an impassive expression, he took a fierce bite of the apple in his hand, murmuring to himself with a hint of amusement, "So, you wish to find me? How intriguing. But is it so simple to encounter a deity?" He gradually extended his right hand, the tip of his index finger beginning to shimmer with a blue luminescence, simultaneously, above Yangqing and the others. A massive thundercloud swirled ominously, crackling with lightning that produced a deafening roar. Yang Qing squinted his eyes, astonished to see Enel make another move. This time, the scope of the attack was even more immense, nearly enveloping a radius of 50 meters around them. In merely 3 seconds, the thunderclouds above erupted with a deafening roar, followed by a cacophony of lightning descending upon the crowd. The lightning harbored a terrifying heat capable of incinerating anyone in an instant. Here it comes again. Bucky screamed in fear, while the others wore grave expressions. In the blink of an eye, the bolts of lightning struck downwards, hurtling towards them. In a fleeting moment, Yang Qing's expression shifted. His right hand trembled slightly, and with a soft sound, a faint protective barrier rapidly expanded in all directions. Ah! Bucky shrieked as he was struck by the lightning and collapsed to the ground. In an instant, he was obliterated, the overwhelming heat rendering him immobile, convulsing in agony. Other bolts of lightning scorched the ground, leaving a trail of blackened marks. Reverse it! Yang Qing shouted with authority, extending his hand towards the front. The air trembled suddenly, and at that moment, all the descending and undescended lightning appeared to be under his command, reversing direction and soaring back into the sky, transforming into a brilliant blue light that vanished after 3 seconds. Bucky! Law rushed to Bucky's side, calling out anxiously. Yang Qing strode over with a grave expression. How is he? Luo meticulously examined him, his countenance darkening. He has been struck by lightning and has lost the ability to move. Yang Qing's eyes flickered, and his expression darkened. It seems you were quite unfriendly, Enel. Enel, residing in the Temple of the Gods, chuckled disdainfully but withdrew his hand. The deity was arrogant. Having failed to eliminate his opponent twice, he had chosen to relent. After a prolonged wait, the sky no longer crackled with lightnings, allowing the onlookers to breathe a sigh of relief. For now, we are safe. Trist managed a grim smile, aware that facing such a formidable and swift attack as lightning weighed heavily on anyone's heart. Even more unsettling was the fact that they could not ascertain the location of their adversary. This meant that at that moment, Enel had already mastered the observation hockey. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, astonished by Enel's innate talent. However, this only complicated matters. To subdue someone like Enel, one must exert overwhelming combat prowess. Otherwise, the latter would remain unconvinced. It appeared that exerting his utmost effort was imperative. Yang Qing felt the pressure mounting. While reading the original story, he had seen Luffy seemingly overpower Enel with ease, but it was only when confronted with the reality of lightning that one could truly appreciate the latter's formidable nature. Truly, the strongest fruit of the Logia type, the Rumble fruit, commanded a grave presence. Let us proceed to that island. Yang Qing indicated ahead. Appiato. Is that where the god resides? Buggy, regaining his senses, was momentarily overtaken by fear as the lightning descended upon him, rendering him utterly defenseless. Indeed, but Buggy, you are still too weak, Yang Qing remarked, his brow furrowed. Buggy's face contorted, and he replied with a grimace. I will strive to improve my training. Others, to varying degrees, managed to react to the lightning and evade it swiftly, but Buggy, lacking in both speed and reflexes, was eliminated in an instant. After a brief rest, the group set off towards Appiato, each taking a Wybra as they sped through the deserted streets. An hour later, they entered a jungle that mirrored the island below. This place is astonishingly identical to the island beneath us, Trist exclaimed, while Robin's eyes sparkled as she noted the ancient age of the trees. Robin, pay close attention to your surroundings. You might discover something you cherish, Yang Qing encouraged with a smile. Robin paused, then nodded with a smile of her own. By observing the terrain and climate, it seemed plausible that this island had emerged from the world below. How could this be? You mean such a colossal island actually ascended from below? Who possesses such immense power? Could it truly be a god? Buggy exclaimed, recalling the terrifying lightning that had sent shivers down his spine. Everyone turned their gaze towards Maria, while Yang Qing pondered. He wondered where Enel was at that moment. According to the storyline, Enel had ruled over Skypiea for 6 years. Thus, his current whereabouts were uncertain. Observing Skypiea was originally under the command of that so-called god, and their fear stemmed solely from Enel's brutality. If this were the case, it seemed that Enel had not yet fully controlled the entire Skypiea, implying that his divine status was somewhat self-assumed. Of course, the true nature of the situation could only be unveiled upon reaching the temple. Such powers were not exclusive to gods. They could also stem from nature itself. Rolling her eyes at Buggy's ignorance, Maria had no desire to elaborate, mentioning instead the ascending sea currents. Everyone nodded, considering the currents capable of propelling people to great heights. Indeed, for centuries ago, a current split Gaia Island in two. One half is the very island we stand upon, while the other, Yang Qing paused and softly continued, is present-day Gaia Island. On Gaia Island, Dylan's, upon hearing a voice behind him, was initially taken aback before letting out a wry smile. I never expected someone would come to assist me. At that moment, a figure stood before him. You will help me fulfill my dreams and rectify my lifetime of regrets. All I can do is ensure you do not fall victim to an unfair duel. The figure stated seriously, exhaling a cloud of smoke that spiraled upwards. Soon, a flurry of footsteps echoed, and a group stood in front of Dylan's and the newcomer. Who are you? Dylan's was bewildered, unable to comprehend the meaning of the visitor's words, nor did he recognize the individuals before him. The Ape Mountain United Pirate Crew, at your service. The group was led by Kulik and his crew. Though their combat strength was lacking, they were numerous, and their arrival slightly alleviated Dylan's dire predicament, providing him with a glimmer of hope. Doflamingo, upon seeing the newcomers, was first taken aback, then frowned, his face cold as he waved his hand. Kill them. At the same time, not far from Gaia Island, a large pirate ship sailed forward, shrouded in ominous yellow sands, reminiscent of a desert. Captain, we are nearing Gaia Island. Is that so? Gaia Island. At the bow of the ship stood a tall man, a cigar perched at the corner of his mouth. His surroundings swirling with fine sand, he was Crocodile. Approximately 10 miles behind Crocodile, a naval vessel cut through the waves, closely trailing him. At the forefront of the ship stood a robust man, 2 meters tall, his justice cloak billowing in the wind, his expression darkly fixated on Crocodile. The insignia on his shoulder indicated his rank as a brigadier general. Brigadier General, Crocodile and his crew are just ahead. Good. Relay the orders. Prepare for battle. These scoundrels dare to attempt an escape from my grasp, the Brigadier General stated coldly. In an instant, Gaia Island became a hub of various factions, seemingly more vibrant than ever. In Appiato, atop the temple, Enel lounged in the grand chair, biting into an apple, half of it gone. As he gazed down at the trembling crowd, particularly the elderly man, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. You may have control here, but the position of God must belong to me. They feared him, for he possessed great power. Self-proclaiming as a god, yet trembling before him, there were false deities, while he was the true God, endowed with divine strength. A fascinating array of challengers. I await your arrival, Enel remarked, his expression impassive as he finished the last of the apple, swallowing it whole. Meanwhile, the group below broke into a cold sweat, finding themselves unable to utter a word in Enel's presence. This man was utterly ruthless and merciless. The crew of the Death God ship wandered through Appiato, and upon reaching the central area, they beheld the remnants of a bygone era from 4 centuries ago, ancient structures intertwined with massive vines, leaving them awestruck and curious. With Robin's eyes gleaming brighter than ever, this history must span at least 1,000 years. Robin gently touched the rocky wall beside her, exclaiming in astonishment as she gazed upon the faded engravings that adorned the surrounding walls, telling tales from 4 centuries ago, or perhaps even from an era long before that. Yang Qing quietly distanced himself from the crowd, making his way toward the location of Inola. Dylan's remained below, lacking the luxury of time to linger. Nearly a quarter of an hour later, Yang Qing found himself alone within the dense foliage of the jungle. Guided by the path etched in his memory, he advanced toward the divine palace, which still lay some distance ahead. Where's the captain? It was only then that the others realized Yang Qing had vanished. Their expressions filled with astonishment as they scanned their surroundings, yet failing to locate him, reluctantly drawing their gazes back. He will be fine, do not worry, Glades reassured, prompting the others to nod in agreement. Although Yang Qing's strength is seldom displayed, his abilities, akin to those of a deity, are likely far more formidable than that of the god on this island. They pondered that perhaps there are very few who could challenge their leader in a one-on-one confrontation. 3 hours later, Yang Qing arrived at the Grand Palace atop the Divine Realm. A smile graced his face as he beheld the immense structure, confirming that his memory had not betrayed him. At this moment, the so-called 4 trials had yet to manifest, and the journey was remarkably devoid of obstacles. Yang Qing traversed at an extraordinary speed, at times even propelling himself into the air to hasten his arrival. Enel, I have come to seek you, he declared calmly. Gazing ahead, he was aware that Enel could hear him. Perhaps at this moment, his heart network was not as potent as it would become later. But monitoring designated areas was, indeed, a trivial task. As anticipated, a second later, a flash of lightning erupted in the void before him, and amidst the flickering radiance, a towering young man, standing 2 meters tall, materialized. His expression was frigid, his upper body bare, exuding an aura of ruthless indifference, devoid of any emotion. Human, how dare you venture here? I must commend your audacity, Enel remarked, swinging his golden staff menacingly towards Yang Qing, his countenance as cold as ice. However, what awaits you is nothing short of divine retribution. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Enel's mouth. And the outcome of my judgment upon you shall be death. Yang Qing raised his eyebrows, and his expression grew fierce as he stepped forward, each stride resonating with a thunderous roar in the surrounding air, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. The overwhelming presence of his conqueror's haki brewed subtly in the atmosphere. When this formidable aura erupted, it was destined to instill an immense sense of intimidation. Do you comprehend this, Enel? You are, in truth, profoundly ignorant and exceedingly arrogant to deem yourself a deity. Do you believe that by discarding your wings and replacing them with thunderous drums, you can ascend to divinity? Recognize your true nature. You are merely a human, albeit one endowed with remarkable power. Yet, in the end, you remain nothing more than a human. Enel's countenance suddenly twisted into a grotesque snarl, the tip of his staff crackling with blue electricity, signifying his fury. Yang Qing's words had pierced the depths of his psyche, exposing the aspect of himself he most wished to conceal. A continuous crackling sound emanated as the lightning danced ferociously from the tip of Enel's staff, mirroring his escalating wrath. The air was saturated with an acrid scent, as if it had been scorched into a vacuum. Yang Qing took another step forward, and the space suddenly trembled. The overwhelming might of the conqueror's haki, though not yet unleashed, caused the very air to wail, and cracks appeared on the walls of the divine palace. However, Enel, standing not far in front of him, remained utterly oblivious. Great power can elevate one to the status of a deity, but it does not encompass arrogance. Die, Enel bellowed. As the tip of his staff crackled with lightning, Rai 50 million volts. ZZT. ZZT. The electricity surged forth, transforming into a streak of light, racing towards Yang Qing with astounding velocity. In that instant, Yang Qing's pupils widened, and a terrifying oppressive aura radiated around him, instilling fear in all within 1,000 meters. Every soldier of the Sky Island nearby collapsed, their eyes rolling back in their heads. Enel himself trembled, a hint of dazedness creeping into his eyes. Then, the bolt of lightning that had been hurtling towards Yang Qing seemed to be guided by an unseen force, veering away from its original path, splitting to either side, and crashing into the ground, igniting the clouds of the divine palace with wisps of white smoke. What? Enel, now dizzy, found himself unable to steady his stance. The overwhelming aura had rendered him momentarily stunned, as if he had been struck heavily on the back of the head with a hammer, his vision filled with sparkling stars. Yang Qing continued his stride, gradually drawing the long sword from his back. With a sharp sound of unsheathing, a mesmerizing azure blade shimmered into existence in his grasp, slicing through the air with a flick of his wrist. Enel staggered backward, retreating until, after 5 seconds, he finally discerned Yang Qing's figure. Enraged, he raised his staff and charged forward, closing the distance in 10 paces before swinging it fiercely towards Yang Qing. Yang Qing raised his sword in a horizontal block, the immense force creating a tremor in the air. Suddenly, the terrifying power of lightning swiftly coursed down Enel's staff. Yang Qing's expression shifted. He stepped back, and with a subtle movement of his left hand, an inexplicable force surged in front of him with a soft pop. Enel's countenance also changed dramatically as he instantly transformed into lightning, reappearing 10 meters away. Enel was astonished, realizing that this young man possessed such a bizarre power. Though he could glean no detailed information from the other's thoughts, he sensed a formidable danger. Is it the observation haki? A serious expression crossed Yang Qing's face. Armament haki, observation haki, and conqueror's haki, these 3 powers are unique to the world of pirates. Among them, armament haki enhances one's defense and attack capabilities and is the only effective means to counter Logia-type abilities, aside from sea prism stone or other opposing materials. Observation haki allows one to anticipate an opponent's moves, making it an exceedingly useful and formidable power. Lastly, conqueror's haki signifies a rare royal disposition, capable of intimidating all opponents with weak willpower, achieving the effect of effortlessly vanquishing thousands. At this moment, Yang Qing had yet to master the armament haki, nor did he possess the observation haki. These 2 forms of haki are notoriously difficult to cultivate without guidance. He had previously delved into their mysteries, yet found himself utterly at a loss. However, he had awakened the conqueror's haki purely due to his innate talent. Consequently, he forged a long sword from sea stone. Without a hint of movement, Yang Qing's sword erupted with a brilliant cold radiance, instantly piercing the air ahead with 10 strikes. The atmosphere quivered, and a formidable current surged forth, transforming into the most ferocious assault directed at Admiral. The latter's expression shifted, and he executed an uncanny and rapid maneuver, managing to evade each attack without exception. Ha ha ha, I have foretold this. I am a god, and I perceive all your movements, Enel proclaimed with a booming laugh, as his staff descended upon Yang Qing with the force of a tempest, embodying a strike reminiscent of a powerful cleave, accompanied by menacing bolts of lightning that amplified its destructive potential. Yang Qing's left hand trembled slightly, silently commanding the lightning to detach from the long staff. Subsequently, the long sword intercepted the staff, and the blade glided along the length of the staff, severing the latter's wrist. Enel's expression shifted dramatically as he abruptly retracted his hand, relinquishing his weapon. Then, his countenance changed once more, transforming into a streak of lightning as he vanished from his position. That power once again! Yang Qing felt a twinge of disappointment. If only he could seize Enel, it would be a different story. However, facing a Logia user, whose body could transform into lightning at any moment, proved to be quite troublesome. Just then, Enel opted for a ranged attack, having realized through several rounds of close combat that his physical prowess was significantly inferior to that of his opponent. Moreover, it seemed as if the adversary could anticipate his strikes, exhibiting an astonishingly quick reflex. Unbeknownst to him, this was a manifestation of Yang Qing's own development of his abilities, which allowed him to achieve effects akin to observation haki. Ziz, ziz, ziz. Flickering arcs of electricity began to converge, and bolts of lightning erupted from Enel's hands, hurtling towards Yang Qing. The latter strode forward confidently, enveloped in an invisible barrier, causing every bolt that approached him to veer off course and strike the ground instead. This scene rendered Enel's expression grim, his lightning seemingly ineffective. What on earth was happening? Enel, you are not a god. I am the one who resembles a deity. At that moment, Yang Qing spoke, and with his words, the surrounding space appeared to bend to his will. The flickering lightning in the air froze, while the ground itself began to levitate, everything swirling according to Yang Qing's desires. Enel's face paled as he transformed into lightning once more, vanishing from sight. This strange power now radiated over an even larger area, enveloping a radius of 1,000 meters centered around Enel. Standing atop the divine palace, he gazed down at the young man below with a grave expression. Such an expansive territory seemed to have become the opponent's domain, entirely under his control. What on earth is this kid capable of? Yang Qing gradually squatted down, placing his right hand firmly upon the ground. In that instant of contact, a tremor reverberated throughout a 1,000-meter radius, and with a resonant hum, everything within that expanse fell under his dominion. The ground fashioned from clouds, the rooms, the trees, the walls, none could escape his grasp. Rise, he commanded, a cold glint igniting in his eyes. He intended to conclude the battle with utmost swiftness, compelling Enel to capitulate entirely. Such a formidable adversary required a thunderous display of power. The previous skirmish had squandered too much time. The earth trembled violently within that 1,000-meter zone. And as Yang Qing's body quaked, it transformed into the most ferocious and terrifying assault, surging towards Enel. Perched against the wall, Enel's countenance shifted dramatically, his entire being aglow with flickering lightning as he elementalized. Simultaneously, Yang Qing propelled himself forward, his sword tracing an elegant arc. 3 seconds later, he leapt into the air, delivering a fierce strike towards the lightning embodiment of Enel. A soft sound echoed as Enel's lightning flickered violently, gradually revealing his true form. At that moment, Enel's expression morphed into one of shock, his gaze fixed on the imminent Yang Qing, brimming with trepidation. To his astonishment, he had sustained an injury. The land had been upended, and in that fleeting moment, it felt as though the world conspired against him, leaving him with no choice but to elementalize in defense. Yet, in the next heartbeat, this young man had struck him with his sword. An onslaught of attacks engulfed Enel in the following moment. Yang Qing stood 10 meters away from Enel, his expression indifferent as he slowly sheathed his longsword. It is over. A glimmer of light flickered in Yang Qing's eyes as he strode towards the dust and debris that enveloped Enel. With each step he took, the remnants obscuring Enel gradually began to rise, revealing the severely injured figure of his opponent. You wretched boy. Enel's face was ashen, yet he remained conscious. His body bore numerous wounds, blood flowing freely, rendering him a pitiful sight. Amidst the flickering lightning, Enel had not surrendered, a glint of defiance shone in his eyes. Yang Qing, with an impassive expression, strode forward. Just as Enel was about to unleash his lightning, the latter's eyes suddenly widened, causing the air to tremble. The conqueror's haki surged forth, shaking Enel's entire being, and his eyes rolled back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Subsequently, Yang Qing gradually bent down, hoisting Enel onto his shoulder. Rest well, for we shall be brothers from this moment on. In that instant, despite being in a state of unconsciousness, Enel's body, which had been tense, relaxed upon hearing those words, and tears streamed from his eyes. The dream you harbored appears rather unkind, Yang Qing murmured, his expression a tapestry of complexity. As he turned and carried Enel away. Just after Yang Qing departed with Enel, Gang Cole and his companions rushed out from the shrine. They beheld the ruins before them, astonishment flickering in their eyes. Did you see that? That young man defeated Enel and took him away. A sense of relief washed over the crowd as they realized that Enel, the demon, might never return. Not necessarily, Gang Cole murmured with gravity. That young man merely carried away the severely injured Enel without killing him, indicating he harbors ulterior motives. Meanwhile, aboard the Death God ship, Buggy and Law were energetically playing and frolicking, thoroughly enjoying themselves, while the others meticulously observed the ancient relics surrounding them. Trist, utilizing his fruit abilities, discovered a wealth of gold, his face alight with joy. At that moment, Robin found herself standing before a pitch-black stone. What is this? Her expression shifted dramatically as her hand instinctively reached out to touch the square stone. What's wrong? Mariah, noticing Robin's change in demeanor, inquired. Nothing at all, Robin replied, her visage returning to normal as she spoke lightly. Mariah shook his head and walked away. Once Mariah had departed, Robin let out a quiet sigh of relief and began to meticulously study the inscriptions on the stone. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Robin's forehead. For the information inscribed upon the stone was overwhelmingly shocking to her. Robin, suddenly, a hand clapped upon her shoulder, causing her to startle and whip around. Captain, it is I. What troubles you? You appear quite flustered, Yang Qing asked, his brow glistening with sweat as he tossed the unconscious Enel to the ground and beckoned Law over. Law, having cast aside Buggy with a disdainful gesture, approached to examine Enel's injuries. No, Robin's eyes flickered as she concealed the information regarding the historical texts. Yang Qing beheld the ebony stone before him, a flicker of understanding crossing his visage, followed by a smile as he remarked, I told you there were intriguing relics here. What do you think? Do you fancy the inscriptions upon this stone? Captain, you are aware of this? Robin exclaimed, astonished. Somewhat, Yang Qing nodded nonchalantly. What? Robin felt a wave of incredulity wash over her as she gazed at Yang Qing. But this is the Sea Emperor. Her voice trailed off as she covered her mouth. The gravity of the revelation too immense to articulate. This was a weapon capable of annihilating the world. I am not privy to its true nature. Yet if you wish to enlighten me, I would not object, Yangqing chuckled, giving her shoulder a gentle pat before departing. It seemed Robin did not fully trust him yet. Such a pity. 3 hours later, Yangqing gathered the team, his expression grave as he declared. We cannot afford to squander time here. Dylan's is in peril. We must depart immediately. As for this gold. After a moment of contemplation, Yangqing declared. Take it all. It's your responsibility to manage it. The crew gazed upon the mountainous pile of gold before them, their faces etched with bewilderment. The sheer magnitude of the golden treasure, estimated to weigh several tons, presented a formidable challenge. Then there was Enel. Their attention shifted to Enel, bound like a mummy. Law had shown no mercy in his restraints, and Buggy had gleefully adorned him with sea-stone cuffs. Enel was now limp, devoid of any strength. From now on, he's one of us. Let's mold him well. Law, Buggy, Glades, and Tristan exchanged glances, nodding with earnest intent. As for Enel, his pupils contracted sharply, his heart pounding in his chest. A brother? Enel struggled, his face contorted with reluctance. I never agreed to fraternize with you mortals. Ignoring his protests, Buggy delivered a sharp rap to Enel's head, eliciting a cry of pain. The crew then set off towards the Grim Reaper. 2 hours later, Buggy unceremoniously dumped Enel onto the deck, the rough treatment causing Enel's face to twitch in anger. Yet, the crew continued to ignore him. This isolation stirred a strange unease within him, tinged with resentment. Weren't we supposed to be brothers? Is this how you treat your brethren? Of course. Enel kept these words to himself, his pride forbidding him from uttering such dejected sentiments. As the Grim Reaper began its voyage, Enel sat bound on the deck. His gaze filled with rage as he glared at each crew member, as if wanting to devour them. Look at Enel's eyes. How menacing. Tristan exclaimed, noticing Enel's glare. You. Be good, Buggy said, approaching him and patting him on the shoulder. Once we're down from Sky Island, I'll release you. But don't cause any trouble. Mortal. Enel began to retort, but Law swiftly gagged him with a rag, silencing him. The Grim Reaper sailed onward, guided by Tristan's divination, which revealed the quickest descent from Sky Island, approximately 2 hours away. Glades, prepare the meal. It's time to eat, Yangqing announced. Glades nodded and hurried to the kitchen, where the rhythmic chopping of vegetables soon filled the air. Half an hour later, Glades returned with a steaming array of dishes. Here. Glades removed the gag from Enel's mouth and the sea-stone cuffs from his hands, freeing him. Enel was stunned. He flexed his wrists in disbelief, gazing at the food before him. He was free? He glanced at Yangqing and the others, but they remained unfazed, seemingly unconcerned about his potential escape. Eat up. It'll get cold. My cooking is best enjoyed hot, Glade said with a smile. You look like you haven't eaten in days, but don't leave any leftovers, or I'll have to punish you. Enel sat there, dumbfounded, watching Glade's retreating figure. He picked up the food and began to eat in silence, his hunger undeniable. He could leave, but he remained rooted to the spot, perhaps drawn by the words of the man who had defeated him. From now on, we're brothers. Those words stirred a faint warmth within Enel's heart. Buggy cheerfully approached with his own meal and sat beside Enel. Hey, you must have fought the captain, right? The captain? Enel raised an eyebrow. That guy, Buggy said, pointing to Yangqing at the ship's bow. Yes, him, Enel nodded. After a pause, he added, not bad. Not bad. Buggy exclaimed, then burst into laughter. You think the captain's not bad? He's the captain. Enel frowned and retorted coldly. Mortal, you're annoying. Blue sparks crackled around him, scaring Buggy away and eliciting laughter from Tristan and the others. Enel glared at the group, snorted, and continued eating. He had to admit, the food was quite delicious. Later, Glades returned to collect Enel's empty plate. Seeing that he had eaten everything, Glades nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, very clean. Before leaving, he paused and added, actually, everyone here is pretty good. Try to understand them, Enel. I can sense that you're lonely. Enel's eyes narrowed. He looked up at Glades' back, his face remaining impassive. 2 hours later, the Grim Reaper arrived at the location indicated by Glades and descended through the White Sea, heading towards the blue sea below. Can you pinpoint our landing location? Yangqing asked, his expression serious. The Grim Reaper was equipped with balloons and various shells to cushion the impact. Not yet, Tristan replied. But according to the map, it should be an unnamed island near Water 7. Water 7? Yangqing mused. Unlike the Straw Hats in the original story, they were near Water 7. Hold on tight. I can't protect you while controlling the ship, Yangqing warned. Enel, what? Enel responded. Protect yourself, Yangqing said. TCH. Enel scoffed, dismissing the notion that anything would happen to him. But in the next moment, Enel's expression changed. The Grim Reaper began to plummet, its speed increasing due to its weight. The wind howled past their ears, and the sudden G-force caused Enel to lose his balance. A translucent barrier enveloped the Grim Reaper. Yangqing managed to stabilize the ship, and with the aid of the balloons and shells, it took half an hour to slow their descent. Once the ship began to descend smoothly, the crew breathed a sigh of relief. Enel stood there, pale and sweating. Eat this. As Luo approached, he coldly uttered a few words and tossed an object to Inalu. Upon receiving it, Inalu examined the item and found it to be a black pill. His expression darkened, and he was about to discard it when Trister, standing nearby, hurriedly intervened. This is a valuable item. You must consume it. Trust in Luo, he is our ship's doctor. With that, Enel paused, his face devoid of emotion as he placed the pill into his mouth. 3 seconds later, his complexion brightened. The ship glided steadily downward. And an hour later, with a thunderous roar, a cascade of seawater erupted, creating ripples across the ocean as the Grim Reaper once again graced the Grand Line. At that moment, Yangqing leaped onto the deck and shouted loudly, confirming the location of Dylan's. Quickly, Trister's expression turned grave, and the crew members wore solemn faces. Enel observed the group and stood up, feeling a sense of unease. Our brother's fate remains uncertain. Approximately a day had passed since Dylan's was trapped on Gaia Island. A single day was ample time for numerous events to unfold. Despite their faith in Dylan's strength, the crew remained anxious about his well-being. Upon hearing Yangqing's words, Trister exhibited no hesitation. After a crimson glow traced through the sky for about a minute, a look of astonishment crossed his eyes. Where? Yangqing inquired without a hint of uncertainty. Right in Seven Water City. Trister replied, astonished. Yangqing's eyes sharpened, and as they exchanged glances, a flicker of surprise passed among them. None had anticipated that Dylan's would be right before them. Set sail for Water 7. Yes. The Grim Reaper swiftly sliced through the ocean's surface, heading rapidly toward Water 7. Once they arrived, with Enel's powers, they would be able to swiftly locate Dylan's whereabouts. In Water 7, a contingent of the Navy marched through the streets. At the center stood an individual with his head hung low, shackled by sea prism stone handcuffs, flanked on either side by 4 robust naval guards. This regiment of soldiers advanced silently towards the sea train station. After a brief quarter hour, they came to a halt, with 2 rear admirals conversing closely in hushed tones. Is it him? Is he to be transported to Eni's lobby? Indeed. Dylan's of the Grim Reaper pirates is to be taken to Eni's lobby for trial. We must expedite the process. One of the rear admirals, taken aback, cast a furtive glance at Dylan's and murmured, how could someone like him be ordered to Eni's lobby? It is said to be a request from the world government. Replied the other quietly. The world government? The first admiral exclaimed, studying Dylan's intently. 3 minutes later, Dylan's was escorted into the sea train by the naval forces, accompanied by 5 or 6 expressionless individuals clad in black suits, agents of the world government. Half an hour later, the sea train emitted a thunderous roar. Dylan sat in the foremost carriage, his expression devoid of emotion, head bowed, rendering his thoughts inscrutable to all. The situation was convoluted and bizarre at this moment. Dylan felt a mix of helplessness and fury. He never imagined he would be captured by the Navy. The arrival of the Monkey Mountain United Army had indeed delayed his demise, yet they were no match for the Don Quixote family. The real turning point came with the arrival of Crocodile and his pirate crew. The natural abilities of Crocodile and his formidable crew clashed fiercely with Don Quixote's forces, resulting in a stalemate. My enemies are not to be executed by others. Crocodile's ruthless words lingered in Dylan's memory. This man, wielding the powers of the Sand fruit, proved formidable enough to contend with Don Quixote. Ultimately, both factions suffered significant losses, inciting Don Quixote's fury. It was then that the Navy intervened. A brigadier general, possessing terrifying strength, disrupted the fierce battle, prompting both pirate crews to exchange threats before hastily retreating. Dylan seized the opportunity to escape the battlefield, only to be captured by the Navy. Within the sea train, an eerie silence enveloped the group. The world government agents, their faces obscured by sunglasses, maintained their silence, while the Navy personnel stood in disciplined silence. The atmosphere within the sea train was unexpectedly tranquil. How to escape? Dylan had not yet relinquished hope, his mind racing with possibilities. Meanwhile, the Grim Reaper drew closer to the coast of Water 7. Enel, find Dylan's quickly. Yangqing urged, his expression grave. Trist, keep calculating. An ominous premonition stirred within him, as if Dylan's were facing unimaginable peril. Enel, displaying a dismissive demeanor, activated his abilities, his observation hockey combined with the mind network enveloping all of Water 7. After a minute, he shook his head in confusion. I did not find the individual you mentioned. Not found. Yangqing's complexion paled as he turned to Trist, who also bore a troubled expression. The divination indicated that Dylan's was heading towards Eni's lobby. Eni's lobby. Everyone gasped in shock. Those born into this world understood all too well the implications of Eni's lobby. To enter the gates of this bastion of absolute justice meant certain death. This island, embodying the world government's unyielding authority, symbolized its absolute justice, representing the entirety of the world. Yangqing's eyes sparkled as realization dawned upon him. Someone was deliberately targeting him. The identity of this individual was glaringly apparent. A pirate with a bounty of less than 100 million on the Grand Line lacked the prowess to infiltrate Eni's lobby. At best, he would merely be captured and detained by the Marines. Those who entered Eni's lobby were deemed the world's most troublesome individuals, such as Robin. Yet, regardless of his bounty or the threat he posed to the world, Dylan had not reached that level. Monet. Yangqing clenched his fists, circling around in contemplation. Years later, would he still need to return to confront this formidable adversary? How could this person turn their weapons against his comrades, like a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows? He was inconspicuous, yet could strike at any moment. Time was running out. Yang Qing resolutely made his decision. Enel, accompany me. Together we shall rescue Dylan. He then turned to the others aboard the ship, instructing, as for you, seek out a skilled shipwright on this island to oversee the construction of a new vessel. Are we changing ships? Moria exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, soon we shall reach the midpoint of the Grand Line, and thereafter enter its latter half. By that time, we shall not be limited to just this crew. Yang Qing's eyes shimmered with ambition as he affirmed. Upon hearing this, Buggy exclaimed excitedly, haha. Am I finally to become the captain? Enel. Yang Qing turned his gaze towards Enel. Enel, after clearing his ears, replied with a smile. What perfect timing to witness the strength of Qingdao. Yang Qing chuckled, and the others joined in laughter. It seemed that the newcomer had begun to integrate into the group. Subsequently, Trist informed Inalu of Yang Qing and Dylan's location. The two exchanged glances, and in an instant, Inalu transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight, while Yang Qing soared into the sky, heading towards the sea train. Time was of the essence. If they waited until the sea train reached Judicial Island, it could lead to complications. If a Marine Admiral were to intervene, it would not be favorable for Yang Qing. Inalu, embodying the essence of lightning, moved at an unparalleled speed. His mind expanded, encompassing a vast area. After approximately 3 minutes of following the train's path, he caught sight of the sea train. In contrast, Yang Qing's speed was considerably slower, which left him feeling somewhat helpless. There was little he could do. The swiftness of lightning rivaled that of light itself. The two of them raced along the track, with Inalu ahead and Yang Qing trailing behind. About 5 minutes later, Yang Qing also spotted the sea train, where Inalu was already perched atop, wearing a provocative expression. This audacious fellow. Yang Qing couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that Inalu still seemed somewhat unconvinced of his abilities. Have you located Dylan's? He inquired as he landed on the train's roof, the fierce sea breeze causing their cloaks to flutter. Inalu twirled his staff, pointing towards the front of the train. The person you mentioned is right there. What about the deployment? Will rescuing Dylan's be troublesome? Yang Qing asked gravely, aware that the intervention of the celestial dragons, particularly someone like Monet, would not be easily managed. Inalu, unfamiliar with the concept of a vice admiral or the significance of those in black suits, shrugged nonchalantly. There are a total of 13 individuals in that car. As for the next 5 cars, they are filled with Navy personnel and men in black suits. Are you suggesting there are nearly 100 troops? Yang Qing's expression lightened, realizing that their forces were not as overwhelming as depicted in the original narrative. Yes, a total of 87, Inalu confirmed, nodding at the figure. Let us proceed swiftly to rescue Dylan's, but remember to exercise caution, Yang Qing urged. A hint of derision crossed Inalu's face as he proclaimed, caution? No, gods need not be wary of mortals. With a crackling flash, Inalu vanished from Yang Qing's sight, prompting an exasperated curse from the latter. That arrogant brat. Yang Qing then sprinted along the sea train towards the front. The sea train emitted a long, mournful horn as it sped along the tracks. Inside the first car, silence reigned, with Dylan's deeply bowed, racking his brain for an escape plan. Those accursed sea stone handcuffs. Dylan's felt an overwhelming weakness, unable to muster any strength, while the man in black beside him pressed closely, leaving him no chance to flee. Suddenly, the vice admiral beside him narrowed his eyes and placed his right hand on his sidearm. Who goes there? He bellowed, causing everyone in the car to tense. Dylan's lifted his head sharply, only to be momentarily stunned. In that instant, everyone in the car was caught in a state of shock. A dazzling display of lightning erupted, crackling and popping, enveloping all within. 2 seconds later, the acrid smell of burning filled the air, with wisps of black smoke rising from the seats as Inalu appeared. All present, including the men in black, collapsed to the floor, their bodies twitching momentarily before losing consciousness. Easily vanquished, Inalu scanned the room with a contemptuous gaze. He then turned his attention to the somber vice admiral and the 2 men in black beside him. Are you the last 3 remaining? He taunted, standing tall at nearly 2 meters, with his blue electric aura painting him as a divine figure. Who are you? The vice admiral shouted. Who am I? Inalu stepped forward, sweeping his staff to send the 3 men staggering back 3 meters, scattering countless chairs. With an air of disdain and invincibility, he declared, I am a god. Once more, the lightning crackled. The vice admiral's expression shifted as he drew his pistol and fired 3 consecutive shots. Inalu remained impassive, dodging the bullets with ease. The last bullet grazed his chest, leaving only a faint spark, causing the vice admiral's countenance to change drastically. Natural type. Thunderfruit. In that moment, the 3 individuals present realized the gravity of the situation, their hearts pounding. This man was indeed a wielder of the Thunderfruit, hailed as the strongest, with potential rivaling that of the admirals. It also meant he possessed formidable offensive capabilities and an almost immortal resilience. The 3 men in black exchanged glances. In the next instant, they launched their attack. 6 styles. Shave. In an instant, the 3 men vanished from sight. Inalu's eyes glinted with a ferocious light. He raised his staff, thrusting it behind him, electrifying it with a surge of energy. Paper drawing. One of the reappearing men paled as Inalu targeted him directly. the immense danger causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Is that going to work? Inalu's expression turned frosty as his staff crackled with a series of electric discharges. The man, now behind Inalu, could only emit a short gasp before he collapsed, charred. Next, Inalu glanced above him, his body crackling with electricity as he elementalized. Stormfoot, a booming voice commanded, and a blue slash descended, severing Inalu at the waist. His expression remained unfazed as he thrust his staff upward, the immense force accompanied by a roar of thunder. With a soft sound, his staff pierced the heart of the man above, leaving the man in black lifeless. Inalu then extended his right index finger, pointing into the air. With a series of crackling sounds, a wave of lightning surged forth, a dark figure plummeting from the corner, crashing heavily to the ground. Who on earth is this guy? The Vice Admiral's expression turned grave as he holstered his pistol, his right hand enveloped in a dark mist, armament hockey. In the span of scarcely 3 seconds, Inalu had dispatched the 3 agents of the world government. This spectacle left everyone present in a state of shock. He seemed like a genuine deity, perceiving every movement, predicting their next actions. His overwhelming offensive power and flawless predictive ability rendered Inalu nearly invincible. Standing alone amidst the chaos, he swept aside all opposition, his demeanor exuding dominance, pride, and confidence that instilled a profound sense of awe in all who beheld him. At that moment, the door across the room suddenly swung open, and a swarm of soldiers and men in black surged in. The echoes of the recent battle reverberated throughout the entire sea train, startling its occupants. Oh, is there more? Enel raised an eyebrow, his staff pointed menacingly toward the adversary, blue electric sparks crackling at its tip. The face of the opposing Rear Admiral paled, and he suddenly thrust his fist towards Enel in a fierce assault. The dark hue of his attack filled Enel with a sense of foreboding. He swiftly positioned his staff to intercept the blow. The punch, imbued with the power of hockey, struck heavily against Enel's staff, scattering the blue electric sparks that danced upon its surface. Enel's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? He had never encountered anyone capable of dissipating lightning before. The fist of this individual seemed to possess an uncanny ability, akin to that of his captain's weapon, enabling it to negate the lightning and directly threaten his very being. Protect the prisoner. I will hold this man back. Hurry, the Rear Admiral bellowed. Yes. The soldiers who rushed in were momentarily taken aback by the scene before them, but quickly regained their composure and prepared to charge into the carriage. This is my first battle. I cannot allow you to succeed, Enel shouted, unleashing a brilliant surge of lightning from his staff, which soon enveloped the entire carriage once more. The anguished cries of the Navy and the men in black echoed throughout, as they found themselves utterly defenseless against the onslaught of electricity. The Rear Admiral's expression shifted dramatically, but he was rendered helpless. Such a natural type ability was terrifying beyond measure, particularly against someone who seemingly had mastery over observation hockey. Discharge. 50 million volts. At that moment, Enel aimed his hand at him. The Rear Admiral's countenance changed, and he instinctively attempted to evade, but at that instant, the surrounding space trembled violently, and he discovered himself unable to move an inch. A second later, he collapsed heavily to the ground, engulfed in darkness. There is still one more, he thought with resentment as he lost consciousness. Dylan stood in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend the events that had unfolded in scarcely 30 seconds. What on earth? Who is this natural type individual? He is unbelievably powerful, truly invincible, with lightning unleashed. Who can contend? The sheer ferocity of his attacks left everyone incapable of reaction. Against mere foot soldiers, he could effortlessly dispatch them in an instant, and even the stronger opponents found themselves hard-pressed to endure. Suddenly, the metal plating of the sea train above Dylan's parted automatically, and a figure leapt down. Yangqing landed heavily at the rear of the sea train, surveying the scene with mild surprise as he set his eyes upon Enel. Enel. Quite impressive. PSSH. Enel twirled his staff and tucked it away, a look of disdain crossing his face as he turned to Dylan's. Captain, Dylan's exclaimed, astonished. He had genuinely not anticipated Yangqing's arrival. When the vice-captain of the Death God encounters trouble, how could the captain remain absent? Yangqing laughed heartily before glancing at the sea-stone handcuffs, his eyes narrowing. Can we find the keys? They were discarded by another Navy officer before boarding. Dylan shrugged helplessly. Then it seems we have no choice. Yangqing slowly drew the longsword from his back, lifting it with both hands, his gaze fierce as he gathered his strength, uncertain if he could sever the restraints. Just then, a throng of Navy soldiers and men in black charged towards them once more. Enel's eyes turned icy as he strode forward, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished, transforming into lightning. When he reappeared, he stood amidst the ranks of the Navy and the men in black. God shall make you experience pain. A cacophony of crackling electricity erupted forth, accompanied by a chorus of anguished screams. In that moment, lightning became the most formidable weapon, impervious to interception. Dylan's, too, was struck by awe at Enel's combat prowess. This young man was undeniably extraordinary, exhibiting unparalleled reflexes and devastating offensive power. Yangqing's eyes fixated intently on the highly stone handcuffs in Dylan's grasp. The long-wand sword he held tightened in his grip, emanating a haunting azure glow, as if a dragon within was emitting a low, resonant growl. In the next moment, A brilliant flash of blue light surged forth, the sword moving with such swiftness it was nearly indistinguishable. In an instant, a fierce wind swept by. And before Dylan could process what had occurred, the Hylu stone handcuffs shattered into countless fragments, cascading to the ground. Liberated, Dylan rose to his feet, stretching his limbs with a joyful grin. At that moment, Enel had also dispatched the entire naval crew aboard the sea train, leisurely approaching with his staff in hand. Noticing Dylan's newfound freedom, the corner of his mouth curled slightly, his expression aloof. "Thank you, newcomer," Dylan called out to him, but Enel merely tilted his head, ignoring the greeting. "Haha, that's just Enel's nature," Yang Qing remarked, patting Dylan on the shoulder. Dylan rubbed his nose, acknowledging this lad needs some discipline. Enel abruptly halted, turning sharply. "Mortal, do not speak ill of me behind my back." The laughter of Yang Qing and Dylan erupted in unison. 3 minutes later, the trio arrived at the control room of the sea train, their expressions icy as they addressed the train's operator. "Accelerate, head straight for Judicial Island, and do not stop." But we will crash into Judicial Island," the operator exclaimed in sheer terror. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yang Qing gazed intently at Dylan's countenance, then solemnly remarked, "Dylan's. You have become somewhat cautious." He then turned his gaze towards the approaching Justice Island and, with an air of icy resolve, declared, "Ever since they captured you and transported you to Justice Island, I have been prepared for conflict. What I am about to do will irrevocably sever our ties. This is now inevitable." Dylan's pupils constricted, his expression shifting to one of complexity as he clenched his fists tightly, only to release them moments later. After 5 seconds, as he beheld the looming presence of Justice Island, a sudden sense of ease washed over his visage. "Then let us test the weight of the world government," he proclaimed. Yang Qing's face broke into a smile as he patted Dylan's shoulder. "Just like that. Today, let us present them with a token of our encounter, a gift commemorating the rise of the Grim Reaper pirates." The sea train roared, emitting a thunderous sound that reverberated through the ocean tracks as it hurtled toward Justice Island. The driver, upon witnessing the approaching island, turned pale with fear. Beside him, Yang Qing and his companions remained expressionless, their eyes sharp, betraying no hint of panic. A minute later, the sea train let out a clear whistle before crashing headlong into the gates of Justice Island. The shocking sight was immediately observed by the soldiers stationed at the island. "Is that the sea train? It's coming. Quick, sound the alarm." A series of gunshots echoed across Justice Island as the soldiers, filled with tension and confusion, rushed out in groups. As a symbol of the world government, Justice Island was typically a place where few dared to act recklessly. It was a fortress, a bastion of strength that was deemed unassailable. What had possessed the sea train to act so foolishly? A deafening roar erupted as the sea train smashed through the structures within Justice Island, leaving a path of destruction. Yang Qing and his companions emerged from the train, surveying their surroundings, where a multitude of Navy soldiers had already surrounded them. In the expansive square, which could accommodate thousands, the atmosphere was tense. Yang Qing advanced step by step, his overwhelming conqueror's haki exuding an increasingly domineering aura, causing countless Navy soldiers to collapse to the ground. The varying strengths of the Navy were rendered utterly powerless in the face of this formidable presence. After 5 steps, Yang Qing retracted his aura and addressed Enel. "Enel, unleash your lightning to engulf the entire island and create widespread devastation. If we can obliterate this island, it would be most splendid." His words brimmed with a palpable sense of murderous intent. This time, the world government's actions against Dylance had incited his immense fury. Furthermore, it was high time for the Grim Reaper pirates to demonstrate their might to the world. If chaos was to ensue, let it be a cataclysmic upheaval. "Hee. Then I shall not hold back," Enel replied with a cold smile, transforming into a bolt of lightning and ascending into the sky, where he began to gather storm clouds. The Navy continued to surge toward their location, but Yang Qing suppressed the entire area with his devil fruit abilities, which extended over 2,000 meters, rendering the Navy soldiers defenseless in an instant. Under Enel's command, the storm clouds grew ever larger, gradually forming a massive expanse of 4,000 to 5,000 meters that nearly enveloped the entire island. The dark, oppressive clouds astonished the inhabitants of Judicial Island, who looked up in disbelief. On this day, the island, known for its perpetual daylight, had succumbed to darkness. 5 minutes later, the clouds swelled even further, crackling with explosive lightning. Enel stood amidst the storm, his figure flickering in and out of view, ensnared by serpentine bolts of electricity, resembling a god of thunder. "This fellow is incredibly powerful," Dylance exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed up at Enel. A natural-type devil fruit, combined with observation haki, was indeed formidable. Yang Qing nodded with a smile, acknowledging that while Enel lacked in physical combat skills, his potential was undeniably vast. Thunder rumbled across the sky, and thick bolts of lightning began to streak downward, shaking the entire island. The terrifying scene felt as though the apocalypse had arrived. As Judicial Island faced the wrath of the Thunder God, with a stern expression, Enel spun his staff and struck the thunder drum behind him. "The judgment of the gods has arrived." Boom, boom. The sky erupted with mighty bolts of lightning that descended upon Judicial Island, roaring with fury and engulfing it in darkness and smoke. In an instant, panic spread among the island's inhabitants. Some Navy soldiers stationed outside were struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth, while those within buildings faced the searing heat of the lightning, causing structures to collapse and resulting in countless casualties. The storm clouds swirled relentlessly, and the chaotic lightning wreaked havoc across Judicial Island. After 10 minutes, when the storm clouds dissipated, the island lay in ruins, marked by charred scars and countless collapsed buildings, as though ravaged by merciless artillery fire. The flags representing numerous nations united in the world ignited in flames, striking terror into the hearts of the Navy. "Well done, Enel," Dylans shouted, as Enel descended from the sky, his expression cold yet satisfied. "Let us depart, if we linger. The Navy's elite forces will soon arrive." Yang Qing's eyes flickered with urgency. He was acutely aware that the Navy admirals were not far off, possibly already en route. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, seething with anger. Damn it! How could I have overlooked them, leading to such a disaster? Having just received the news, Sengoku felt as though he might explode. The Grim Reaper pirates had annihilated Judicial Island. What an egregious crime. Moreover, where did this group acquire the power to destroy Judicial Island? Were the intelligence agencies utterly incompetent? He realized he was woefully uninformed about their current situation. It seemed this group had vanished from their radar. Was it the handiwork of that celestial dragon's father? Sengoku's expression darkened. He was astonished by how much they had grown without his knowledge. "Yellow Ape," Sengoku called out suddenly, raising his voice. Kizaru awoke from his slumber, looking at Sengoku with confusion. "Immediately head to Judicial Island and ensure that group is apprehended," Sengoku commanded fiercely, his rage palpable. The authority of the world government had been undermined. Judicial Island had been inexplicably destroyed. This group was challenging the heavens. This was undeniably bad news. Kizaru scratched his head, feeling a bit of a headache. That group could obliterate Judicial Island. They must possess something extraordinary. Was it wise for me to go alone? Go now. If you delay, they will escape. Sengoku insisted gravely, his expression serious. At that moment, Kizaru was the only admiral available. Others like Akiji were engaged with the warlords, and Akainu was stationed in the New World. There was no one else strong enough to dispatch. Even Garp was currently preoccupied with dealings involving the celestial dragons and the tribute items. Sengoku had faith in Kizaru. As an admiral, he was powerful and experienced, capable of effortlessly subduing most pirates. Additionally, as a user of the Pika Pika no Mi, even if the opponents exceeded expectations, he could still evade capture. Kizaru adjusted his sunglasses, his eyes gleaming with golden light. A second later, his entire form transformed into particles of light and vanished from the Navy headquarters. On Judicial Island, Yang Qing and his companions observed the Navy soldiers, who were terrified yet still approaching to surround them. With a mere glance, they dismissed them, recognizing that these soldiers posed little threat. Boom, boom. A series of cannon fire erupted toward the three, but with a wave of his hand. Dylans twisted the space in front of him, causing the shells to materialize from the crowd and explode in a fiery blaze, eliciting screams from the Navy. "Let us leave. We have done enough for today," Yang Qing urged quickly, his eyes glinting with resolve. "Ha ha ha, splendid. I can already see my bounty multiplying several times over," Dylans chuckled, glancing at Enel, who was likely to receive a staggering reward for this escapade. The three exchanged knowing glances and stepped toward the exit. Yet, in the next moment, their expression shifted dramatically. Two colossal shadows loomed above them, blocking out a significant portion of the sunlight. Giants. Dylans looked up to see two giants wielding massive axes, standing there like immovable mountains, heavy and solid. "Dylans, we have no time to deal with them. We must go," Yang Qing barked, snapping his fingers as a faint light barrier expanded over a 2,000-meter radius. In an instant, the giants' faces reflected terror as they crashed to the ground, collapsing numerous buildings, unable to rise again. "Let us go." Dylans nodded, unleashing his spatial powers to envelop Yang Qing and Enel. With a twist of space, they appeared 1,000 meters away on the ocean's surface. Before they could even descend, they blinked again, disappearing once more. This cycle continued as they rapidly traversed the sea. 3 minutes later, sweat beaded on Dylans' forehead, and his complexion paled slightly. His abilities were undeniably extraordinary and would only grow more fearsome with development. But they exacted a severe toll on his stamina. "I am still too weak. This time, I shall not give up." Dylans gritted his teeth and continued to lead the trio forward, determined to challenge his limits and transcend them. After 3 minutes had elapsed, his body was drenched in sweat. Yang Qing's eyes flickered, yet he said nothing, while Enelu wore a slight smirk of disdain. "If you're struggling, then stop forcing it," he remarked. "I can still go on." Dylans insisted, his body trembling as he pressed onward. It was precisely because of his feeble physique and insufficient stamina that he had been captured. Otherwise, with his capabilities, how could he have been targeted by an obscure pirate crew and reduced to such a state? He must grow stronger, and even stronger still. A minute later, Dylans was gasping for breath, yet he remained a blur upon the waves. At that moment, Yang Qing's gaze sharpened as he looked back, and a chill crossed Enelu's face. "Someone is closely pursuing us. Their speed is formidable." Enel spoke coldly. Dylan's, take us to the ship ahead. It seems we cannot evade them. Yang Qing observed the distant golden glow and realized who it was. Understood. Dylan's exerted himself, and in the next moment, the three appeared on the deck. They had materialized upon a cargo ship, laden with large packages. There were only a handful of sailors on board, perhaps a dozen, yet the vessel was quite large. The sudden appearance of the trio startled the crew, who wondered when these three had boarded. They seemed almost to have materialized out of thin air, without any forewarning. However, Yang Qing and his companions had no time to regard the crew. Before them, a flash of golden light erupted, coalescing into the form of a man. Draped in a white cloak of justice, adorned in a yellow checkered suit, and sporting glasses, he bore an exaggerated and somewhat lecherous expression as he casually scrutinized the trio. It was none other than Admiral Kizaru, Borsellino. "Oh, just three of you? How surprising," Kizaru remarked, genuine astonishment flickering across his face. He had anticipated a full pirate crew, only to find a mere trio. 3 individuals annihilated an island? It's hard to comprehend. Is there a newcomer among you? He asked, glancing at Enelu with a sly grin. Then, he extended his right index finger, which shimmered with a golden light. Yang Qing's expression was devoid of emotion, a chilling aura of murder enveloping him. Dylan's mirrored his cold demeanor, while Enel, fearlessly brimming with violent energy, wore an indifferent expression. Encountering an admiral here was not part of their intentions. Yang Qing spoke icily. "Since we have crossed paths, let us proceed to kill." With a swift motion, he drew the Long Quan's sword from behind him, pointing it directly at Kizaru. "Are you attempting to kill me? You underestimate me." Kizaru chuckled as a brilliant light flashed from his index finger, suddenly surging towards Enel's heart. Enel remained unfazed, his expression as calm as ever. In an instant, Yang Qing and Dylan sprang into action, daggers glinting coldly, and the ethereal blue light emanating from the Long Quan sword intensified. In the next moment, both vanished from sight. A laser beam pierced Enel's chest, unleashing a torrent of electricity that momentarily astonished Kizaru. However, his expression swiftly shifted to one of alarm as he recoiled, though it was a second too late. The dagger pierced through his head, while the blue blade of the sword sliced across his chest. With a soft splatter, blood sprayed, droplets falling onto the deck and echoing a clear sound. At that moment, a tremendous noise erupted from the cargo area behind them as Kizaru's laser exploded, sending flames billowing and causing the sailors on board to scatter in terror. Shortly after, the figures of Yang Qing and Dylan's materialized, their cold gazes fixed upon Kizaru. "Your carelessness could lead to your demise, Admiral Kizaru." The chilling tone transformed Kizaru's expression into one of severity. He had been cautious, meticulously observing the strength of the three before him with every passing second. Yet, he never anticipated that this unfamiliar face would wield a natural-type power. The two before him possessed formidable strength, their speed nearly instantaneous. When he sensed the need to evade, he found himself a beat too slow. A faint trace of blood appeared at his mouth, seeping out and staining his clothing crimson. Kizaru narrowed his eyes, focusing on the sword in Yang Qing's hand. Could it be forged from sea prism stone? When struck moments before, he felt a peculiar weakness throughout his body, a sensation unique to the presence of the sea. The dagger's strike forced him into elemental form, and the arrival of the long sword effectively severed his elemental body at the precise moment when his ability to transform elements and evade was at its weakest. These two were indeed formidable. Kizaru's gaze grew tense as he noticed the blue lightning flickering around the young man, a further source of discomfort. Could it be the strongest thunder fruit of the natural type? Truly terrifying. Crackling sounds erupted as a barrage of lightning struck towards Kizaru, who elementalized, the bolts scorching the ship and leaving countless burn marks. In the blink of an eye, both Enel and Kizaru vanished from sight. As they appeared mid-air, their staffs and swords clashed, radiating brilliant light as lightning and energy collided, neither yielding. Kizaru's expression darkened. In terms of speed, they were nearly equal. The adversaries seemed to possess a mastery over observation hockey, allowing them to control their movements entirely. This enemy would prove challenging to defeat. On the deck, Yang Qing's demeanor remained icy. His right hand trembled slightly, and with a soft sound, a faint light barrier expanded, enveloping Kizaru above. Then, narrowing his eyes, he hurled the Long Quan sword into the air. Under his control, it transformed into a streak of blue light, hurtling towards Kizaru. Is he flying the sword? Dylan's gasped in astonishment, witnessing Yang Qing standing firmly on the deck, fingers poised like a sword, directing the Long Quan's sword to relentlessly assault Kizaru. Initially, the sword wobbled as if unstable, but within moments, it steadied in midair, transforming into a blue flash aimed directly at Kizaru. Kizaru felt the gust of wind beneath him, his pupils constricting as he swiftly dodged. Just as he shifted his position, a blue light streaked past him, drawing a cold sweat. This strike was aimed directly at his vulnerable spot, intent on causing him severe harm. In the next instant, Enel's staff swept towards him, forcing Kizaru to scramble and raise his sword in defense. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the blue light surged toward his head, causing his expression to shift in awe. Enel immobilized his opponent with a jolt of lightning, while Yang Qing directly ensnared the body of Kizaru, rendering him unable to move or assume his elemental form. Though facing such a formidable adversary allowed only a fleeting moment of triumph, that brief interlude proved ample. Blood dripped and splattered upon the deck, shattering into droplets. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Enel, brandishing his staff with a sinister grin, stood poised, while Dylan's expression was cold and unforgiving. Yangqing's feet gradually lifted off the deck, ascending toward the heavens. Kizaru's eyes narrowed as a searing pain coursed through his lungs, draining the color from his face. He realized he had sustained grave injuries. Yet, the battle was far from over, as the three figures before him remained vigilant. Little did he expect to find himself in such dire straits. A sense of helplessness washed over Kizaru. Below, the sailors gazed up in terror at the clash above, desperately seeking refuge, yet finding none. While they could not identify the trio, the presence of Admiral Kizaru was unmistakable. Yet now, this invincible force within the Navy stood battered and gasping, a portrait of vulnerability. Who, then, were these three? The sailors could hardly comprehend the madness of the world around them. Their admiral reduced to such a state was unfathomable. It seemed that escape would not come easily. Kizaru sighed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The brief skirmish had left him with both external and internal wounds. Enel sneered, transforming into lightning to reappear behind Kizaru, while Dylan, panting heavily, lunged forward with a dagger aimed at his adversary. Despite nearing exhaustion, Dylan remained undaunted in the face of Kizaru. Meanwhile, Yangqing had already secured the long-one sword in his grasp. I warned you, today, if you are not careful, you shall perish, Yangqing declared with a chilling laugh. Do you think I jest? His right hand clenched tightly, causing the air to tremble violently. And with a thunderous sound, he compressed the atmosphere into a projectile that hurtled toward Kizaru with ferocity. Kizaru's expression shifted as he transformed into light particles, attempting to escape to a distance. Yet, in an instant, Enel appeared above him, staff raised high and crackling with electricity, descending with tremendous force. Kizaru raised his sword to parry, his pallor evident as he gasped for breath. At that moment, Dylan's reappeared, his dagger slicing menacingly toward Kizaru's neck. Kizaru's form gradually morphed into light particles, narrowly evading the strike. How tiresome, Dylan's muttered, a hint of frustration in his voice. Do not even think about escaping, Admiral Kizaru, Yangqing proclaimed, advancing through the sky with deliberate steps. With each stride, the air quaked, and the heavens trembled. Conqueror's haki. Kizaru's pupils dilated, shock coursing through him. The sheer presence and dominance were unmistakably that of Conqueror's haki. This young man had grown to such formidable heights. Who could possibly stand in his way in the future? Yangqing extended his right hand toward Kizaru, his palm directed with intent. As his formidable aura surged, the surrounding sea and air quivered in response. The ocean roiled, whirlpools began to form, and the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. Kizaru felt a vacuum forming around him. What manner of ability is this? Kizaru's complexion darkened as he hastily transformed into light. Yet, in the next moment, an overwhelming force of seawater and air bore down upon him. The immense pressure forced him to spit blood, his pallor worsening. The tremendous power propelled him backward, sending him tumbling 100 meters into the depths of the ocean. Enel, embodying the essence of lightning, relentlessly pursued Kizaru, determined not to let him escape. His staff struck the air like a drum, unleashing a fearsome lightning dragon that roared toward Kizaru. Yada no Kagami, Kizaru bellowed, unleashing a blinding burst of light. In the blink of an eye, countless radiant projectiles filled the sky, raining down upon the trio. The dense barrage covered 300 meters. A tempest of heat and concentrated light brimming with explosive energy. Yangqing's expression shifted dramatically as he tightened his right hand. A cacophony of explosions erupted, and an overwhelming brilliance burst forth, rendering the three unable to open their eyes. After 3 seconds, when they finally regained their sight and looked ahead, they were momentarily taken aback. Had he fled? Dylan's was astonished. A beam of light, akin to a refracted ray, traversed the void in merely 3 seconds. It had already reached tens of thousands of meters away. Such speed was indeed formidable. TCH, Ainalu scoffed dismissively. Is this fellow truly the mightiest general of Qinghai? How utterly pathetic. Yangqing chuckled softly, then spoke with earnestness. Never underestimate him. After all, there are 3 of us. In a one-on-one confrontation, you would do well to keep your distance from him. He possesses the abilities of the nature-type Shining Fruit, along with observation haki, Conqueror's haki, and a wealth of combat experience. Even I would have to exert all my strength should I encounter him alone. After finishing his words, Yangqing laughed again, adding, Of course, this time he has sought us out. One could say he is courting death. Ha. Enel raised an eyebrow, his face beaming with pride. And Dylan's also burst into laughter. The 3 of them, united, had thoroughly thrashed the Admiral, and that was indeed gratifying. After all, they were dealing with an Admiral. Subsequently, the trio departed, making their way toward Water 7. 15 minutes later, they arrived at Water 7, reuniting with Luo and his crew. At that moment, they were observing the shipyard, where they were inspecting vessels. The new ship had to be sufficiently grand to accommodate the vast power they would establish in the new world. Meanwhile, Kizaru, panting heavily, had run for half an hour to reach the nearest marine substation. Trembling, he retrieved the din mushy from his pocket and struggled to dial. Hello, Kizaru here. It's Sengoku. Have you completed your mission? Sengoku's voice was grave. The mission failed. I am gravely injured. Send someone to assist me, Division 1029. Kizaru replied tersely, enduring excruciating pain with every word spoken, as injuries plagued his chest, neck, and body. After uttering these words, his hand weakened. The Den Mushi fell to the ground, and he closed his eyes. He needed rest, a deep and restorative slumber. At Marine headquarters, Sengoku had turned to stone, remaining in shock for a full 5 seconds before regaining his composure. Kizaru has actually failed. With a resounding crash, Sengoku slammed his palm against the wooden table, then roared in anger, "Where is the intelligence department? I want a new team. This bunch is utterly useless." The fact that the Grim Reaper pirates possessed the power to severely injure an admiral infuriated Sengoku. This shocking revelation ignited a genuine fury within the fleet admiral. As his wrath soared to unprecedented heights,